Chapter 1, 1621, Princes of the Universe. By then, the firekeepers had almost retreated to the entrance of the ancient temple. The darkness seethed and surged, disturbed by the fearsome clash of the two transcendent champions. Both changing star and the man who called himself Shadow were beyond powerful. The same was like a natural disaster, and even though neither of them called it to be dreadful the devastating physical might of two transcendent warriors was more than enough to obliterate their surroundings, reshape the landscape, and instill terror in the hearts of countless people. Luckily, both their lady and their master temples seemed unable. Otherwise, the citadel might have been severely damaged. Lady Nephis was clad in a suit of knightly armor, and bore arms of iron steel, adorned with golden accents. With her fair skin and silver hair, pure flame dancing in her eyes, she was like a spirit. Lord of Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and found himself almost face to face with her. Silver clashed against stone like metal with a thunderous clangor. Both of them grew still. As the dust settled, the firekeepers saw a bewildering scene. Sunny and Nephis were standing motionlessly, with almost no space between them. His right hand was gripping the hilt of her sword, which had been stopped a mere centimeter away from the onyx surface of his fearsome armor. Her right hand, meanwhile, was gripping his left wrist, Held in his left hand was the hilt of the broken The steel of its broken blade stopped several centimeters away from her neck. Sunny remained still for a few moments, then looked down at the cracked floor beneath them. A somber sight escaped from his lips. "Let us stop here. Otherwise my citadel will sustain irreparable damage." He allowed the broken odachi to dissolve into shadows. Let go of What about the duel?
Weapon systems are down. has spike strip on plan.
Or had he simply slain a follower of Weaver in one of his nightmares and received the mask as a reward? In fact, Nephis had seen the depiction of Weaver's mask long before meeting Ananke. It was drawn on the wall of the Ebony Tower, where the Demon of Destiny had left a map of strongholds built by his siblings in various realms. The mask, representing Weaver, was placed north of the Hollow Mountains, above all 6 strongholds, almost as if looking at them from afar. But it did not mean that Weaver's stronghold was hidden somewhere on the Forgotten Shore, or even further north. It simply meant that no one had any idea where Weaver's stronghold was, or if the transient demon even had one. So, Nether had drawn it outside the map. Was the Lord of Shadows connected to the priesthood of the Nightmare spell, or to the Demon of Fate directly? And what business did the heir of Shadow God have being tied to a demon? The mask was curious. The citadel that somehow existed in the middle of Godgrave was also curious. So was the lineage of Shadow God that the master of the citadel seemed to possess, and his aspect. But most curious of all was his swordsmanship. Staring into the fire, Nephis sighed. These days, she rarely met anyone who could wield her sword well enough to give her a challenge. There were but that was a competition of power, not skill.
Roadblock is deployed directly ahead of you.
Roger that, 1071 received. Air pursuit unit, you're clear to engage. I've made contact. My vehicle has taken damage. All units, roadblock officers ready and waiting for further orders.
All units, local EMPs are now authorized to use. The EMPs are go. All units, you are cleared to use spike strips. Detecting an EMP lock signal. Take evasive maneuvers.
Suspect has hit the roadblock. All units move. Negative on the stop.
EMP activated, acquiring target lock. Monitoring a system overload. Are you okay? All units, local EMPs are authorized for use. Spike strip deployed. We are showing spike strip deployed at your location. Spike strip has failed to slow. The target suspect is still on the run.
Most of them.
All units, weapon systems are down. Rerouting communications.
Look out, spike strip.
the suspect in custody. This thing is over.
1623. The dark colossus. As the ground trembled, the lively atmosphere in the camp instantly turned cold and professional. The firekeepers, who had been enjoying a late supper just moments ago, instantly rose to their feet and picked up their weapons. A moment later, they were standing in a defensive formation, ready to repel any kind of attack. Nephis had stood up as well. The white flames burning in her eyes grew more intense, and the fire behind her grew taller, chasing the darkness further away. What is it? Was there a nightmare creature approaching them from afar, or had the master of the ancient temple decided to betray them? She was going to find out soon. As they stood motionlessly, preparing for battle, the ground shuddered again. A cold wind rose, bringing with it a strong smell of rotting leaves and humid jungle. A tense silence settled over the world. A moment later, Nephis felt a new presence beside her. Turning her head slightly, she saw the Lord of Shadows standing at the edge of the camp, peering into the darkness calmly. He had appeared out of nowhere without making any noise, as if the shadows themselves had risen up to spawn him. He seemed to have discarded his mask, but since Nephis was behind him, she couldn't see his face. The firekeepers flinched, startled by his sudden appearance. Each was an experienced master, and many carried memories that enhanced their senses. It wasn't easy to sneak up on them, and yet, the Lord of Shadow had done it effortlessly. Nephis frowned, realizing just how vulnerable her subordinates were in front of him. "What is happening?" Her voice remained calm, addressing the mysterious saint with sufficient decorum. He remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. "It's nothing much. One of the great sleepers has awoken. That's all." Shadow lingered for a second, then added, "I usually keep them asleep to avoid trouble, but the most feisty ones sometimes escape their slumber." "A great nightmare creature? Keep them asleep?" Nephis frowned slightly. "Should we fight it together then?" Still facing away from her, the master of the ancient temple shook his head. "No need. It's merely a beast." With that, he took a step forward. The darkness surged, enveloping him like a vast mantle. The figure of Lord Shadow dissolved into it, becoming one with the lightless void. And then the void exploded upward. As Nephis watched, secretly startled, a colossus built of shadows slowly rose above the bone plain. His body was a perfect replica of the Lord of Shadows. The titanic torso was formed first, followed by two immense arms. At first, the giant seemed to be kneeling, but then he slowly rose to his feet, coming to stand as tall as the ancient temple. The shadows rippled and solidified, repeating the contours of his back. She saw lean muscles rolling under the obsidian skin. A moment later, a layer of glossy onyx covered the dark colossus, encasing him in a suit of impregnable armor. His head was too far away now, the light of the enchanted lanterns unable to dispel the veil of darkness hiding his face. When the giant took a step, the whole plain quaked. A transformation ability? The size of the shadow colossus was nowhere near Effie when she assumed her transcendent form, but it was still awe-inspiring. But that was not the end of it. There was a rustle from behind them, and a dreadful hiss. Turning around, the firekeepers saw the head of an enormous serpent appearing from the entrance of the temple. Gyu. The creature was massive enough to easily swallow the entire cohort in one bite, its scales the same color as the tenebrous armor of the Lord of Shadows. The obsidian serpent slithered out of the citadel, its long body flowing like a river of darkness, seemingly endless. It must have been called around the entire great hall of the ancient temple, surrounding them from every side the moment they stepped inside. Nephis watched carefully. The terror? The colossal serpent slithered across the bone plain, passing the frozen firekeepers and approaching the giant made of shadows. Its neck rose high into the air, and it nimbly coiled around the leg of the Lord of Shadows, crawling up his body like a tree snake. The creature reached the shoulder of the giant and then slithered along his outstretched arm. Then, it changed. Where a serpentine head was before, the sharp tip of a gargantuan sword suddenly appeared. Slowly, but also too fast to notice, the body of the transcendent terror rippled and turned into an inconceivable odachi, its hilt and curving blade as long as the shadow giant was tall. Finally, a dark titan was standing on the bone plain, his body encased in a suit of fearsome onyx armor, wielding a giant obsidian sword. He looked like an ancient Delty that had descended to the mortal realm from the heavens, or maybe crawled out of the lightless depths of the abyss. Not paying the firekeepers any attention, the shadow giant took another step. Something lunged at him from the darkness, a grotesque monstrosity that towered above the ground, its mottled fur wreathing with a swarm of pale maggots. Its misshapen head was crowned with sharp horns, and its maw was wide open, revealing a wall of massive fangs. Its limbs were a mess of claws, chitinous scythes, and pulsating tentacles. A chill spread through the hearts of the firekeepers at the sight of the hideous abomination. However, the towering sword of the dark colossus only fell once. One strike, and the neck of the great beast was cleanly severed, its head rolling to the ground. The massive body toppled and crashed into the bone surface of the dead god's breastbone, causing it to tremble once again. The great beast was dead. Just like that. The dark colossus peered at it with disdain, then shook his head and crumbled on itself, turning into a tide of shadows. A moment later, all that was left was the corpse of the hideous monstrosity, and the deep groove left in the white bone by the tip of the obsidian odachi. Silence settled over Godgrave once again. Nephis stared at the corpse of the abomination, her expression unreadable. Eventually, she tilted her head a little. One strike. Suddenly, she was glad to have made a pact with the man who called himself Shadow. It was much better to be his ally than his enemy. Chapter 1624. Crazy Girl. Far to the northwest of Bastion, across the chain of death zones crowned by Godgriv, lay the vast human enclave ruled by the great clan Song. Although younger and smaller in territory than the Sword Domain, the kingdom of Key Song was nevertheless just as populous and potent. Unlike Bastion itself, which lay at the heart of Valor's territory, the capital of Song was located at the northernmost point of her domain, on the slopes of a towering mountain chain that branched out from the Hollow Mountains. It was a stark and beautiful place nestled between snowy peaks and fuming volcanoes, shrouded in snowstorms and raining ash. Its name was Ravenheart. The great citadel had another name in the runic language of the nightmare spell, but after an obscure figure from the first generation of the Awakened conquered it, people gradually started calling the remote mountain palace by her true name. That obscure awakened warrior was the founder of the Song clan and Key Song's late mother. Her daughter elevated their minor clan to prominence and then to the very height of power. Similarly, Ravenheart had grown from the stronghold of a lesser legacy clan to one of the great citadels of humanity, sheltering hundreds of thousands of awakened. And now, after the chain of nightmares, it was home to millions of mundane humans as well. The citadel itself was a magnificent palace that stood on the slope of a snowy mountain, perched at the very edge of a bottomless chasm. The legends said that it had been cut from pure white jade once, but after enduring the wrath of the surrounding volcanoes for thousands of years, it turned entirely black, as if made from obsidian glass. Still, contrasted against pristine white snow, its sublime beauty had only become more tantalizing. A titanic stone bridge spanned the vast chasm between the mountain and the volcano standing opposite it, connecting the two branches of the mountain chain like a road meant for giants. Its black pillars were decorated with intricate engravings, and the scale of the construct defied reason. These days, the members of the Song clan inhabited the frozen obsidian palace, while the titanic bridge had become a town for the awakened warriors who could withstand the cold. The city itself had been built on the slopes of the volcano, where its warmth protected the mundane citizens of Ravenheart from the inhumanly harsh climate of the snowy region. They did not have to be wary of sudden eruptions either, because Queen Song and her transcendent daughters could protect them from any disaster. Ravenheart was a harsh place, but it was also an incredibly beautiful place, and therefore, life here was harsh, but also thriving. The surrounding lands had long been cleared of the truly dangerous nightmare creatures, but they were more dangerous than the heartland of the dream realm where Bastion stood. Many abominations still dwelled in the snowy mountains, and the environment itself was deadly for those unprepared to face its cruelty. At the same time, there was a lot of fertile soil in the lowlands, which had been generously fertilized by volcanic ash. There was also geothermal heat, countless hot springs, and precious minerals of all kinds everywhere around. The people who had been evacuated here from Antarctica found their lives turning stark and intense, but also intensely enjoyable. If one grew accustomed to the solemn and eerie power of Queen Song, of course, which they quickly had. In any case, there was endless work to be done, from plowing the ashen fields to mining mystical ores to building a semblance of a modern infrastructure by using endless geothermal energy. And since there were many nightmare creatures dwelling in the mountains, there was also a dire need for someone to protect all these workers. Which was why Rain was buried in the ash, sweating as she waited motionlessly. She had been laying there for a few hours already, keeping absolutely still. Around 100 meters away from her, where the slope of the gorge rose sharply, a hideous creature was slowly dragging its body from between the cliffs. It resembled a scaled worm with 6 long, thin limbs, each ending with dagger-like claws. Its maw was a horrid circular mess of sharp, needle-like fangs. Damnation! She had expected a beast, but was faced with a monster instead. Granted, the stone worms were merely dormant abominations, but since Rain wasn't even a sleeper, but a powerless, mundane human instead, that thing could rip her apart in a matter of seconds. No, not even seconds. A second. No wonder everyone calls me the crazy girl. I am indeed crazy. I'm crazy to have listened to you, mad bastard. If not for the nagging of her teacher, she would have long ago applied to return to the waking world, thus challenging the first nightmare and becoming an awakened. But no. He just had to insist that his student could only awaken naturally, without becoming infected by the nightmare spell. And young and naive as she had been, she actually believed in his nonsense. Years had already passed, and yet she was still a mundane human. Granted, she could somewhat feel her essence now, which supposedly was the hardest step. Still, her teacher was without a doubt a brazen scam artist. Damn you, you damned ghost, or vampire, or whatever the hell you are. As she was thinking that, a quiet voice suddenly resounded from behind her. Rain was startled, but remembering her training, remained absolutely motionless despite that. She didn't have to turn around to know that it was her shadow talking. It said, "You wouldn't be thinking something strange about me again, would you?" Stoneworms had very bad hearing, but could feel the smallest vibration spreading through the ground. She coughed quietly, then answered in a whisper. "What? Of course not, respected teacher. Your pupil would never dare do something that disloyal." The quiet voice responded dubiously. "Really? Well, good. You should hurry up, though. The wind is changing." Rain uttered a stifled curse and slowly rose to one knee. It was time to kill another dormant monster. How many have I killed already? It was time to kill another dormant monster. How many have I killed already? More than any sleeper she knew, certainly. And more than many young awakened in Ravenheart as well, despite being mundane. But she still had to be extremely cautious. She couldn't allow a single mistake. It was just like how her teacher always said. One mistake was all it took to turn into a corpse, and becoming a corpse in Ravenheart was just too creepy. Granted, teacher would probably save her if something happened. Probably. Right? Chapter 1, 1625. Undergeared Rain rose to one knee in one smooth motion and raised her bow. Flakes of ash rained from it like black snow, dancing gracefully in the wind. In one heartbeat, she took out an arrow from her quiver and knocked it on the string. Another heartbeat, and she strained her muscles to draw the bow. The composite alloy resisted her pull, but swiftly surrendered to her strength and perfect form, both of which were the result of arduous training and countless hours of practice. Her bow was not a fancy memory weapon. It was quite mundane, made from alloy and filament, more powerful than such weapons used to be, but nowhere near its enchanted counterparts. It was not a compound bow either. More than that, even as far as recurve bows went, hers was on the weaker side. But there was nothing Rain could do about it. There were alloy bows of monstrous power out there, but they were meant to be used by the awakened. With her pitiful mundane strength, she wouldn't even be able to draw one, let alone do so swiftly and reliably. As for compound bows, while they offered increased draw weight and other advantages, that was only good on paper. In reality, there was more to a weapon than its power. How reliable was it? Was it easy to carry? Would it endure the wilds? Could it be cared for and maintained in harsh conditions? And so on. Awakened did not have to think about such things, but Rain did, and thanks to her teacher, she had learned all about these matters. Each piece of her equipment was picked out thoughtfully. Yeah, not at all because I simply can't use anything better. The inner layer of Rain's kit consisted of a military bodysuit, the kind the soldiers of the evacuation army had used in Antarctica. It could repair itself and regulate the temperature of her body, which was a necessity here in Ravenheart, where lethal cold and blistering heat somehow coexisted in appalling harmony. Granted, the self-repair function of the bodysuit was practically exhausted after years of extensive use, and she had had to patch it up by hand on several occasions. Her teacher was weirdly good with thread and needle, for some reason, imparting that knowledge onto his reluctant student. She wore leather pants on top of the bodysuit, made from the hide of an awakened beast, as well as knee-high boots of the same material. The rest of her clothes consisted of a perfectly mundane Henley wool vest and a military jacket with a manually reinforced lining. There were a few pieces of armor supplementing her modest ensemble as well. Alloy bracers and shin guards, a leather chest guard, and a jointed shoulder guard. The mundane armor was not nearly enough to protect her from the claws of nightmare creatures, but it was better than nothing. It could protect her from a glancing blow or two at least. Wearing anything heavier would have just slowed her down without providing much additional protection. Rain was also wearing leather gloves, while her long winter coat was currently folded and hidden inside her pack. Needless to say, she felt bitter envy every time she saw young awakened gallivanting in suits of shiny enchanted armor. They didn't even need to wash their memories, let alone repair them by hand. Not to mention the fact that their armor was much more durable. Focus. The stone worm was almost 100 meters away. The ash was raining from the sky, making its figure vague and blurry. At least it was easy to tell the direction and strength of the wind. Hitting a target from such a distance was not an easy feat, but well within Rain's capability. However, she wasn't sure that she would be able to kill the abomination with one arrow. Her arrows were more potent than her bow. True, the arrowheads had been made from the fangs of an awakened beast, and were quite deadly as a result. But the stone worms did not have an easily exploited vulnerability. There was no spot she could hit to bring the monster down immediately. The vile things were also terribly fast, despite spending most of their lives underground. It would take the stone worm a couple of seconds, 3 at most, to cover the 100 meters separating them, and another moment to rip her to shreds. It had already noticed her, too. Be calm. It was like her teacher always said, and don't you dare die, or I will kill you myself. As a respectful and dutiful pupil, Rain had no choice but to obey her teacher. She held her breath and took aim. Time slowed down to a crawl. Rain moved her bow slightly, accounting for the wind, and then relaxed her fingers, allowing them to slide off the string. Relieved from terrible tension, her alloy bow propelled the arrow forward with dire force. The string struck against her chest guard like a whip. The falling ash swirled, disturbed by the violent turbulence. 100 meters away, the stoneworm toppled to the ground in a mess of long libs. The arrow had dove into its circular maw, piercing the creature's brain. Sadly, stoneworms had several independent brains. Before Rain had time to blink, the abomination rolled on the ground and shot toward her like a revolting flesh torpedo. It covered half of the distance between them in what felt like a split second. A cloud of ash rose into the air in its wake, spreading outward like a wave of boiling darkness. Before it could cover the remaining distance, though, a second arrow struck it. It had only taken Rain that long to draw her bow again, adjust her aim, and let the arrow fly. Even though hitting a moving target was endlessly more difficult, let alone such a fast one, the second arrow unerringly penetrated the creature's maw den. This time, it went in at a shallow angle, hitting the stoneworm's spine. The abomination stumbled, but continued barreling toward Rain. She blinked. Crap. Chapter 1626, The Incredible Adventures and Astonishing Deeds of Heroic Dreamer. Wait, who? What was his name? Abridged, Volume 7. Dropping the bow, she hurriedly picked up a long javelin that had been laying under the ash. Rain's weapon of choice was a bow. However, that did not mean that she was only versed in using a bow. Her teacher insisted that a ranged weapon was only good if one could keep the enemy at range, and in the dream realm, not even saints could guarantee something like that. Therefore, she was proficient not only with ranged weapons, but also with a wide range of weapons. Rain was nothing if not resourceful. By the time she grabbed the javelin and jumped to her feet, the stone worm was almost upon her. With fetid blood spilling from its torn maw, the horrid creature raised its front limbs to slice her into pieces, and suddenly disappeared from view. The pit Rain had dug up and covered with branches might not have been deep, but it was perfectly placed to stop the charge of a mindless monster. There was a great benefit in being able to handle a multitude of weapons, but there was an even greater benefit in always being prepared. Her teacher had hammered that simple principle into her head a long time ago. Before the stone worm could recover from suddenly dropping through the ash, the heavy javelin struck it with all the force she could muster. Its white scales were broken by the wide spearhead, and the abominable monster let out a piercing screech. Rain paled a little and finally drew her sword. The enemy was severely wounded, but it was not dead yet. A mess of hideous flesh and thin limbs staggered out of the pit, only to be met by the blade of the tachi. Rain severed the front limbs of the sluggish monster, then delivered a ruthless slash across its scaly neck, putting a gash into it. A few more precise strikes and well-timed dodges, and the abomination finally grew motionless. Only half of its vile body managed to crawl out of the shallow pit, and was now laying on the ash. Rain slumped and grabbed her knees, panting heavily. She could feel a trickle of foreign essence seeping into her soul, and a river of adrenaline coursing through her blood. Damn it. Then a voice resounded from behind her. You have slain a dormant monster, stone worm. Your shadow grows stronger. Turning around, she threw a dark look at her teacher, who had finally deigned to crawl out of her shadow in all his shameless splendor. What the hell are you on about? The young man who was standing behind her, wearing light armor woven out of dark silk, looked away in embarrassment. Ah, that. Don't mind me. Just something I used to hear often. Rain took a deep breath and turned away with a stoic expression on her pale but beautiful face. I am definitely going to kill him, one day. Was it possible to kill a ghost? Rain's teacher was a strange existence. Usually he resided in her shadow, only showing up when no one else was around. At first, she thought that she had gone insane and was hallucinating, but after spending some time with the mysterious apparition, Rain slowly realized that it was real. And not only that, but also immensely powerful. Luckily, the apparition was mostly benevolent and did not seem to harbor any ill will toward her. On the contrary, he treated Rain with something that resembled familial affection. It was almost as if he was the spirit of her distant ancestor. She did not think that her family had such an ancestor, though. But then again, Rain was adopted and didn't know much about her biological parents. So, it might have been possible that there was an eccentric, dark deity in her family tree. Her teacher did, indeed, look a little bit like her. A much more glamorous, handsome, and male version of her, to be precise, even if he was on the shorter side. In any case, her teacher, who called himself Shadow, was a strange being. When he emerged from her shadow, he looked like a young man with flawless alabaster skin, raven black hair, and beautiful eyes that resembled two pieces of glistening onyx. His exquisite appearance was perfectly human, if a bit too sublime. That said, her teacher did not have a shadow of his own. He also avoided mirrors like a plague, to the point that she was prohibited from having any in her vicinity. So, although Rain couldn't confirm it, she suspected that he did not have a reflection either, which led her to believe that her teacher was a vampire. He wasn't afraid of sunlight, though, and did not seem interested in drinking her blood. Or any blood, for that matter. In short, even after spending 4 years in the company of her teacher, Rain still had no idea what he was. Any attempt to ask him questions about his identity resulted in nonsensical answers that simply couldn't be taken seriously. Like, "Teacher, please tell me, who are you? Really? Haven't I told you already? Gods, how many times do I have to repeat it? I am your long-lost brother." I'm pretty sure I would remember having an older brother. You would assume so, wouldn't you? But you see, after I killed the evil version of myself and reached the estuary of the River of Time, which flows inside the Great Pyramid that a dreadful demon had built from the blood and flesh of an unholy titan, I was attacked by a vile, odious, very nasty, no-good bird and had my fate stolen. So no one in the world remembers me. Oh, but before that I was very famous. Not only was I famous, but even my secret alter ego was famous. World-renowned, even. I was a war hero, too, and extremely wealthy. In fact, do you know Princess Nephis, changing star of the immortal Flame Clan? I was practically her boyfriend. Or, "Teacher, can I ask you a question? How old are you, exactly?" You certainly can. That's a complicated question. One might say that I am a few years older than you. But at the same time, this incarnation of me has only been born about 4 years ago. Oh, but actually, I guess I'm thousands of years old. I've just forgotten most of it after my cursed magical sword rebelled against me, and I had to destroy it, as well as my memories. Cursed magical sword? How did you destroy it? Well, I just told it to be gone. And it was gone. Your teacher is that awesome. Or, "Teacher, tell me the truth. You're not an evil god, are you?" Of course not. Really? Sure. I mean, the blood of an ancient demon does flow in my veins, and I did devour the alabaster phalanx of a nebulous deity after being cast down into the darkness of a bottomless abyss. And technically, I'm indeed the master of a lightless fragment that was torn from a divine realm. But, an evil god? Preposterous. I see. I mean, I am a demigod, at best. In short, after a while, Rain had stopped asking questions. She felt that, even if she had not gone mad yet, she definitely would if she continued. So she just lived her life and endured the harsh training, as well as the odd and eerie quirks of her mysterious teacher. Despite blaming him for not getting a chance to challenge the first nightmare, Rain knew that his guidance had saved her life on numerous occasions. She had grown much stronger and more capable under his mentorship, too. After a while, she had grown accustomed to his company and even found comfort in it. Not right now, though. Right now, she was seriously considering exorcising him. Hey, Rain, why are you spacing out? She flinched and looked at her teacher, feeling slightly embarrassed. He shook his head. Go on, harvest that stoneworm before the queen takes it. Rain stared at the revolting corpse of the dead abomination, sighed, and jumped down into the pit. Pulling a sharp hunting knife from the sheath attached to the small of her back, she grimaced and got to work, mumbling, Before the queen takes it? Ha! Why would she take a measly stoneworm? As if she has need of such a weak and ugly servant. Chapter 1627. Hunting Spoils. Despite the fact that Rain's clash with the stoneworm had only lasted a dozen seconds, she was tired. Not only because she had tracked the creature down for a long time first, spending hours to prepare the ambush, but also because those few seconds of absolute mental concentration and daunting physical exertion took a lot out of her. That was how it went every time. If a mundane human wanted to face a nightmare creature, anything less than giving it your all, and then some, meant death. Not that there were a lot of mundanes going out of their way to fight abominations. Not a lot of those who lived to tell the tale, at least. In that sense, Rain was an anomaly. Sadly, the harsh physical demands of the hunt were not over after her prey was dead. Grimacing, Rain gripped her sharp hunting knife and went about dressing the stoneworm. Its flesh was wiry and tough. Its scales were even tougher. Even with her knife having been forged from mystical steel, it took all of Rain's strength to rend the dead abomination, especially because she didn't want to become drenched in its blood, not only because that would have been icky, but also because the stench of blood could attract other nightmare creatures. Curse it. Curse it all. She worked up a sweat, eventually taking off her jacket and vest and rolling up the sleeves of her Henley. The ash continued to rain from the sky, smearing her ivory skin like black ink. Her teacher, meanwhile, sat comfortably on a rock and observed her with a content expression, not even trying to help. Bastard. Cursing again? Rain. A proper young lady should act with modesty, poise, and decorum. Ah, you were such a well-mannered girl when we met. Where did you even pick up these bad habits? Who taught you such foul language? Tell me and I'll beat the crap out of the damn bastard. She paused for a moment, glared at him, and then returned to her work without saying a word. Stop pouting. I'm not pouting. Rain collected the abomination's sharp fangs. Those could be used to fashion arrowheads, then moved to its limbs and separated the stone-like blades from the joints. The blades could be sold in Ravenheart for a good price or bartered for other materials. However, the true treasure was the hide of the stoneworm. Although it was merely a dormant monster, the scales of these creatures were lightweight and tough. The awakened who had not earned a good armor-type memory, yet often used them to fashion scale mail. Those with plenty of coins could afford something better, of course, but there were many of those who couldn't. And when the latter got in trouble, their armor needed to be mended with even more scales. Therefore, there was always demand for stoneworms' hides. Rain herself had worn such a scale mail armor at one point, but after hunting an awakened beast, she switched to equipment made from its leather. So she could earn a pretty penny by selling this hide. It was just that harvesting it was a tough and dirty process. She arduously separated the hide from the flesh of the monster, cleaned it the best she could, and rolled it into a hefty sack. Tying the sack with rope, she grimaced and rubbed it with ash to get rid of the smell. Then she retrieved her 2 arrows. After studying them for a few moments, Rain sighed. One could be repaired, but the other was unsalvageable. Her arsenal of arrows was growing dangerously poor. There were plenty of them in the quiver, but only a few of those made from the fangs of the awakened beast remained. She cleaned the intact arrow and put it aside. Finally, for the most important part, fishing out 2 gleaming crystals from the remains of the stoneworm, Rain looked at her teacher and smiled. Shall I? He raised his white hands and applauded her quietly. Go ahead. Good kill. Rain pushed what remained of the hideous carcass into the pit with her foot, then knelt and placed the crystals on a flat rock. She often saw awakened crush soul shards in their fists, but her mundane hands bruised terribly if she tried. So, instead, she simply brought the butt of her knife down on them. The crystals shattered, and she felt an almost imperceptible amount of foreign essence trickle into her soul. It was a strange sensation, and one she had only become able to perceive recently. Her teacher seemed satisfied, and she was too. "Teacher, how long do you think it will be before one can attempt forming a soul core?" He studied her for a few moments, then smiled. "Soon. You can already sense and control your essence, so it won't be long before it awakens." However, a soft sigh escaped from his lips. "Something tells me that it is not soon enough. So we'll need to hurry up. You have to hunt another awakened abomination. A strong one as well." Rain shivered, remembering the last time she faced an awakened nightmare creature. That clash had almost cost her life. Had that th been strong in her teacher's eyes? She gave him a long look. "You know that we can simply buy an awakened soul shard or few. It will be expensive, sure, but my parents can help." "Wait, actually, why do we need to buy them? Teacher, you're so great and awesome. Just do your thing. Tell a bunch of powerful abominations to be gone, and let me collect the shards." He stared at her dubiously and coughed. "Well, sure, you're right. Your teacher is awesome. I can kill the abominations for you." Rain's eyes gleamed. "Really?" But he was not done talking. "And while I'm at it, why don't I awaken for you as well? Should I also feed you from a spoon, like a little baby?" He scoffed. "Let me tell you, a baby I knew transcended before learning how to walk, and he didn't even have me as a teacher. Come to think of it, what's your excuse?" "Huh? What do you have to say for yourself?" Rain glared at him hatefully, then looked away. "Forget I said anything." She cleaned her weapons, sheathed her knife, and fastened the rolled hide of the stone worm to her pack. Finally ready to depart, Rain hoisted the on her shoulders and started to walk. It was time to head back to Ravenheart. Chapter 1, 1628. Weary Pilgrim Rain made a point of using light equipment, and yet she carried considerable weight. There were her clothes and armor, her bow, a quiver of arrows, the javelin she used, her sword, the hunting knife attached to her belt, and another knife hidden in her boot. There was also plenty of stuff in her pack and attached to her pack, everything she needed to hunt and survive in the wilderness. It would have been nice to simply summon and dismiss all these things when she needed them. But alas, Rain couldn't use memories. She couldn't even really use the memories that someone else had summoned and handed to her, because her soul did not have a core, and she was not a carrier of the nightmare spell. Weighed down by the additional burden of the stone worm's hide and fangs, Rain felt miserable. It didn't help at all that Ravenheart was situated in the mountains. She was currently at the bottom of a deep gorge, not too far from the relatively flat area at the foot of the mountain chain where the farms feeding the city were located. There was a long and tough climb ahead of her. Using the javelin as a staff, Rain slowly made her way out of the gorge. Luckily, she was in good shape. Amazing shape, really. Her lithe and resilient body had been tempered by years of relentless training, and was pretty much at the very limit of what mundane humans could achieve. In the past, Rain had trained extensively with private tutors. She had thought that her physical condition was stellar back then. She had known nothing. Under her teacher's harsh and prudent guidance, her physical state entered an entirely new territory. Her youthful body was strong, tenacious, and as nimble as that of a cat. Even the most elite athletes would have been rattled and green with envy if they witnessed what she was capable of. Not that it mattered. Any awakened could still blow her away with one half-hearted slap. Ah, whatever. Sometimes Rain was angry at her teacher for prohibiting her from challenging the first nightmare, but at the same time she was thankful to him not for her own sake but on behalf of her parents. They had already lost one child to the nightmare spell. If she was alone, Rain would have gladly risked her life for the chance of becoming an awakened. but she could not bear the thought of putting her mom and dad through that suffering again. So, her teacher's promise to help her awaken without having to challenge a nightmare was like a glimmer of light in a sea of darkness. In any case, even though climbing mountains in terrible weather while carrying a heavy load was hard and miserable, she had long grown accustomed to it. As Rain ascended higher and higher, her teacher walked side by side with her, going over the events of the hunt. She had performed well and managed to kill the stoneworm without sustaining any injuries, but there were still things that could have been done better, and things that could have been done differently. Maybe I shouldn't sell the blades we harvested from the stoneworm. Next time I can place them at the bottom of the pit like spikes. That's a good idea, but don't rely on traps too much. This time the bastard ran straight, but next time you might not get so lucky. What were you going to do if the worm bypassed your pit? Retreat to lure him into the second pit, of course. And anyway, was it really luck? I investigated the slope and found the wormholes, chose an ambush spot, and dug pits between the former and the latter. Beasts are stupid, so the enemy would have gone after me using the shortest path. Sure, it turned out to be a monster. A bit smarter, but still pretty dumb. What do you think luck is, brat? Luck is not something that just happens to you. It's something that you make happen. Believe me, I would know. I used to be the luckiest person in the world. Unluckiest, too. Soon, Rain climbed high enough to escape the raining ash. The scorching heat was replaced by merciless cold, and the black soot was replaced by pristine snow. A strong wind rose, chilling her to the bone and almost tossing her off the slope. Cursing, Rain shivered and hurriedly took her coat out of the pack, wrapping herself in its warmth and pulling the fur hood down. The coat, too, was fashioned from the hide of the awakened beast she had hunted, so it was enough to protect her from the fatal cold of the mountains. Buttoning up the tall collar to shield her face, she lifted the pack and turned to look at her teacher. He was standing a few meters away, wearing nothing but his light armor. Nevertheless, he was not showing any sign of being bothered by the cold, which only went further to solidify Rain's conviction that her teacher was some kind of unholy wraith. His gaze was strangely solemn. Turning to look in the same direction, she suddenly noticed a dark silhouette slowly moving through the snowstorm. Rain tensed for a moment, but then relaxed, noticing that it was a human. A moment later, the strong wind died down, and the blizzard ended just as suddenly as it had begun. She waved a hand and headed toward the stranger. "Hey, are you lost?" However, her hand froze in the air. Something was wrong. Why hadn't her teacher disappeared into the shadows? He never showed himself when other people were around. Her javelin was already rising when she finally got a good look at the approaching stranger. It was a young woman, 3 or 4 years younger than herself. A teenager, really. Just like her teacher, she was only wearing a suit of light armor, which was torn and turned dark with frozen blood. Her skin was so pale that it looked blue, like that of a corpse, and her steps were slow and clumsy. Her eyes were like frosty glass, devoid of any light, and her face was like a mask carved out of ice. She was dead. "Don't disturb her." Her teacher's voice was glum. Rain grew quiet, lowering her javelin, and then took a step back to let the dead girl pass. A tiny sigh escaped from her lips. The closer the walking corpse drew, the better she could see the terrible wounds covering her frigid body. Eventually, unable to look, Rain turned away and furtively rubbed her eyes. The dead girl walked past them without showing any reaction, her bruised, pale face motionless, and slowly disappeared into the swirling snow. A few moments later, the wind erased her footprints, as if she had never existed. Rain and her teacher were left alone on the snowy slope. She sighed. The winter solstice had just passed recently. Is she one of this year's sleepers?" He nodded. "She must have died on the way to a citadel, so the queen took her." Rain remained silent for a while, then sighed again. Queen Song held authority over death, so anything that died in her domain was taken by her. It wasn't rare to see the dead pilgrims walking through the snow. For some, the journey was long. For some, the journey was short. After reaching Ravenheart, they entered the ice caves under the palace and became the queen's servants. Queen Song was the queen of the living, but she was also the queen of the dead. That was why people in the sword domain derisively called her the Queen of Worms. That nickname was preposterous, of course. There were no worms in the ice halls, where the cold was so terrible that only the dead could survive. Rain stared in the direction where the taken girl had disappeared, considering if she should follow her. Following a pilgrim was safer, because nightmare creatures tended to avoid them, but in the end, she decided to continue on her way. Seeing the dead girl was just too unnerving, because the perished sleeper reminded Rain of her own insolent aspirations to become a carrier of the nightmare spell against her teacher's wishes, if she had. Would she have ended up walking frozen through the snow, too? Chapter 1, 629, Roads to the Future. Eventually, Rain reached one of the roads leading from the lowlands to the city. These mountain roads had been in use from before the chain of nightmares. It was hard to remember now after the population of Ravenheart exploded to many millions, but it had been a great citadel even prior to that. The roads leading to the Great Bridge and the beautiful palace beyond it were actually thousands of years old. Granted, they had been in a state of desolation and disrepair when the Song clan made the ancient citadel their home. The awakened of the Great Legacy clan had restored them to their former glory, and the whole network was further expanded to account for the increased traffic in the past 4 years. Now, heavily protected road crews were far away from the citadel, building safe highways to other cities within the Song domain. Many awakened with utility aspects were participating in the construction, and many warriors were employed to defend the moving builder camps from the roving nightmare creatures. Rain had even tried to get hired for one of the crews, but no one wanted to employ a mundane fighter. The best they could do was remain polite and not laugh in her face. She couldn't really blame them. In any case, now that she had reached the wide and well-maintained road, the rest of the ascent would become much easier. There was probably a metaphor about the unnecessary hardships of walking the untrodden path somewhere in there, but Rain wasn't going to start complaining to her teacher again. He had retreated into her shadow anyway, unwilling to be seen by other people. Rain rested for a bit, quenched her thirst from a military canteen, and continued on her way. There were many people on the road, workers descending into the lowlands or returning from their shifts, Song warriors on patrols, caravans loaded with heavy cargo. Life was thriving, and the young city was boiling with activity. Rain had grown up in the vast human jungle of NQSC, so Ravenheart did not seem that large in comparison. However, it somehow felt much more vibrant. Its atmosphere was entirely different, as though everyone here was looking forward to the future, instead of trying not to think about it while being afraid of the past. 4 years ago, she did not understand the decision her parents had made to relocate the whole family, including her younger siblings, into the Dream Realm. Sure, her father had been offered a new position as one of the government liaisons in the Song domain, which was technically a big promotion. But was it worth it to uproot the family, abandon the safety and modern convenience of NQSC, and tie the lives of their children to the Dream Realm? Returning to the waking world or leaving the domain meant being sent into the first nightmare after all. No matter how well prepared you were, it was a deadly gamble. When Rain asked her parents why they wanted to move to Ravenheart, her father had answered simply, "Because that is where the future is." Now she thought she understood what he had meant. The future of humanity was indeed here. Currently, the waking world was incomparably more populous and developed than the Dream Realm, but in a generation or two their positions would be reversed. Eventually, the dying birthplace of humanity might even be entirely abandoned, making this harsh and dreadful world their only home. And those who had left the cradle early would have an advantage in that future. So, the decision her parents had made was ultimately for the sake of Rain and her siblings. It was all to give them a head start. If humanity can even survive in the Dream Realm, which was not a given, despite the power of the two sovereigns. She sighed and stepped aside to let a heavy wagon roll past her. Some of these wagons were being pulled by awakened, who were much stronger and more resilient than any beast of burden could be, while some were not. The one rolling past Rain was being pulled by a nightmare creature. A hideous beast that resembled a nightmarish fusion of a carnivorous bull and a horned reptile was attached to a harness, dragging the wagon behind it. There were no draft animals in the dream realm, or any other kind of cattle. However, here in Ravenheart, nightmare creatures were often used to pull wagons, plow the fields, and perform all kinds of labor-intensive or dangerous jobs. It was all thanks to Saint Song Eunbin, better known as Beastmaster. Funnily enough, the most terrifying of Kisong's daughters had also done the most to ease the lives of the citizens of Ravenheart. If not for her, the development of the city, and the Song domain as a whole, would have never been as fast or as explosive. Of course, it was still a bit creepy to be around the subjugated nightmare creatures, and one had to be cautious around them. Even enchanted by Beastmaster, they were dangerous beasts, so each had to be watched over by a trained handler. Looking at the wagon roll away, Rain sighed. Saint Unbin is amazing. Her teacher's voice resounded from the shadows, sounding a bit wistful. Oh, Beastmaster? Well, she's not bad. You know, she once asked me to run away with her. Of course, I refused. Your teacher is not someone who can be swayed by a pretty face. Rain gave her shadow a dubious glance, but kept her remarks to herself. Grimacing, she carried her heavy pack and continued forward. The closer to the city she got, the more crowded the road became. There were more awakened patrolling it too, some even accompanied by echoes. The temperature slowly rose until it was warm enough for her to take off her coat. She even unbuttoned her jacket. By the time the distant cold sun was ready to disappear behind the horizon, Rain finally reached her destination. In front of her, built on the slope of the tall volcano, stood the gates of Ravenheart, Chapter 1, 1630. Ravenheart. From where Rain stood on the slope, she could see most of the city. Ravenheart was separated into 3 distinct districts. The largest by far was sprawled on the dark slope of the fuming volcano, protected from the merciless cold by its heat. This was where millions of mundane humans lived. Their homes were mostly built from black stone, so it seemed as though the entire city was a part of the mountain, intricately carved from its slope by some divine being. The second district was built on the grandiose stone bridge that stretched over a bottomless chasm toward a distant snowy mountain. It was much smaller than the first one, but still rather large. That bridge was home to most of the awakened citizens of Ravenheart, since only they could survive the bitter cold and the strong winds blowing across it. And finally, a sublime palace that seemed to be cut from obsidian glass stood at the opposite end of the great bridge. The palace was visible from anywhere in Ravenheart when the weather was good, its dark and ethereal beauty never failing to take one's breath away. That was where Queen Song and her clan lived, and where the gateway to the waking world was located. The Dream Gate, meanwhile, was located directly opposite the palace, on the slope of the volcano behind the mundane district. Supply shipments and new settlers arrived from it almost every day, lured by the promise of a better life. Rain spent a few moments enjoying the view of the city, then hurried to the gate. She couldn't wait to reach her den and climb under a warm blanket. There were a few familiar faces preparing to leave the city just as she was returning. A group of young awakened were gathered in front of the gate, all clad in enchanted armor and wielding memory weapons. A few of the young men seemed to be paying rapt attention to her. Rain sighed. These guys again. Her teacher didn't say anything, but she could feel an almost palpable scorn radiating from her shadow. One of the young awakened waved at her and smiled. Rain, coming back from a hunt? She lingered, trying to come up with a polite way to avoid a conversation. Sadly, her mind was blank. Eventually, Rain forced out a pale smile. Oh, yeah, I tracked down the nightmare creature that has been harassing one of Theorm's recently. A stone worm, yeah, it's dead. The young man stared at her somewhat intensely, wearing an expression that she struggled to discern. Why does he always stare at me? I'm crazy, I know. No need to make your distaste so obvious. To add insult to injury, the guy was very handsome, like all awakened were. He used to be one of the mundane humans that had relocated to Ravenheart, like her, but challenged the first nightmare last year. Being more or less the same age, they had known each other before. A little. But now there was a great divide between their status and social standing. Is there something on my face? The young awakened coughed and awkwardly looked away. No. Ah, we are just leaving to patrol. Anyway, good to see you. Oh, is that a stone worm hide? I was actually hoping to purchase some scales. Do you want to meet tomorrow, maybe? I have some spare coin to spend. Rain gave him a strange look. The guy was clearly wearing a full suit of enchanted armor. From the look of it, it was an awakened memory, and of a high tier at that. Why the hell would he need stone worm scales? He noticed her expression and coughed again. Ah, it's for a friend of mine. A friend. Weirdo. Rain shrugged. Aren't you going on a patrol? You won't be back for at least a week. Sorry, I don't want my house to reek like a slaughterhouse, so I'll sell the hide tomorrow on the market. The young men blinked. Oh, right. She shook her head, nodded at him, and walked away. As Rain was leaving, though, she heard the awakened whispering among each other. Huh? Who was that? Why is she wearing trash? Does she have no memories? You don't know? That's crazy Rain. She's a mundane girl who goes around hunting nightmare creatures. What? No way. It's true. You only awakened this year, so you don't know. She's infamous here in Ravenheart, actually. Some say that she has killed more abominations than all of us combined. No one knows why she's still alive. But she is. Damn. Too bad she's a lunatic. Both of you shut up. Yeah, shut up. And don't her a lunatic. She might hear. Rain walked away, leaving the annoying whispers behind. Passing through the city gates, she pursed her lips and complained to her teacher. Why do those guys always stare at me and try to stir up trouble? Can't they just leave me alone? Her teacher answered in an incredulous tone. You don't know? Rain raised an eyebrow. Know what? There was a long pause, and then her teacher chuckled. They stare at you because you're pretty. There's no one prettier than my little sister. She couldn't help but burst into laughter, making a few people give her strange looks. Right. Perhaps talking to myself in the middle of the street is not the best idea, especially considering that they already think I'm crazy. Rain shook her head derisively. Who, me? There are thousands of female awakened in Ravenheart, and each of them is prettier than me. I doubt an awakened guy would ever give me a second look. Of course, she knew that she was not too bad, really, appearance-wise, by mundane standards. But the effect of the awakening on one's body was simply too great. Ah, they all have such smooth and silky skin, and no calluses. A weathered brute like me cannot compete. Her teacher scoffed quietly in the shadows. Gods, how dense are you, girl? He remained silent for a few moments, and then suddenly gasped. Wait, eye candy calf. There was another long pause, and then a dejected sigh. We are definitely siblings. Chapter the 1631, Hidden Menace. The outer wall of the mundane district was thick and tall. Rain passed through the gateway, still thinking about what her teacher had said. Pretty? I'm pretty. He was teasing me, right? That scoundrel. Maybe if he allowed me to have a mirror at home, I wouldn't have had to ask. Her thoughts were interrupted by an awakened warrior who suddenly appeared in her way. His equipment was visibly more potent than that of the young men and women whom she had met outside, and his face was much more mature. Unlike those inexperienced greenhorns, he was a true warrior of song. This way, please. Rain obediently followed the awakened to the side, where a cohort of veterans like him was keeping a watchful eye on everyone entering the city. They were led by a stunningly beautiful woman wearing an enchanted robe of fine, wine-colored silk. A master. There was no sign of Rain's teacher, as if he had dove deeper into the shadows. She approached the beautiful woman and bowed respectfully. The Ascended smiled. "Oh, it's you, little sister. Rain, was it? Please don't move." A torrent of ethereal sparks swirled around her hand, and a red flower appeared on her palm. Its dark petals seemed to be glistening with dew, and it emanated a pleasant fragrance. The woman raised her hand, as if offering the flower to Rain. Of course, Rain did not take it. Instead, she froze and looked at the crimson blossom solemnly. A few moments passed in tense silence, then a few more. She glanced at the beautiful master. The woman was still smiling, but her eyes were cold and full of dark. Something. Murder math. That's what her teacher called it. Rain remembered the strange term well, because he often lamented the fact that she seemed to lack that cold quality, whatever it was. In any case, the powerful Ascended was calmly calculating how to kill her, should the need arise. It was more than a little bit unnerving. Luckily, nothing of the sort ended up happening. A dozen seconds later, the Ascended's smile finally reached her eyes. Moving her hand, she dismissed the red flower and gestured for Rain to leave. "Welcome back. Have a nice evening." Rain bowed one more time and walked away. Internally, she sighed. The strange meeting was actually not strange at all. It was something that everyone entering Ravenheart or any other citadel in the Song domain, she would imagine, had to go through. The Sword domain had their own version of the ritual, and there were versions of it in the waking world as well. Its purpose was to prevent the dreadful Bane, Skinwalker, from infiltrating more human settlements. Although all other abominable things that had invaded the waking world during the Chain of Nightmare were either slain or remained in Antarctica, Skinwalker was different. It had entered the siege capitals by pretending to be human before the dream gates were even opened. Once there, Skinwalker spread like a curse. There were little details about how it had been stopped, but Rain heard that the government forces led by Wake of Ruin and the great clans had joined forces to eradicate the creature. The sovereigns emerged, and Lady Nephis returned from the third nightmare with 5 other saints just in time. Eventually, they managed to prevent Skinwalker from spreading to the rest of the quadrants. But they had not managed to destroy it completely. Today, Skinwalker was like a nightmare that haunted all of humanity. Its vessels were somewhere out there, in the shadows, hiding in the vast reaches of the dream realm, or in the poisonous wilds of the waking world. Worst of all, the creature had learned and adapted, its act becoming almost indistinguishable from normal humans. Several citadels had already fallen after being infiltrated by Skinwalker, and if rumors were true, several cities in the eastern quadrant had as well. That was why there were new security measures everywhere humans lived, aimed at preventing similar tragedies from happening again. Apart from the appearance of the Dream Gates and the great wave of colonization that followed, the existence of Skinwalker had caused the single most significant change, perhaps, in how humans lived after the Chain of Nightmares. So, Rain didn't mind being checked while entering Ravenheart. If she had indeed been taken by the harrowing fiend, the flower the beautiful master summoned would have wilted, alerting her to the presence of a pretender. There was one thing she did not quite understand, though. Once Rain walked far enough from the gate, she whispered, "Teacher, can I ask you a question?" The answer came almost immediately. "You sure can." She lingered for a moment. What would they have done if I was truly a vessel of Skinwalker? A cohort of awakened and a single master. No matter how powerful she is, a great nightmare creature can wipe them out in seconds. They would have stood no chance. This time there was a longer pause before her teacher answered. "Have you noticed a bronze mirror installed on the wall behind them?" Rain nodded. "Sure. There are mirrors like that everywhere in Ravenheart." He sighed. "They would have asked the mirror to help. That is already more than you should know, so don't ask anything else." Rain couldn't help but throw a startled glance at her shadow. They would have asked the mirror to help? "Don't tell me," Did her teacher's irrational fear of mirrors have an actual reason behind it? Unsure what to think, Rain dove into the bustling labyrinth of Ravenheart streets. Since the mundane district was sprawled on the slope of the volcano, it was divided into many vertical levels, not unlike the terrace neighborhood in NQSC where she had grown up. Granted, the terraces that had been carved on the black slope were of a much greater scale, supporting numerous buildings and housing millions of people. The lower levels were where most of the work took place, while the higher levels were mostly residential. Additionally, the more affluent neighborhoods were situated closer to the Great Bridge, while the poorer ones were situated further from it. Rain's parents lived in one of the former, while her own den was in one of the latter. Actually, it was not too far from the city gate, which felt like a blessing today. Dead tired, Rain found her way home, unlocked the door, and finally dropped the heavy pack. A few minutes later, she crawled under her warm fur blanket and closed her eyes. The moment her head hit the pillow, all thoughts disappeared from it. Rain yawned, curled into a ball, and said drowsily, "Good night, teacher." He responded a moment later, "You too, sleep tight." Her teacher's familiar voice was like a lullaby. Knowing that he would protect her if anything happened at night, Rain allowed herself to relax and comfortably fell into the embrace of sleep. 1632. New developments. Rain was woken up by the delicious smell of breakfast. She spent a few minutes in sweet drowsiness, enjoying the warmth of her bed and the softness of her pillow, then yawned and sat up. Immediately after, she winced. Ouch! Her whole body was sore, which was not at all unfamiliar, but still unpleasant. The rigors of hunting nightmare creatures were not something a mundane body could handle easily, so she needed a few days of rest to recover from the fatigue. Unlike the awakened, who could bounce back from straining themselves to the extreme in a matter of hours. Whimpering pitifully, Rain climbed from under the furs and performed a few simple stretching exercises. When her stiff muscles relaxed a little, she sighed, and finally went to the makeshift kitchen situated at the opposite side of her den, where the tantalizing aroma of freshly cooked food was coming from. Rain's lair consisted of one rather spacious room and a modest bathroom. It was mostly below ground and did not get a lot of light, since the only window was situated near the ceiling. As a result, most of the space was drowning in deep shadows. It was also one of the reasons why the rent was so cheap. Her bed took one of the corners, while the kitchen took another. The largest portion of the room was used for training, and lastly, the whole part near the entrance was meant for storing hunting spoils. The workbench where she mended her belongings and crafted new equipment was also there, littered with various tools, materials, and feathers for fletching arrows. It was a bit messy and a bit too Spartan. Few people would have wanted to live in a place like that, and Rain wasn't really living here either. Her time was usually divided equally between the den and her much more comfortable family home. Staying with her parents was nicer, but having a place of her own also felt good, not to mention provided endless convenience. She wouldn't want her mom and dad to faint every time she came back to Ravenheart caked in blood and covered in bruises. They were already very disapproving of every decision she had made in the past few years. But what could she do? She couldn't really say that her shadow talked to her, teaching her how to kill nightmare creatures and telling her to do strange things. Rain was already an adult and could make her own decisions now anyway. She was 20. Eat your breakfast before it gets cold, young lady, and don't forget your vegetables. Her teacher's voice made Rain flinch. Pouting slightly, she sat down at the counter and moved the plate closer. Her sour expression did not last, though, swiftly replaced by delight. Rain was very hungry after the hunt. In just a few minutes, all the delicious things her teacher had prepared were gone. Putting the utensils down, Rain said sedately, "Thank you, teacher." He was surprisingly good at cooking, for an evil deity. Rain never saw her teacher eat, but she suspected that he was secretly a gourmet. Was that the reason he had chosen to haunt her? Because she stupidly recommended him as good brand of instant ramen once? A cold voice scoffed from the shadows, sounding a little bashful nevertheless. "What are you thanking me for?" Proper nutrition is also a part of good training. This is actually nothing. Let me tell you, when I was about your age, I was dining on great monsters. After hearing that last part, Rain almost choked on water and glanced at her shadow fearfully. He's joking. He must be joking. Is he joking? She stared at the shadow for a few moments, then hurriedly turned away. Some time later, Rain left her den carrying the hide of the stone worm. She had left most of her weapons behind, but kept the tachi in a scabbard at her belt. No matter how safe the streets of Ravenheart were, she never parted with her sword. There were a few errands Rain had to run. First, she went to the town hall of the mundane district to report the completion of the mission. The stone worm had been harassing the farmers in the lowlands for a few weeks, so there was a reward set by the authorities for its extermination, which Rain now received with a wide smile. There were a lot of tasks and missions issued by the town hall every day. Most issues were handled by the retainers of the royal clan or the servants of one of the vassal clans, but there were always things they didn't have time or numbers to handle promptly. Therefore, anyone could take on a task or two and receive a corresponding reward. The town hall also handled many private missions, so there was never a lack of opportunities for unaffiliated talents. Of course, only Awakened took the combat missions. Unsurprisingly, Rain turned heads every time she came here, and every clerk knew her by name. She had long learned to ignore the stares. After receiving the reward, Rain studied the mission board for a while. She was not in a hurry to take on a new task, but it was a good way to stay informed about what was happening in and around the city. A new road crew? Strange. It seemed that the royal clan was assembling a new road construction crew, but its scale seemed much greater than all the previous ones. The pay was also much higher, which made the offer extremely alluring. However, it seemed like hazard pay. The description implied a higher than usual danger level of the new job. Strangely enough, there was no mention of what region of the dream realm the new road was meant to connect to. More than that, from what Rain knew, there were already crews building roads to all neighboring citadels. So, where would this new one lead exactly? In any case, that was none of her business. Rain had no intention of trying to get hired as a worker, and no one would employ her as a guard. Still, a lot of Awakened would probably leave the city once the construction started, so that was something to account for. Deep in thought, she left the town hall and headed to the lower levels of the district, where the largest market was located. Descending a set of steep stairs cut into the dark slope of the volcano, she asked in a confused tone, "Teacher, doesn't that new road crew seem strange? Where are they building a road to?" He remained silent for a while, then laughed quietly. "Strange? No, not at all. As for where they are going, that's simple enough to guess. They are going east." Rain frowned. East. There was nothing much east of Ravenheart, only the death zones. Granted, the sword domain lay beyond them, but that didn't change the fact. What was the point of building a road to a wild and deadly region of the dream realm? Her teacher was not making any sense, which, admittedly, happened quite often. He's just trying to sound smart to cover up his lack of knowledge. How clumsy. Smiling, Rain shook her head and continued descending the stairs. Chapter 1633. Public Sentiment. The market was a large and lively place. Numerous stalls were set up in the open, with more respectable storefronts visible here and there. Almost anything could be bought here, starting with materials harvested from the carcasses of nightmare creatures, and ending with rare items brought over from the waking world via the Dream Gate. Weapons, home appliances, fashionable clothes, crafting tools, whatever one needed, it could probably be found here. Of course, items of true quality were sold in other, more exclusive places. Some of the elite shops were not even situated in the mundane district, so potential customers had to brave the chilling cold of the bridge or send awakened retainers to complete the purchase. Still, most citizens of Ravenheart visited the market when they needed something. Rain knew the place well, and swiftly made her way to the area where the harvested materials were sold. After haggling with a familiar merchant, She sold off the stone worm hide and weighed her coin purse in her hand, full of satisfaction. With this payment and the reward she had received in the town hall, Rain was flush with money. Best of all, she had managed to bring the stone worm down without suffering any wounds, so she didn't even need to hire a healer. Healers were rare and therefore prohibitively expensive. Awakened warriors were the ones habitually sustaining injuries, but they also had a lot of spending power. Rain did not, so most of the money she had made in the past years ended up going toward her medical expenses. But not today. Whistling joyously, she left the market and made her way to one of the many public baths in Ravenheart. Due to the volatile nature of the region, there were numerous hot springs here, and soaking in them had quickly become the favorite pastime of the citizens. If there was such a thing as tourism in the dream realm, the capital of Song would definitely have been a popular destination due to its hot springs. Maybe in the future. Before entering the bathhouse, Rain stopped in a dark alley behind it. A shadow separated from her own and settled in the darkness, then waved casually. Leaving her teacher alone, she proceeded inside to enjoy some privacy. Soon, having taken a shower, Rain submerged her weary body into the hot water and felt the many pains bothering her dissolve in it. There were many mystical minerals in the mountains surrounding Ravenheart, so these springs were supposed to have healing effects. She didn't know how true that statement was exactly, but visiting the baths was definitely both pleasant and reinvigorating. She had mostly come here to clean herself, though. It wouldn't do to come home covered in sweat, grime, and the stench of blood. The cleaner and fresher Rain looked in front of her parents, the less they would worry about her. So she made a habit of visiting a bathhouse after every hunt. Still, it wouldn't harm anyone if she soaked in the hot water a bit more. And maybe a bit more. Maybe a bit more. After all, was she pressed for time? No. As Rain was relaxing with her eyes closed, she couldn't help but hear bits and pieces of conversations that other people were having around her. A woman's voice was tinged with worry as she said, "Have you heard about Valor?" Another answered with confusion. "Huh? Heard what?" "The King of Swords. They say that he was actually replaced by a vessel of Skinwalker all the way back in Antarctica." "Shh, lower your voice. Have you gone crazy to talk about a supreme that way? That can't possibly be true." "I'm telling you it is. I heard it from my sister, who heard it from her neighbor, who heard it from an actual master." "There is no way. But it would explain a lot of things, wouldn't it? The resource shortages we're having. It's all because of those Valor people. It's like they want us to starve. And aren't they a bit strange? Why does everyone in the sword domain treat our queen with such disrespect? That nasty nickname they gave her. That is strange, indeed. If their king is a vessel of that thing, then who knows how many people there have already been taken. Gods, it's so scary. We are lucky to have come to the Song domain. I hope they stay far away from us. But my cousins are in the sword domain. You must tell them to be careful then." Rain shook her head and slid deeper into the water to block out the hushed conversation. Aren't they being ridiculous? Strangely enough, that ridiculous rumor was quite persistent. She had heard some version of it many times already, almost as if someone was spreading it on purpose. On the other hand, some hostility between the two domains was inevitable. They were both still dependent on the waking world after all, which meant that there was a competition for resources, and competition bred resentment, especially when one's livelihood was at stake. Resentment, in turn, bred these kinds of rumors. Plus, a vast majority of mundane humans living in the dream realm had come from Antarctica. They were traumatized and anxious, sometimes letting fear get the better of them. In any case, the public opinion of the sword domain was slowly changing for the worse in Ravenheart. There was nothing like that 4 years ago, but now, such sentiments were not uncommon. Why can't they just be happy that someone else is doing well? Rain threw the two scaredy women out of her heads and tried to enjoy herself in peace. Eventually, she emerged from the bathhouse looking as smooth and pink as a newborn baby. The rugged leather outfit was stuffed into her pack, replaced by much more casual, neat, and tidy civilian clothes. The frightful monster huntress was gone, replaced by an innocent and lovely young woman. If the group of young awakened she had met at the city gate saw her, they would probably not believe their eyes. Feeling a bit strange in her simple dress, Rain put on an ash coat made from light, beautifully embroidered fabric. Pulling down its hood, she went to the dark alley, retrieved her teacher, and headed toward the upper levels of the city. She was going home. Chapter 1. 1634. Scenic View. Rain stopped at a popular bakery and spent a good chunk of her coins on a set of delicious pastries. Her younger siblings were moody teenagers now, but she still liked to pamper them when she got the chance. Or at least try to. Teenagers, sadly, were not easy to pamper. They're probably off to school already. Letting out a sigh, Rain walked along the steep streets of Ravenheart while enjoying the weather. It was on the colder side today, but the air was crisp and clear, not at all like the stale air of NQSC. There was no ash falling from the sky either, so the breathtaking vista of the sprawling, vertical city was not obscured. Across the great stone bridge, a lonely peak pierced the sky, its slopes covered in snow. The beautiful palace of the Queen was hidden by a blizzard, though, so Rain could not enjoy its dark awe and splendor. Her thoughts slowly drifted to the awakened nightmare creature she was meant to find and slay. What class would it be? How long would the preparations take her? What strategies would she employ? And what contingencies should she put in place? Would she even survive that fight? Thinking about that somberly, she ascended rather high. Now, she only had to get closer to the bridge, and she would be home. But before Rain reached the neighborhood where her parents lived, she noticed a crowd of people gathered on one of the scenic observation platforms. She stopped to listen to what they were talking about, curious to find out what the matter was. Their voices sounded excited. "Are you sure that he's coming back today?" "I'm sure. He already delivered the last of this year's sleepers to the cities in the south. There's nothing left for him to do but return." "I'm so excited. I missed the day he departed, so I didn't see." "I saw. I want to see it again, though." Rain tilted her head, confused. Who were they waiting for? Her teacher suddenly mumbled in a subdued tone. "Gods, how is it even worse now?" Did she imagine it, or did his voice sound a little grumpy? Before Rain could ask, though, a swift shadow suddenly streaked across the city. She looked up just in time to see a wondrous creature sailing through the sky. The weather was clear, so she could witness it even from a distance. It was a dragon. A beautiful dragon was flying above Ravenheart. Its somber scales were the color of the midnight sky, and with sparks of sunlight reflecting on them, the great beast was like a fleece of starlit night that moved across the bright heavens. Its wings were open, casting a vast shadow, and it was that shadow that Rain had noticed. A chorus of excited valses washed over her a moment later. "It's him! Night Singer! Nightingale! The Dragon Slayer!" Indeed, the magnificent creature was Saint Kai, the Dragon Slayer. He had arrived a few weeks ago, and then left to search for sleepers scattered across the Song domain during the winter solstice. Now, it seemed, the search was over. Rain watched as the beautiful dragon flew across the great bridge and landed gracefully in front of the obscured palace. Soon, its great body disappeared into the blizzard. She let out a quiet sigh, feeling a strange mix of emotions. Funnily enough, she actually knew Saint Kai. One of her tutors had some kind of relationship with the famous idol, so Saint Kai, although he wasn't even a saint back then, had graciously agreed to give her a few archery lessons. Later, when he transcended and became one of the pillars of the government forces, their paths crossed a couple of times because of her father. Rain's father had nothing to do with battling nightmare creatures, but he was one of the senior government liaisons in Ravenheart. His work was administrative and mostly had to do with logistics, but still, That meant meeting exalted figures quite often. In fact, Rain was familiar with St. Jet that way as well. Come to think of it, wasn't it weird how many famous people she knew? Rain had even spent some time with Lady Changing Star herself. Of course, she was most comfortable with Effie, saint raised by wolves, who for some reason used to live just a couple of houses down the street, back in NQSC. Sadly, the government saints spent most of their time in the waking world, and when they came to the dream realm, each was assigned to a specific region. Effie was far away, in Bastion, so they had not seen each other in a while. The same went for Lady Nephis and Lady Cassia, both of whom had been kind to Rain in the past. Of course, all these renowned people might have been transcendent warriors, but which one of them could claim to be a dark deity? In a sense, the weirdness of knowing her teacher toppled all her other strange acquaintances, combined. In any case, Rain was just that, a passing acquaintance in the lives of these exalted figures. She doubted they really remembered her, let alone had thought about her sometimes. Why would they think about an insignificant, mundane girl? Her teacher, on the other hand, thought about her too much. It was hard to escape his nagging. Maybe I'll meet them again after becoming an awakened. Throwing one last glance into the distance, where the graceful figure of the black dragon had disappeared, Rain turned away and continued on her way home. Soon she reached a pretty 2-story house, opened the door, and walked inside with a bright smile. "Mom! Dad, I'm home." Unknown to Rain, the figure of her teacher lingered outside, staring across the great bridge from the shadows. Just at that moment, the snowstorm subsided, and the beautiful palace of black obsidian revealed itself on the steep mountain slope. Sunny studied its breathtaking beauty for a few moments, and then pursed his lips a little. His gaze was dark. Jade Palace. Being that close to another of Ariel's creations was rather uncomfortable. Of course, it was also one of the reasons he had come to Ravenheart. Chapter 1. 1636. Man-shaped void. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments. The expression on Cassie's face was tense and somber, defiant even, as if she was saying something that she had said many times already, only to be dismissed, or even branded as a lunatic. Sunny knew the feeling. He sighed, then pointed to the nearest table. "Have a seat. I sense that it's going to be a long conversation, so let me make you something to drink." He took a step back and retreated to the kitchen. He could have manifested an avatar instead, but really, Sunny needed a few minutes to collect himself. A man-shaped hole in the world. Indeed, to someone else his absence would have felt like that. It was just that no one was able to remember witnessing the inexplicable void where a man named Sunless used to be. Cassie, however, although she didn't seem to know the solution, she had somehow pieced the problem together. She knew that something was wrong with her, with everyone else, and with the world itself. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not prove it. She couldn't even remember trying to solve the problem. That must have been maddening, not to mention the fact that her ability to perceive the future had suddenly betrayed her, leaving Cassie without another of her senses. The past 4 years must have been rough for her. And yet, selfishly, Sunny was glad. He shamefully felt a warmth in his heart. He wasn't quite remembered, but it felt so good, for his absence to be witnessed by someone, at least. A few minutes later, he emerged from the kitchen with a teapot and a couple cups. Cassie was sitting at one of the tables, waiting. Her exquisitely beautiful face was calm, but he could feel a hint of agitation underneath that facade. Placing a cup in front of her, Sunny poured the tea and sat down. "A man-shaped hole? You might want to explain, Saint Cassia." She took the cup and tilted her head a little. At that moment, Sunny realized that he had made a mistake. In an attempt to hide his rattled state, he had been acting much too calm throughout their conversation. No master would have been that calm in front of Song of the Fallen, let alone while hearing her say such outrageous things. He was suddenly unhappy with himself. What a glaring oversight. Since deceit was his craft, Sunny felt ashamed. Cassie touched the cup and traced its shape with her finger. When she spoke, her voice sounded even calmer than his. Actually, it's not that strange. All of us, the members of Changing Stars cohort, have long realized that something had happened to us in the third nightmare. There are things that don't quite make sense, as if there are gaps in our memory. No, not gaps. It's like parts of our memories are corrupted. Not in the everlasting void kind of way, but rather in a very mundane way, like what happens with old communicators. Sunny stared at her silently. His silence prompted her to continue. However, there were a lot of bizarre things that happened to us in the nightmare, some of them much more so. And because it is almost impossible to remember that there is something that we have forgotten, we simply accepted it as fact and moved on after a while. That is how memory works anyway. People don't remember what they have forgotten, and therefore don't usually realize it. He shifted slightly, noticing something strange about her words. It was indeed impossible to keep any thoughts about his past. People had not only forgotten him, but they couldn't even remember thinking about having forgotten him. That was the insidious part of becoming fateless. And yet, Cassie was perfectly capable of pinpointing the problem. How? Sunny took a breath. But you don't seem to have a problem with being aware of the missing memories? Cassie smiled faintly. Hardly. It is very problematic, in fact, but my aspect is uniquely suited to remembering. My powers, you see, have to do with memories. I have a great level of control over my own memory, which has become much greater than before. I can also collect the memories of other people or even replace and manipulate them. Sunny shivered. What an insidious power it was. It had to be a facet of Cassie's transformation ability then. She had not been capable of these things before. Only Torment was. He couldn't help but wonder if this was the first time they were having this conversation even, or if Cassie had simply erased his memory of meeting her, who knew how many times before. But no, that should not have been the case. Even such a subtle power had to have a limit, and his rank and class would place him beyond that limit. Enough so, at least, for him to at least be aware of having been manipulated. Right? Oblivious to his subtle reaction or pretending not to notice it, Cassie continued. So, you might see how I would be more sensitive to anomalies in my memory. Which was why, unlike the others, I couldn't stop trying to get to the bottom of things, especially because fate itself seemed to be in total chaos. He took a sip of his tea. I'm sorry, but what does fate have to do with any of this? Cassie's smile grew a little wider. Oh, everything. You see, I always wanted to destroy fate, to create a weapon that could cut it. I always wanted to, but strangely enough, I don't recall ever acting on my desire. You must think that I'm a really timid person. Sunny wanted to point out that confessing all these intimate things to a stranger was a bit odd, but decided against it and simply shook his head. Cassie's smile suddenly disappeared. Her tone turned colder as well. But I am not a timid person, Master Sunless. Far from it. So I can't help but think that maybe I have actually succeeded in creating that weapon. It's just that I don't remember it. In any case, I spent years trying to place the missing pieces together and restore my memory. It was a bit of a hardship, to say the least. I failed to achieve my goal, but I did learn something. She took a deep breath. It's that the missing pieces form a person, someone who was there, with us, in the tomb of Ariel, and maybe even earlier than that. A man who has been cut from the world, as if he had never existed, someone who was precious to us, to me. She leaned forward, almost overturning her tea. So, Master Sunless, before she could continue, he asked neutrally, you say that the missing pieces form a person, but why are you so sure that it is a man? It might very well be a woman, no? Cassie remained silent for a moment, then said tensely, Because I think that you are that man. Then she clenched her fists. Are you? Sonny did not answer for a while. Eventually he sighed and answered, his voice even. Yes. Then he took a sip of tea and smiled bitterly. But it doesn't matter if I confirm it. You won't remember anyway. Cassie continued to lean forward. A stunned expression contorted her delicate face for a moment, then disappeared, replaced by momentary confusion and then tense anticipation. So, are you? Sonny turned away, hiding an ugly grimace. There was no point. It was not as if he had not tried to confess his existence to the people he knew before. He had on several occasions. But just like his past, they could not retain the information about his connection to their lost memories of him. His confessions were destined to be forgotten, just like he had been. Funnily enough, he could admit to being Rain's brother, because her neighbor Sonny never had, and the concept of an older brother was thus not connected to her memories of him. He sighed and answered again. Yes, I am. Sonny waited for a moment. After Cassie had forgotten his answer and before she could ask the question again, he interrupted her. Instead of that, do you want to tell me more about that memory you want me to make? Is it a weapon? Chapter 1, 1637, Negative Space. Sonny tried to evade the question a few more times, but it was too important to Cassie. She stubbornly returned to it no matter what he said, forgetting his answers a few moments later. Watching her lost expression was eerie and a little heartbreaking, like talking to someone suffering from dementia. So tell me, are you? Sonny reminded himself to be patient. There were many suitable ways to prevent her from voicing the question. He just needed to find the correct one. Yes, I am, but... Cassie was stunned, then confused, then tense once more. Maybe I should distract her with a revelation or two about what is going on in Ravenheart. However, in the end, he did not have to. Somehow, Cassie did not repeat herself again. Instead, she shifted slightly, reached for her teacup, and traced its shape with her finger. Her face froze, and she fell quiet. After a few moments of silence, Cassie said evenly, My tea is cold. Sonny tilted his head a little. Then his eyes gleamed in the darkness. It seemed that there was no need to guide her away from the question after all. So soon? Cassie was smart. She could not remember that which was forgotten, but she noticed the change in the temperature of her tea. Therefore, instead of remembering, she simply deduced that something had been erased from her memory. The gears of her formidable mind were spinning now, connecting the negative space in her memory with the details of the conversation they were having, observing the void and inferring its meaning. Knowing Cassie, there were countless conjectures being formed in her head. Dozens of theories were being built, scrutinized, and discarded. Only those that could not be effectively disproven remained, leading to several parallel branches of assumptions. Those assumptions were then pitted against each other, turning into conclusions. The conclusions were used to extrapolate what exactly she had forgotten. Too smart, maybe. It was a little scary. Sonny did not say anything, carefully exploring his own emotions. If he was right, then Cassie not only knew that a person was missing from the world, but also deduced that he was that person, or at least connected to them. She would not be sure, but suspected strongly. And he had come closer to being known to someone than he had ever been since leaving the nightmare. Of course, there was a vast difference between a suspicion and a memory, but it was precisely because Cassie's inference was based solely on deduction and not remembrance that she could retain it. The taste of his tea was suddenly incredibly fragrant. Sonny drank it silently. None of them spoke for a long time. Cassie's delicate face was full of somber intensity, but she did not rush to ask him any questions. She couldn't, because asking him about all the things she wanted to know would only result in her forgetting the answers. It was an odd situation. Eventually, she sighed and turned away. A few moments later, Cassie asked, her voice a little strange, "Would you like to look into my eyes?" He was startled by the question. Where did that come from? Sunny hesitated, not knowing how to answer. I'm honestly not sure. Why are you asking? She touched her blindfold briefly, sighed, and said with a hint of reluctance, My transformation ability has to do with my eyes. Few people know about it, and you are now one of them. If you look into my eyes, I'll be able to read your memories. Sunny blinked. His first reaction was to reject her vehemently. Who would want their private memories to be exposed to a stranger? Not to mention the fact that Cassie's power was not limited to that. She had already admitted that she could also erase, replace, and manipulate the memories of other people. That sounded utterly terrifying. Sunny had suspected that there were limits to her power, and now she had exposed one of these limits to him. Only those who looked Cassie in the eyes could be enthralled by her ability. So why would he expose himself to that power? She would forget everything she saw, just like she had forgotten his answers as well. Not everything. The memories of his past were forbidden, but the memories of everything that had happened to him after the third nightmare were less so. The question was, what benefit would there be if Cassie saw it all? She would probably be able to fill the empty void left by him with a few more pieces of logical reasoning at least. But then what? Sunny put his cup down and smiled politely. You want to peek at my memories, Saint Cassia? She simply nodded, not hiding her desire. I do, Saint Sunless. His smile did not falter. She has already connected me to the exploration report on the tomb of Ariel and guessed that I was in the nightmare with them. Damn it, I shouldn't have published it. But he did not really regret his actions. That report was both for Teacher Julius and Ananke, so it was worth the trouble. Sunny chuckled, then asked with a hint of amusement in his voice, What's in it for me? Cassie leaned back and remained silent for a few moments. She might have guessed that he was the person she had been looking for, but she had no idea who he was. What were his motives, desires, and convictions? What was his past, and what was his vision of the future? What could she offer him to gain his cooperation? She couldn't even be sure if he was a friend or a foe. Well, what is it that you want? Sunny contemplated for as long as his flaw allowed him to. Actually, there is something that you can help me with. I must warn you, though. The favor I'll ask might land you in hot water with your venerable superiors from Clan Valor. He shrugged. Additionally, you will only access a memory of my choosing. You'll have to wait a bit, too. It can only be done on a full moon. Cassie suddenly tensed. A full moon? Surely you don't mean... Sunny chuckled. That's right. I want to sneak into Bastion. He finished his tea and added nonchalantly. The real Bastion, of course. Not this mirage we all live in. Chapter 1, 1638. Pretty as a picture. It did not take long to discuss the details of their agreement with Cassie. She was wary of him, somewhat, but Sunny held the overwhelming advantage in the negotiations. After all, he had what she wanted, and knew more than her on top of that. It wasn't hard for him to get the blind seer to agree to his conditions. She could not stay for long either, at least not without risking her absence being noticed by someone from Clan Valor. Cassie did not want to attract their attention to Sunny, yet, or maybe ever. That suited him fine, as well. What a strange birthday I'm having this year. When Cassie left, Sunny was once again left alone in the brilliant emporium. The city had grown dark, and a peaceful silence settled over the lake. He could see the magnificent castle shine with enchanted lights in the distance, the lanterns reflecting in the calm water like stars. Of course, that castle was just an illusion, or rather, not just an illusion, but a very special one. The kind of illusion that was, for all intents and purposes, real. More real than reality itself, even. Most of the people who lived inside the castle did not know the difference, since it did not affect their lives. But Sunny knew. There was a different kind of place hidden behind the beautiful, towering edifice of Bastion. A much more somber and terrifying place than what everyone was familiar with. That was where he wanted to get to with Cassie's help. There were 6 strongholds depicted on the map Nether had left in the Ebony Tower, each connected to one of the demons. After visiting the tower once more and reading more of the forbidden runes surrounding the map, Sunny was keenly interested in exploring each of these strongholds. One could even say that the shape of his life depended on it. The Ivory Tower had once belonged to Hope. The Tomb of Ariel was the burial site of Oblivion. Sunny had already visited these 2 places, but the other 4. Nether's own seat of power was hidden in the Hollow Mountains. He had barely survived crossing over them, and was not nearly powerful enough, yet, to dare delving into the darkness that dwelled below them. True darkness was the natural enemy of shadows, after all, which left only 3 demonic strongholds for him to explore. Coincidentally, or maybe not quite so, each of them was now a great citadel ruled by one of the most powerful legacy clans. The Jade Palace, now known as Ravenheart, was connected to the Demon of Dread. Sunny had been searching for a way to infiltrate Queen Song's palace, but without much luck. It was guarded too well. The seafaring citadel of the House of Night, meanwhile, was temporarily out of reach. He did not have a spare avatar to go there. More precisely, quantity was not the problem. It was just that sustaining avatars cost him essence. The Lord of Shadows remained manifested permanently, but that guy also spent most of his time inside the fragment of the Shadow Realm. Out there, the spirit essence was rich and nourishing. Unless his 3rd avatar was battling powerful abominations, he was like a perpetual essence generator. The avatar accompanying Rain mostly hid in her shadow, but had to be controlled at all times. In the end, Sunny was maintaining a positive balance between expending and replenishing essence while constantly keeping these 2 versions of himself going, with plenty left in reserve for unexpected situations. Sending an additional avatar to Stormsea would have put a strain on that balance. So he had decided to leave the great citadel of the House of Night, which was connected to the Demon of Repose, alone for the time being. Which only left Bastion, which had once belonged to the Demon of Imagination. Sunny did not know much about that particular demon, but he or she seemed to have possessed truly fantastical powers. From what he could tell, the Demon of Imagination had been a master of illusions. Anything imagined by that demon was like a mirage, and those mirages could easily become reality, or even replace it. Bastion had always seemed like an illustration from a fairy tale, and in a sense, it was. The beautiful castle, the tranquil lake, the picturesque land surrounding it, all of it had been conjured from the imagination of the ancient daemon. The Demon of Imagination was long dead, but the illusion that replaced reality still remained. It had even become home to millions of people. Sunny could not find what he was looking for in the pretty mirage, though. He could only find it in the harrowing reality hidden behind it. That place could only be entered during a full moon, at least by those who did not rule the illusory citadel. That was why he agreed to meet Cassie again then. There was plenty of time left before the next full moon, though, which would give both of them plenty of time to digest the situation. Cassie had a lot to think about, no doubt. And Sunny did too. Throwing one last glance in the window, he yawned and went about closing the brilliant emporium. When everything was done, Sunny walked into his bedroom and fell on his bed. Despite the modest size of his room, the bed itself was large and opulent. It was carved from pale polished wood, with elegant engravings decorating the columns that supported the silk canopy. It was much too comfortable for a simple piece of furniture, and looked like something that belonged in a palace instead of a cozy cottage. And it did. This was the very same bed Sunny had slept on in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City. A lifetime ago. He had brought it back with the help of the marvelous mimic after being gone from civilization for 3 years, among other things. Sunny put his head on a pillow and closed his eyes. Soon enough, he fell peacefully asleep. The last thought that crossed his mind was rather bitter. Damnation! She forgot to order a memory. It was such a shame. He had hoped to get a bunch of soul shards out of Cassie. Chapter 1, 1639. beautiful mirage. The full moon came faster than Sunny had expected. His life in Bastion had been peaceful in the meantime. The brilliant Emporium Cafe enjoyed a steady stream of guests, while the Memory Boutique continued to stagnate with no customers. Sunny attended to the kitchen and minded his business. He was supposed to make a trip to the waking world to stock up on ingredients, but postponed it for now, partially out of laziness, and partially because there was a lot on his plate. His life in Godgrave, meanwhile, had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Nephis was there, and so he had no time for boredom. But that was the third avatar's problem. On the day of the full moon, Sunny let Aiko go home a bit earlier and closed the brilliant Emporium. Then, he walked through the crowded streets of Bastion and bought a ticket to a theater play. A troupe of awakened actors was performing a rendition of A Song of Light and Darkness. Sadly, Sunny only noticed the name of the play after being seated in the parterre. He covered his face with a palm and winced as if suffering from a toothache, but remained in his seat. Soon, excited members of the audience surrounded him from all sides. The lights were dimmed, the curtain was lifted, and the play began. No one noticed that a pale young man sitting in one of the first rows did not seem to have a shadow. At the same time, a different incarnation of Sunny was hiding in the darkness near the shore of the lake. It was already dark, and the pale moon was traveling across the starlit sky. The sight of it, the moon, the velvet sky, the silhouette of the magnificent castle, and the vast lake, was beautiful beyond words. In fact, it seemed as if there were two moons, one lost in the distant heavens, the other drowning in the silent water. Making sure that no one was nearby, Sunny rose from the shadows and walked toward the shore. The incarnation in the theater was wearing the nebulous mantle, so he was only dressed in a mundane military bodysuit. The quintessence pearl was already summoned, resting in his mouth. He did not waste any time and dove into the water without making a splash. The lake took him into its cold embrace. Sunny allowed his body to become as heavy as a stone, sinking to the bottom. Once there, he extended his senses, turned into a shadow, and glided down a steep slope. The lake surrounding Bastion did not seem special from the shore, but it was immensely deep. By the time the slope lost most of its steepness, Sunny was already several kilometers below the surface. A mundane human would not have been able to withstand the pressure of the mass of water, but it was easy for someone like him, especially because he remained incorporeal. The easy part stopped there, though. Because these waters were not safe, there were echoes of powerful nightmare creatures patrolling the lake. As if that was not enough, there were also swords thrust into mud here and there, each of them serving as the eyes and ears of the master of this land. Supreme Anvil of Valor, the King of Swords. Reaching the castle unnoticed was nearly impossible. However, Sunny had not wasted the last year in vain. He had thoroughly explored the lake, studying its guardians and mapping out the locations of Anvil's swords. By now, he was confident in his ability to reach the castle unnoticed. The castle was not his target anyway. Instead, it was the reflection of the moon traveling across the surface of the lake. He hid in the shadows and waited for a vast creature that looked like a giant silver eel to swim past him, then cautiously advanced forward. Changing direction, Sunny moved like a thief, effortlessly avoiding every security measure placed at the bottom of the lake by Clan Valor. By the time he reached the midpoint between the shore and the castle, the play his avatar was watching reached intermission. The other Sunny rose from his seat and went to the theater's cafe, making sure to be seen by as many people as possible. Of course, he kept to the dark corners to make the absence of his shadow hidden. The original Sunny hid at the bottom of the lake without moving. Proceeding further would be problematic. So he was letting the reflection of the moon come to him instead. He was sure that someone like Beth would have been infuriated by such a statement, considering that, scientifically speaking, the position of the moon's reflection was supposed to depend on the perspective of the observer, but not of this moon, in this lake, and on this night. When it was time, Sunny made himself as light as a feather, assumed his human form, pushed off the bottom of the lake, and swam up. The timing was calculated to a split second. The echoes patrolling the lake were far away, and no one would be able to notice his swift rise. As the pressure of the water lessened, the darkness surrounding him grew brighter. Soon, he was surrounded by ethereal radiance, as if swimming through moonlight. The moon itself was like a perfectly round silver disk hanging above Bastion. Its reflection was like a vast, radiant circle resting. Breaking the surface a few meters away from it, Sunny swam forward and entered that circle. He was blinded by the light. And then, the world changed. Sunny had left the illusory realm behind and entered the ghost of reality hidden behind its splendor. Suddenly, it was much darker. The reflection of the moon disappeared, replaced by scattered vestiges of bleak light. The water of the lake was much colder, and its surface was restless because of the strong wind. Taking a deep breath, Sunny looked up. Above him was a broken sky. The sky was black, with pale stars shining coldly in the distance. They were much paler than the bright constellations of the illusory realm, though, because there was something brighter in the night sky, spanning its vast expanse. The fragments of the shattered moon. The moon was up there, above him, but it was viciously broken into countless pieces. Some of them were vast, like jagged continents, floating in the forlorn darkness. Some were infinitely small, painting the sky like clouds of starlight vapor. The trail of moon shards formed a heavenly river that stretched beyond the horizon, illuminating the hidden world with ghostly light. The sight of it was both terrifying and humbling. Sunny did not know what kind of blow could have been so harrowing as to fracture even the moon, or if the moon had been broken from within, like the shell of a cosmic egg. All he knew was that seeing the broken sky filled him with a deep sense of terror. He rarely felt true fear after becoming a transcendent, but the true face of Bastion was one of the few things that could still make him shudder. Looking away from the celestial river, Sunny gazed at the distant castle. The castle existed both in the illusory world and in the terrifying reality. However, while it stood tall and proud in the former, it was a desolate ruin in the latter. The mighty walls had collapsed, the tall towers were toppled. Bastion was like a mountain of fractured white stones, the shape of a once magnificent citadel barely recognizable in its ghastly crookedness. Here and there, one could still recognize the lines of partially unscathed buildings and courtyards, but they only seemed like an epitaph on a towering gravestone. Across the lake, where the thriving city had been a moment before, a monumental wall of towering dark trees rose to the broken sky. The illusory Bastion had been surrounded by a forest once, too. A forest that was one enormous living being, a horrid titan with which the Knights of Valor had waged war for decades. Eventually it was Anvil, still a saint back then, who had destroyed it. But here in the hidden reality, the forest was untouched, and there were many creatures inhabiting it that were much more terrifying than that titan had been, because the real Bastion was a death zone. In fact, there were dreadful beings dwelling in the deep, dark lake as well. There was one thing in common between the real Bastion and the beautiful mirage created by the demon of imagination. Though, both in the illusory castle and the real castle, enchanted lanterns were shining softly in the darkness of the night. Granted, there were much fewer of them here. I need to hurry. The real lake was much more dangerous than its copy. Sunny was capable of facing its inhabitants in a battle, but he wasn't capable of doing so unnoticed. And so he dove down once again, falling like a stone into the depths of the cold water. The bottom of the lake was much different in this hidden, true world. Out in the illusory Bastion, it was rather mundane, covered by mud and rare stones. Here, though, a drowned city rested on the bottom of the lake. The graceful buildings were constructed from the same white stone as the castle, and their empty windows were like dark eyes that watched Sunny as he passed by. The city must have been beautiful once, but now it was cold and empty, with signs of horrible devastation visible on every street. The streets themselves were littered with bones. Countless human skulls lay on the cracked cobblestones, looking like pale fungus. Sonny did not know what doom had befallen the people of the drowned city, but he made sure to lighten his body and swim instead of walking on the ancient roads. He did not want to disturb them, and knew that it was dangerous to do so, on top of that. The city was built at the foot of a tall mountain, which was now submerged in water, with only its peak rising above it. The ruins of the great castle lay on that peak. That was also where Casal was supposed to be waiting for him, too. Sonny calmly traversed the fallen city, making sure to hide from its current inhabitants. There were plenty of harrowing nightmare creatures dwelling in the drowned ruins. He had studied their habits and hunting grounds before, but abominations of higher ranks were supremely unpredictable. Luckily, Sonny's ability to remain unseen and unsensed in the shadows had become much more potent since his days in the Dark City, so even these horrors could not easily spot him. He moved closer and closer to the mountain. From time to time, grotesque carcasses appeared from the darkness, each impaled by a single straight sword. This was Anvil's work. His domain extended into the real version of Bastion as well, and although the King of Swords did not rule the entire area, he was the master of the ruined castle. Anything that tried to crawl out of the water and challenge him ended up dead. Knights of Valor were often battling nightmare creatures in the forest too. However, they were doing so without the support of their king. That was because he used the dark forest as a crucible to forge better warriors for his army. The dreadful abominations inhabiting it were the whetstone against which Valor's elites were sharpened. Sonny heard that after Antarctica, Morgan had been sent into the forest and ordered not to return until she redeemed her mistake. She eventually emerged from it 2 years later as a saint. He did not know if this was true, and couldn't ask, because this information wasn't supposed to be known to any outsider to begin with. His preparations had not been in vain. Sonny followed a predetermined path and managed to reach the mountain without disturbing any of the nightmare creatures or stumbling on any of Anvil's swords. Finally, he ascended the steep slope and cautiously surfaced near the ruins. There were lanterns burning high above, on the remnants of the broken wall, and human silhouettes patrolling its length. They were Knights of Valor, the best of the best, each of them at least a master. Another human silhouette was standing on the edge of a toppled tower that lay on the ground, its roof protruding into the lake. This one did not carry a luminous lantern, waiting patiently in the darkness. It was Cassie, illuminated by the pale light of the shattered moon, motionless like a statue. Her delicate figure looked even more arresting. Her beauty had already been breathtaking. Here in the hidden realm of true Bastion, it seemed simply enthralling. And yet, strangely enough, Sonny felt his gaze wandering away from her. Somewhat surprised, he realized that it was her presence. Unlike most saints, it did not demand attention, but instead dampened it. It was really more akin to absence than presence. Perhaps it had been for a long while, but he simply did not notice it. Forcing himself to concentrate on the slender figure, Sonny silently emerged from the water and walked over to Cassie. He made no noise whatsoever, and yet she turned her head slightly to face him. "You've come." Sonny dismissed the quintessence pearl and smiled in the darkness. "Of course, it's not polite to make a lady wait, and I am nothing if not polite, one could say." Chapter 1641, First Impressions. Sonny studied Castle's face, trying to guess what she was thinking about. Having left her alone for several weeks, he did not feel particularly safe. Who knew what conclusions she had drawn in that time? What plans she had formulated? He was a stranger to her now, which meant that the blind seer would not afford him the same grace she afforded her friends. Facing Cassie as someone she might perceive as a potential enemy was a nerve-wracking experience. Sonny felt like he finally understood why Mordred was so wary of her. But then again, He was someone worthy of being feared himself. He was powerful and lethal enough to be an existential threat to anyone who would dare stand in his way. Sunny did not have to be afraid of anyone or anything. Instead, everyone had to be scared of him. If they knew who he was, of course. But no one did, which only made him more terrifying. Well, no matter. It was not like he wanted to frighten Cassie. Sunny was pretty sure that she would treat him with sincerity. He had what she wanted, after all. Still, a relationship of a transactional nature was not the most stable. It was in his best interest to build a better connection with her, and maybe even reach a point where they shared mutual trust. Sunny looked at Castle, who was wearing a white tunic and a sea wave cloak, her eyes hidden behind a strip of blue cloth. Then he glanced at his own black bodysuit. The two of them did not exactly look like a natural pair. Currently, they were accomplices at best, not allies. So, how do I go about building trust? One small step at a time, most likely. He looked at the shattered moon, then at the restless waters of the dark lake. Finally, he said, "The ambiance here is truly lovely. However, the lake is rather dreadful. Wouldn't it be better if we left before something very terrible came out of the water to spoil the mood?" Cassie remained silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Didn't you come from the water yourself, Saint Sunless? Are you very terrible as well?" He coughed. "Well, yes, I did. And yes, I guess I am." She tilted her head slightly. "I am surprised that you made it all the way here, actually. How did you traverse the lake without being torn apart, or alerting anyone to your presence?" That was an obviously probing question, but Sunny didn't mind. He shrugged and answered in a nonchalant tone, "By being patient and very good at hiding." She sighed lightly and turned around, walking slowly in the direction of the castle ruins. "Let's go." Sunny hesitated for a moment before following. As he did, he looked up at the figures patrolling the remnants of the toppled walls. This was the problem he had not been able to solve yet. Finding an entrance into the hidden realm had not been too hard. Avoiding the echoes patrolling the lake and finding a path through the graveyard of swords at its bottom had not been much of a problem either. Even traversing the dark depths of the true lake, where great horrors dwelled, was well within his power. But getting inside the ruined castle itself was troublesome. There were many powerful knights of valor inside. There was the King of Swords himself as well. Worse than that, the members of his clan were versed in runic sorcery. Their stronghold was protected by an array of enchantments that Sunny could not hope to unravel, let alone bypass silently. He knew a thing or two about Hope's sorcery, but not nearly enough to compete with real experts. That was why Sunny needed Cassie. Without help from inside the castle, it would take him years to infiltrate its ruins. He wasn't worried about being betrayed by her either. At this moment, as if reading his mind, the blind seer asked him with a hint of curiosity in her voice, "Can I ask you a question, Saint Sunless?" He glanced at her back. "Sure, and please, call me Sunny. Here in Bastion, I am known as the master of Sunny's brilliant emporium. A humble shopkeeper, and definitely not a saint." She remained silent for a moment. "Why are you so sure that I won't surrender you into the hands of my clan? After all, here in Bastion, I am known as a loyal, obedient servant of the king, a virtuous saint, and definitely not someone who would help an outsider infiltrate the very heart of our stronghold." Sunny answered calmly, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. "It's because I know that you are actually disloyal, disobedient, and wicked." Cassie suddenly coughed. "Ah." He chuckled and added in a light tone, "Just my kind of person. I am a bit of a treacherous bastard myself, to be honest." She cleared her throat. "I see." Cassie remained silent for a while after that, jumping off the toppled tower to land softly on the ground below. Sunny followed, suppressing the desire to slap himself across the face. What kind of nonsense am I spouting?" Right now, Castle only knew that he was a saint that was somehow connected to her and Nephi's. and had undergone the third nightmare with them, which would suggest that he had been their friend, or at least an ally, if not for the fact that Mordred had also been there, in the tomb of Ariel. Meaning that not everyone who had entered that nightmare was an ally. Cassie knew that Sunny had played a big role in her life, but she did not know what kind of role he had played. She had to account for the fact that he very well could have been her enemy. At the very least, she wouldn't be sure that he had been a friend. So why the hell was he willingly admitting to being a wretched traitor? Sunny closed his eyes for a moment and then said, trying very hard to keep the embarrassment out of his voice, "What I'm trying to say is that everyone has their own interest. It is not in your self-interest to surrender me to Clan Valor, and I'm pretty sure that you would not sacrifice yourself for their benefit. Otherwise, I would have been visited by a cohort of knights and a few paladins the very next day after your visit." Cassie inhaled slowly. "I see, that makes sense." She paused for a moment, and then suddenly asked, "What is your interest, then?" Sunny smiled and looked at the broken sky. "That is the question, isn't it?" Chapter 1, 1642, Selfish Reasons. Sunny contemplated his answer for a few moments, then sawed neutrally. "I guess it's the same as yours." Castle seemed a little surprised. "The same as mine?" He nodded and glanced at her with hidden worry. They were climbing a slope of stone debris, the surface under their feet treacherous and uneven. Cassie seemed to be doing fine, but her movements were a little stiff. No matter how well she had learned to live with her flaw, she was still blind. Sharing other people's perception or sensing a few seconds into the future could not entirely replace sight. However, Sunny could not think of a way to support her on this treacherous slope. He could offer her his hand, but he doubted that she would accept it. They were not that close. Now, in the end, he did nothing. "Indeed, you told me that you had always wanted to destroy fate. But that is not entirely true, is it? You wouldn't want to struggle against fate if it carried you to a wonderful outcome. The outcome you saw must be terrible. So what you really want is to reach a desirable outcome, not destroy fate. The latter is merely a means to an end, while the former is the end. That is your interest." Sunny shrugged. "It is the same for me. My interest is to reach a desirable outcome." Cassie hesitated for a moment. "So what is the outcome you desire?" He grinned. "How can I know? It's too soon to talk about an outcome. I don't even know what will happen, let alone how I might want it to end. I merely have a few ideas. In any case, that question is better aimed at you, Saint Cassia. You are much better informed about the future than I am. So, what outcome do you desire?" Now they were on the right track. Mutual trust was the end goal, but it had to be built on the foundation of mutual benefit. To help each other benefit, they needed to know what each of them wanted. What was it that Cassie desired? Even after knowing her for so many years, Sunny was not sure. She had always kept her secrets close, which was why he did not expect to hear her honest response. "I want to save the world." Sunny almost tripped, startled. What? His eyes might have widened a little. Cashew laughed quietly. "Why are you so surprised? It's only reasonable. After all, I am a part of the world, and so are those people I care about. If the world is destroyed, everything I cherish will be destroyed with it. All right, maybe I was a little grandiose in my statement. I do want to save the world, but purely for selfish reasons. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to say that I want to save myself. It's just that one and the other are inseparable." Sunny stared at her silently for a few moments. "Should I take it as confirmation, then, that the world is doomed?" "Ah, it's a bit disconcerting. I did not expect to hear something like that from an oracle as powerful as you." He looked at the shattered moon. The background was also very ominous. Cassie shrugged. "I suspect that you know perfectly well what fate awaits our world. It is obvious that the world is doomed. What most people don't realize is how little time we have left. Those who pay careful attention to the nightmare spell, though, do." Sunny frowned. Was she talking about the fact that their world would eventually be devoured by the dream realm? It would be natural to assume that Sunny knew, considering that she suspected that he had been on Alethea's island with them. More than that, it was no secret. The great clans had known as well, which was why they were focused on conquering a new world instead of trying to save the old one. Or was she talking about the forgotten god and his inevitable awakening? The moment that ancient being struggled free of its slumber, the very existence could come undone at the seams, and the everlasting Vold could be unleashed from its prison. Or were these two events inseparable as well? He grimaced. So what are your immediate goals? Cassie smiled faintly. I don't think that we know each other well enough to share such details. Sunny, maybe I'll tell you another day, after learning more about you from your memories. Sunny sighed. Fair enough. As for my immediate goals, I'm not trying to doubt your competence, Saint Cassia, but how are you going to get me inside the castle? The guards, the runic array, the other safeguards the king must have put in place. You don't seem to be too concerned about any of these. Cassie was climbing several steps ahead from him, just a few meters from the more intact section of the wall. Once they reached it, there would be ascended warriors patrolling, and if any of them saw Song of the Fallen, escorting an intruder into the stronghold of their clan, things would turn ugly. She was not going to just stride into the heart of Anvil's domain, was she? Castle stopped for a moment, then continued climbing. Don't worry about it. I will keep my word. At the same time, she raised her hands and carefully pulled her blindfold off, tying it around one of her wrists. A few moments later, they were on top of the wall. There were enchanted lanterns installed on wooden posts, illuminating the ramparts. And there, just a few meters in front of them, 3 heavily armored masters were standing, staring at Cassie and Sunny with vigilant expressions. He could see dangerous flames igniting in their eyes. One of them placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and asked, his voice a mix of confusion and wariness. Saint Cassia? Who? Damn it. Sunny did not move, and in the next moment, the 3 knights of valor underwent an eerie change. Their eyes suddenly grew unfocused, drifting away from Cassie's delicate figure. The tense expressions on their faces disappeared. They remained motionless for a few moments, then continued on their patrol without ever looking back. One walked right past the blind seer, brushing against her sea-wave cloak. Cassie calmly moved in the opposite direction, leaving the patrol behind. A moment later, she said over her shoulder, Don't worry. They won't remember seeing us. Sunny hurriedly followed her, quietly impressed, and more than a little bit disturbed. What an insidious power indeed. Chapter 1, 1643. Unseen. Sunny had contemplated the ways Cassie could get him inside the castle. From using a secret passage through the ruins to using her intricate knowledge of runic sorcery to interfere with the defensive array, there were many potential methods for someone as resourceful as her to choose from. What he had not expected was that she would, indeed, simply stride inside without paying the elite forces of valor any heed. Cassie simply walked forward at a mild pace, poised and elegant. Her calm steps were unhurried. She did not try to avoid the light of the enchanted lanterns or hide from the patrolling knights, acting like nothing was the matter. And yet, despite Sunny's presence, no one paid her any attention or barred her path. The powerful ascended guarding the castle shivered slightly when her gaze fell on them, their expressions turning slack for a moment. Then they stepped aside and silently continued on their way, as if both Cassie and Sunny had somehow turned invisible. Not visible, impossible to focus on or remember. The memory of seeing the strange pair was completely erased from the minds of the elite warriors of valor, replaced by a false recollection of nothing notable happening. It was rather impressive and deeply disturbing. Sunny was walking behind Cassie so he could not see her eyes. He wasn't sure he wanted to, either. Looking at her delicate back, he could not help but remember the suffocating despair and cold dread of LO-49. The sinister powers of the transcendent terror that had consumed the station were eerily similar to what Cassie was now capable of. There were differences, of course, but the resemblance was there as well. Ah, I hate mental attacks. From the forgotten shore to the desolate expanse of Antarctica, these were the kinds of powers he was wary of the most. There had been creatures who left him broken and bleeding, barely clinging to life. But it were the insidious beings who influenced the mind that had given him the deepest scars. Luckily, Sonny's resistance to mental attacks was now incomparably high. Still, he wondered what Cassie would be capable of if she went all out and fully unleashed her power. Another scene surfaced in his mind. The scene of the battle in the drowned temple of fallen Grace, where they had fought against the defiled Sybil and her enthralled guardians. Back then, he had seen the echo of torment fight against the drowned. Of course, Sonny had not known her true identity yet. There had been a moment when the echo raised one of the demons above the shallow water and gazed into its eyes. The abomination's body convulsed. An indescribable sound escaped from its mouth, and its lifeless body was tossed aside like a rag doll. In that short moment, had the echo burned all of the demon's memories away, turning the drowned warrior into a mindless shell of a living being. Speaking of, where was that echo now? That was not the most sinister aspect of Cassie's power either. Having your memory wiped clean was frightening, true, but having it changed without your knowledge was much more terrifying. Could she enthrall people into becoming her marionettes? Turn loyal soldiers into zealous traitors? Create witnesses to non-existent crimes who sincerely believed in the truthfulness of their testimonies, so that no telepathic aspect could disprove them? The loss of one's identity was somehow more frightening than the loss of one's life. Her aspect was simply too insidious. In hindsight, perhaps the Knights of Valor were lucky to only have their memories manipulated a little. I know that there are limits and conditions to her power, but still, she must have hidden it really well, to not be included in the highest tier of saints. Sonny looked around, studying the ruins of True Bastion. It was hard to say because of how damaged and dilapidated the castle was, but it seemed somewhat different from the illusory version. Currently, they were still on the remains of the outer wall. Below it was an ancient scene of devastation, with a few relatively intact sections of the ruin towering above. At that moment, Cassie spoke in a calm tone. The true castle is hidden in the reflection of its illusory counterpart. If one knows how to look, they might glimpse the truth when looking at the lake. The false bastion is a relatively safe place now that the Knights of Vir have eradicated most abominations around it. The true bastion, however, is fraught with peril. She paused for a moment. Whatever you do, do not drink the water from the lake. Do not look at reflections, and if a reflection moves strangely, walk away immediately. Above all else, do not answer if a reflection speaks to you. It will perceive it as an invitation. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Good thing I'm always wary of mirrors, thanks to Mordred. Does it have something to do with that guy? Cassie understood who he was talking about without having to hear a name. She shook her head lightly. No, it is simply the nature of this place. The creatures in the lake are deadly, and so are those in the forest. However, the things that come from reflections are the most dangerous, because they are too strange and we know too little about them. We call them the others. She took a few more steps and continued calmly. We must be wary of the others, but we also must be wary of the king. I can shelter you from the gazes of his servants because their swords are sheathed and slumbering. But if you see a sword that is drawn, hide immediately. You must possess some ability to hide yourself, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to traverse the lake. Sonny nodded, prompting Cassie to add, You did well to come unarmed. Do not summon a sword of your own while you are here, even if it wasn't forged by valor. Oh, and take this. She handed him a smooth pebble without turning around. Sonny took it and noticed a complicated weave of elegant runes carved into its surface. The pebble felt slightly warm to the touch, Cassie explained. "This is a token that will allow you to pass most of the defensive enchantments. A counterfeit one. I made it myself. So don't lose it." She took a deep breath and then added, a hint of tension finally finding its way into her voice. "If you do, the two of us will end up being invited to an audience with the king. One that we will remember for the rest of our lives. Our short and painful lives, that is." Sunny smiled darkly, remembering the sight of Anvil facing that great titan in Antarctica. He knew that the two of them would meet eventually, but it was too soon to meet the King of Swords. For now. "Is he really here?" Before Cassie could answer, a loud sound rolled across the ruins, disturbing the silence of the night. It was deep and melodious, ringing across the dark lake like thunder. The sound of a hammer falling on an anvil. Chapter 1, 1644, Royal Forge. The ringing of steel was still echoing across the desolate ruin when Sunny shifted slightly and looked in the direction where the sound had come from. There was a tall tower rising into the broken sky some distance away. Its walls were covered by a net of deep cracks, but the crumbling tower still stood straight and proud, much higher than any other structure in the vast ruin. Outlined against the pale radiance of the shattered moon, its dark shape was like a battered sword thrust into the ground by the hand of a celestial giant. The tower was dark, but at the very top of it, a fiery glow escaped from the arching windows. It was as if a sea or vermilion flame was burning inside. That was where the ringing sound had come from. A moment later, another strike resounded, and then another. They rolled across the restless lake, forceful and methodical, filling the night with the sound of clashing metal. Suddenly, Sunny felt as if he was on a battlefield, and his heart started to beat faster. He froze for a moment, looking at the dark tower with a somber expression. "What is that?" Cassie turned to face the tower as well. She remained silent for a few moments, then said evenly, "It's the king. He is forging." Sunny couldn't help but frown. He had just asked about Anvil's whereabouts, and a moment later the King of Sword announced his presence. Sunny did not really fear him, but that was not because the Steel Sovereign was not worthy of being feared. It was simply because Sunny had developed an always tolerance for fear after a decade of being constantly exposed to all kinds of unimaginable horror. Still, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't apprehensive. "Spooky bastard." He hesitated for a moment, then asked quietly, "What is he forging?" Cassie smiled. "What else? He is forging a sword. The king must have created 1,000,000 of them already, but he never stops for long. The swords that the Knights of Valor wield are merely some that he discarded. The ones paladins wield are, as well." Then the storm of swords Anvil had commanded in Antarctica were all forged by him. Then, probably. Sunny could not really imagine how a human being could have created so many of them. He sighed. "And here I was thinking myself an accomplished weaponsmith." Cassie tilted her head a little. "Oh, right. You create memories." A faint smile appeared on her lips. "Sorry. With everything else, I almost forgot." Sunny studied the pebble she had given him. The weave of runes was elegant and intricate. He could not quite decipher it because the runes did not inscribe a functional enchantment. Instead, they made the pebble a part of a much larger one without comprehending the entire array. He wouldn't be able to comprehend the runes carved into the small stone. It was interesting, though. The pebble must have let the defensive array know that Sunny was allowed into the castle. It was warm to the touch. But where did the essence that nourished the pebble come from? He didn't feel it consuming his own, and there was no nexus inside to store some. "You are a skilled sorceress yourself, it seems." Cassie nodded lightly. "My skill is sufficient, I guess. I've been taught a little by a man named Noctis in my second nightmare. After that, I learned from the enchanters of valor and on my own. What about you?" Sunny lingered for a while, then answered simply, "I am self-taught. His only teachers were the nightmare spell and necessity. Neither could take credit for his accomplishments." She made a turn, heading for a more damaged section of the wall, and said, "I am curious, though. Creating a memory is not a question of skill. No matter how good I am at rune sorcery, it's not something I can do. The same goes for enchanters of valor. They are only capable of forging memories because of the kind of aspects the members of the main family and its branches tend to awaken, not because of sorcery. So, Sunny, are you, perchance, a bastard son of King Anvil?" Sunny stared at her silently for a while, making sure that she was serious. She was. "Well, I guess it might look that way. A mysterious man who can create memories, lives in Bastion, and is somehow a saint on top of it all." Sunny barely prevented himself from exploding with laughter. If he hadn't covered his mouth with both hands, sentries all across the wall would have been alerted to their presence. Me? Anvil's son? Gods, no. Although I must admit, it would have been very funny if there was yet another estranged son of his wandering around the dream realm. He shook his head. "No, and before you ask, I'm not a son of Mahdi, or any other member of their family either. Do I look like a legacy to you?" Cassie was silent for a moment. "You do not look like anything to me. I'm blind." Sunny coughed awkwardly, prompting her to smile. "And the last time we met, we were alone. So I could only borrow your sight, which meant staring at myself for the entire conversation. Well, I won't lie. I did steal a peek through the eyes of the knights we've met today. I was curious to see what the famous owner of the IC, of the brilliant Emporium Cafe, looks like." She shrugged. "Actually, you do look like a legacy, but maybe it's just because of the confidence that comes with being a saint." Sunny shook his head with a crooked smile, not letting her off. "I'm sure that you observed me carefully and for a while before paying a visit to the brilliant Emporium. And by observed, I mean spied on. Thank you for the compliment in any case." This time it was Cassie's turn to cough. "I'm right on the money." He enjoyed her slight embarrassment for a few moments, then said neutrally, "I don't know much about how enchanters of valor create memories, but it is probably due to the war god's lineage. After all, she is also the goddess of progress, technology, and craft. Plus, family members are known to awaken aspects of a similar nature, perhaps due to sharing a similar upbringing and fate. I assure you, my upbringing was quite different from that of a member of Clan Valor." Sunny hesitated before adding, "The way I create memories is different from theirs." Cassie tilted her head a little and asked curiously, "I've been told that the memories you make are not very potent, but have the benefit of being perfectly suited for their wielder. You must be hiding the true extent of your abilities to avoid attention, though. How good are you, exactly?" Sunny briefly glanced at Cassie's delicate neck, noticing a thin string hanging around it. Would she be able to remember if he said that the charm she wore had been made supreme by him? Probably not. He smiled. "I doubt that any person in the world can create a better memory than me." It wasn't an empty boast. Forge Masters of Valor could create potent memories, but their craft was the result of unique aspect abilities and runic sorcery, which was alien to the concept of memories. Sunny, meanwhile, was a true Weaven, the only master of Weaver's sorcery in existence. Therefore, his abilities were broader and infinitely more flexible. So really there was just one entity better than him at creating memories, the Nightmare spell. But he wasn't going to compete with that. He glanced at Cassie and asked, "Why? Are you going to order a memory after all? Let me tell you, Saint Cassia, I'll give you an exclusive discount. Our service is top-notch and we can handle all kinds of orders. Combat memories, utility memories, even cosmetic memories are not out of the question. Also, I don't usually do this, but just for you, I'll disclose a big secret. We can even make a custom name and description for your memory. There's no better memento or one-of-a-kind gift for a loved one." Cassie touched her hair nervously, then added in a dubious tone, "Really? Well, I might indeed commission a custom memory from you then." Chapter 1, 1645. Found Nothing. Cassie goulded Sunny deeper into the ruins. She showed more caution after descending from the outer wall, to his relief. The young woman remained calm and composed, but he noticed that she chose roundabout paths, keeping to the less populated areas of the ancient castle. From time to time, ghostly runes ignited on the weathered stones as they passed. The pebble Sunny held in his hands grew a little warmer in those moments. After a while, Cassie spoke again. "We are staying in the desolate parts of True Bastion to avoid running into someone powerful. I can handle the nights without too much problem, but if we meet a saint, especially one from the direct bloodline, a complication might arise." Sunny nodded, strangely relieved. It was nice to have confirmation that Cassie's power was not limitless, even if she was on his side. The blind seer lingered for a few moments, then asked, "You only told me that you needed to get inside the castle. Where, exactly, do you want me to lead you?" He shrugged. "As close to the main keep as possible. I'll know where I need to go once I get there." In fact, Sunny did not know the precise location of what he was looking for. He just knew that there was something hidden here, in Bastion, and that the members of Clan Valor must not have found it yet. Well, maybe they had. But he was willing to bet that they hadn't. That was because the timeline did not make sense. The citadel that the founder of Valor had conquered was the illusory Bastion, not the real one. Otherwise, it would not have been conquered at all. No member of the first generation had been powerful enough to survive in a death zone, after all, let alone claim it. It was only after Broken Sword, Anvil, Kaisong, and Asterion had become transcendent that this hidden place was disturbed by humans. Even then, Sunny doubted that Valor had truly occupied the true Bastion before the Sovereigns emerged, which meant that they had not had a lot of time to explore the vast ruin, especially considering how dangerous it was and how few people had access to it. The best warriors of Valor had also spent more than a decade conquering distant regions of the Dream Realm to expand the king's domain. Perhaps Anvil and his knights had discovered a few of the more easily accessible secrets of the fallen castle, but Sunny doubted that they would have found them all. Or at least he hoped so. His hope was based on the fact that there was only one person in the world who possessed a Daemon's lineage, and that person was him. So Sunny cautiously extended his senses outward, communicating with the ancient shadows populating the ruin. He could feel the dark hollows hiding under the rubble. Some of them were simply the result of stone blocks falling on each other. Some were halls and chambers that had been buried and forgotten in the devastation. However, none of them were what he was looking for. Cassie led him deeper into the ruin, choosing the most deserted paths. Neither of them needed a source light to walk, so their passage was quiet and unseen, illuminated only by the pale radiance of the shattered moon. They walked across crumbling parapets and half-buried pathways, the ancient stones hanging dangerously above their heads. Anvil's hammer continued to ring, steady and powerful, like the beating of an emotionless steel heart. Sunny glanced at Cassie and said in a neutral tone, "It must be a real chore to sleep here." She seemed surprised. Who would be insane enough to sleep in a place like this? Then the young woman hesitated for a few moments and added with a sigh, "It is forbidden, actually. This land used to belong to the demon of imagination. Here, what you dream about might very well become reality. The last time a knight dozed off on the wall, we forced 4 masters to his nightmare." Sunny fell silent with an appalled expression on his face. That was a little bit too much. A death zone is a death zone, I guess. If Nightmare wasn't busy performing an important task in Godgrave, he would have summoned him immediately. As they drew closer to the inner area of the ruined castle, Sunny sent his shadow sense down into the mass of the drowned mountain below. He was cautious, limiting its reach to a narrow beam of sorts. Something like that had not been possible before, but after becoming a saint, he learned how to control his senses better. The mass of stone beneath his feet seemed solid enough. Sonny followed Cassie while concentrating on the ancient ruins. He even closed his eyes to feel the surroundings better. However, he felt nothing. The longer they spent among the ruins, the less of anything he felt. I'm sure there is something. If it had been before, Sonny would have probably been drawn to a fateful location by his intuition, or simply stumbled upon it due to being fated. But now, he was the opposite of that, and his intuition remained silent. Cassie did not show it, but she must have grown uneasy about their aimless wandering by now. Indeed, he would seem like a complete lunatic if his search did not produce a result. Who infiltrates the secret stronghold of a sovereign? For nothing, nothing, Sonny smiled. Found it. There was absolutely nothing below them, but that was exactly what gave away the hidden sanctum. Even if the mountain was made from solid stone, there would be cracks and crevasses inside it, and those would be populated by ancient shadows. With how potent Sonny's shadow sense was, he would have felt their presence. But he felt nothing, which meant that something was blocking his senses. Deep, deep below. Sonny opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Noticing that he had stopped, Cassie halted and turned to face him. Her eyes were blue and clear, devoid of any abnormality. He still chose to look away. "What is the matter?" Sonny smiled subtly and shrugged. "I found what I was looking for." She tilted her head a little. "What now, then?" He hesitated for a bit, then sighed. "Now, please excuse me for a moment, Saint Cassia." Taking a step forward, he placed his hands on her delicate shoulders. And then he pulled her into the shadows, teleporting both of them into the depth of the mountain. Chapter 1, 2646, Dungeons and Demons. A moment later, the two of them were far below ground, with countless tons of stone hanging above their heads. If Sonny was not mistaken, the hidden sanctum he had found was most of the way to the bottom of the lake, at the very heart of the mountains. In the past, Sonny had not been able to carry living beings with him when stepping through the shadows, with the sole exception of Nephis. It was different now that he was a saint, though. He could pull much heavier inanimate objects with him, as well as actual people. The latter were very cumbersome, though, consuming a lot of his essence, especially those whose souls were vast and powerful. Teleporting Cassie with him, and to such a remote place, had drained a good portion of his reserves. Sonny sighed inwardly and tried to take a deep breath. There was nothing to inhale, though. A strangely calm voice resounded in his head, startling him. "There is no air here." It was Cassie's voice. But why was she so calm? Sonny glanced at the blind seer with a hint of confusion, then shrugged and summoned the quintessence pearl. A few seconds later, a beautiful white pearl appeared in his hand. This time, Sonny did not place it in his mouth, keeping it between himself and Cassie. Soon, the two of them were able to breathe again. "Please stay close, Saint Cassia." Saints could keep their breath for much longer than mundane people, so neither of them had felt any discomfort in these few moments. Still, he had expected that Cassie would be at least a little startled. But then again, why would she be? Cassie did not receive visions of the future anymore, but her awakened ability was functioning perfectly fine. She must have known that Sonny would use Shadow Step a few seconds before he had, and saw him summoning the quintessence pearl before he ever did. Cassie usually acted in a way that made people forget about this ability of hers, but if one stopped to think about it, she had every conversation and witnessed every event twice. For as long as her awakened ability was active, it was all but impossible to surprise her. And she would have definitely kept it active while sneaking a suspicious saint into a sovereign's stronghold. Her ascended ability, meanwhile, seemed to have undergone a change. Unless she was using a memory to communicate with him telepathically, it was that ability of hers that allowed her to talk to people she had marked. Sonny was well acquainted with this manner of conversation thanks to the Shroud of Dusk, so he wasn't worried about thinking an unwanted thought aloud. "Huh, Convenient. No wonder Nephis had seemed so well informed about his shadows when they met in the nameless temple. Cassie, meanwhile, looked like she was having similar thoughts. Facing Sunny, she tilted her head a little and asked, "A spatial movement ability?" He nodded. "Well, yes, something like that." She contemplated for a few moments, then said casually, "Huh. Convenient." Sunny blinked. With that out of the way, he could finally look around. His shadow sense was rendered useless, so he could only rely on his sight now. The space where the two of them had found themselves was not very large and submerged in total darkness. Luckily, it was a mundane kind of darkness, which did not pose an obstacle for him. They were in a small chamber. It was clearly artificial, as opposed to naturally formed. The walls were smooth and polished, with no seams on their stone surface. The ceiling was high. There was nothing in the stone chamber. No furniture, no spider webs, no runic circles carved into the floor. There was only a tall door, which seemed to have been carved from a single piece of dark wood. Nevertheless, Sunny felt the same kind of discomfort he had felt once in the ebony tower when looking at it. The door seemed quite mundane, but it was also ever so slightly wrong. The handle was placed a bit too high, its shape was a bit off, the hinges were spaced strangely. It was as though it had been made for a being that resembled a human, but was not quite human. A demon, perhaps. Cassie remained motionless, but he knew that she was studying the stone chamber through his eyes. A few moments later, she spoke. "I know that it might be strange to only ask now. But, Sunny, what exactly are you trying to find here? And where is here, exactly?" He smiled subtly. "We are far below the castle, at the heart of the mountain, in a place that the demon of imagination must have left behind. As for what I am searching for, it's simple." He took a careful step toward the door. "It's power." Cassie seemed surprised. "Power?" Sunny nodded. "Haven't you heard, Saint Cassia? Knowledge is the origin of power. At least that was what the demon of fate thought, and I'm inclined to agree. Ah, but it is also the heaviest thing in the world. So not everyone is strong enough to hold it." She turned her head sharply, but Sunny simply continued in a carefree tone. "So, what I'm trying to find here is lost knowledge, and if I am lucky, something just as forbidden." With that, Sunny grabbed the handle, turned it, and pushed the door open, or at least he tried to. The door didn't budge. Scowling slightly, Sunny put more strength into it. He had a lot of strength as a transcendent terror, and yet, the door didn't move. Is it locked? But there is no lock. Have the hinges rusted through? No, wait. You should try pulling. Sunny coughed awkwardly, then pulled instead of pushing. The door opened easily, and the hinges produced no noise. "I was just going to—" "Yeah." Cassie did not say anything and walked over, stopping just behind him. Sunny tensed slightly. Why is she standing so close? Oh, right. I told her to because of the quintessence pearl. "So, what kind of knowledge do you hope to find?" He walked out of the stone chamber and stopped, studying the long corridor beyond. "Oh, you know. Nothing too unexpected. Why did the Doom War start? How did it end? Who won? How did the gods die? How did the daemons die? Where are their corpses?" Sunny took a deep breath and added nonchalantly, "Why was the nightmare spell created? What is its purpose? What happened to its creator?" Simple stuff like that. Of course, there was another goal Sunny was pursuing, and another thing he wanted to find. The remaining parts of Weaver's forbidden lineage, he wanted them. He wasn't satisfied with only having an incomplete collection of fragments. Not anymore, at least. Chapter 1, 1647, Infinity Mirror. Now this is going to be a problem. Standing on the threshold, Sunny studied the long corridor. It stretched in both directions as far as he could see, bending slightly. The stone floor was smooth and even, while the tall ceiling was illuminated by a scattering of softly glowing gemstones. The turquoise gems were embedded into it, dimly drowning the corridor in pale light. The problem was with the walls. Both of them were perfectly smooth and seamless, as if the corridor had been formed inside the mountain by some unknown means instead of being constructed. Much worse, their glossy surface was reflective. The walls of the corridor were like two endless mirrors. Remembering what Cassie had said, Sunny frowned. The blind seer inhaled deeply behind him. "Oh my." Her voice was somber. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked neutrally, "Left or right?" Cassie answered with a hint of confusion. "Why are you asking me?" He scratched the back of his head and shrugged. "Why not? My luck is pretty much non-existent. So, I'll trust your intuition." She tilted her head a little. "Really? Because my intuition tells me to get out of here as soon as possible." "Yeah, I should have expected that answer." Sunny closed his eyes for a second, then cleared his throat. "On second thought, why don't we just go left?" The moment the two of them stepped into the corridor, their reflections appeared on the polished walls. Since the two endless mirrors were positioned directly opposite each other, the reflections stretched into infinity, forming countless mirrored corridors. When Sunny took a step, a legion of his reflections took a step. When Cassie followed, a legion of her reflections followed too. They were surrounded by a myriad of identical copies of themselves, marching in step with them on both sides. Suddenly, he felt very uneasy. "You said not to answer if a reflection speaks to me, right?" Cassie nodded, and a myriad of her reflections nodded at him at the same time. Sunny's reflections were pale and somber. Cassie's reflections were beautiful and moved with elegant grace. "It's better not to look at them at all. See no evil. And all that." He grimaced. "And my shadow sense just happens to be gone. What a convenient coincidence." Frowning, he lowered his head and looked at the floor. As Sunny walked forward, he concentrated on his feet. Nevertheless, he could still glimpse the reflections at the periphery of his vision, all walking forward while looking down. Only, did he imagine it? Or was one of the countless reflections completely still and staring directly at him? Instead, Sunny had to use all of his willpower to keep looking down instead of turning to confirm it. A moment later, there was nothing out of the ordinary in his peripheral vision once again. How powerful are these others exactly? He spoke in his mind instead of aloud, believing that Cassie would hear him. Indeed, her response came a few moments later. "Nobody knows. From the reports I've seen, they are sometimes as powerful as the person they reflect. Sometimes they are strangely brittle. But don't rely on my information too much. It's misleading. Because reports are only left by those who survived. As for those who didn't, there is no way to tell what they faced." Sunny frowned. Cassie lingered for a bit, then added, "What makes them so dangerous is not their power, but rather their strangeness. We don't know what they are, where they come from, what motivates them, how they think, or if they think at all. When you fight a human or a nightmare creature, you can usually predict what will happen, even if only in broad strokes, because you know what drives your enemy. It's different with the others." He nodded quietly. What people feared the most was the unknown, and what was not known posed the most danger. But if the reflections do come to life, we should be fine as long as we don't look to them and don't speak to them. "Right?" Cassie remained silent longer this time. "I don't know." Sunny grimaced. All around him, a myriad of reflections grimaced as well. "How long is this damned corridor?" They had been walking for a while already. However, there was no sign of other doors, and no end in sight. The mirror tunnel was empty and silent, the dark, dim light of turquoise gemstones washing it in ghostly light. The only sound that broke the silence was the soft rustle of Cassie's clothes. Sunny's steps, meanwhile, were completely noiseless. But then, another sound broke the silence, making him stop in his tracks. It was the quiet but unmistakable sound of a glass surface cracking. Sunny froze for a moment. To hell with this. Turning around, he grabbed Cassie and immediately used Shadow Step to teleport back in the direction they had come. Without Shadow Sense, he could only jump as far as he could see after a swift series of consecutive jumps. Sunny returned them to the small stone chamber and shut the door, then slumped tiredly on the floor. Damn, I hate mirrors so much. Come to think of it, there had to be some connection between the reason he tended to avoid mirrors and this place. Mordred must have visited Bastion before being handed to Asterion. Had he perhaps encountered something strange here, or maybe his mother? Cassie quietly straightened her clothes and sat down as well. Neither of them were physically tired, but being on edge for extended periods of time inevitably led to mental fatigue. She was silent for a while, then asked, "So, what now, Sunny? Are we turning back?" He glanced at her darkly and remained motionless for a moment. Then he shook his head. No. With that, Sunny raised his free hand and summoned another memory. A few moments later, a small lantern carved out of black stone appeared on his palm. Cassie turned her head and concentrated on it, a slight frown appearing on her face. "A lantern?" He nodded. "Indeed. However, it is a very special one. This lantern does not produce light. Instead, it swallows it." What was a reflection? It was light that had been cast back. Therefore, much like shadows, reflections could not exist without light. Gritting his teeth, Sunny stood up and opened the door of the stone chamber again. At the same time, he opened the gate of the shadow lantern. A moment later, a torrent of shadows surged into the mirror corridor, flooding it with impenetrable darkness. Chapter 1648. Lost in Reflection. A torrent of shadows flowed into the corridor, submerging it in total darkness. The light of the glowing gemstones was swallowed and disappeared without trace, turning them bleak and lifeless. Sunny had summoned a swarm of vast and ancient shadows to do the job. These old shadows were unfathomable. It would have taken an equally potent source of light to dispel them. The gemstones had been created from the mind of the demon of imagination, true. Perhaps they would have chased away the darkness if the shadows were alone. But they were in the presence of their lord, and that alone made them much more tyrannical. A few moments later, a long stretch of the corridor had turned completely lightless. The infinity mirror of its walls was now dull and empty. Nothing reflected on their dim surface, and no reflection haunted the hidden sanctum. Sunny let out a quiet sigh. Who knew that I would use this trick today? What he had done was not pure improvisation. Instead, it was one of the methods he had contemplated when thinking about how to deal with Mordred. Castle seemed impressed. "These shadows obey you?" Sunny shrugged. "If I treat them nicely." Wild shadows were like that. Most were devoted to Sunny, but some were obstinate and willful. The former would obey him out of affection or reverence, but the latter needed to be coaxed and enticed. "Let's go." The two of them returned to the corridor. It seemed much smaller without the countless reflections stretching endlessly into the ghostly distance. Claustrophobic, even. Still, Sunny felt much more at ease now than he had before. Cassie suddenly spoke, drawing his attention. "Are we going left again?" Sunny smiled. "That is a good question." "No, let's try right this time." They turned right and started walking at a measured pace. The shadows moved with them, keeping the corridor dark both ahead and behind. Just like that, Sunny and Cassie advanced forward for a while. Then, they encountered an intersection. A similar corridor crossed the one they had been traversing, and so, Sunny had another choice to make. He frowned slightly and decided to turn right again. The second corridor had a slight bend to it as well, so it was impossible to see far ahead. Sometime later there was another intersection, and then another, and another. Some intersections formed 4 paths, some only 3. There were even bizarre ones that had 6, 7, or 8 turns. There were dead ends as well, and corridors that led to one of the crossroads Sunny and Cassie had already passed. The corridors themselves weren't straight either, bending and twisting at unexpected angles. It was a mirror labyrinth. After a while, Sunny sighed and stopped, covering his face with a palm. In front of them was an open door leading to a small stone chamber, the same chamber they had left behind. "Have you noticed it?" Cassie's voice was calm. He lingered for a while, then nodded. "Yeah, damn it." Sunny had been counting his steps this whole time. It was hard to keep track because of how convoluted the maze of mirrors was, but he was certain of it. They had walked more in each direction than the width of the mountain was, which meant that the labyrinth was not beholden to the size of the mountain. It could be endless, for all Sunny knew. Shaking his head, he leaned on the wall and summoned the endless spring. Drinking deeply from the beautiful glass bottle, he then handed it to Castle. The young woman took the memory and frowned for a moment. Then, forgetting the meaning that it held, she brought it to her lips and then returned it to Sunny. "We can try again." He hesitated for a bit, then slowly shook his head. "No. We've been here for too long already. There is still some time before sunrise, but I won't be able to solve this maze quickly. This is going to be a long project." Cassie raised an eyebrow. "We have only agreed that I will bring you inside the castle once." Sunny smiled. "Yes. And I have only promised to show you one of my memories. Surely you want to see more, and I want to explore this place more. It works out perfectly, does it not? We can meet once a month during the full moon. This way, both of us will slowly gain the knowledge we desire." She hesitated. "I don't know how long I'll remain in Bastion, though. Maybe there is something else you want." His smile turned a little darker. "There are many things I want, Saint Cassia, but this is the deal I am offering." Cassie frowned, remained silent for a few moments, then nodded. "Fine. I will guide you inside the castle once again, next month, in exchange for another memory." Sunny dismissed the endless spring and suppressed a chuckle. Why did she put on a show if we both knew that she would agree? "It's a date, then." He froze for a moment, then added hurriedly, "No, wait, it's not a date. I misspoke. It's well, an arrangement. You know what I mean." Cassie observed him with a hint of amusement, then shrugged. "As you wish. Now, I think it's time for me to receive my payment." Sunny sighed. He had not been looking forward to this part. "Fine. We have a bit of time left, so let's do it here." As long as he returned to the lake before sunrise, there was no safer place in Bastion than this labyrinth. Here, they were hidden from the king's gaze, and no one would disturb them. "I still hate it." Sunny led Cassie into the stone chamber, called the shadows back into the lantern, and closed the door. Then, he sat on the floor, cross-legged. Cassie sat down in front of him and calmly looked him in the eyes, her back perfectly straight. "One memory, of your choosing." Sunny nodded slowly. She took a deep breath. "Then think about what you want me to see." He did. The bitter cold, the dim twilight, the cracking of ice as he broke through it and climbed onto the desolate shore, the dark storm of seething emotions raging in his hollow heart. Cassie's beautiful blue eyes suddenly glistened, pulling him into their depths, changing. And in the next moment, Sunny gasped. Chapter 1, 1649, Memory of Ice. A cold ocean washed the shore of a desolate land, its waves frozen and unmoving. The empty sky seemed dim and uncaring, the sun hidden behind a somber veil. The land itself was silent and forlorn, its lifeless expanse buried in snow. Not far from the shore, the layer of ice shackling of the ocean suddenly fractured and exploded, revealing the restless surface of the dark water. A pale hand rose above the edge and dug into the ice with crushing force. A moment later, a gaunt young man climbed from the cold water, stepping on the frozen waves with a chilling expression on his sunken alabaster face. His appearance was both tantalizing and frightening. The young man only wore the tattered remains of a military bodysuit, which was mostly gone. His fair skin was as white as snow, marred by countless gruesome but eerily bloodless wounds. His eyes, on the contrary, were as dark as the depths of a lightless abyss. The black silk of his wet hair moved slightly in the frigid wind. He looked like the wretched corpse of a drowned deity that had crawled out of a frozen hell. His slender torso was mostly bare, revealing an intricate tattoo of a coiling serpent that covered most of his arms, chest, and back. The dark serpent was so lifelike that it almost seemed like its onyx scales were moving under the young man's skin. Sonny remained motionless for a while, looking at the desolate landscape in front of him. Then, he took a step forward. Finally, after so much time had passed, he was back at the Antarctic Center. He had returned to Falcon Scott. When he took the second step, his gruesomely torn skin was already healing. When he took the third, the intricate plates of a battered onyx armor covered his mangled body, shielding it from the cold and wind. It looks the same. After the third nightmare, when all was said and done, Sonny had returned to the northern quadrant among the refugees. He spent some time there taking care of unfinished business. Not that there was a lot for him to do after being erased from the world. Meeting Rain was the very last thing he did. Then, untethered from everything and everyone, he set his sights back on Antarctica. Crossing the ocean alone had not been easy. Turning into the onyx serpent, Sonny dove into the lightless depths, where the darkness nurtured his soul and was rich in spirit essence. Sadly, even empowered by Soul Weave, he could not maintain such an enormous shell constantly. But luckily, there was no shortage of unimaginable horrors populating the oceans of the waking world. Sonny used the serpentine steel ability of the Soul Serpent to augment his fangs, and fought the harrowing depth dwellers to replenish his essence through its Soul Reaver ability, which allowed Serpent to absorb and transfer a portion of soul essence of all beings slain by it in the Soul Weapon or the Soul Beast forms. Staying in the shell for such a long time was potentially dangerous now that Sonny did not possess a true name, but the onyx serpent form was one of the few that he could assume without the risk of losing himself. Perhaps it was because he knew it so well, or perhaps it was because he shared a kinship with serpentine creatures as an inheritor of Shadow God. It had taken Sonny weeks to reach Antarctica, and those weeks had been a cold and dreadful nightmare. Out there in the dark depths of the ocean, he had faced horrors so hideous and dire that no words were enough to describe them. He killed some, and escaped from others. His body had been torn and broken, but in the end, he survived. The very idea of crossing the ocean alone had seemed preposterous before, but now that Sonny was a transcendent terror, he somehow made it a reality. The cold darkness currently reigning over his soul was much more terrible than the ocean anyway. Now that Sonny had left everything behind, his mental state was far from ideal. The pain and anguish had turned into dark anger, and the anger was seething and boiling, refusing to be contained or controlled. In this world there was no place for Sonny anymore, and nothing left for him to do, except to pay his debts. And the first score he needed to settle was with the winter beast. Walking across the frozen waves, Sonny reached the shore of the Antarctic Center and looked around without expression. His eyes were like two pools of darkness, full of cold, ruthless killing intent and murderous resentment. Some distance away, the port fortress of Falcon Scott lay in ruins, half buried in snow. The city itself was frozen above it, standing silently on the tall cliffs. The buildings were encased in ice, and so were the remains of the millions of people that had been killed by the winter beast just before the end of the long, dreadful night. Sonny stared at the cliffs for some time, then turned his gaze away. He wasn't quite ready to enter the city yet. He spent several hours roaming the shore aimlessly, as if looking for something. The frigid cold was absolutely lethal, but Sonny paid it no attention. His shadow sense spread far and wide, enveloping a vast area of the desolate land. "Where is it? Where is it?" In the end, he stopped and stared at the ground silently. Finally, there was a hint of emotion on his face. Sonny raised a trembling hand and covered his eyes, a brittle smile twisting his lips. He couldn't find it. The grave where he had buried his soldiers. He had not been quite in right mind back then, and the terrain had been changed a lot by the snow and ice. So he simply did not know where the resting place of Belle Dorn and Samara was anymore. Ah, damn it! A stifled sound escaped from his mouth, and then Sonny angrily struck the rusted remains of a broken MWP that lay nearby, covered with snow. There was a thunderous boom, and the massive machine exploded. Jagged pieces of alloy shot into the distance like deadly shrapnel, while its torso was sent flying. It collided against the cliffs 100 or so meters away, causing an entire section of the cliffside to fracture and collapse in an avalanche of shattered rocks. Unfazed, Sonny raised his head to the sky and let out a distorted scream, then looked down, his eyes boiling with dark fury. Kill it. I will rip that thing apart. Gritting his teeth, he breathed in the cold air of Antarctica and headed for the ruins of the city. Chapter 1, 1746, Just War. After Sonny was introduced to the general shape of the plot, more technical details had to be discussed. The war was approaching swiftly, and at least 3 of the 6 conspirators would have to participate in the bloodshed directly. The other 3 could be drawn into the deadly game between the 2 sovereigns as well. Both the government and the House of Night were desperately trying to maintain neutrality. But it was unknown if the great clans would cross the line in exerting pressure, thus making at least one of the neutral sides an accomplice in the domain war. Jet seemed a little troubled. Our position was more or less stable before, but now, with that damned assassination attempt, I don't know. The situation is unclear. She glanced at Cassie and raised an eyebrow. The blind seer seemed distracted for a moment, then said quietly, "The news is spreading like wildfire, both in the waking world and in the dream realm. By now, it's all people are talking about. Everyone is outraged, of course. Even the legacy clans are incensed. The situation is much more fiery in the sword domain, incendiary even. But the song domain is reacting badly too. Nef's influence transcends borders." Jet frowned. "That was fast. Too fast even." Castle nodded. "Someone has been prepared. They are adding oil to the fire." As everyone fell silent, Nephis said in an even tone, "I wonder, who is responsible this time?" Jet looked at her, lingered for a few moments, and smiled crookedly. "It wasn't your own performance?" Nephis frowned slightly, not exactly offended by her words, but seemingly displeased. Her answer was short. "No." Sonny listened with interest. Actually, he had considered that the whole thing was staged by Cassie as well. That would be in line with both her goal and her cunning. However, a few things didn't add up. Nephis leaned back and sighed. "My first thought was that it had been planned by Morgan, but it's not really her style. If Morgan was behind the assassination, there would have been countless victims among the government soldiers. She is always thorough, after all." Jet crossed her arms, considering. Eventually, she simply shook her head and said with a hint of frustration in her voice, "Then who the hell did it? It couldn't have really been Song, could it?" Kai seemed troubled as well. He remained silent for a while before saying cautiously, "Actually, it could have been. Princess Morgan was right when she said that there aren't a lot of archers in the world who can pull off something like that. The 2 prime suspects, coincidentally, are from the Song domain. One is Silent Stalker. The other is Dar of the Maharana clan." Sonny smiled darkly behind the mask. That guy. He had considered Dar of the Maharana clan as well. The man had an eerie ability to hit targets from a great distance, and was fond of using oversized arrows to boot. Sonny had brushed sides with him during the Dreamscape tournament, almost catching a few of those arrows himself. Later, they crossed swords in the elimination rounds, where the legacy scion was cut down by Mongrel. He had not left a good impression. Maharana was one of the vassal clans of Song, too. Effie scratched the back of her head. Dar of the Maharana clan? Last I heard of him, he was a master. Where is he now? Cassie answered a moment later, effortlessly pulling the information out of her head. He is presumably still a master, although no one has seen or heard of him in the last 6 months. He could have challenged the third nightmare and transcended in secret, or died trying. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then spoke in his usual aloof tone. I can tell you who is behind the assassination attempt. He had not been certain before, but now the pieces fit together too perfectly. The rest of them looked at him, waiting for an explanation. Sunny leaned forward a little. Your instinct was correct, Lady Nephis. It was indeed Morgan. Well, or at least Clan Valor. Of course, they never really intended to kill you. Nephis nodded. That much is clear. No one who would want to kill me is stupid enough to try so half-heartedly. But why are you pointing at Clan Valor? He grimaced behind the mask. The assailant had to know your schedule. They also had to know that the Nightmare Gate would lure you into the open. Of course, the sniper could have tried to hit you on a crowded street or even through several walls. But that park was too convenient of a location for that kind of attack to be a coincidence. I am pretty sure that Morgan knew about the gate in advance and chose the location of our meeting accordingly. One assumed that she wanted to gauge my power, but she simply wanted to deliver you to the impact zone. Sunny paused for a moment, then shook his head. No, actually, it is more likely that she wanted both. The Princess of War is very efficient, after all. Her actions rarely pursue only one goal. Effie frowned. Why do it, though? He stared at her silently for a moment. As I've said, Morgan's actions tend to accomplish several goals at the same time. So why stage an attempted assassination on her little sister? The first reason is quite obvious, since you and your fellow government representatives are suffering the outcome right now. It is to discredit the government and gain leverage against it. Soul Reaper mentioned that your position has been destabilized by playing the indignation card and acting offended on behalf of their adopted daughter. The Elders of Valor are now in a position to put pressure on you to join their side. Jet chuckled. Just that much leverage won't be enough. Well, most likely. Sunny nodded. Yes, but that is only because discrediting the government is merely a secondary goal of the entire affair. Cal frowned, then asked him somberly, what is the primary goal then? Sunny sighed behind the mask. You know, there are a lot of nasty rumors flying around the Song domain about Clan Valor. How people from the Sword domain are monopolizing resource shipments from the waking world to make their lives more miserable. How most of the Elders of Valor, including the King of Swords himself, have been taken by the Skinwalker. How people there are suffering under the tyranny of corrupt legacies and cry out to the heavens for help. He leaned back and shrugged. Of course, plenty of such rumors are spreading about Clan Song in the Sword domain as well. The Queen of Worms is a rotten fiend. She kills innocent people to enslave them into her undead army. The Song sisters feed on human blood, stuff like that. All these rumors are false, naturally. Well, except that last one. That one might actually be true. In any case, they are carefully prepared and spread by both sides for a single purpose. An expression of disgust appeared on Cal's face. He remained silent for a few moments, then uttered through gritted teeth, Justification. Sunny nodded. Indeed. The great clans need to warm up the populace to the idea of war. Not only the masses, but also the awakened warriors who will be fighting on the front lines. I'm sure there is a version of it for the vassal clans as well. Not that those have a lot of choice when it comes to obeying the sovereigns. So, for those of you who are fond of history, you must know what casus belli is. The faces of several people in the room darkened. Effie coughed. Casus belli? Sure, we all know it, of course. But to those of us who don't, can you explain? Please. Sunny was tempted to tell her to ask her husband for an explanation, but held himself back. Instead, he said in an emotionless tone, Sure, there is not much to explain. Casus belli is just a fancy term for justification, an official reason given when starting a war. An assassination of a royal is more than enough reason to drown the world in blood. In fact, this exact scenario was used before to do just that. He chuckled coldly. Honestly, I would have expected Valor to actually kill one of their saints in order to have a more solid claim. But either someone among them is growing soft, or they can't allow themselves to lose even a single transcendent before the war. Ligae tilde NOVAL tilde UORLD tilde C apostrophe O/M. In any case, someone attempts to kill Changing Star, humanity's favorite saint, and both of the main suspects just happen to be from the Song domain. One of them is even conveniently unavailable for questioning. This is more than enough ground to spin a pretty tale. Sunny sighed. As for the fact that none of the government soldiers had died, which is unlike how ruthless Morgan usually acts, that is the result of a shrewd calculation as well. If the purpose of the assassination attempt is to make Clan Valor look like the wronged party, then wouldn't it be counterproductive to make the government suffer more losses than Clan Valor did? Who would look like the true victim then? So, it was all part of the plan. His cold voice echoes in the room, sounding more than a little bit sinister. As everyone was digesting his words silently, Sunny laughed. Well, at least that is how I would have done it. With more flair, of course. Nephis looked at him somberly, not saying anything. Eventually, though, she spoke in an even tone. So, they had someone pretend to try and kill me while using the method that would point at someone serving Key Song. This gives them the ammunition they need to both declare war and maintain the illusion of righteousness. Eventually. And as an added bonus, they even get a chance to pressure the government into making concessions, or even joining their side entirely. He nodded. More or less. Nephis sighed and looked away. She remained silent for a while, then said quietly, "Well, good. It plays into our hand, actually. If I become the catalyst for the start of the war, it would only be logical for me to be the one to end it." At that moment, Cassie spoke, her voice a little grim. "If they are already moving so openly, then it seems that we have even less time than we thought. I'm afraid that some of our plans will have to be accelerated or even abandoned entirely." Sunny scowled behind the mask. "Yeah, like me forging a sword for Nephis, I doubt I can make it in time, can I?" Nephis gritted her teeth. "It has been a long time coming. All we can do is prepare ourselves the best we can. When Song and Valor go to war, the only side that shall win is us." She looked at the people gathered at the room, her gaze settling on Sunny. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on her face. "Or, we'll die. Lord Shadow, that favor I owe you. You'd better call it in soon. You might not get the chance later." He crossed his arms and stared back at her. "Who gave you permission to die?" Sunny smiled slightly behind the mask, then said in a cold tone, "You are too weak right now. Become stronger, first." Nephis remained silent for a moment, then chuckled. "All right, if you insist that I become stronger. It seems that I have no other choice. I will." Soon after that, the secret meeting ended. The members of the cohort left, some openly, some in secret. Sunny himself simply crossed the border between the realms, returning to the nameless temple. There was a lot for him to do. Outside the manor of the Immortal Flame clan, the engines of war were churning, and the world was moving on. In the days following Sunny's appointment as the memory purveyor of the Firekeepers, the brilliant Emporium had undergone a transformation. Once established as a cover for his ability to weave sorcery, the memory boutique was suddenly thriving due to the high number of acquisition deals flowing through it, almost as if he was a real merchant. The Firekeepers were quite generous. Nephis did not enjoy the favor of the Valor Elders, so her private troops rarely received resources that a princess's personal guard deserved. They existed on a pitiful stipend that wouldn't cover the needs of 50 awakened, let alone half 100 masters. Nevertheless, they were quite rich. Their riches did not come from the great clan, but from their own exploits instead. Every time Valor sent Nephis and her firekeepers to deal with a terrible calamity of some sort, which happened on a regular basis, countless abominations would fall to their swords. That meant that there would be many memories and echoes brought back from each expedition, as well as valuable materials harvested from the nightmare creatures. The firekeepers kept the best for themselves and sold the rest. That way they were quite self-sufficient, and their coffers never ran empty. Cassie managed the assets of the firekeepers, investing in various enterprises throughout the sword domain. In fact, many establishments in Bastion and other young cities had been funded by her on behalf of Nephis, not only bringing in stable income but also adding to Changing Star's reputation. There was a sizable charity fund established by the firekeepers as well, helping people in need. In short, Nephis was quite affluent, despite being shunned by the elders of Clan Valor. And now, Sunny was benefiting from her wealth as well. There were a lot of mocking rumors about him in Bastion these days, calling him names and detailing what it was exactly that he was doing for Nephis in exchange for her money and gifts. But Sunny didn't mind. In fact, he was of the firm belief that everyone talking nonsense about him were simply jealous. Who wouldn't want to receive expensive gifts and attention from a stunningly beautiful young lady? What was there to feel shame about? If they did not know how to put themselves in such an envious position, it was their problem. Plus, of all the things Sunny had learned over the years, shame wasn't one of them. He had none, to begin with. In any case, the brilliant Emporium was now handling the flow of memories in and from the Ivory Island, collecting a commission from each deal. Granted, the firekeepers weren't selling much these days. They were, however, on a spending spree. The war was just beyond the horizon, and everyone who knew anything about it was in a hurry to arm themselves as well as possible. Aiko was so giddy that Sunny was seriously concerned that the petite girl would explode from the excitement. Her greed and love for money put even his own prodigious avarice to shame. The deal with the firekeepers was not the only reason why the brilliant Emporium was doing better than usual, though. The restaurant side of the business was booming as well. And the reason for that was not just Sunny's face. Well, it was, in a manner of speaking. The real reason was that damn duel with Tristan of the Aegis Rose clan. Sunny had expected that playing the role of Changing Star's lover would attract a lot of attention, of course. What he had not expected was how much the citizens of Bastion loved to gossip and how much free time they had on their hands. These people. There were no empty seats in the dining hall, and apart from a couple of regulars, the rest of the crowd was here for only one reason: to catch a glimpse of the despicable mongrel who had cunningly bewitched Changing Star. The thrill-seekers had even scared away his regular customers. Fewer and fewer of them were showing up in the brilliant Emporium each day. To Sunny's chagrin, he could hear the hum of their whispers from the kitchen. I saw him. Good gods. I was on the fence before, but now I really understand Lady Nephis. No way. That bastard is deceiving her. He must be a song spy. What spy? Why would people from the song domain send spies here? What? You haven't heard? Their creepy queen is just straight evil. She even sent assassins to kill Lady Nephis. She wouldn't dare. It's true. Everyone is talking about it. That's why I think that this mongrel is a spy. Quiet, you idiot. What if the mongrel hears you? Don't you know how many people he massacred in the castle? Still, he doesn't look like a spy. He's too dreamy to be a spy. Stuck in the kitchen, Sunny gritted his teeth and concentrated on cooking. That's Lord Mongrel to you, fools. He was tempted to spit into the pan. Of course he didn't. Fools or not, he had a reputation to uphold. Sunny did not care if his name was being dragged through the mud, but no one was allowed to besmirch his cooking. In the end, he was almost relieved when it was time to close the shop. Sunny chased away the last customers, locked the door, and collapsed onto the shadow chair in utter exhaustion. What a contradictory feeling. On one hand, he was tired of hearing idiots talk trash about him. On the other hand, the idiots paid a good amount of coins to spend time in the brilliant emporium. So, it was a good thing, overall. Sunny remained motionless for a while, then sighed and descended into the memory boutique. There, Aiko was busy checking the descriptions of the memories she had recently purchased. She was in charge of the whole operation, not only because she had better business sense than him, but also because Sunny was unable to receive and transfer memories like all carriers of the nightmare spell could. The memories he crafted had to be designed with the customer in mind. Sunny had stolen a trait from the shard memories of the Forgotten Shore, which had the ability to bind themselves to those who touched them. After modifying it a little, he was able to devise a way to bestow the memories on the clients without transferring them directly from his own soul, which meant that for the deals concerning purchased memories, he needed an awakened courier. Alco played the role splendidly, delivering the memories to the firekeepers in person. "How is it going?" The petite girl looked up from the documents and grinned. "All accounted for, boss. We even managed to find a weapon with the weird combination of enchantments that Master Shim requested." Damn. It's still strange to call that guy a master. I remember how he used to nag the older hunters for losing all their shards gambling with me, back in the Bright Castle. Sunny smiled. "Good then. Make a trip to the castle tomorrow. Come back early, though. I won't survive in the kitchen alone." Aiko shuddered at the word early, then sighed and gathered the documents. "See you tomorrow, boss." Soon, she was gone. Sunny had followed her onto the porch and remained there for a while, watching the sun set and the full moon rise. Tonight was the night he had to meet Cassie again. Cassie was waiting for him near the same toppled tower as the last time. She was just as ethereally beautiful as the last time, too, bathed in moonlight and standing on the edge of a tranquil water. However, the atmosphere of their meeting was different today. It was more familiar somehow, perhaps even friendly. When Sunny emerged from the lake, Cassie smiled faintly. "Sunny." He brushed his wet hair back and smiled as well. "Lady Cassia." She shook her head lightly. "It feels unfair that you are still maintaining decorum after insisting that I should be more informal. Call me Cassie, please." He hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. "All right, Cassie. Shall we go? I am hoping to explore as much of the mirror labyrinth as possible tonight." She nodded and offered him her small hand. Sunny took it and pulled them both into the shadows, teleporting straight to the underground chamber they had discovered before. This time, there was no need for her to guide him deep into the ruins of the castle, erasing the memories of the nights patrolling it. The chamber had not changed at all, which was a relief. Sunny vividly remembered the warning Cassie had given him about the others, so he was wary of the beings that lived inside the mirrors in the former stronghold of the demon of imagination. Summoning the shadow lantern, he drowned the maze in shadows without wasting any time. Soon after, Sunny and Cassie continued to explore the labyrinth. This place is vast. They had wandered it for hours the last time, and were not making any noticeable progress tonight. Slowly, Sunny was starting to grow wary. He remembered the nightmare desert and the black pyramid standing at its center. No matter how long one walked across the white dunes, the pyramid never drew closer. Was there some sort of trickery preventing him from reaching the heart of the labyrinth as well? They walked in silence for a while, but quickly grew bored of it. Eventually, Cassie spoke. "I must admit, Master Sunless. Sunny, you are a fascinating man." He raised an eyebrow. "I am?" The blind seer chuckled melodiously. "Indeed. I suspected that you were, of course, when we first met. But knowing it and witnessing it in person are two different things. That stunt you pulled with poor Master Tristan. I pride myself on being able to predict things, you know. However, that caught me by surprise. What were you thinking?" Sunny coughed quietly. What was he thinking, indeed? He kept quiet for a few moments, then said nonchalantly, "Well, thinking too much is bad for one's health. Back then I was thinking, gods, I want to punch this buffoon so much. And so, I did. It's all about the little joys in life." She drew a sharp breath. "I guess," Sonny grinned. "Anyway, it ended up working in our favor, didn't it? We wanted everyone to get the wrong impression about the nature of the relationship between me and Nephis. Well, mission accomplished." Cassie exhaled slowly. "A little bit too well, even." He glanced at her. "Whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well." The blind seer did not find what to answer. She remained silent for a while, then laughed quietly. "True. Then, here is your true body, the Lord of Shadows. Meeting him in person was quite an experience. The contrast between him and Master Sunless is quite striking, to say the least. I applaud your acting skills." Sonny looked at her curiously, hesitated for a bit, and then smiled. "Why, thank you. But actually, you are wrong." Cassie raised an eyebrow elegantly. "I am?" He nodded. "This is my true body. The Lord of Shadows is a shadow. He's a performance." She tilted her head a little, baffled. "Wait, you mean to say that the shopkeeper, is your true personality, and the aloof saint of Godgrave is merely an act?" Sonny smiled, then sighed, and eventually looked away. "Yes, but also no. I guess each of my incarnations is me. It's just that they have different purposes. The purpose of the Lord of Shadows is to be a warrior, so the parts of my personality that have to do with conflict take the lead. The purpose of the humble shopkeeper is to live peacefully and enjoy life. So he's a bit of a homebody." He paused and then added with a shrug, "It's not that strange. We all wear different masks when dealing with different people. A person will behave one way when they are with their family, act differently when they are with their colleagues, and put on a new mask when they meet their friends. I am much the same, it's just that I have many bodies, so I can wear all the masks at the same time." Cassie looked at him thoughtfully. "Isn't it easy to lose sight of your true self that way?" Sonny smiled. "You might not know, but I am the world's topmost expert on not losing my true self. Shadows are formless and shapeless by nature, so I have to be careful not to forget the shape of my soul." She lingered for a while, then let out a wistful sigh. "I'll have to ask you for advice one day, then. I also struggle with maintaining my sense of self. Living through other people's senses and experiencing their innermost memories can be disorienting sometimes." Cassie smiled, then asked in a gentle voice, "But speaking of the Lord of Shadows, can I ask you something?" Sonny glanced at her briefly. "You can." She nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Before, you asked me to keep the true identity of Master Sunless to myself, saying that Nephis would not trust either if the connection between him and the Lord of Shadows was revealed. But now, you are not a stranger to her anymore. She has accepted Lord Shadow into her inner circle and entrusted him with her life. Likewise, Neph is, sympathetic toward Master Sunless. Why maintain the charade?" Sonny did not answer immediately, contemplating her question. Why did he want to keep that secret? He hesitated for a while, then sighed. "Because it's fun." It was a callous answer, but a truthful one. Well, of course it was otherwise. He wouldn't have been able to give it. There was no strategic reason to keep Nephis in the dark anymore. And yet, Sonny was enjoying himself too much to let it go already. Nephis did somewhat trust the Lord of Shadows now, but she was also wary of him, because anyone who possessed such power would make people wary. The humble shopkeeper, however, wasn't powerful at all, so she could allow herself to be at ease around him. And to Sonny, such moments were precious. They were much closer to the relationship they had before becoming saints, than the courteous distance between her and the Lord of Shadows. He didn't want to lose these moments. Yet, Cassie let out a small laugh. Fun? Well, I have to admit, it is indeed a lot of fun. However, she lingered for a moment and asked quietly, "Don't you think that it is unfair to her to keep such a secret?" Sunny kept quiet, the smile slowly disappearing from his face. Eventually, he let out a sigh and lowered his head. "You are right. It is indeed unfair. But don't worry. I'll tell her soon." He looked ahead and added with a hint of regret in his voice, "I'll tell her before the war starts. Until then, well, Master Sunless should probably make an effort to enjoy his last days of peace as much as possible." The two of them continued to explore the labyrinth, sometimes keeping silent, sometimes chatting about this and that. Sadly, Sunny failed to solve the maze this time as well. Not long before the dawn came, he found himself back in the underground chamber, face to face with Cassie. It was time to show her another memory. The battle had just ended, and the winter beast was gone. The dark ecstasy of having killed the butcher of Falcon Scott had washed over Sunny's heart and receded like a tide, leaving it cold and hollow, dark and utterly devoid of light. There was nothing binding him to the world anymore. He was banished from the nightmare spell, fate and existence itself. In the whole world. 2 worlds, actually. Not a single soul cared whether he lived or died. No one even remembered that he existed. Facing the cruel truth of that loss was too painful, and so Sunny longed to leave it behind. He opened his eyes in a familiar hall. Warm sunlight was pouring through the stained glass windows, painting the ivory walls with vibrant colors. Heavy chains lay on the floor, arranged into a flawless circle. The sky was vast and blue outside. The ivory island floated on the sea of clouds, enveloped by a peaceful silence. Sunny had not wanted to come here. In fact, he wanted nothing more than to avoid this place at all costs. However, this was where his soul was anchored to the dream realm. And so, this was where he had arrived after giving up on the waking world. Standing in the center of the chain circle, Sunny shifted slightly and dissolved into the shadows. The ivory tower was mostly empty right now. Most of the firekeepers were still lost in the depths of their nightmares, while Nephi's and the rest of the cohort were too busy to visit it often. Still, he didn't want to be seen by anyone. They could not remember him even if he told them who he was, so there was no point. Sunny glided across the floor as a shadow, hiding in the darkness near the gate. Then, he extended his shadow sense outward and froze. On the emerald grass outside the great pagoda, 2 people were walking toward its gate. The sunlight suddenly seemed brighter. He kept himself hidden when they entered the sunlit hall. Nephis was frowning, while Cassie followed her with a strangely lost expression on her delicate face. Sunny remained motionless as he unwillingly eavesdropped on their conversation. "Are you sure?" Cassie nodded slowly. "Yes, I think I am. The future has grown too elusive to decipher." Nephis halted and remained silent for a few moments. "Can it be connected to your transcendence, or witnessing that thing in Verge?" The blind girl hesitated briefly. "That was what I thought as well. However, I've reached out to several seers in confidence. They all seem to be having trouble glimpsing anything from the future as well, all over the world." Nephis's scowl deepened. What can be the reason? An aftershock of the dream gates being open? The chain of nightmares itself? She shook her head and continued walking. "We will have to investigate it later. Right now, there is too much to do. It is pure pandemonium out there, with so many people suddenly arriving in the dream realm. The refugee camp outside Bastion is lacking provisions and manpower, with too few awakened to guard them against the nightmare creatures. At least there is no lack of water, but all of it was too sudden. The situation can swiftly descend into a disaster." Cassie sighed. "I heard that they are going to build a city on the lake shore, And with the sleepers of Antarctica having awakened, there are much more capable warriors now than before. Nephis nodded. Still, I am going there to help. The blind girl remained silent for a moment. I see. I'll go with you then. Sunny hid in the shadows, listening to the news about the tribulations of humanity without interest. What did it have to do with him? Nothing at all. Not anymore. Nephis shook her head. Someone has to stay here to welcome our people once they return from the nightmares. Plus, you have another important task to accomplish. Cassie raised an eyebrow. You really want to do it? Nephis gave her another nod. It is time to abandon the chained isles. We are too far away from everything important here. I want you to fly the Ivory Island south, toward Bastion. With that, she turned around and walked into the circle of chains. Standing there, Nephis frowned and briefly touched her face. She remained motionless for a while, then said somberly, "Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something?" Cassie did not answer, simply standing there with a confused expression. Eventually, Nephis grimaced. "That other issue. Have you been able to discover anything?" Cassie slowly shook her head. "No. I talked with Effie and Kai again, Jet too, but it's hard to dispel the fog that's clouding some of our memories. I think it must have been Torment who had done something to us. But what? And why? And when? There is no answer yet." Nephis sighed. "Keep digging. I'll do some research too." Soon she was gone, returning to the waking world. Cassie did not move for a while, standing there with her head lowered. Eventually she whispered quietly, "What has she done to me?" With that, she turned around and descended into the basement of the ivory tower, where the runic controls of the island were located. Sunny was left alone. He exhaled slowly and emerged from the shadows, looking in the direction where Cassie had gone. Torment. Did she really believe that her defiled twin had been capable of doing something like that? The timeline didn't make sense, and Cassie knew it. Well, it was a reasonable theory to make. Torment's power, Cassie's power, had to do with manipulating memories after all. For a moment, a desperate hope ignited in his heart. What if Cassie could restore the memories of him with her transcendent ability? What if he could make them remember? But no. He knew that it was impossible. If it was, she would have already done so, restoring her own lost memories first. "I'm sick of it." He gritted his teeth and walked out of the ivory tower. By now, the crushing was of no threat to him. Sunny wasn't sure if he could endure its terrible pressure, but he also did not need to. The range of his shadow sense had grown enough to reach the distant islands, so he could simply step through the shadows to leave the Ivory Island behind. He contemplated for a few moments, considering if he should. What was he going to do anyway? Live like a hermit in some godforsaken corner of the dream realm? Leave to travel the unexplored regions of this dreadful world, away from where any human could see him? Jump into the sky below and try to reach its bottom out of curiosity? Each alternative was as good as the next one, while jumping into the sky below was probably a bit worse than the rest. Sunny remained still for a while, thinking. In the end, he did not use Shadow Step to reach the flying island far below. Instead, he circled the great pagoda and headed toward the graceful gazebo, where the portal to the ebony tower stood. If he remembered correctly, there was a chamber in Nether's scorched tower where the walls were engraved with countless runes. Sunny had not been able to understand those runes before, or at least retain the understanding of the ancient demon's words. After his visit to the estuary, however, who knew what he would be able to learn? Chapter 1. 1750. Nothing but time. The ebony tower was just like the last time Sunny had seen it, floating ominously in a boundless black void, with a sea of fire burning above it relentlessly. The firekeepers had established an outpost here, but after the chainbreaker gained the ability to brave the crushing, They only maintained a token presence in the sky below. Now that Neff's followers had left to challenge the nightmares, there was not a soul around. He stepped out of the black arch on the highest level of the obsidian pagoda and remained there for a while, staring into the distance. Somewhere far away, in a different world, one of his shadows was following Rain. Sunny had to think of a way to approach her openly, but his current mental state was too volatile to try. "I'll think of something later." Nothing moved in the sky below. Nothing disturbed the cold silence. Rid of the suffocating pressure of human company, he felt comfortable for the first time in a while, or at least numb. There was consolation in solitude. Sunny exhaled slowly, then allowed the onyx mantle to retreat back under his skin. With his military bodysuit in tatters, he was left practically naked. After hesitating for a bit, Sunny allowed the wild shadows to envelop his lithe body and manifested them into a semblance of soft fabric. Summoning the endless spring, he satiated his thirst and left the 6th level of the ebony tower. The 5th level consisted of one large chamber. It was shrouded in darkness, with countless runes covering the obsidian walls. These runes were the reason why Sunny had chosen to come to this place. He stared at them emotionlessly. I knew it. Before, Sunny had been unable to read the forbidden runes. In fact, simply beholding them had almost killed him. But things were different now. Not only had he grown vastly more powerful since his day as an awakened, but he had also received the revelations of madness from the sin of solace. Thanks to that, he glimpsed the secrets that Ariel had left behind, and was seemingly inoculated against the power of the forbidden runes by the knowledge of the forgotten god. And so, Sunny did not feel repelled by the runes carved into the walls of the ebony tower anymore. All he felt was a slight sense of discomfort. Of course, he still had to be careful when studying them. The knowledge of the void that a demon was capable of enduring could very well plant seeds of corruption into his transcendent soul, and there was not telling if any of it was mixed between the passages concerning the forgotten god. There was also a bit of a problem. Nether had not used the runic alphabet Sunny was most familiar with while leaving the notes on the wall, and since the spell never translated the forbidden runes, he could not do it himself from memory. After years of wandering the dream realm and exploring ancient ruins, he could somewhat decipher the meaning, but a proper translation would take a lot of time. Which was fine. Sunny had nothing but time these days. He did not get to work immediately, though. What was the rush? Instead, Sunny left the 5th level behind and descended lower. He passed the solemn shrine on the 4th floor, the workshops on the 3rd floor, the divine flame reservoir on the 2nd floor where Weaver's arm had once been left to burn, devoured by the harrowing rot, and finally reached the 1st level of the ebony tower. That was where the firekeepers had established their living quarters. The central chamber had been shrouded in darkness once, but now it was brightly lit by a multitude of enchanted lanterns. Sunny counted them calmly and smiled. Each of the lanterns was a memory belonging to one of the firekeepers. They had been left behind here for a reason. For as long as the master of the lantern was alive, their lantern would continue to glow. If they perished, the lantern would dissipate into a rain of sparks, destroyed with the rest of their memories. There was a similar chamber in the ivory tower, which could tell if any of them had died. From the look of it, the firekeepers were doing well in the second nightmares. The number of lanterns had not dwindled at all. At least not yet. Looking away, Sunny walked over to one of the cots and fell on it heavily. As soon as his head hit the pillow, his eyes closed on their own. He was tired. It was time to sleep. Tomorrow, his new life as an aimless wanderer would begin. Sunny woke up feeling refreshed. It was still strange to him to sleep while one of his incarnations stayed awake. In such moments, his consciousness seemed to split, one part of it functioning normally, the other drifting in the comforting embrace of slumber. He even dreamed sometimes, while simultaneously observing his dreams from the side. In any case, his mental fatigue lessened no matter which incarnation slept, as long as one of them did. Rising from the cot, Sonny looked around groggily. There was nothing pressing he had to do, so he was not in a hurry. He summoned the covetous coffer, took out some supplies, and seasoned some monster meat. While it was roasting, Sonny brewed himself a pot of coffee. Then, he took the pot and the plate of meat outside and ate breakfast while dangling his feet above the bottomless abyss of the sky below. The sea of divine flames above made for a spectacular sky. He enjoyed the views for a while, sipping coffee and not thinking about anything in particular. Eventually, though, Sonny grew bored and finally returned to the 5th level of the Ebony Tower. He looked at the runes for a while, eventually stopping near a familiar section of Nether's writings. Out there on the obsidian wall, a strange map had been carved into the stone. The Ivory Tower, the Tomb of Ariel, Ravenheart, Bastion, the great vessel that served as the citadel for the House of Night, the Underworld, and Weaver's Mask placed above the other 6 landmarks, with a question mark next to it. The other 6 strongholds were only marked by a single rune each: desire, oblivion, dread, imagination, repose, destiny, and fate. Sonny studied the map with amusement. It had seemed a bit strange before. After all, there were no borders, no terrain, no measure of distance between the strongholds. They all seemed strangely disconnected, as if there was no map at all. Now, of course, Sonny knew the demons had built their citadels in different realms, and so it could as well have been a realm map. It was only after the Dream Realm had assimilated all mortal realms and 5 of the 6 divine realms that the demonic strongholds ended up connected by land. Finally, his gaze settled on the carving of Weaver's Mask. Nether had not known where his eldest siblings dwelled, or if there was such a place at all. Perhaps Weaver had been a homeless wanderer, just like Sonny. Smiling darkly, Sonny looked away from the map and turned his attention to the runes. The work progressed slowly. There was no day or night in the sky below, and Sonny did not particularly care for tracking time anymore. He only knew how much of it had passed because of the happy shadow, which continued to act as Rain's guardian somewhere far away. The task of learning how to read the forbidden runes was engrossing. Sonny was not trying to decipher the ancient script blindly. He was familiar with many variations of the runic language that had been used in the Dream Realm, or rather, in the multitude of realms that would one day become its various regions. The languages the people of the bygone eras had spoken were different, and so were the writing systems they had used. However, they all shared a common root: Hope, who had invented the concept of writing and the original runic script. Being familiar with that script and many of its descendants, Sonny could somewhat infer the meaning of derivative runic languages and learn how to read them. That task was not an easy one, even for a saint, but after spending a few weeks in the Ebony Tower, doing nothing but studying Nether's writings, he was making quick progress. Sonny studied the runes, took walks along the edge of the scorched island, slept, and lay idly on his cot, staring at the ceiling. His life was tranquil, easy, and entertaining, truly free of all burdens. Sometimes he felt the desire to claw at the walls of the obsidian tower. In those moments, he visited the lightless shrine and stared at the statue of the goddess of black skies. The face of the statue was obscured by a veil, but the sculpture was so exquisitely carved that the veil seemed to be made from fine silk, not cold stone. He could see a vague silhouette of a divinely beautiful face, outlined by its delicate folds and creases. Sonny couldn't help but feel that it shared a close resemblance to the faces of the broken porcelain dolls that piled into a mountain on the lowest level of the tower, as well as saints' inhumanly beautiful visage. Had Nether been obsessed with Storm God, or simply too lazy to sculpt a multitude of faces when there already was a perfectly fine one for him to copy? He had been a very practical man, after all, as well as the most impractical of them. Why else would he rise in rebellion against the gods? As Sonny made advancements in his understanding of the forbidden runes, he was able to make a rough estimate of when exactly the demon of destiny had resided in the Ebony Tower. It had been in the latter half of the Golden Age, during Hope's imprisonment. Nether seemed to have already fallen out with Storm God, but was not contemplating going to war against the heavens yet. Instead, he had turned his back on the world and dedicated himself to his misguided passion, trying to create living beings, which was an authority exclusive to the gods. Much like Sunny had turned his back on the world and dedicated himself to studying these forbidden runes. The Ebony Tower seemed to attract disheartened men. Most of the runes carved into its walls were esoteric, to say the least. Sunny slowly learned how to understand their meaning, but that did not mean that he understood what they meant. It would be the same if someone had given him a highly advanced scientific paper on quantum physics to read. Knowing human language would not help him comprehend the contents. The fact that Nether's writing had never been meant to be read by anyone except the Demon of Destiny himself did not help either. He had left these notes for himself, so they weren't very detailed. There were many passages like dissected, structure, pathways, flow. Basic mechanics hide the deep complexity of process and function. Material, correlation or causation. Potential hints at obsolescence. Source unknown, observation flawed. Sunny could not really understand the meaning of these passages, but he did discern several underlying themes. Nether's goal was to create a living being, and as such his research had been developing in two directions: the creation of a body and the creation of a soul. The former was purely time-consuming, but the latter seemed to vex the daemon to no end. How did the gods will souls into existence? Why were the creatures created by the gods able to propagate, giving birth to new souls? What was the secret? There was no answer. The demon of fate had created weaving, while the demon of desire had created runic sorcery. The demon of destiny, however, had not authored an original school of sorcery of his own, taking elements from wherever he felt useful and bending them to serve his purpose. However, he had possessed the deepest understanding of soul power out of everyone Sunny had known, except for the gods themselves. Nether had been able to manipulate souls and soul essence to a frightening degree, accomplishing things that should not have been possible. And yet, he had not been able to create a living being out of nothing, no matter how ingenious his methods were and how great his determination was. That was one thing that the demon of destiny could not build. For a time, Sunny knew that the demon had eventually succeeded creating Saint and her people. His perception was influenced by knowing the end result, but back then, Nether must have been daring to the point of insanity, to pursue something that had never been done before and was not supposed to be possible. What had motivated him to persist in his seemingly hopeless endeavor? Sunny did not know, and doubted that he would learn the answer in the Ebony Tower. The runes carved into its walls were Nether's research notes, not a personal diary. There was no mention of the demon's feelings or emotions, as if he had not been capable of having them at all. That said, not everything written on the black walls was dry and void of feeling. After weeks of studying the runes, Sunny concentrated on 3 fragments, all unlike the rest of the passages he had translated. The first one seemed like a poem or a short story that Nether had written down for some unknown reason. It read, "Why does the flame wane? I asked the black skies. What is life?" The skies answered in a subtle voice. A mother is watching her children die slowly of starvation. There is only enough food for one of them, but she is hungry too. That is life. The war is over, and those who discarded their weapons to surrender are made slaves. They are brought to an arena and told to kill each other. A young warrior looks at a sword, his hand trembling. That is life. A man loves his wife but feels lonely in her company. One day, walking the market, he sees a beautiful stranger smiling at him sweetly. He hesitates to return the smile. That is life as well. I pondered. So, life is a choice? The skies laughed. Life is desire. It's a desire to be alive. The skies were illuminated by a myriad of stars, burning in the beautiful darkness. Like the flame of desire had burned in the hideous void, giving birth to the 7 gods. Why does the flame wane? Sunny thought about the strange story for a long time. Was it a fable Nether had written down on a whim, or the transcript of an actual conversation between him and Storm God? In any case, it had to have meaning. The demon of destiny was not someone who would have carved runes into stone without a reason. He had been trying to create life, so the story could have been a contemplation on the nature of life. However, to Sunny, it seemed like there were many layers to this passage. The goddess of black skies had described 3 situations. One was about hunger, one was about the desire to survive, and the last one was about lust. So, had she been trying to say that life was hunger, fear, and lust? He did not think so. It seemed that the exact situation did not matter too much. What mattered was that the character of each anecdote was faced with a choice. Nether had been the demon of choice, so was that the true meaning of the story? Somehow Sunny felt that it was not that important either. The truly important part was the first and the last lines of the story. Why did the flame wane? The waning flame was, presumably, desire, the primordial desire that had been born in the void and gave birth to the gods in turn. Sunny remembered the murals describing the origin of the demons clearly, both those that he had seen in the drowned library of fallen grace and those he had seen in the estuary. On one, a golden flame was burning in the darkness. On the next, 7 figures, the gods, were surrounding the greatly diminished flame. Sitting on the edge of the ebony island and looking at the sea of divine flames above, he blinked. No, wait, but really, why did the flame diminish? The divine flames that had created the sky below waned slowly over thousands of years until only this much was left. One day they would be extinguished altogether. But why had the primordial desire waned after giving birth to the gods? Did it have something to do with the secret of life? Nether had built the ebony tower because he wanted to use divine flame to create living beings, but he eventually abandoned that path and returned to the underworld. Had he been trying to substitute the flame of desire with the flame of divinity? All of it seemed too interconnected somehow, and encapsulated in the strange story to be a mere coincidence. However, even if it was, Sunny could not, for the life of him, understand what it actually meant. He summoned Saint, shared his theory with her, and asked for her opinion. Saint, of course, remained silent, simply staring at him with indifference. Thought so. Sunny clicked his tongue, dismissed the shadow, and returned to the tower with a sullen expression on his pale face. The second passage he was keenly interested in was much less poetless, but tantalized Sunny much more. That was because it mentioned the other daemons. Most of all, the nebulous demon of fate. The runes read, "Gods created all living creatures, but not all creatures they created carry a divine lineage. Only those born of the gods do, and those born of their descendants. Why have the gods forbidden us 7 to sire offspring? Why are we destined for loneliness? Is it because we are of the forgotten one, who slumbers in the void? Where is the void, and where is its gate? How did Weaver enter it, and what did Weaver see? Why did Weaver decide to break the will of the gods and create a lineage? Blood, bone, flesh, soul, spirit, mind, and shadow. The gods shall discover the transgression, but they cannot. That is because, having created a lineage, Weaver does not possess a lineage. It has been lost and will be lost, therefore having never been in Weaver's possession. One cannot be punished for something that has never been. A piece is lost to fantasy, a piece is lost to fear, a piece is lost to respite, a piece is lost to darkness, a piece is lost to sorrow, a piece is lost to rot, and finally, a piece is stolen by a thief. Weaver's defiance is elusive, just like Weaver is, but mine will be different." Sonny stared at the runes for a while, his eyes burning with wanderlust. Nether seemed to have been considering the difference between him, the youngest sibling, and Weaver, the oldest. Both had decided to defy the gods, but in a different way. Gods created all living creatures, but only those born of them carry a divine lineage. It seemed that Weaver had pursued the latter, while Nether had pursued the former. But more importantly, Weaver's lineage. Finally, he knew the remaining parts of the weave. He had already found blood weave, bone weave, and soul weave. Flesh, mind, spirit, and shadow weaves remained. Shadow weave. Would absorbing it make up for Shadow God's lineage that Bloodweave had so unceremoniously devoured? And if he managed to collect all 7, would the broken lineage of Weaver restore itself to an unblemished state, granting him its full power? Sonny finally understood why the weave had been shattered into many fragments to begin with. It was because Weaver had hidden its existence from the gods by scattering it across the tapestry of fate. Its fragments had always been fated to be lost, and so it was as if Weaver had never possessed them at all. The fragment destined to be lost to sorrow was Soul Weave, which Sonny had found near Oblivion's grave. The fragment destined to be lost to rot was Bone Weave, which he had found here in the Ebony Tower. The fragment destined to be stolen by a thief was Blood Weave, which the nightmare spell had granted him for slaying the spawn of the vile thieving bearer bird. At the time when Nether had been carving these runes, Oblivion was still alive, while Weaver had not lost an arm. Therefore, the demon of fate had foreseen these events in advance, or maybe even reached into the tapestry of fate to attach the fragments of the weave to its strings. One had to be inventive to avoid the gaze of the gods. But where had the other 4 fragments ended up? Sonny looked back at the runes. A piece is lost to fantasy, a piece is lost to fear, a piece is lost to respite, a piece is lost to darkness. He contemplated for a few minutes, then turned and gazed at the map where the strongholds of the demons were depicted. Fantasy, fear, rest, darkness, imagination, dread, repose, destiny. Were the remaining 4 fragments of the weave located somewhere in Bastion, Ravenheart, Stormsea, and the Underworld? He was suddenly overcome by the desire to travel to Bastion and check himself. However, that desire quickly dimmed. Going back to Bastion, Ravenheart, and the great citadel of the House of Night that drifted on the waves of Stormsea meant diving back into the boiling cauldron of humanity. Sonny had just escaped it. Why would he go back? The Underworld was a better choice, but also a suicidal one. Sonny was not ready to venture into the depths of the Hollow Mountains. His strength might have increased explosively after the transcendence, but true darkness was the natural enemy of shadows. Out there, below the jagged peaks, was the realm of darkness. Sonny would be nearly powerless there, blind, weakened, and without an ally. He could imagine himself braving a death zone, but not the underworld. Forget it then. Deeply disappointed, Sonny turned away from the passage and tried to never look at it again. Maybe someday in the future. The third passage that interested him, coincidentally, had to do with the Hollow Mountains. But it was a strange one. The runes read, "What can contain the void? Nothing can." Gods used nothing to envelop the void and place the cage of desire above it. In the places where the cage is thin, nothing slips through its seams. The underworld is one such place, shrouded in nothing. It is like mist. However, nobody can exist in the mist. Nothing can contain the void, and nobody exists within it. I am wary of nobody, and fear nothing. Sonny was utterly bewildered by what he read, and thought that he had messed up the translation at first. But after going over it one more time, he confirmed that the translation was correct. Was Nether having a stroke? He reread the runes several more times, his bewilderment growing. No, he was not someone who would write down nonsense. So the passage must have had meaning. But what was the meaning of nothing? Sonny pondered the question for a few days, until a tenuous idea surfaced in his mind. What if nothing was literally something? Not the absence of everything, but the presence of nothing. Just thinking about that made his head hurt, but it seemed very much like something that the gods would be involved in. These beings operated with ideas and concepts, after all, having shaped the very universe into existence. So, if nothing could contain the void, the gods could have gone and literally used nothing to contain it, enveloping the void in a layer of nothingness, which the void beings could not cross, because nothing could stop them, and bringing down the cage of existence on top of that layer. That would be a godlike thing to do, wouldn't it? That nothingness seemed to seep into the universe, though, like mist. Weren't the hollow mountains always shrouded in a strange mist? Sonny opened his eyes wide, remembering how the cohort had escaped a flood of mist on the outskirts of the hollow mountains. Back then they felt a terrible threat emanating from it, not knowing why. If that mist was literally nothingness, would they have been erased from existence if it swallowed them? Sonny also remembered the eerie creature that had come from the mist and demanded that he open his eyes on the ashen barrow. Nobody exists within it. Were there actual beings born from and dwelling in nothingness? He suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. The demon of destiny was wary of nothing and feared nobody. Wasn't Nether actually admitting that he felt wary of nothingness and feared the beings dwelling in the mist? God damn it! As if the world wasn't scary enough already. Sonny already had his hands full dealing with the nightmare creatures. There were also the void creatures, which were infinitely more harrowing than the familiar abominations. Luckily, they were locked away by the gods. And now there were also nothing creatures? Nobodies? No, he simply refused to deal with that. Time to get some sleep. Sonny shook his head and left the 5th level of the Ebony Tower, returning to his living quarters. The translation was mostly complete. He had already determined which passages he could understand, which he couldn't fathom, and which spoke too much about the void, meaning that he had to avoid them at all costs. Staying in the sky below was slowly becoming meaningless. Perhaps it was time to start thinking about his next destination. I'll consider it tomorrow. Just before falling asleep, Sonny wondered where he would go, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. I don't exist in the memories of the world anymore, so am I a nothing creature too? A nobody. In the morning, Sonny woke up and simply remained on the cot, staring at the ceiling. He felt strangely apathetic. Yesterday, he had considered whether it was worth it to continue studying Nether's writings. There wasn't much left for him to learn from the runes. As soon as that idea entered his mind, all the motivation and excitement he had been feeling about translating them disappeared. Without something to look forward to, he could not find a reason to get up. How long had he spent in the sky below anyway? A month? Closer to 2? In any case, he had beaten his previous record. Might as well get comfortable. Sonny closed his eyes and went back to sleep. He spent the next few days doing nothing. Sometimes Sonny would go outside and look at the sea of flames. Sometimes he would remain in the Ebony Tower, staring at the walls. Only his incarnation that guarded Rain remained active, which was the sole reason he was not dying of boredom. Eventually, however, he became fixated on a strange thought. Can I cross the hollow mountains? The question seemed rhetorical, but it was not. Sonny did not dare delve into the hollow interior of the great mountain chain, where elemental darkness dwelled. But what about braving the mist shrouding it to traverse the exterior? If the mist enveloping the jagged peaks was indeed pure nothingness, then anyone who entered it would become nothing. At least that was what one would think. They would think wrongly, though. Sonny had undeniable proof that it was possible to survive in the mist, at least for some time. It was the fact that St. Cormac had spent months exploring the hollow mountains on behalf of Clan Valor before being killed by St. Tyrus. What had been his goal? Searching for a way to cross to the other side? Looking for an entrance into the underworld, where Nether's stronghold was supposedly located, or something else entirely, which Sonny could not even guess. In any case, if Cormac could do it, then Sonny could too. Should I try? He had no plans and no particular desires, except for the desire to be far away from everyone. Was there a more distant place than the unexplored vastness beyond the Hollow Mountains? There, Sonny would be truly and utterly alone, which was what he wanted. The romance of the unknown. His curiosity and wanderlust were calling him. On the other side of the impregnable mountain chain lay the forgotten shore. It was now a desolate land of perpetual darkness. Most of the creatures that had populated the coral labyrinth were gone, annihilated by the terror of the Crimson Spire. The dark sea was gone as well, sealed by his own hand. Maybe a few abominations still survived, somewhere in the darkness. But he still wanted to visit that place one more time. Sonny could retrace the steps of the journey he had made with Nephis and Cassie. He could make sure that the Soul Devourer was dead, and if not, fulfill his promise to burn the damned thing to the ground. He could return to the Dark City and sift through the scorched ruin of the Bright Castle, find the statue of the Slayer that he had never seen, and sleep on his own bed in the ruined cathedral. And that was not all. Humans knew about the Forgotten Shore now. They also knew that the Nightmare Desert lay to the east, thanks to Nephis making the journey. However, no one had even learned what lay to the west and north of that cursed place. Sonny could become the first human to ever set foot in those mysterious regions of the dream realm. Sure, no one would ever learn about his discoveries, but he would know. Doing it for himself was enough. A subtle sense of excitement slowly took hold of his heart. No, I must have lost my mind. The Hollow Mountains were vast, and they were called a death zone for a reason. Who would want to enter a death zone of their own free will? One would have to be completely insane to do something like that. He would never. Shaking his head, Sonny summoned the covetous coffer and went about cooking himself a dinner. The dimensional storage was still full of monster meat, but there were plenty of ingredients from the waking world as well. Feeling a bit down, Sonny decided to pamper himself a little. Pulling out a printed cooking book from the alloy chest, he turned the pages absent-mindedly. Eventually, his attention was drawn to 2 recipes. Sonny frowned. Waffles or pancakes? He wasn't very knowledgeable about these staple dishes, so deciding which to make was a big problem. In the end, he decided to make both. Sonny had abandoned the thought of crossing the Hollow Mountains. Or, rather, he had tried to. However, it was stuck in his mind like a catchy melody. The more time he spent idling in the Ebony Tower, the stronger the call of adventure became. He had come up with all kinds of reasons for why it was a terrible idea. And yet, it only grew more alluring. Can I do it or not? He probably could. Sonny continued to hesitate, wasting time in indecision. In the end, the decision was more or less made for him. One day, he opened his eyes earlier than usual. His 5 shadows had all been resting on the floor, but now they seemed alert. His shadow sense had long ago enveloped the island, so he could instantly feel the most minute changes in his surroundings. Someone was moving on the highest floor of the Ebony Tower. The portal. Sonny rose from the cot noiselessly. He had been careful not to leave any traces of himself anywhere on the island, so all there was to do was place his pillow back in its original position. The shadows wrapped themselves around his body, and a moment later, he dissolved into the darkness. Soon enough, a delicate figure walked down the stairs, followed by a few more. It was Castle and a few firekeepers, who seemed to have undergone the ascension already. "Gather everything. We will be leaving shortly," Sonny observed as the firekeepers went about dismantling their makeshift outpost. The cots were disassembled. The enchanted lanterns were gathered and prepared to be carried away. The modest kitchen was taken apart and stored in crates for transportation. "What are they doing?" Cassie looked a little bit disheveled, which was very unlike her usual tidy self. She observed the firekeepers silently, but at some point, a slight scowl appeared on her face. The blind seer wandered the hall for a bit, seemingly without aim. Eventually, she stopped near the cot Sunny had slept on and touched the pillow briefly. He was about to grow tense, but at that point, one of the firekeepers called out to her, "Cassie, are we really not going to be able to return here?" Turning around, she lingered for a few moments, then answered with a sigh, "I don't know. The ivory tower is about to leave the chained aisles. The connection between the two portals might depend on distance, or it might not. In any case, it is better not to take the risk." Hiding in the shadows, Sunny was momentarily stunned. Right. Nephis told Cassie to take the ivory tower to Bastion. He had forgotten all about it. What would have happened if he stayed on the Ebony Island until the connection between the two portals was broken? Was he capable of ascending all the way to the sky above on his own? Probably. After doing some weaving, at least. But it would be such a pain. "It seems I can't stay here anymore." It was so sudden, but it was also a relief. Feeling strangely liberated, Sunny silently hid himself in Cassie's shadow and stayed with hers until the outpost was completely disassembled. Then he followed the blind seer back to the portal. On the way, Sunny said a silent goodbye to the statue of Storm God and threw one last glance at the map carved into the wall on the 5th level. The Hollow Mountains were calling to him, and he had no reason to refuse the invitation anymore. Once Cassie and the firekeepers returned to the Ivory Island, taking him with them, Sunny silently reached down with his senses and used Shadow Step to teleport to the distant land far below. He stepped out of the shadows on the southern island, in the ruins of the ancient stronghold that had once belonged to Shadow Lord, and where he battled Nightmare many years ago. In the sky above, the beautiful silhouette of the Ivory Island was drifting among clouds. Sunny remained motionless for a while, looking up. Eventually, the flying island slowly moved, traveling south, crossing the chasm separating the chained isles from the rest of the dream realm, and leaving them behind. It was time for him to go as well. He watched the ivory tower float away, and then turned around, facing north. Goodbye. Taking the first step, Sunny headed away from the ruined stronghold, never looking back. Sunny remembered the first time he went all the way to the northern boundary of the Chained Isles vividly. Back then, it had taken Cassie and him around a month to reach the Night Temple from the sanctuary of Noctis. The southern island was further away from the Hollow Mountains than the sanctuary, and yet Sunny made the journey in under a week. Even then, it had only taken him that long because he was taking his sweet time. He did not need to traverse the heavenly chains to get from one island to the other anymore. Instead, he simply turned into a crow and flew north, landing from time to rest or take a look at something peculiar. The crushing was of no issue because he could escape it at any time with Shadow Step. The nightmare creatures of the Chained Isles were too weak to pose a serious threat to him, at least as long as he stayed alert. Most simply fled, frightened by his dark presence. Strangely enough, Sunny felt that he was more at home in the dream realm than he was in the waking world. It was as though being a transcendent finally made him suited to exist in this land of beauty and dread. Soon, he saw a black line on the northern horizon. The line grew darker and taller as he ventured further north, until he finally could make out the jagged peaks of the Hollow Mountains. The great mountain chain pierced the sky like the fangs of a giant dragon. At least that was how Sunny always perceived it before. Now, however, he knew that they were simply a scar left on the surface of the world by the fall of a void creature that had been killed here at the dawn of time. True darkness was born from the blood of that abyssal being, which had seeped into the broken earth. Having beheld the draconian peaks, Sunny lowered his gaze and looked down. The northern island had been destroyed in the battle between Skytide and St. Cormac, so the chasm separating the Chained Isles from the Hollow Mountains was wider than before. Across the dark abyss of the sky below, the mountains rose steeply into the distant sky, white mist rolling down their slopes. It flowed into the abyss like a wall of clouds, disappearing into the darkness. Sonny exhaled slowly. He was standing on the edge of an island, with the broken chain that had once connected it to the northern island rattling quietly far below. Far away, on the other side of the chasm, the great anchor chain that had once connected the chained isles to the hollow mountains was hidden by mist. He was not alone. Saint, serpent, nightmare, and fiend were standing around him. Gloomy, creepy, haughty, naughty, and crazy shadows lay on the ground as well. Only the happy shadow was missing, busy with its own mission. Sonny exhaled slowly, then looked at his retinue. He remained silent for a while, then said with a pale smile, "The smart way of doing this would be to send one of you into the mist first, to see how it goes." None of them showed any reaction, except for Fiend, who tried to hide behind Saint without drawing attention. Sadly, with his current size, hiding behind Saint was not as effective as it had been before. Sonny grinned. "Luckily for you, no one has ever accused me of being smart." He had been complimented on his wit from time to time, but never in an accusatory tone. So the statement was technically true. Shaking his head, Sonny commanded the shadows to wrap themselves around his body. Then, he dismissed the shadows and faced the abyssal chasm once more. What a bother. He had already tried to extend his shadow sense into the mist to breach the chasm with shadow step, but couldn't sense a single shadow on the other side. In fact, he couldn't sense anything. It was as if nothing existed beyond the veil of mist. Perhaps, quite literally. "Here we go." Sonny dissolved into the shadows, then emerged from them in the form of a crow. Flapping his wings, he cawed loudly and flew toward the hollow mountains. He left the rattling of chains behind and glided on the winds above the bottomless abyss of the sky below. The white wall of flowing mist drew closer and closer, and as it did, Sonny's heart beat faster and faster. What if I really just disappear? Would it be that bad? After all, he was all but erased from existence already. Ending up being swallowed by nothing only seemed fitting. What the hell? Of course it's bad. Sonny was not going to disappear. He still wanted to live. In fact, he wanted to live more than ever before. That was a strange quirk of his personality. The less reason there was for him to live, the more he wanted to survive, out of nothing but pure spite. Now that the world had truly and utterly rejected him, Sonny had to stay alive, no matter the cost. Letting out another caw, Sonny plunged into the white mist. Immediately he felt strange. What was that feeling? Sonny couldn't quite describe it. However, it was debilitating enough to make him fall from the sky. He crashed into the cold rock, rolling down the slope in a mess of limbs. The crow shell had collapsed, and he was back to his human body. The rocks bit into his skin painfully, but Sonny did not and could not pay it any attention. What the hell is this? It was like a mind attack, but also completely different. At the same time, it was like a soul attack, but did not bring him any pain. It was also like a physical attack, but IR did not harm his body. The best way Sonny could describe it was that suddenly he felt as if he was dreaming, or rather, had been dreaming all along, as if he was nothing but a fleeting dream, and all his life had been one long, meaningless nightmare, and therefore, that none of it was real, and none of him was real either. His sense of self was slowly dissolving under the numb indifference of that obvious realization, as if he was being pulled into a state of senselessness. Sonny had never existed, and would never exist. He did not exist. As soon as he acknowledged that fact, his soul started to dim. His body started to lose strength as well. His thoughts turned slower. That is right. Sonny smiled faintly. Come from nothing. Return to nothing. He could sense the mist flowing around him. Through him. Was his body turning transparent? If so, that was all right. That was how it should be. Only, if I don't exist, if there is no me, Then why does it hurt to have never existed so much? He had experienced being erased from existence once already. That pain would have been meaningless if he had never existed in the first place. So the mere fact that it had hurt him so badly was a contraction. If he was naughty, then he would have felt nothing. But he felt something, and therefore he had to be somebody. Pain bloomed in his heart like a flower, and with it, his transcendent soul ignited with the beautiful radiance of divine flame. Tenacious blood ran through his body, filling it with strength. His mind was aflame with desire to exist. I hurt, therefore I am. Wait, what? What kind of nonsense am I spouting? Sonny groaned and concentrated all of his formidable mind on a single thought. I am. He was not nothing. He was not nobody. He was Sunless, formerly known, or rather, unknown, as lost from light. He was the devil of Antarctica. He had been the Mad Prince once, but he was not anymore. He was even Lord Mongrel, even if he wished otherwise. He was Sunny. It took all his focus to keep that thought from dissolving into the mist. Once he managed to prove his own existence, the pressure of nothingness did not disappear, and the pull of non-existence did not lessen. Sunny had to keep concentrating on the fact that he had been, was, and would be without reprieve light novel world come. If he let go of that fervent thought even for a few moments, both his soul and body would probably turn into flowing mist. Damnation! Grimacing, he slowly rose from the cold stone and stared into the white nothingness that surrounded him with a grim expression. Ah, how insidious. This was not going to be easy. Mumbling quiet curses, Sunny dusted himself off and looked around. He could not see anything, and the mist was dampening his senses, so he didn't even know which direction he was supposed to go. However, it wasn't hard to determine where the north was. All he had to do was pay attention to the ground. The ground under his feet was sloping in a certain direction. Going down meant returning to the chained isles. Going up meant venturing deeper into the hollow mountains. He rubbed his face, sighed, and started climbing the slope 1755. Affirmation, Sunny walked up the rocky slope surrounded by the flowing mist and a silence so absolute that it was almost deafening. He could not see very well, and even if he could, he wouldn't have been able to perceive much. His mind was so strained by the imperative need to continuously affirm his own existence that there wasn't much space left for other thoughts. The mist could barely be permeated by his shadow sense as well. His senses were impaired, not as much as they would have been in true darkness, but still severely. Another step. All sounds were muffled, and he could not hear his own footsteps. Because of that, Sunny had an eerie feeling that he was not moving at all. Damnation! This is going to be tiring. He walked for a few hours, feeling more and more fatigued. Just a day before, he was flying across the chained isles, unrestrained and full of power. But now, simply taking a step felt like a burden. That said, Sunny suspected that he would slowly, very slowly, grow accustomed to the pressure of existing within nothingness. He would have been long erased from existence if he had been a mere sleeper, but a transcendent soul was much more vast and potent than that of a dormant being. More importantly, it was fundamentally different from the souls of sleepers, awakened, and masters. That was because a saint's soul was connected to the world. So, to erase it, nothingness had to erase all those connections as well. That was why Sunny could struggle to keep existing in the mist. In the next few days, he made little progress. Sunny did not dare to move brazenly here in the hollow mountains, especially before knowing what horrors lay hidden in the fog. So, he kept a low profile and simply walked, like a mundane human would. The slopes under his feet turned steeper and steeper, and his surroundings became colder and colder. If these were mundane mountains, there would have already been snow covering the ground. But in this eerie place, the hidden expanse of black rock remained barren, with nothing but mist flowing across its surface. Sunny judged that he would have to start climbing in earnest soon, scaling towering cliffs. Alternatively, he would have to circle around the steepest slopes to find easier paths. There were no ruins hidden in the mist, no signs of living beings having ever been here. No sounds, no signs of danger. Nevertheless, Sunny tried to remain as alert as possible. He did not believe for a moment that there would be no abominations hiding in the fog. After all, if he could resist the pull of nothingness, so would the more powerful of the nightmare creatures. And then there were the others, those who had been born from the mist. As the days passed, he was slowly getting better at keeping himself from disappearing. It was still putting a constant strain on his mind, but at least Sunny did not sway like a drunk anymore while walking. He could pay more attention to his surroundings as well, which was a relief. He journeyed deeper into the mountains, having nothing to do but think. Of course, what he thought about the most was nothing. Sunny did not know how Cormac had managed to brave the insidious mist. Perhaps the same way he was doing it, through sheer will, or perhaps with the help of some artifact forged by the King of Swords. However, he had come to believe that some people were better suited for the task than others. And surprisingly, Sunny was one such person. There were several reasons why he could survive better in the white mist of the Hollow Mountains. The first reason was very simple. It was his transcendent ability. Shadow incarnation. One had to constantly affirm their existence if they wanted to resist the pull of nothingness, which, among other things, meant that they could not allow themselves to sleep. Surrendering to sleep even for a few moments would mean death. And even saints had to rest from time to time. Sunny, however, could delegate rest to his absent incarnation. Not only that, but his avatar could also don the puppeteer's shroud. He had transplanted the blessing of spirit enchantment of the Shroud of Graceless Dark into the weave of that armor, which enhanced his ability to endure and recover from mental fatigue. Cormac had not possessed such an ability, so his expeditions into the Hollow Mountains had never lasted more than a month or two. Sunny, however, could, in theory, stay here indefinitely thanks to his avatar. The second reason was that he possessed a rich experience of trying to maintain his sense of self due to shadow dance. Sunny had spent years trying not to lose himself in the forms and shapes of the beings he shadowed, so resisting the dreadful pull of nothingness was, in a sense, nothing new to him. It would have been much better if he still had a true name, but sadly, that was one of the two disadvantages weighing him down. The other disadvantage was that there were no strings of fate connecting him to other people, places, and events. Erasing someone like him, untethered from everything, was easier. After all, the vacuum left in his absence would be very small. Luckily, there was the third reason, his greatest ally in the sea of nothingness. It had to do with the power and nature of his soul. A powerful soul was harder to erase from existence than a weak one, and Sunny's soul was much more potent than that of almost any other saint, let alone someone of a lesser rank. Not only did he possess 6 cores instead of 1, but each of them was also altered and bolstered by soul weave. He also carried 4 powerful creatures in his soul: saint, serpent, nightmare, and fiend. The nature of his soul was no less important. In that regard, Sunny actually had 2 advantages. The first was one of his attribute, the flame of divinity. For whatever reason, divinity seemed to repel nothingness, protecting him like a radiant shield. The second was the fact that he was a shadow, and had the soul of a shadow. Sunny did not know why, but he had come to believe that shadows were especially difficult to erase from existence. The vile, thieving bird spawn had failed to consume his soul because he possessed shadow essence instead of soul essence. Similarly, nothingness was having trouble swallowing him now. He remembered the cohort's journey to the outer boundary of the underworld and the forlorn shadows he had found in the maze. They had belonged to the companions of the First Lord, but their owners were somehow gone, leaving only the orphaned shadows behind. Sunny thought that he understood how that had happened. Better now. They must have encountered a creature of nothingness somewhere there, in the dark maze. But Sonny and the rest had been warned by Cassie to keep their eyes shut, and so they somehow passed through the darkness unscathed. Stopping for a moment, Sonny let out a sigh, leaned against the black rocks, and stared into the mist. Keep our eyes shut. Chapter 1. 1756. Nothing left, once again. Sonny remembered the chilling encounter with the creature that had come to the ashen barrow from the mist. Lust, like in the dark maze on the precipice of the underworld, he had survived that encounter by keeping his eyes shut on Cassie's advice. The creature had been insidious, though, trying to trick them into opening their eyes. That was the first of the very few times Sonny had encountered an abomination capable of human speech. But now, looking back on that fearful night, Sonny couldn't help but doubt if it had really spoken. He went over each and every word the creature had said. His expression slowly froze. Now that he thought about it, was it not the case? Every word it used was one that Nephi's, Cassie, or Sonny had spoken themselves. The mist being had stolen their words, just like it had stolen Cassie's voice, like a twisted reflection. Was that because the creatures of nothingness did not possess voices of their own? Or for some other unfathomable reason? In any case, how the hell did the carapace demon chase it away, back into the depths of the dark sea? The nightmare creatures populating the transient sea of the forgotten shore were all of the corrupted rank, at least. Soul Devourer's loyal thrall, however, was merely an awakened demon. Had it been because it served the tree and was augmented by it in some way? Because the Soul Devourer attacked the invader alongside its guardian? Or simply because battling the mist creatures was different from battling other abominations? Maybe the carapace demon had kept its eyes shut as well. Don't I know another creature who makes me want to keep my eyes closed, though? Well, actually, he knew too. The first one was Torment, but he was more interested in the second one, Mordred, the self-proclaimed Prince of Nothing, who could enter a being's soul through the eyes. That title of his, was it simply an ironic moniker Mordred had invented because of being abandoned by his family, or something far more meaningful? After all, the connection between him and nothingness did not stop there. In the second nightmare, the original body he had been sent into belonged to a mysterious mist creature. A mist creature who had descended from the Hollow Mountains and consumed every living soul in the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Hope. Mordred had undergone some sort of transformation in the Ebony Tower as well, making him almost impossible to sense through divination. The Ebony Tower, which had belonged to Nether, the prince of the underworld, who was closely tied to the white mist and nothingness, wearing it like a mantle. Was it all a series of coincidences, or did Mordred possess some connection to nothing? I just can't make sense of that guy. What was his aspect? What was his flaw? What had Asterion done to him? And why did he enter the first nightmare as a child? What had happened to him in that nightmare? Mordred carried the lineage of War God, the goddess of life, as well as progress, technology, craft, and intellect, the patron deity of humanity, light novel world C/M. The core of his aspect seemed to be connected to reflections and mirrors, which didn't strike Sonny like something having to do with warfare, and was only tangentially connected to technology and crafting. Of course, lineage and aspect did not have to be directly connected. Sonny himself carried the lineage of Weaver, but possessed an aspect tied to Shadow God. Nephis carried the lineage of Sun God, but her aspect was not connected to any god at all, but rather to the mythical Nephilim. In any case, what did mirrors have to do with nothingness? Sonny did not see a connection, but there had to be one. I'll ask the bastard the next time I see him. No. Right. I won't see him ever again. It was a bit of a relief. After catching his breath, metaphorically speaking, Sonny sighed and continued on his way. However, this time, he took additional precautions. He closed his eyes and moved forward, relying on nothing but his dampened shadow sense, sticking to shadows where he could. The nothingness was oppressive, but at the same time, it was strangely healing. Sonny was tormented by fatelessness. He was in pain because nobody remembered him, but here, ironically, his very life depended on being able to at least remember himself, and do it fiercely. If no one else could acknowledge his existence, he had to do it himself. And the more Sonny affirmed his existence, the duller his pain became. What a perverse situation. Moving stealthily through the mist, Sonny smiled crookedly, but then he froze. Crap. He had grown so accustomed to the desolate silence of the hollow mountains that the sudden change sent him into a panic. The ground had just trembled under his feet. Alarmed, he dashed to the nearest outcropping of rocks and dissolved into the shadows cast by the overhanging stones. Remaining absolutely still, Sonny observed the world somberly. The ground was shaking at short intervals, the tremors growing more violent with each minute. The silence was finally broken by the sound of rocks rolling noisily down the slopes. It echoed in the mist, distorted strangely. What? It was then that it happened. A twisted dark pillar descended from the sky and crashed into the mountain slope not far away from him. It remained motionless for a few moments, leaned, and then rose into the mist, only to fall down once more, dozens of meters away. Further away, another pillar crashed into the stone, and then another, and another, and another. Sonny suddenly felt very small. These are legs. In the next moment, an indescribable sound rolled through the mist, disturbing its flow. Distorted, it was like a deafening bellow of a war-born, or a sorrowful wail of a gargantuan beast. The wail was full of fear and agony. A vast shadow covered the area where Sonny was hiding, and then dark liquid poured from above. Enormous waterfalls of something that resembled blood fell down and splattered on the rocks, turning into mountain rivers. Hidden in the shadows, Sonny observed the terrible scene in silence. The mist flowed above the rivers of dark blood, and as he watched, the blood slowly became transparent, already turning into wisps of fog. A few moments later, the foaming rivers were gone, and all that was left was nothing. The towering pillars left the range of his perception, and the vast shadow pressing Sonny down disappeared with them. The enormous creature, whatever it was, had moved on. About a minute later, something crashed into the ground in the distance, causing one last violent tremor. Sonny hesitated for a while, then emerged from the shadows. He stood motionless for a while, looking in the direction of where the enormous creature had gone. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and followed. What the hell am I doing? He wasn't sure why he wanted to find the place where the creature had fallen, but something was pushing him forward. Perhaps it was the need to know what kind of enemies he would face in this eerie place. Perhaps it was simple curiosity. Perhaps it was something akin to the call of the void, the morbid desire to jump into the beckoning abyss. At some point, Sonny turned to a vertical slope and started climbing. The white mist was not uniform. It was thicker in some places and thinner in others. Usually, the closer to a peak one got, the further they would be able to see. It took him some time to climb the tall cliff stealthily. Following along its edge, Sonny reached a narrow ledge and came into view of a vast mountain valley. It was shrouded in mist, but he could still see the appalling shape of an immense, abhorrent creature that lay in the fog, its titanic body stretching as far as he could see. Shifting his gaze, Sonny paled when he saw an ocean of vile darkness permeating the being's soul, spreading from 7 tumorous growths. A great titan. His heart was suddenly cold. Looking upon a great titan was already unnerving enough. What made Sonny truly tense, however, was the fact that the abomination's flesh was terribly torn and mutilated, as if it had barely escaped from a fearsome clash. What could have mangled a great titan so badly? The wounds were hideous and utterly dreadful, and yet they did not seem grievous enough to kill a being such as this. However, they weakened it. They weakened its body, They weakened its mind, they weakened its soul, and they weakened its will. And that was much too dangerous in the Hollow Mountains. Although the unfathomable abomination was still alive, the mist was already flowing over its endless shape. Hiding in the shadows, stunned, Sunny remained motionless and watched, as a great titan was devoured by nothingness, slowly dissolving into a milky fog. Not long after, it was completely gone. It died just like that. No, not even died. The titan was simply erased, as if it had never existed at all. Chapter 1651. New Predator. The formless ability allowed Serpent to assume the form of any shadow resting in Sunny's soul, inheriting its powers and abilities. The shadow had to be of the same or lower rank and class, which meant that the most powerful form Serpent could currently assume was that of the Sibyl of the Fallen Grey, the Terror of Low 49. And in fact, that form was suited for Sunny's goal much better than the Mountain King. However, Serpent had to maintain the transformation with its own essence, and could not sustain such a powerful shape for a long time, let alone constantly. Once the shadow's essence was exhausted, the effects of those powers it had assumed would be gone. In other words, if Sunny had ordered Serpent to turn into the harrowing Sibyl and enthrall a swarm of nightmare creatures, those abominations would have been released from the mind hex before too long. The Mountain King, meanwhile, was merely an awakened tyrant. As a transcendent terror, Serpent could maintain that form almost indefinitely, especially after Sunny augmented it with the shadows. That was exactly what he needed in order to collect a small army of abominable thralls. It was funny. The larvae the Mountain King spawned were dormant beasts. Therefore, his first thrall was also a dormant beast, but one wearing a fallen monster's corpse. What exactly did it make him, Sunny did not know, nor did he care that much. Come to think of it, Sunny glanced at the towering figure of the Soul Serpent, then at the hideous creature laying obediently on the snow. He sighed. By now, Serpent had to possess at least 2 new abilities, since it had risen in class twice while following Rain, and in rank once. But without the spell conveniently informing Sunny about what these abilities did, he had no way of knowing what they were. There had not been a lot of time for research and experimentation either, while he was traversing the toxic wilderness of the northern quadrant and fighting his way through the depths of the ocean. All he had was a suspicion that one of these abilities had to do with Serpent's weapon form, while the other one had to do with souls and spirit essence. However, he wasn't sure. Well, I'll find out later. Once the winter beast was dead, there would be no serious threats left in the Antarctic Center for a while, at least until the powerful abominations in East Antarctica sensed its absence and crossed the half-frozen strait. One more reason to kill that cursed thing. Not that Sunny needed more reasons. Looking at the larva with contempt, he remained motionless for a few moments, and then turned away. The desolate landscape of the Antarctic Center stretched in front of him, tall mountains rising from the snowy plain in the distance. The chilling darkness in Sunny's eyes stirred. Time to hunt. There had been 3 most powerful nightmare creatures in the Antarctic Center during the chain of nightmares. The fallen Titan Goliath, the corrupted terror Sibyl of the fallen Grace, and the corrupted Titan Winter Beast. Sunny had killed the first 2, while the last now ruled this land. Which was to say that Sunny, now a transcendent terror, was the second most terrifying creature in the frigid mountains of the abandoned landmass. He remembered vividly the dreadful gauntlet of the Southern Campaign. Back then, the Antarctic Center was like a merciless death trap, with harrowing abominations waiting to ambush him and his soldiers on every turn. He had crossed it once with the first evacuation army, and the second time with a convoy of refugees, each time struggling desperately just to survive. But things were different now. Now, Sunny was the harrowing predator, while the abominations dwelling in the mountains were his prey. He slowly moved south, retracing the steps of the army. It was already winter in Antarctica, but the sun had not fallen beyond the horizon yet. There was twilight and darkness dwelling in the deep canyons between the snowy peaks, so he could remain unseen, moving from shadow to shadow like a stalking beast. Wherever Sunny passed, the snow was painted crimson with blood. The corpses of the nightmare creatures were brutally torn apart, and their carcasses littered the slopes like morbid gardens of mangled flesh. He appeared out of nowhere, surrounded by a tide of shadows, and butchered the abominations with cold, ruthless determination. He even started to enjoy the slaughter after a while. Not all of them died, of course. From time to time he chose a nightmare creature to be infected with a mountain king's larva. Slowly but surely his swarm of thralls grew, which made it harder to hide them. Eventually he had to abandon stealth and advance forward openly. Sunny hoped that a horde of nightmare creatures would attack him, but sadly the number of abominations seemed to have dwindled under the winter beast's reign. The great hordes of nightmare creatures were nowhere to be seen. Some must have migrated south, some had succumbed to cold, and some could have even crossed the strait to East Antarctica. Only the strongest and most resilient abominations remained. And these were the abominations Sunny hunted. There were creatures of all kinds following him now. He did not choose the most powerful monstrosities or the most lethal to enthrall, so their combat power was not that impressive. What he pursued was variety. Variety of types, shapes, forms, elemental affinities, and resistances. These thralls were not meant to kill the winter beast after all. They were only meant to help Sunny find a way to kill the creature himself. The further inland he went, the colder it became. There were lesser nightmare creatures around, too, since fewer and fewer of them could withstand the dreadful cold. Even Sunny himself was starting to feel uncomfortable, hiding from the cutting wind and wearing a Nanki's mantle to warm himself. By the time he reached the ruins of Erebus Field, the cold was almost lethal. Here in the vicinity of Mount Erebus, though, Sunny could at least breathe easily. The siege capital that had once stood at the foot of the volcano was destroyed by Goliath. The ruins were mostly drowned in lava. The lava had long turned to stone, of course, which was now buried by snow. Still, the heat coming from below the ground made this area a little bit warmer. Standing on a cliff above the snowy plain, Sunny took a deep breath and studied it carefully. It will do. There was no better battlefield in the Antarctic Center if he wanted to kill the winter beast. Chapter 1652. Terrible Challenger. 2 weeks after Sunny had returned to Antarctica, he stood on a cliff overseeing a vast scene of devastation. In front of him, a great valley was formed from collapsed mountains and stone debris, the ruinous landscape now covered in ice and snow. This was the place where Skytide, Wake of Ruin, and Dire Fang had battled the 3 emerged titans, Whispering Legion, Goliath, and Winter Beast. The Whispering Legion had been slain, while the other 2 calamitous abominations drove the saints away. An entire span of the mountain range had been demolished in the process. There were nightmare gates hidden under the crushed stone, without a doubt, or maybe above it. Sunny could not see because most of the valley was hidden by a raging blizzard. This blizzard was the very same that had once enveloped Falcon Scott, sapping the lives of all its remaining inhabitants. It was the manifestation of the winter beast's authority. The air was so cold that each breath Sunny took felt like he was swallowing a scattering of sharp knives. Not paying it any attention, he was gazing down with an expressionless face, his eyes drowning in deep darkness. His gaunt body was encased in fearsome onyx armor, and that armor was shrouded in darkness. Out there in the valley, far below, a long line of nightmare creatures was advancing into the blizzard. Their movements were still and unnatural, as if they were corpses animated by some unknown force. But at the same time, none of them showed any fear or hesitation. Neither did they show the demented frenzy inherent to most abominations. They just slowly marched into the snow, stretching into a wide line that seemed to encompass the front of the blizzard. A few moments later, the first of the nightmare creatures collapsed, its corpse swiftly becoming encased in ice. Standing on the tall cliff, Sunny pursed his lips in disdain. Weak. Not that he needed these useless things to be strong. No, their purpose was different. It was to show him which type of nightmare creature was the most resistant to the winter beast's cold. From what he could tell, the cursed thing was not that powerful physically, at least as far as Titans went. It did not rule a legion of powerful minions either. What made the winter beast so lethal was its uncanny ability to freeze everything around it to death. Corporeal or incorporeal, weak or strong, pure or corrupted. Close to the heart of the blizzard, even time itself seemed slower, as if the chilling cold could freeze the very laws of existence. Sunny might have been burning with murderous hatred, but he had not lost his reason. If he wanted to kill this corrupted Titan, he needed to understand it first. Only after dismantling the secrets of the winter beast's power would he be able to slay it. And these thralls were the sacrifice he had prepared to throw into the deathly cold to comprehend it. Soon, they disappeared from sight. Sunny could not see his sacrificial pawns anymore, but Soul Serpent still shared a connection with them. Therefore, he could know if the larvae were still moving or had fallen still. There were all kinds of nightmare creatures under his command, and by studying which ones lasted longer, he would be able to determine a few things about the lethal cold. Come on, die for me. And yet, in the end, Sunny was disappointed, because none of them lasted long. The small army of thralls he had so laboriously created in the past few weeks was obliterated in mere minutes, none of them making it that far into the snowstorm. The cold did not differentiate between large monsters or small, those with affinity to ice or those without. All of them were drained of warmth or frozen solid, dying a meaningless death in the embrace of the winter beast's unholy power. Sunny cursed, then sighed with regret. No matter. The absence of a result was a result in and of itself. The fact that there did not seem to be a kind of resistance effective against the authority of the winter beast's profane domain told Sunny a lot as well. He had contemplated several strategies for just that kind of outcome. These strategies were risky, yes, but actually, he did not feel regretful, because they were also much more direct and brutal. Killing the wretched Titan in such a fashion was bound to be much more satisfying. Down in the crumbled valley, the blizzard suddenly expanded, as if coming to life. A terrible wind blew, crushing into Sunny with a chilling force. The wall of swirling snow and ice particles slowly advanced, moving in his direction. A dark smile split his face in half. Look at that, Serpent. We seem to have been spotted. He had hoped that hiding in the shadows on top of a distant mountain would be enough to throw the Titan off his scent. But he had been wrong. Perhaps the creature had been aware of his presence all along, but did not bother to react until he dared to challenge it directly. In any case, the corrupted Titan, Winter Best, was finally rising to deal with the transcendent terror. Sunless. Sunny let out a sigh, then moved his shoulders to stretch his stiff muscles. I guess I'll have to finish the preparations faster. With that, he glanced at the towering figure of the Mountain King that stood in the darkness behind him. Under his gaze, the tyrant suddenly turned into a torrent of black liquid, which then reformed itself into a different, equally ghastly abomination. A spire messenger now stood on the edge of the cliff, its terrifying black beak cutting the wind like a dark blade. The creature's pale body was utterly black, and its many powerful limbs pierced the ice with long, sharp talons. Throwing one last look at the approaching snowstorm, Sunny jumped onto its back. In the next moment, the mighty wings of the creature raised a hurricane, and it shot into the air, carrying him back in the direction of Erebus Field. The snowstorm followed. Chapter 1. 1653, Erebus. The monstrous spire messenger tore apart the gelid wind as it raced across the frigid vastness of the twilight sky. Behind it, a churning wall of dancing snow crawled slowly, devouring the world like a hungry beast. There was a gaunt figure kneeling on the back of the flying monster, clutching at its black feathers with an onyx gauntlet. Sunny did not look back, knowing that Serpent was much faster than the pursuing Titan. In that, at least, they held an advantage. It will catch up soon enough, though. He was contemplating the results of sacrificing his swarm of thralls. None of them had been able to withstand the lethal cold of the winter beast's domain for long, which meant that there was no type of resistance that could help Sunny survive there, at least none he could find in a short amount of time. The thralls had perished swiftly, sapped of warmth of life. Their bodies fell into the snow, slowly turning into ice sculptures. The conclusion, then, was that Sunny had to use something other than a living being to reach the heart of the snowstorm. That would suggest that an undead creature would fare better, but that was not true. There had been a few ghouls among the thralls, and they died just the same. But there is a much simpler solution. He didn't have to enter the heart of the sinister blizzard himself or send one of his shadows. He could simply use an inanimate object, a projectile. Indeed, the simplest solution was most often the correct one. The best way to kill the winter beast was to simply bring down a deluge of ranged attacks on its head, or whatever it was that it had instead of a head. Sunny had not been able to do something like that in the past, because there was no telling where the Titan's actual manifestation hid within the vast snowstorm. Now, however, his shadow sense could extend across many kilometers. Even if he failed to find the winter beast's precise location, he could at least pinpoint the general area. That is, if that thing even has a physical body. For all I know, it could be a sentient storm. That was one of the risks he had to face. The other problem was actually delivering a ranged attack across such a vast distance. Not only was it physically hard, but the fatal cold and the hurricane wind raging within the snowstorm would become an obstacle. The closer one got to its heart, the worse they became. But where there was a will, there was a way. And if that will was killing intent, someone was going to die by the end of their battle, one way or another. Leaning forward to resist the frigid wind, Sunny smiled. Sometime later, he was sitting on the snow, shielded from the wind by a wall of onyx scales. That wall, of course, was Serpent's side. His shadow's soul beast form had grown truly immense now that it was a transcendent terror. Serpent was still far from reaching Darren's size, of course, but it was rather daunting nevertheless. Its maw looked like it could swallow an entire military APC whole. The two of them were in the middle of the icy plain that had been Erebus Field once. Most of the destroyed siege capital was buried under lava rock and snow, with only a few ravaged structures protruding above it like skeletal remains. Sunny was sitting with the tall peak of Mount Erebus behind him. In front of him, far in the distance, the world was slowly disappearing beneath a veil of swirling snow. The already dismal temperature was dropping by the minute, and the winds were growing more violent. He looked disinterested, staring at the snow with a frozen expression. The deep darkness of his eyes was cold and placid, like the surface of an ocean ready to explode into a raging storm. "It has finally arrived, huh?" Sunny took a deep breath and finally looked up, studying the distant snowstorm. Its approach was deceptively slow, but he knew that the wall of snow would consume everything around him very soon. Serpent hissed, the deep sound of its voice reverberating across the icy plain. "It's time to start, then." Sunny's words hung in the frigid air for a moment and were swiftly swallowed by the howling of the wind. A split second later, though, the world shook. Cracks formed on the vast field of snow, and far behind him, the mouth of Mount Erebus suddenly exploded with a gargantuan pillar of ash. A terrifying gust of hot wind rolled across the desolate landscape, pushing back the cold for a moment. Then, the volcano shone with an angry red glow, and a fountain of incandescent lava shot skyward with a deafening roar. Mount Erebus was erupting. Of course, it did not just happen to erupt precisely when Sunny needed it. Instead, he had sent Fiend into its depths to find a ripe magma chamber and cause an eruption when the time was right. With Goliath having already destabilized the entire region, doing so was not too hard. And with Fiend's robust steel carapace and fire affinity, He could survive inside a volcanic explosion without much trouble. Granted, the little hoodlum would not be happy with its master once he returned, if both of them survived what was coming next, of course. As the wall of swirling snow approached Sunny from the front, devouring the world, a rolling cloud of ash spread from Mount Erebus behind him. The stench of sulfur permeated the frigid air, cold wind crashing into a wave of heat in an invisible collision. Sunny's hair danced as a vast darkness swallowed the sky, plunging the icy plain in its shadow. As everything around him became enveloped in shadows, a sinister smile appeared on Sunny's pale face. He stretched, and then slowly rose to his feet. The cold darkness dwelling in his eyes finally exploded, turning into vicious glee. Looking at the approaching storm, Sunny raised his fist and said, his voice trembling with barely suppressed rage, "Hey, winter beast, do you remember me?" Then his voice grew calmer and colder, full of murderous wrath. "Probably not, but I remember you." Chapter 1. 1654. Opening Salvo. As ash rained from the sky and the ground quaked, Sunny inhaled deeply and extended his shadow sense as far as he could. Soon, his mind was flooded with an avalanche of sensory data, almost making him dizzy. He was still unaccustomed to how vast his sight was now. Of course, he didn't actually see anything, but after years of perceiving the shapes and movements of the shadows, it was not much different. Sunny had tested his limits while relying on his shadow sense to stay alive in the ocean, but the dark depths were different from land. They were unfathomable and empty, with nothing but the cold currents to see. Here in the Antarctic Center, though, there was almost too much to sense. Further, and further still. Sunny filtered out the useless data to keep his transcendent mind from overloading and reached across many kilometers of cracking ice toward the approaching snowstorm. Soon, he sensed the shadows trembling from the lethal cold. Even they were not spared from the cruel tyranny of the winter beast. Somewhere between 40 and 50 kilometers. This is as far as I can reach. His shadow sense reached further than his actual sight, which was limited due to the curvature of Earth. And yet, it wasn't enough to find the heart of the vast blizzard, at least not until it got closer and enveloped him. Still, it is already close enough for the initial greeting. Sunny extended a hand. A thin pillar of darkness rose from the ground, growing to stand at almost twice his height. Then, it solidified, turning into an inky black javelin with a needle-sharp tip. He grasped and weighed it, looking at the towering wall of swirling snow with a cold expression. He had created the javelin in the image of the siege souvenir, a similar weapon he had once fashioned to slay Goliath. The original souvenir had been made from the quill of a corrupted abomination, while this one was merely a manifested shadow. However, that shadow had been suffused with his transcendent essence, and was thus equal to a transcendent weapon, a uniquely powerful one at that, due to the fact that his soul had been altered by soul weave. Sadly, the shadow javelin lacked the powerful enchantments that the real siege souvenir had possessed. Still, it was not bad for an opening salvo. Exhaling slowly, Sunny took a step forward. Using the full augmentation of his 5 shadows, he infused a torrent of essence into his muscles and tendons, pushed against the ground with his feet, and strained his entire body to whip his hand forward and send the javelin into the dark sky. The moment he threw it, the world quaked again. A cloud of ashen snow exploded from under his feet, and a thunderous boom tore through the roaring of the eruption. There was an invisible shockwave that pushed the snow and the falling ash away, creating a sphere of clarity around his ominous onyx figure for a few fleeting moments. The javelin was like a black comet as it shot across the lightless sky, its speed immeasurable. However, the actual process was rather dull. It actually took it an entire minute to reach the wall of snow and disappear into it. 20 or so seconds later, Sunny felt his connection to the infused essence disappear. At the same time, he sensed the javelin plummet into the snow and shatter into countless shards of ice, which then dissolved into an intangible shadow. The corner of his mouth twitched. Not enough. With the volcano erupting behind him and the gargantuan wall of snow that connected heavens and earth racing to swallow him from the front, Sonny stared forward with a dark expression and did some mental calculation. I am no better than an artillery cannon, distance-wise. Granted, that javelin of mine was about 25 times heavier than an average artillery shell. Still, I would need to be inside the storm to reach its eye. He grimaced with displeasure. All these mathematics was not exactly what he had wanted. What he had wanted was to get up close and personal with the winter beast and feel its blood flow down his hands. However, reality was never what one wanted. Well, maybe not, considering that Sonny had gotten exactly what he wanted. He had gotten his freedom, and everything else that had come with it. In any case, the distance was not that important. Much more important was the fact that the javelin had been able to survive for more than 20 seconds in the outer reaches of the snowstorm. That was something Sonny could work with. Of course, he still did not know how long his missiles would last in the inner hell of the winter beast's domain. He shook his head, let out a resentful sigh, and glanced at his shadow. War is a boring affair, isn't it, Serpent? Serpent raised its gargantuan head into the air and hissed, perhaps expressing its solidarity. Sonny smiled. Let's make it a bit more exciting then. As the first torrents of snow swirled around him and plunged the world into unbearable cold, Sonny raised his head to the dark sky and laughed. A few moments later, his laughter disappeared abruptly, and his face suddenly turned still. Only his eyes gleamed with a strange, dark excitement. Something stirred in their depths. And at the same time, the darkness around Sonny stirred as well. Dozens of inky black pillars rose from the ground, followed by dozens more. They rose into the swirling stow like the fangs of a dragon, their needle-sharp points parting the wind with shrill whistles. Then, just as many tendrils of darkness wrapped around the shadow javelins, turning into inky black hands. Each hand had 7 fingers, ending with sharp claws. Sonny raised a hand, and at the same time, the shadow hands raised the great javelins. He stared into the swirling snow with a cold smile. He was not satisfied with being a transcendent siege engine. To welcome the winter beast, he was prepared to summon forth an entire division's worth of devastating artillery. I'm gonna drown you, bastard. Letting out a low growl, he waved his hand forward. The world seemed to shatter from the thunderous roar when countless black javelins tore the swirling snow apart and shot into the depths of the raging blizzard. Chapter 1655. Reign of Destruction. Dozens of black javelins shot into the raging snow, violently tearing a path through the blizzard. Each weighed more than a ton and moved with supersonic speed. The devastation they could visit upon the desolate landscape of the Antarctic Center was immeasurable. But much more important than the kinetic force they carried was the mystical force of their transcendent nature. In the world of the nightmare spell, there were rules and laws that trampled reason. A corrupted titan like the winter beast could shrug off a railgun shell, but it couldn't ignore the blade of a saint. Sonny had always known about this odd dichotomy, but only now that he was a transcendent had he gained a hint of understanding regarding it. He had vaguely sensed on many occasions the world pushing against him, and his will pushing back against the world. The higher one's rank was, the more they were able to resist the pressure of the mundane and forcefully exert their will upon the world, as well as other living beings populating it when two transcendent wills clashed. That was why, perhaps, a powerful abomination could survive a nuclear blast, but not a blow delivered to it by an awakened such as him. Because an explosion did not carry an awakened's lethal will. In any case, the winter beast was going to have a problem dealing with the black javelins, both because of the mundane force they carried and the mystical force infused in them. That was if Sonny could actually hit the creature, of course. Blinded by snow, he closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing the shadows. His body was assaulted by unbearable cold, the crushing wind trying to bring him down. The wind was growing more ferocious, and the cold was becoming more calamitous by the second. The waves of heat rolling off the exploding volcano lessened the cruelty of the snowstorm a little, but not by much. Counting the seconds, Sunny concentrated on the distant place where the cold was the most terrible. Out there, even shadows could not withstand it, becoming frozen and still. There was a vast blind spot in his field of perception, so, even though he could not sense the body of the winter beast, he knew where to aim the javelins. Come on. There were almost 15 seconds left before his missiles reached the target area, which did not mean that Sunny would simply wait patiently. Serpent! Responding to his voice, the giant creature turned into a tide of darkness and flowed under his armor. A few moments later, it had already turned into a serpentine tattoo. As it did, Sunny sensed the amount of spirit essence he could absorb from the surrounding darkness increased dramatically. He suspected that it was either because of Serpent's new ability or because of its Shadow Guide attribute having undergone an evolution. In the past, that attribute allowed Serpent to help Sunny control his shadow essence better, so who was to say that it couldn't guide the ambient essence of elemental shadows into his soul as well? Thankfully, Sunny was currently shrouded in darkness. The twilight sky was obscured by the cloud of ash that had mixed with snow, so no light reached the plain. Even the red glow of the erupting Mount Erebus had been swallowed by the raging snowstorm, drowning the buried ruins of the destroyed siege capital in deep shadows. The lightless world was full of spirit essence, which was a good thing, considering that he was not holding back and burning through his own essence recklessly. More! Long before the first salvo of the black javelins reached its target, the second salvo flew into the seething veil of snow. The world shook and quaked from the deafening roar of their passing, and from the aftershocks of the continuing eruption as well. The third salvo was sent into the storm not long after that. For a while, Sunny was surrounded by a thunderous cacophony of violent shock waves and the pained howling of the ravaged wind. A dark smile appeared on his face, and he basked in the cataclysmic fury that devoured everything around him. It was a shame that he could not use Serpent better in this fight. There were many forms that his shadow could assume, but none of them would really counter the profane power of the winter beast. On the contrary, all of them would be vulnerable to it. The same went for his avatars. Facing an enemy like that, his best strategy was to consolidate all the power available to him in one source, in himself. Still, it's not too bad. Sunny found the way the battle was developing rather exciting. That was until the first wave of javelins finally reached the heart of the snowstorm, though. His smile dimmed a little. Curses. The very first javelin had survived more than 20 seconds in the snowstorm, but the force of the wind and the fatal cold were much more dire close to the area where the winter beast was hiding. Some of the shadow projectiles were thrown off course by the hurricane, falling into the snow with thunderous explosions. The rest were swallowed by the cold and sapped of power, turning dead and brittle. Despite how much effort Sunny had poured into them, the speed and power of the black javelins ended up being insufficient. Even if they struck the body of the Titan, they would just shatter into ice without leaving a mark on it. As the fourth salvo shot into the snowstorm, Sunny dismissed the shadow hands and opened his eyes, looking ahead grimly. There was still hope. The winter beast was drawing closer with each second, so the second and third salvos would have spent less time in the blizzard by the time they reached its heart. And yet, Sunny felt pessimistic. Just as he had expected, the second salvo only managed to devastate a swath of the plain in front of the Titan's intangible fortress of fatal cold. The third one was swallowed without leaving a scar on the storm. He grimaced. No, it's for the better. Sunny had been afraid that there would be no chance for him to clash with the wretched creature face to face. No, it seemed that his worries had been unfounded. If he wanted to kill something well, he had to kill it with his own two hands. Was that the saying? As he sighed and took a step back, the fourth and final salvo hit. However, it did not strike the heart of the snowstorm. Instead, each of the javelins struck a particular spot on the vast field of snow, producing an earth-shattering explosion, and in response to that devastating attack, the snow split open across the entire region, unleashing a torrent of angry red glow. Chapter 1. 1656. Into the Storm. The entire region where Erebus Field had once stood suddenly fractured. Vast fissures opened in the snow, widening with each moment. Immense sheets of snow tilted and slid underground, collapsing as they turned into billowing avalanches. At the same time, the fissures glowed with angry red light, and torrents of lava shot from them, devouring the plain. The world was enveloped by a raging blizzard, so no one would have been able to see the awesome spectacle of the fiery cataclysm. Sunny himself only saw flowers of orange glow blooming here and there in the howling darkness. He swayed, struggling to stay on his feet. The chain reaction of chaos and destruction that the fourth salvo of the black javelins had caused was his measure in case a melee clash with the winter beast seemed unavoidable. The terrible heat of the molten lava was not going to put a dent into the titanic snowstorm, of course. In fact, the lava was already turning into volcanic glass. However, more of it shot from underground. An immeasurable amount of snow had been instantly turned into great clouds of boiling steam, which then swiftly turned into a torrent of hail. The whole world was torn apart by the clash between the incinerating heat and the obliterating cold, becoming consumed by chaos. The cold was winning, of course, but it was also being weakened, even if not by much. Considering that Sunny was about to face the very worst of it, though, every little bit counted. As for the sudden collapse of the snowfield, that was Saint's doing. Fiend had been responsible for starting the volcanic eruption, but Mount Erebus was at a distance. If Sunny wanted to drown the winter beast in lava, he had to make sure that the whole region would crack open. That was not that too hard to achieve, considering that the ruins of the siege capital buried under his feet were already unstable. With Saints creating channels for the lava to flow and deepening the already existing caverns, all Sunny had to do to cause a cascading collapse was deliver powerful shocks to shatter the meticulously prepared weak points in the icy crust. After that, nature would take its course. Of course, it was a bit degrading to use a great warrior like Saint to dig glorified trenches. But that was what made the winter beast so vile. Its cold countered most of Sunny's powers and made it impossible for his subordinates to fully exert theirs. I'll just have to make sure it pays for that affront as well. As he felt the very life being slowly sapped from his body by the killing cold, Sunny took a few more steps back and then inhaled deeply, ignoring the feeling of his lungs being cut by icy blades. Not that far now. The darkness around him surged, shrouding his figure in a vast mantle. He allowed himself to turn into an intangible shadow and then manifested himself back into the world, building a towering shell around the dark incarnation. This was the safest shell Sunny could create, one that posed no threat of his mind being pulled into the abyss of formlessness, because it was created in the image of himself. Slowly, a dark giant rose above the quaking plain. It was gaunt, with long hair that billowed in the wind like a sable waterfall. His eyes were like two abyssal wells, and the expression on his inky black face was both cold and savage. The hurricane wind crushed into the immense chest of the shadow colossus and was repelled, howling mournfully as it died. Vast plates of stone-like metal encased his gaunt and muscular body, creating a fearsome onyx carapace. As the heart of the snowstorm drew nearer and nearer, the dark giant slowly lowered himself, his knee sending a net of cracks through the thick layer of impenetrable ice. Then, he leaned down and supported his immense weight with both palms. Finally, the colossus grew still, his head lowered. His pose was like that of an athlete preparing to explode into a run. 20 seconds, huh? Sunny felt darkly fascinated by the immediate future. That was how long his javelins had been able to survive in the outer reaches of the snowstorm. Some had made it most of the way into the heart of the profane blizzard before turning into shattered ice. He was much more powerful than a manifested shadow, though. He was a transcendent terror, both his body and his onyx carapace augmented 5 times over by the shadows. Sonny was willing to bet that his shell would survive long enough for him to witness the true appearance of the winter beast. He would probably have mere seconds to live after that, though. So, something had to happen in those seconds to end the battle in his favor. "I like it." A strange, sinister, thunderous noise suddenly resounded in the raging blizzard. It was the sound of the Shadow Colossus laughing. Then, his laughter turned into a chilling growl, and the towering giant exploded forward like a dark tsunami. An entire area of the snowfield was obliterated by his initial push. A crushing shockwave spread from the point where Sonny's foot dug into the ice, but he was moving faster than it. Faster and faster and faster still. The shadow giant tore through the snowstorm as he ran, effortlessly leaping over the vastest of fissures and sending fountains of incandescent lava into the sky when he stepped in them, as if stepping into puddles. His speed increased more and more, until it was as if a black meteor was flying above the snow, moving parallel to it. The bitter cold sank into the towering colossus, trying to shackle him and slow him down. But Sonny simply broke through the cold, even as he felt the outer layers of his shell turn to ice. The heart of the snowstorm was already in front of him. He dove into its terrible embrace, trying to accelerate even more. In the end, the cold was just too much. With his giant body impacted by its fatal force, Sonny couldn't keep up anymore. He lost his balance and fumbled, almost falling down. There was no time to take the next step, and yet his speed was so great that he was carried forward by pure inertia. That inertia, was just enough to bring him into the eye of the storm. There, Sonny finally saw the winter beast. The frozen lips of the Shadow Colossus shattered into pieces as he bared his teeth in a vicious grin. "Well, aren't you ugly?" Chapter 1, 1657. Heart of Winter. The snowstorm manifested by the winter beast was like a rolling cataclysm, with devastating winds carrying a seething mass of swirling snow and tiny ice particles. Close to its heart, the ice particles were like a myriad of razor-sharp blades, shredding anything that had not been frozen by the unholy cold already. Each of the countless shards of ice had been a part of someone slain by the blizzard once, perhaps. And yet, absolute peace reigned in the heart of the storm. A vast area beyond the invisible fortress wall of suffocating cold was entirely devoid of wind, snow, and ice. Everything was flawlessly still, as if nothing could move in this frigid kingdom, not even the winds of the blizzard itself. With the sky above shrouded by ash, it was dark here, with frozen rivers of lava glowing dimly as they turned to glass. The heat of the underground rivers of molten rock was powerless against the profane power of the corrupted Titan. And yet, it was enough to buy Sonny a second or two more. The winter beast itself was floating above the ground in the middle of its frozen kingdom. When Sonny first saw it, he was taken aback. The creature was eerie and grotesque, unlike anything he had ever seen. Just witnessing it made him feel appalled, as if his senses were trying to reject the existence of such a being. The winter beast could not be called a beast at all. Instead, it was an expansive, ethereal structure made of ice, as if countless torrents of water had frozen when they exploded outward from a hidden source. It would have been beautiful if it wasn't so organic. Although the Titan's body was made of ice, it also looked like a living creature. The twisting pillars of ice vaguely resembled parts of a mangled body, limbs, organs, torn intestines, broken bones, and desiccated flesh. It was as though a giant being had been meticulously disassembled into countless parts, and then violently fused together in macabre disorder. There were dark shapes of other nightmare creatures, fused into the ice here and there as well, still and lifeless. The ice was pale and bleak, but the winter beast itself was nevertheless full of color. That was because numerous flowers bloomed on the ice, their petals an intense azure color. The contrast between their vibrant beauty and the appalling body of the creature beneath was hideously striking. Vast plumes of snow drifted from the flowers like pollen, shrouding the winter beast in a frosty haze. It was both beautiful and harrowing. But mostly harrowing. At the very heart of the aerial abomination, barely visible through the ice, a small shadow was encased in it. Sonny thought that it resembled the remains of a human being, but he wasn't sure. In any case, he was momentarily lost as to what to do. How was one even supposed to fight such a creature? But his hesitation only lasted for a split second. Still carried forward by inertia, and having lost his balance, the shadow colossus fell and rolled over his shoulder. The ground quaked from the terrible force of the impact, and the thin layer of volcanic glass cracked under his weight, a fountain of molten lava shooting into the air, only to freeze a moment later into an abstract sculpture. At the same time, the frozen pauldron of the onyx mantle shattered into countless pieces of black ice, and the giant's shoulder beneath it became covered by a net of deep cracks. The outer layers of the shell had already been turned to ice, and were now fracturing under the strain of his movements. It seemed as though the giant's skin was peeling, revealing the black mess of firm muscles underneath. It did not matter. Sonny was already exiting the roll, propelling himself forward into a powerful leap. The winter beast moved slightly, the azure mountain of its body hovering above the snow. Some of the twisting, vaguely organic pillars of ice moved as well, unfurling slowly, as if preparing to explode forward and receive the shadow giant into their embrace. Sonny shuddered as he flew through the frozen hell toward the harrowing creature, but it was too late for regret. Now that he had jumped, there was no turning back and no choosing a different strategy. Die! A stifled roar escaped through the dark giant's bared teeth. Sonny fell on the winter beast from above, but just then, countless spikes of ice extended from the creature's body and tore through his armor, impaling the damaged shell. Not paying it any attention, he immediately grabbed the thickest of the ice spears and pulled himself lower across its length, leaving a trail of dissipating shadows behind. In the place where his hand touched the ice, the gauntlet of the onyx mantle disintegrated into a haze of ice, and two of his fingers broke off. Sonny sensed the twisted pillars of ice flowing forward to encompass him. The unbearable cold permeated the entire mass of the shadow colossus shell, sending waves of pain through his soul. His dark eyes surged with murderous fury. In the next moment, the impaled giant slid low enough to reach the actual body of the abominable titan. His feet touched the ground. Crushing countless azure flowers, he stretched his hands and grabbed onto the grotesque shape of the titan, his claws digging into the killing ice. And then, Sonny pulled the winter beast into the shadows. "Let me help you off your throne, you abominable wretch." In war, the best advantage one could gain was fighting on a battlefield of their choosing. Sonny was currently in the very heart of the winter beast's storm, where his enemy wielded the most power, so he was going to carry both of them away from this frozen hell. Shadow Step had undergone an evolution during his transcendence, so Sonny could carry living beings with him now. Sadly, he could not leave them in the dark realm of shadows, but he could very well transport them to someplace else in the material world. The range of his teleportation had also increased drastically due to how far his shadow sense could reach. Of course, teleporting a corrupted titan against its will, and over a vast distance, was going to burn an immeasurable amount of his essence, but it was more than worth it. Come with me, beast." He would have grinned if his lips hadn't been frozen and shattered already. Sonny exerted all of his power to pull the winter beast into the shadows. The titan tried to resist, but it was of no use. Perhaps if it had reacted sooner, or knew the enemy better, such an outcome could have been prevented. But not anymore. Even when the hands dragging the creature into the darkness turned to ice and shattered, it was already too late. In the next moment, unbelievably, The crumbling giant made of shadows and the appalling creature of azure flowers and pale ice suddenly disappeared from the frigid stillness of the snowstorm's heart. A split second later, both of them emerged from the darkness in the infernal depths of Mount Erebus, plummeting into a vast lake of incandescent magma. Chapter 1. 1658. Burning Wrath. Sunny's crumbling shell and the eerie ice flower of the winter beast's vessel plummeted from the darkness into the vast lake of bubbling magma. The frozen hell of the calamitous snowstorm had been left behind, and although Mount Erebus was already swallowed in its ruinous embrace, the unholy cold did not reach this underground cauldron. However, the winter beast had brought the cold, the snow, and the storm with it. The azure flowers growing from the corpses of the nightmare creatures that the ice had encased were still blooming with plumes of snow, and the creature itself was like the heart of an endless, empty, cold abyss. Several things happened before Sunny and his enemy plunged into the churning magma. First, the vast cloud of snow surrounding the winter beast instantly evaporated. Second, the surface of the fiery lake instantly cooled, turning into black glass. Third, the sudden changes in pressure and temperature, as well as the sudden expansion of a vast mass of boiling gas, caused a titanic explosion, throwing Sunny and the dreadful abomination apart. The explosion shattered the dome of the underground chamber and the crust of the recently frozen magma, which in turn started a chain reaction of devastating destruction. Far above and outside, the erupting Erebus shuddered and quaked, gargantuan stones exploding into the frigid air like cannonballs. A terrifying crack split one of its slopes, and after another cataclysmic quake, the entire side of the fuming mountain crumbled, letting the wind, the ice, and the snow of the unholy storm pour deep into the interior of the erupting volcano, where the blizzard came into contact with the endless mass of molten rock. A secondary explosion tore apart the snowstorm and shook the very heavens, much more terrifying than the first. As indescribable destruction spread, a towering mushroom cloud rose above the frozen ruins of Erebus Field, dwarfing the first one. All across the Antarctic center, the ground shook. Avalanches rolled down from snowy peaks, and several mountains collapsed. The ice encasing the frozen ocean split open, and towering waves of black water rolled from below. Deep underground, Sunny felt like he was caught in the middle of a collapsing star, bombarded by devastating concussive waves from all sides. Wreathed in incinerating flames and suffocating cold, he moved his damaged shell to dodge the giant boulders that fell from above. The boulders crashed into the crust of frozen magma, breaking it and causing immense geysers of molten rock to shoot upward. Those geysers were immediately frozen, turning into glass pillars, only to be shattered a moment later and collapse in a rain of obsidian shards. It was a scene of absolute chaos, like a chilling glimpse of fiery hell. Sunny wanted to laugh. Did I complain that the battle was not exciting enough? In this life, it seemed, all his wishes were destined to be granted. The mangled colossus made of pure darkness lunged toward the grotesque shape of the winter beast. The shell was in poor shape. The onyx mantle was cracked and fractured all over. It was repairing itself, but not fast enough to make a difference. His face was missing most of its skin, revealing his black teeth and slightly protruding canines. In that moment, it resembled Weaver's demonic mask much more than his face. Both hands of the dark giant had turned to ice and chattered when he grabbed the winter beast, leaving him with no means of holding a weapon. But that was fine. Sunny himself was a weapon. Reaching the Titan in several ferocious leaps, Sunny used all of his mass and all of his momentum to deliver a devastating kick to the eerie ice creature. The blow was truly terrifying. Even though the winter beast had used countless tendrils of ice to block it, most of them were shattered and exploded into a barrage of deadly ice shards. A net of cracks spread over the innermost surface of its hideous body as well. Much more importantly, the creature was thrown down, crashing through the crust of magma and plunging into the flaming depths of the hellish cauldron. Of course, Sunny was not unscathed either. In fact, his entire left foot had turned to ice and broke off, taking with it the better part of the shin. He briefly thought that the sight of him would be rather comical, if it wasn't so terrifying. Because losing 3 out of his 4 limbs did not quench Sunny's murderous wrath one bit. The crumbling colossus roared viciously as it fell. The winter beast was not damaged by the incandescent magma at all, even if it directly opposed the power of unholy cold. Instead, the entire lake of magma cooled, its very heart turning into a vast expanse of black glass. Thanks to that, the Titan was momentarily trapped in obsidian, fused into it like the corpses of the nightmare creatures were fused into the hideous ice of its body. Sunny was full of furious glee at receiving that moment. Using the feather of truth trait of the onyx mantle, he turned himself as heavy as he could and toppled straight onto the immobilized abomination. With no hands to deliver a blow, he brought his head down on the cracked ice. The force of the impact was so terrible that there was a flash of light and the entire mountain shook. The dark giant's skull cracked, but the cold carapace of the winter beast finally cracked as well, a myriad of ice shards flying away. It moved, easily breaking free of the obsidian lake. The gargantuan stalks of ice moved as well, wrapping around Sunny and pulling him closer to the ice. At the same time, ice spikes formed below him, shooting forward to impale his mutilated shell. The upper part of his broken head was already fused with the ice, turning still and brittle from the frost. Almost immobilized, Sunny was being swiftly assimilated into the winter beast's body. All around him was pale ice, painted beautifully in shades of vivid azure. He was caught exactly where he wanted to be. Instead of trying to free himself from the icy tomb, Sunny used his broken limbs to push himself further down into the fracture that he had created in the frigid carapace of the profane Titan. And there, he snarled and used his bared teeth to bite down ferociously on the vague shape at the heart of the eerie ice creature. Chapter C-1159, Hour of Reckoning. The skull of Sunny's battered shell had cracked, and the upper part of it had fused with the ice. That part was torn off when he pushed what remained of his body into the fractured ice, spilling shadows like a tide of black blood. But his jaws were still intact. With most of his limbs gone and his colossal body swiftly turning into ice, Sunny let out a frenzied growl as he opened his skeletal maw and bit down on the small silhouette encased in the heart of the winter beast's appalling vessel, slicing it in half. A moment later, his teeth exploded into a rain of ice. His mutilated shell was far too damaged, and would have already crumbled if it had not been fused into ice, becoming a part of it. His soul was cold, cold. Cold enough that even the terrible pain ravaging it had been swallowed by a peaceful numbness. That peace was a herald of death, but none of it mattered, because the moment Sunny destroyed the source of the winter beast, the abominable sculpture of ice that served as its body shuddered, and then it started to crack. He heard a gleeful laughter ring in his mind, breaking through the haze of stillness that was consuming it. Glee, triumph, vindication, pain, sorrow, guilt, hatred. Countless emotions were fused into that laugh, creating an eerily disturbing mixture. Sunny recognized the laughter as his own. Or was it a scream? He was laughing, because the winter beast was dead. There was no nightmare spell to celebrate his idol, but Sunny had sensed a trickle of shadow fragments entering his soul. The harrowing Titan, winter beast, the bane of the Antarctic Center and the executioner of Falcon Scott, the abominable horror that had stolen the lives of Sunny's soldiers and taught him how unbearably crushing a defeat can be, was gone. Slain by his own hand, no less. Vengeance was so sweet. But that sweetness was also so indescribably bitter, because it carried the memories of what it was exactly that Sunny had longed to avenge. Imprisoned in the depths of a frozen shell, Sunny cut off his senses for a fleeting moment. Left alone in the darkness, he whispered, This is for you." It was for Belle, Dorn, and Samara. For Professor Obel, Sergeant Gear, and Lieutenant Karen. For numerous others who had perished in Falcon Scott. And for Sonny himself, who had to live with the scars that the winter beast had left on his soul. Now, let's finish this. The abominable Titan was dead, but the ordeal was not quite over yet. Sonny was still trapped within the icy tomb of the winter beast's vessel, and the world was still quaking all around him. Fearing that the spreading cold would reach the very depths of the frozen shell and swallow his soul, Sonny dismissed the dark giant. However, the broken colossus did not dissolve into shadows. Eerily enough, those parts of it that had been turned to ice by the Titan remained solid despite being released. All Sonny managed to do was create a sphere of empty darkness around himself, where the cold had not yet reached. He hesitated for a split second, then summoned more shadows from the lantern and swiftly built a new shell in the broken remains of the old one. The appalling figure of the winter beast was still half buried in obsidian, towering above it like a hideous masterpiece of sinister art. The azure flowers were wilting. A few moments later, they caught a flame and turned to ash, disappearing into the dark winds of the underground cauldron. A few moments more, and the cracks covering the carcass of the dreadful Titan widened, and then exploded outward when two black hands tore through the ice from the inside. Sonny crawled out of the crumbling Titan and allowed his second shell to dissolve. Now outside the body of the winter beast and able to use Shadow Step again, he instantly teleported some distance away, stepping on the black obsidian with bare feet. The damage to a shell was not transferred to the body, but the onyx mantle was truly in tatters. It was going to take some time for his armor to restore itself. So, for now, Sonny was left standing there in nothing but the rags of his military bodysuit. No different from how he had been when he returned to Antarctica. He took a deep breath. Somewhere outside, far away, the terrible snowstorm was dying down. The profane power that supported it was gone, and so it was going to disappear without a trace before too long. The worst of the eruption seemed to have already happened as well. Most of the lava that had flown from Erebus had been cooled by the blizzard, solidifying into glass and stone. That said, the volcano had been terribly damaged, an entire side of it having collapsed to reveal the fiery caverns within. Sonny suspected that, if not for the ash, he could have looked up and seen a fragment of the bleak sky, even from these depths. The ground was still quaking, but not as much as before. He waited for a bit, ignoring the sweltering heat and holding his breath in the suffocating fumes of the active volcano. In front of him, at some distance, the corpse of the winter beast was slowly crumbling. The azure flowers were gone. The pale ice was shattering, unable to withstand its own weight anymore, and melting. The desiccated corpses of the nightmare creatures that had been encased in it caught flame and were scattered by the wind. Soon, it was all over. Full of an indescribable feeling, Sonny slowly approached the place where the winter beast had died. His enemy was gone, and all that remained was a scattering of shimmering soul shards, the fragmented remains of his frozen shell, and a barrow of pale ice. There was no sign of the vague silhouette that he had bitten in half anywhere in sight. It must have turned to ash like the rest of the corpses fused with the abomination. The remaining ice, what had been the innermost core of the Titan's body once, was not melting, but neither was it radiating a sense of fatal cold. That cold was there, still, but now it seemed to be contained within the ice instead of spreading outward like a curse. In the flaming darkness of the obsidian lake, the mystical ice looked almost like frosty metal. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then sighed, coughed violently, and summoned the covetous cougher. He placed everything inside: the soul shards, the fragments of frozen shadows, and the pieces of pale ice. It's over. The winter beast was dead. He had settled the score and avenged himself. He had avenged everyone else as well. His business in Antarctica was finished. Suddenly, Sonny looked tired. He glanced around, his gaze a little lost, and then asked quietly, "Now what?" Of course, there was no response. There was no one to respond either. In the silence of the obsidian lake, Sonny rubbed his face tiredly and closed his eyes. "I'm tired of this place." Not the depths of Mount Erebus, not the ruins of the Erebus field, and not even the Antarctic Center. Sonny felt tired of this world. Nothing was holding him back here anymore. And so, he decided to leave. A dozen seconds later, his figure disappeared from inside the broken volcano and off the face of the earth. He would not return to the waking world for 3 long, lonesome years. Chapter 1, 1660. Fragments of a Fleeting Dream. Cassie slowly closed her eyes and turned away from the young man sitting in front of her. His delicate appearance, polite demeanor, and modest smile were so unlike the frightening, unhinged demon she had witnessed in his memories. Witnessing one's memories was a strange affair, because what had been and what people remembered were usually 2 different things. Memories were vague, disjointed, and fragile, like the fragments of a fleeting dream. Some were vibrant and deeply etched, some were dull and shallow. Some were bright. Most were full of sorrow. But the Shadow Saint possessed an unbelievably clear memory. It was striking, second only to Cassie's own, now that she had transcended. It was as if nothing he had experienced were ever truly erased, at least not the details of the memory he had chosen to show her, which must have been important to him. What an irony, then, that his whole existence had been erased from the world. There was a problem with reading his memories, though. Firstly, the way the man who called himself Sunless perceived the world was simply too strange. Even Cassie, who was uniquely suited to having multiple points of view and had already experienced the way he sensed his surroundings through her ascended ability, found herself feeling dizzy from the avalanche of unfamiliar sights and sensations. Secondly, and more importantly, there were countless gaps in her recollection of what she had seen. Those were the moments where the young man, pretending to be a humble shopkeeper, thought, spoke, or felt something about the places and events that had been erased from everyone's memories. In the end, what she had witnessed, or rather could remember witnessing, was even more disjointed than the memories of ordinary people. The chilling images: a young man with alabaster skin crawling from the black water on the cracked ice, his eyes brimming with unfathomable darkness. The eerie city where a terrible slaughter had taken place, but only emptiness remained. The days of slaughter across the desolate expanse of the abandoned continent, the snow turning crimson from the spilled blood. An aloof figure observing from a cliff as an army of enslaved nightmare creatures marched to their deaths into a raging blizzard. The furious battle under the slopes of an erupting volcano, the harrowing strength both the monster and the man had shown, the culmination of it all. And so much more. Cassie scowled. Why? Why was it so hard to cling to the very idea of it? She had to know. Countless thoughts surfaced in her mind, clicking together as they assembled into chains of logic. The frozen siege capital. It must be Falcon Scott, the fallen bastion of the Antarctic Center. He had returned there as a former member of the 1st Evacuation Army. That winged beast he used as a mount was unmistakably a spire messenger. I was right, after all. He was with us on the forgotten shore. However, the Firekeepers only joined the Southern Campaign after the Antarctic Center was swallowed by the Chain of Nightmares, which means that he was never one of us. What relationship did we have? This strength. Was he one of Gunlaug's lieutenants? A prominent hunter of the outer settlement? Someone who paid tribute to live in the castle like Kai and Aiko? He could have been sent to the Forgotten Shore the same year as Cassie and Nephis, but that was exceedingly unlikely. There had been only 3 people who reached the Dark City that year: Castor, Nephis, and Cassie herself, due to being dragged along by Nephis. Or, no, had there been someone else? Her memories were vague, which meant her train of thought broke apart and faded, even the memory of having such thoughts disappearing from her mind. She vaguely sensed what had happened and tried to retrace the steps of her logic, but to no avail. So, Cassie continued to think, and find more places to false the vold. Sonny allowed Cassie to contemplate what she had seen for a few minutes. He guessed that it was going to take her a while to come to terms with the winter beast's demise. However, she spoke sooner than he had expected. Turning to face him once again, the blind seer said evenly, "So, you are the Lord of Shadows." Sonny shrugged and smiled lazily. "What if I am?" She hesitated for a while. "I know that your second body is currently enjoying a tasteless theater play that we sponsored, while the third one is somewhere in Song Domain, hiding in the shadows. However, I can't sense the one in Godgrave at all." "Curious," Cassie frowned. "A powerful anti-divination memory, perhaps. Or maybe it's the nature of your citadel." Sonny tilted his head a little. "If you know that the play is tasteless, why sponsor it?" She shrugged. "Tasteless things have their use as well." How Machiavellian of her. Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. "In any case, I would prefer it if you didn't share the fact that the Lord of Shadows and me are the same person, especially with Changing Star." Cassie's frown deepened. "You want me to deceive Nephis? Why?" He stared at her with no particular emotion on his face. "I get it that you are overwhelmed, Saint Cassia, but think about it for a moment. Unlike you, she is unable to remember that she has forgotten something, so she wouldn't know that the three of us share a connection. All she would remember is that there is a person pretending to be a master here in Bastion, who is actually a powerful and not entirely friendly saint residing in a death zone. Our relationship would become strained in that case, and it definitely would not become any better." Sonny smiled. "Plus, this incarnation of mine is really just a humble shopkeeper. It's like a vacation. I wouldn't want my peaceful life to be spoiled. Who knows what will happen to my mental state if my only source of peace disappears in a puff of smoke." Cassie met his gaze with her unseeing eyes, then sighed. "Fine. I'll keep your secret. As long as you don't scheme to harm Nephis, of course, if you do." Her expression didn't change, but the air in the stone chamber suddenly seemed terribly cold. Sonny's smile dimmed a little. "Why would I harm Changing Star? She is the cornerstone of my survival after all, and therefore the integral part of my plans." The blind seer raised an eyebrow. "Your plans? And what are you planning exactly, Lord Shadow? Sonny?" He laughed, then abruptly fell silent. After a while, Sonny spoke in a subtly insidious tone. "Well, the future might be unknown to me, but one thing is certain. Very soon, there will be a war for the throne of humanity. Anvil, Keysong, maybe even that third one. They will clash, and knowing Changing Star, she will insert herself into that clash somehow. To slaughter them." He shrugged. "So, why not make sure that when the dust settles, she is the one sitting on the throne? That is my plan. To hand her the crown. No matter how I feel about Changing Star, I absolutely despise those three ghouls, not to mention that I absolutely do not trust them to keep me alive. So, there's that." Cassie remained silent, facing him with a frown on her delicate face. Eventually, she turned away. "Time is short. The moon will disappear soon, so we must hurry to leave. I'll be waiting for our meeting next month." A crooked grin twisted Sonny's lips. "As you wish, Saint Cassia." He rose, ready to activate Shadow Step, but then stopped. Sonny lingered for a few moments, then coughed and asked awkwardly, "Oh, about that memory you wanted to commission. I am really quite good at making those, you know?" Cassie tilted her head in confusion, then blinked. "Right, the memory. Of course. I'll send someone to you in a couple of weeks with all the details." She took a step forward, coming practically face to face with Sonny, then placed her hands on his shoulders. "Pleasure doing business with you, Master Sunless." He coughed. Ah, yes. Likewise, but why are you holding me? Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then elegantly raised an eyebrow. Because you need to teleport me out of this terrible place? You weren't thinking of leaving me here, were you? I hope not. Chapter 1, 1661. Missing Light. In the courtyard of the nameless temple, a lonely figure was sitting on the black marble plates, shrouded in shadows. It was a young man with alabaster skin and onyx eyes, clad in an intricate suit of fearsome armor. His hair was long and darker than a raven's wing. In front of him, a frail tree was growing in the darkness, its branches brimming with wilting leaves. Sunny studied the tree and sighed. It's not doing well, despite my efforts. The tree was missing sunlight, what little of it there was in the outskirts of NQSC from where Sunny had stolen it, but it was resilient, just like the people there were. It had clung to life for a long time in that God-forsaken place, and now it continued to do so here, in Godgrave. Sunny felt guilty towards the tree. It was the one he had cut 2 lines into to mark the passing of his parents. After claiming the nameless temple and coming back to the waking world, Sunny visited NQSG and took the tree away from the pitiful park where it grew. Of course, he replaced it with a different one. People of the outskirts did not have a lot of vibrant things to look at, and he didn't want to rob them of another one. Not that it mattered too much. Most of the settlers who chose to pass through the dream gates were not citizens, but those who had been discarded by humanity and hoped to find a better place for themselves in a different world. As a result, the outskirts of NQSC were much less crowded than they had been in his time, and would only grow more desolate as time went on. In any case, the familiar tree stood in the courtyard of his citadel now, and Sunny often came to tend to it, or gaze at it as he contemplated various matters. It seems that Valor and Song have started preparations. It won't be long now. He sighed, then closed his eyes and dove into his soul sea. Such a simple thing, but it had taken Sunny more than a year to find a way back into the soul sea after being banished from the nightmare spell. Even then, he could only enter it after concentrating and meditating for a long time. At least for a while he could do it on a moment's notice once again after another year of practice. The soul sea looked the same as it had before, but also entirely different. The vast expanse of silent water was the same. The 6 lightless suns hanging above it were also no different. However, now, a magnificent black temple stood in the middle of the lake, its pillars shrouded in darkness. It was a perfect replica of the nameless temple, which had appeared here on its own the moment Sunny claimed ownership of the ancient citadel. The legion of shadows, which had dwelled at the edges of the soul sea, were now gathered around the temple, just as lifeless and motionless as they had always been. Of course, there were much more of them now, with several giant figures towering above the rest. It almost looked as if they would come to life at any moment, ready to enter the temple to worship its master. Sunny did not know what exactly had caused this change, but suspected that the soul seas of all saints were somewhat different from those of lesser awakened. A soul sea was the representation of one's soul after all, and transcendence was all about the soul surpassing the limits of its mortal vessel. As such, he couldn't help but wonder what the soul sea of a sovereign would look like. What about a sacred being, or a divine one? Would the soul of a deity contain an actual realm? He didn't know yet, but maybe one day he would find out. In any case, for now, he had come here for a purpose. Sitting on the steps of the dark temple, Sunny sighed and summoned the images of his shadows. Soon, 5 figures appeared in front of him: Saint, Serpent, Nightmare, Flend, and Mimic. He studied them silently. There was more than one thing he had to discover anew after losing the helpful guidance of the spell. Entering the soul sea was one, but nurturing his shadows was another. Only after being left alone had Sunny learned clearly where his aspect ended and the nightmare spell began. Creating shadows was a facet of his aspect. Making them stronger by feeding them memories, however, was a helpful tool the spell had graciously provided, building it around his innate powers. It was reasonable in hindsight. Memories were born from the spell after all, so it wouldn't make sense for shadow creatures to be dependent on them for growth. The same could be said about echoes, which were similarly of the spell. It wouldn't make much sense if the only way to create a shadow was through an echo. So Sunny had to discover a new way, the true way to accomplish both of these things. He had succeeded only partially. Sunny still had no idea how to create a shadow without an echo, but he had discovered ways to empower most of his shadows. Fiend was the easiest to deal with, in that regard. All he needed was to devour powerful creatures or potent mystical materials to grow. Granted, his stomach was truly bottomless. The rascal had been feasting on all kinds of dreadful nightmare creatures for many years, but only advanced to the supreme rank recently, after consuming that great demon some days back. All of his attributes and abilities had grown stronger, but Fiend had not gained any new ones yet. The secret to Serpent's growth was also rather simple, since that shadow had always been unique. Its rank depended on how well Sunny had mastered Shadow Dance, while its class was equal to that of its master. Sunny could not receive Aspect Legacy relics anymore. However, he could still advance in his mastery of it. When that happened, Serpent would become supreme as well. Granted, he was wary of diving deeper into Shadow Dance due to losing his true name. Meanwhile, Nightmare had already become a transcendent terror, reaching the same class and rank as Serpent. It had taken Sunny a long time to figure out how to make this shadow of his stronger in the absence of the Nightmare spell, but the solution was simple. Nightmare fed on the dreams of powerful creatures. He subjugated them, but could also consume them. That was how it could reach a higher rank, even though the process was slow and fraught with danger. The way for the marvelous mimic to grow was also not that hard. It could produce soul coins by devouring living beings. Those soul coins could be used by anyone to strengthen their soul, but if fed back to the mimic, they would strengthen it instead. However, Sunny did not really need Mimi to rise in rank. For now, the most important traits of the marvelous mimle, the volume of its dimensional storage and the intricacy of the shape it could assume, depended on the potency of its master's soul, not the shadow's own. And finally, there was Saint. Looking at her, Sunny sighed. She was the only one he didn't know how to nurture, yet. In the past, Saint grew in rank by consuming memories with the help of the spell, but now, there was no way he knew of to strengthen her. As a result, his very first shadow had remained a transcendent devil to this day. Of course, as far as transcendent devils went, she was by far the most deadly one he had ever seen. But is it enough for what is to come? Sunny didn't know. Hearing someone walk across the marble floor of the dark courtyard, he dismissed the images of his shadows and left the soul sea. It seemed that he had a visitor. Chapter 1, 1662. Bridge Builders. Sunny opened his eyes and summoned the helmet of the onyx mantle, hiding his face. Its visor was not as ferocious and eerie as Weaver's mask, but it was also fearsome. Deep shadows dwelled in the crack of the visor, hiding his eyes, and the black plume of the onyx helmet moved slightly in the wind. A moment later, the darkness of the courtyard was dispelled by soft light. Sunny did not move, waiting for Nephis to approach. Of course, he was observing her through the shadows. A dull pain suddenly pressed on his heart. She has changed. The source of light was Nephis herself, a ball of white flame dancing on her palm. He remembered that she had used a few memories to produce fire and light in the past, after returning from her second nightmare, to spare herself the pain of calling upon her aspect. But now, it seemed, that was not the case. She reached him and remained silent for a few moments, looking at the frail tree with a slight frown. Soon enough, her gaze grew a little confused, and then cleared. "Is that a mundane tree?" Sunny nodded. "Indeed. I'm afraid it is not doing well here in the dream realm, away from warmth and light." He had tried many ways to substitute both through sorcery, of course, with little success. Nephis remained silent for a moment. The aspect of one of my people, Shakti, has to do with nurturing plants. I can ask her to take a look. He turned his head slightly, staring at her with his own pair of eyes. That would be appreciated. She smiled faintly and looked at the wilting leaves. I must admit, though, I never imagined someone like you would feel sentimental about a tree, Lord Shadow. Sunny tilted his head. Someone like me? Nephis nodded. Someone who chooses to live alone in the middle of a lifeless death zone, battling hungry abominations. He stared at her for a few moments, then shrugged. This is the only tree in this lifeless death zone that has never tried to eat me. Of course I am sentimental. With that, he rose to his feet and asked in a cold tone, "You are ready then?" Now that the two of them had reached initial agreement, she had to go back to Bastion and report it to the elders of Clan Valor. However, Nephis and the Firekeepers were not going to repeat the long and perilous journey across Godgrave. Instead, it was much more convenient for them to place their anchors in the Nameless Temple. Once they returned to their tethered location in the waking world, another saint would bring them to Bastion, and once they were done in Bastion, Nephis would bring them back to the waking world. From there, all of them could return to their anchors in the Nameless Temple. The process was somewhat unwieldy, but effective. If Sunny allowed them to anchor themselves in the Nameless Temple, of course, but he had not. The Firekeepers believed that it was because he didn't trust them yet. Nephis most likely suspected that he didn't want another saint, and anyone sworn to a domain, to contaminate his citadel with Anvil's authority. The truth of the matter was that he simply didn't want to give Valor easy access to his temple. The harder it was for them to reach it, the less they would bother him. So instead of allowing the Firekeepers to place their anchors here, he would play the role of the ferryman himself. He would deliver them to the waking world, and then meet them there at an agreed-upon time to carry them back. This way, Sunny would be the only one who controlled access to his citadel, and therefore, Godgrave. Before Nephis and the Firekeepers left, however, they wanted to discuss the general points of their alliance with him. The better they knew what to expect, the more detailed the offer they would be able to bring back from Bastion. Let's go. Soon, the two of them entered the main hall of the temple from one of the side passages. The Firekeepers were already there, along with their annoying lanterns. Sunny sighed behind the visor of his helmet. Ah, it was so dark and peaceful here before. Apart from those brief few days last year when a handful of scared sleepers resided in the Nameless Temple, his life here was rather peaceful. It wasn't going to be peaceful much longer. Sunny moved a hand, and the shadows rose from the floor, forming a detailed terrain map of the known part of the dream realm. The Firekeepers stared at it for a few moments, then coughed and put the paper map they had brought away. Sunny approached the dark map and stared at it for a few moments. The hollow mountains rose like sharp fangs from the marble floor. Far to the south, a black castle stood in the middle of a black lake. A great bridge connected a tall peak to a formidable volcano, with a beautiful black palace perched at one of its ends. Below it all, a black ship drifted in a sea of darkness. Many lesser citadels were scattered here and there. He was looking at something else, though. A black skeleton with its head resting on the outskirts of the hollow mountains. Nephis studied the map as well, then let out a barely audible sigh. Finally, she said in an even tone, "The war between the sword domain and the song domain is inevitable. There is no connection between the two overland, and the House of Night is clinging to its neutrality despite the desperate attempts by both great clans to forge an alliance with them. Which means that a land bridge must be created, and will be created." She pointed to the black skeleton. That land bridge is Godgrave. The great clan that conquers it first will have the ability to launch an invasion into the territory of the enemy. Even if a full invasion is impossible due to how well fortified the enemy is, The side controlling Godgrave can harass the adversary, disrupt supply chains, conquer weaker citadels, and strengthen their domain while weakening the other. Nephis looked at Sunny. So, Lord Shadow, you must understand what it means. He remained silent for a few moments, then said with cold indifference, "It means that neither side can allow the enemy to take Godgrave. So this death zone will not be a land bridge to start the war, but instead the battlefield where the war will be fought. And therefore, his peaceful life was as good as over." Chapter 1663, Domain War. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, staring at the map. Then, a hollow chuckle resounded from the depths of his black helmet, sounding a little sinister in the darkness that shrouded the silent hall of the temple. Fighting a war in Godgrave. What a brazen act of madness. Ah, but I did not expect anything less from the great clans. The firekeepers glanced at each other, sensing a hint of contempt in his cold voice. Eventually, one of them said stiffly, "We are representing one of the great clans too, you know. Lord Shadow." Sunny simply turned his head, staring at him. The firekeeper trembled under his gaze, looking away from the impenetrable darkness nestling in the visor of the onyx helmet. It was as if there was no person inside the fearsome black armor at all. Nephis, however, only seemed curious. She looked at him and asked, her voice even, "You have a relationship with the great clans?" Well, of course she was curious. Logically speaking, a saint like Sunny could not have appeared without brushing sides with at least one of the great legacy clans. It was much more likely that he had served either valor, song, or night directly in the past. He was independent now and seemed to harbor resentment toward the great clans. Anyone would be curious to know the reason. Sunny shrugged. A relationship? I guess. Although it might be called a one-sided relationship by some. He turned his gaze back to the map and made the shadows move. The mountains crumbled, the sea of darkness vanished, and the black skeleton grew larger, reaching the size of an average human. Everything else disappeared, leaving only Godgrave and its vicinity in sight. So, how will the war start? Nephis remained silent for a moment, then turned to the map as well. Clan Song is already building a road to the right hand. They will use it to scale the skeleton and establish a fortress on its right shoulder. Valor is also moving its forces, aiming for the left hand. They will be delayed a little by the need to build a bridge. The left arm of the colossal corpse was broken, a vast distance separating the ulna and radius from the humerus. There was a significant difference in height as well, so construction of the bridge would take some time. Nephis continued. In the end, though, it doesn't matter. There will be a fortress established on the left shoulder of the giant, and its ribcage will become a war zone. Of course, fighting under the open sky is dangerous, but the hollows are not something the soldiers of either of the clans can handle. At least not in the initial stage of the war. Sunny tilted his head. The initial stage? She nodded calmly, studying the black skeleton with intense focus. Yes. The initial stage will be about slowly conquering territory and positional warfare. Godgrave is a death zone, so claiming it won't be easy. But its fall is inevitable, because that is the will of the sovereigns. The armies will advance, sealing cracks in the bone to cut off the nightmare creatures from spawning on the surface. Nephis paused for a moment. The army of the sword domain will hold an advantage during that stage. Firstly, because it has more experience in waging war against the dream realm. Secondly, because several saints who are uniquely suited for the task serve the king, like Skytide. Sunny frowned behind the visor of his helmet. Saint Tyrus commanded wind and storm clouds. Her aspect would indeed be invaluable in Godgrave, where the veil of clouds stood between all living things and complete annihilation. That would undoubtedly make her a target. Already knowing the answer, he nevertheless asked, "When will the initial stage end?" Nephis glanced at him somberly. "Once enough of Godgrave is taken for both armies to locate and conquer a citadel. The second stage will be about conquering more of them. And the last stage will be about pushing the devastated enemy off the skeleton and claiming it entirely, followed by a period of consolidation and an inevitable invasion into the weakened enemy domain, no doubt. The firekeepers were strangely silent. They seemed to have known that a war was coming. However, perhaps it was their first time hearing someone talk about the inevitable so openly. Nephis lingered for a moment. Do you understand why conquering that first citadel is so important, Lord Shadow? Sunny's mood suddenly plummeted. I do. It was because the moment one of the armies took a citadel, the domain of their sovereign would enter Godgrave as well, and that would allow that sovereign to exert their full power in a vast area around the citadel. Once that happened, the previously unapproachable hollows would not be that impossible to traverse, and the nature of the war would change. The more of these strongholds were conquered, the wider the domains would spread, eventually swallowing all of this region. Then, it wouldn't be just awakened, ascended, and saints spilling blood on the ancient bones. Anvil and key song could very well clash directly, splitting the heavens and shattering the earth. Sunny felt a hint of dread and smiled darkly, excited by that half-forgotten feeling. Nephis seemed to have noticed that the shadows drowning the great hall moved slightly. She shook her head. So, Lord Shadow, you must understand that maintaining the neutrality of your temple will be hard. Possessing a citadel at the very start of the war is too great of an advantage. No matter what else my elders might desire, they'll be most passionate about this point. Sunny laughed. Oh, no. Actually, I think it won't be hard at all. He tilted his head a little. No matter how greedy they are to have my citadel, they are much more wary of seeing it fall into the enemy's hands. So, if they don't want to agree to my suggestions, why, I can just go and offer my services to Song. The Queen's daughters might prove to be more accommodating than your elders. Oh, and they are also very easy on the eye. One of the firekeepers coughed, prompting Sunny to wonder if there was something wrong with his lungs. Nephis tilted her head and stared at him, most likely considering the blatant threat. After contemplating for a while, she asked, "And I'm not?" Sunny froze. "What?" Nephis had a look of contemplation. "You said that Key Song's daughters might be more accommodating and are easy on the eye, alluding to the fact that both of these factors are advantages Clan Song has over Valor. But I am also King Anvil's daughter, meaning that I'm at a disadvantage in that regard. Are you hinting that Clan Valor should make more concessions in the negotiations, due to my poor looks?" Now Sunny felt that there was something wrong with his lungs. Desperately suppressing a cough, he tried hard to present a cold and aloof front. Damnation! Is she having one of her moments? No, she must be teasing me, right? When he spoke, his voice was slightly dull. No. Your beauty is radiant and blinding, Lady Nephis. I wouldn't dare. She looked at him for a few moments, then smiled. Really? It's good then. Oh, but if you prefer, I can ask the elders to send Morgan here next time. Chapter 1664. Search and Rescue. Sunny was internally cursing himself for deciding not to wear Weaver's mask today. Someone else was cursing him as well. The firekeepers were keeping their voices down, but they underestimated the hearing of a saint. That guy, who does he think he is, critiquing Our Lady's appearance? Says the man who hides his face behind a mask. He must be as ugly as a toad, frivolous, and shallow. He gritted his teeth behind the visor of the onyx helmet. What toad? What the hell is a toad? My face is so handsome that it can fund an entire business, you good-for-nothings. What did these fools know? Outwardly, though, he remained cold and detached, even if it took some effort. Having a secure base in an otherwise deadly region is already enough of a boon. If Valor wants to claim my temple, they can come and conquer it. Or rather, they can try. The last word sounded especially sinister. His tone didn't change, but it sounded exceedingly threatening all of a sudden. Nephis kept silent for a bit, then shrugged. I see. Do you know of any other citadels in Godgrave, then? Advanced knowledge of their locations can be just as important. Sonny glanced at the black skeleton. There are none on the surface. There are a few in the hollows, though. I've seen a couple from afar. As for the Sea of Ash, even I'm not brave enough to descend there. She seemed interested in what he had said. You've explored the hollows? Sonny nodded. Somewhat, but not extensively. It is a deadly place. The firekeepers paled. If even a saint who lived in a literal death zone called a place deadly, then it had to be worse than hell. Nephis lingered for a while. Eventually she nodded. I think I know enough to make a report to the elders. It's time for us to return. Before she could finish the sentence, though, there was a loud noise. Fiend shifted slightly, the infernal flames igniting brighter in his eyes. At the same time, a tall and graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the temple. It was Saint. However, right now, her dark elegance was nowhere to be seen. That was because she was carrying something on her shoulder. That something was resisting and cursing desperately, powerless against the shadow's stone grip. Let me go, abomination. If you want to kill me, just do it quick. Why are you tormenting me? Sonny blinked. Human language? Why was there someone cursing in human language here, in Godgrave? Nephis and the firekeepers were similarly stunned. Saint walked toward them and unceremoniously dumped her burden on the floor. The person rolled on the marble tiles and scrambled to their knees, crawling back in fear. Stay back, demon. It was a very young and very dirty youth, his face smeared in mud and dried blood. He wore a torn armor that seemed to be a dormant memory, his body riddled in deep lesions. A moment later, the back of his head crashed into Neff's knees. He froze for a moment, and then slowly looked up, his eyes widening in terror. Then, an expression of utter shock appeared on his childish face. It was as if the young man's brain temporarily ceased all function. He blinked. Saint Nephis? She stared at him silently. The young man looked at her, then at the firekeepers, then at Sonny. Finally, his gaze was pulled back to Neff's beautiful face. His cheeks blushed uncontrollably. What are you? Am I dead? Is this paradise? She tilted her head a little, then said neutrally, This is the dream realm. Are you a sleeper? Sonny had already guessed that the dirty teenager was a sleeper. Last year he had discovered a handful after the winter solstice and sent them to Song. This year, though, he had not found anyone in the vicinity of his territory. He had assumed that either all of them perished in other parts of Godgrave, or the spell did not send anyone here this time around, to begin with. Sonny was unclear on what motive the spell had to send sleepers to Godgrave, really. They had absolutely no chance to survive here. The last batch had only lived because of him. But then again, it might have been precisely because of his presence that the spell threw them here. It was a bit strange to imagine that he was powerful enough to be a factor in the decisions made by the spell. In any case, the young man gulped. A sleeper? Yes, I am. Walt, you are Saint Nephis, changing star of the immortal flame, Lady Nephis. What are you doing here? He paused for a moment, then added shyly, And where is here? Are we close to Bastion? She kneeled in front of him and gently placed her hands on his shoulders. A soft radiance enveloped them, spreading into the sleeper's body. The wounds covering it started to heal, and an expression of deep relief instantly appeared on his face. The sleeper stared at Nephis with wide eyes. His eyes were full of stars. Sonny shifted slightly. What is that bastard staring at with that expression? But then he had to mentally slap himself. Was he really feeling jealous of a poor sleeper? Nephis spoke in a tone that was considered soft, for her. We are in a distant and extremely dangerous region of the dream realm. My warriors and I are here on an important mission. You are fortunate to have met us, young man. Otherwise, I'm afraid your fate would have been sealed. The young sleeper remained silent, looking at her with a strange expression. Sonny sighed. I did not think that any of the sleepers survived this year. Last solstice, I happened on a few and helped them escape. There seems to be just one survivor this time." His voice sounded cold and uncaring. Nephis spared him a glance, then turned back to the young man. "Don't worry. The worst is behind you. You are safe now. We will take you back to the waking world." He took a shallow breath, closed his eyes for a moment, then desperately shook his head. No, you mustn't. I'm not the only one. There are others as well. We hid ourselves and clung to life for many days, but then there was no more water. Someone had to go out to try and find help, and I volunteered." Sonny sighed behind his helmet, already knowing what was about to come. The sleeper grabbed Neff's arm and said hoarsely, "Please, Lady Nephis, you are changing star. Please save the others." Sonny was indignant. The spell, it has some nerve. First, it had abandoned him. Now it was using him as a babysitter for unfortunate sleepers. He shook his head slightly, then asked, his voice grim, "Those others you mentioned, where are they?" Chapter 1, 1665, Alone in the Dark. As it turned out, there were 2 other sleepers somewhere out there, hiding under the roots of a dead tree in the hollows. They were well outside the Shadow Realm's fragment and inside the bones of the colossal skeleton, which made the potential rescue problematic. In fact, it was miraculous that they had survived for so long. Too miraculous, maybe. While the firekeepers were calming the dirty teenager and giving him food, Sonny stared at him coldly. He had already studied the sleeper's soul, making sure that he was indeed a dormant human. But why were Nephis and her people so careless? He glanced at her, then asked, his voice emotionless, "How do you know that he's not one of Skinwalker's vessels?" Nephis, who was standing a few steps away from the sleeper, shrugged. "If he was an abomination, my flames would have burned him, not healed him." Sonny raised an eyebrow. It made sense. Her soul was immune to corruption, so the flames of her soul did not tolerate it. Granted, Nephis had not yet mastered that aspect of her powers to such a degree in the past. All right, he's not Skinwalker. That didn't mean that the sleeper was harmless, though. He could still be a body Mordred decided to wear. Granted, that was very improbable. It would be exceedingly hard to find a sleeper just a few days after the winter solstice, let alone drag one to Godgrave. And while Mordred was powerful, it would be harder still to traverse Godgrave in a dormant body, even for him. So why was this sleeper so strange? Sonny walked forward, and although he did not say anything, the firekeepers instinctively parted before him. The sleeper looked up, his eyes suddenly widening in fear. My lord." Stopping in front of the teenager, Sonny looked down without saying a word. How strange. Even though he could see the dirty young man, he could not sense him. It was as though there was no one there. There was no scent, no presence, not even a shadow he could perceive. Was that why he had not sensed what Saint was carrying until she was already in the temple? The corner of his mouth twisted upward. "Is that your aspect?" The sleeper flinched, then looked down. Yes, my lord. I am not good at anything except for hiding. But hiding, I'm really good at it." Sonny tilted his head. What a powerful aspect. It wasn't easy for a dormant ability to fool the senses of a saint. Perhaps it wasn't completely unreasonable for the spell to send this poor child here. In any case, that aspect of his could somewhat explain how the sleeper managed to survive a short trip across Godgrave. "What is your name?" The young man shivered. It's Ray, my lord." Sonny lingered for a bit, then nodded. "All right, I've decided not to kill you, Dreamer Ray." Leaving the young man with his mouth hanging open, Sonny walked away. As he did, the firekeepers gave him a few dirty looks and returned to trying to calm the teenager down. Their previous efforts had been utterly invalidated by a few words from the Lord of Shadows. Nephis glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. Do you kill sleepers often, Lord Shadow? Sunny contemplated for a few moments, trying to remember how many sleepers he had killed. In the end, he answered evenly, "Not often." Then he turned to face her and asked in the same emotionless tone, "What about you, Lady Nephis?" She did not answer, instead changing the topic to the fate of young Ray's friends. "You are better acquainted with Godgrave, the two of us and my warriors. Can we rescue the other two sleepers from the hollows? That is not the mission entrusted to me by Clan Valor, but still, if it is possible, I would like to save them." Sunny hesitated for a second. "Can we? Sure, it's possible. But your people, skilled as they are, there is no guarantee that all of them, or any of them, will survive in the hollows. You and I can try it alone, though." She nodded simply. "Then that is what we'll do, if you are willing." He stared at her silently, pretending to be surprised. "Are you fond of risking your life for strangers, Lady Nephis? Braving a death zone for a couple of insignificant sleepers? Wouldn't it be a shame if someone as illustrious as you perished for no good reason? Why do it?" She smiled faintly. "Firstly, I'm not planning on dying here. Call me arrogant if you wish. Secondly, aren't you being a little hypocritical, Lord Shadow? No one forced you to rescue the sleepers last year, and yet you did. Not only that, but you even escorted them all the way to the territory of Clan Song. So please forgive me. But I know that you are not as heartless as you want to appear behind that mask." "Am I really?" Sunny frowned, deciding to act more tyrannical in the future. She turned and looked at him, her smile widening a little. "And most importantly, because I want to. That's the only reason I need." Sunny let out a chuckle. "Ah, there it is. She doesn't change." He shook his head. "What if all of this is an ingenious plot to lure you into the hollows alone, where I'll have an easier time disposing of you? What if I've already struck a deal with Clan Song? Aren't you afraid of following me into the darkness, with no one to cover your back?" Nephis remained silent for a bit, then shrugged nonchalantly. "Shouldn't you be afraid of following me into the darkness instead? This citadel of yours is very valuable. What if I already received orders from Clan Valor to eliminate you and make it my own?" Sunny stared at her for a bit, then let out a cold laugh. "Now that you mention it, I probably should be afraid. But what a pity. I've been foolishly fearless as of late." There was a sinister note in his tone, as if he was inviting her to try something. Nephis smiled. "Being enslaved by fear is more foolish." With that, she threw one last glance at the sleeper. Her expression changed subtly, switching from composed languidness to a state of cold focus. "It might be for the better. I'll instruct my people to tend to your tree while we're gone. That said, time is of the essence. I suspect that these three sleepers only lasted that long because of this young man's aspect. He volunteered to venture out of their hiding spot thinking that he's the best person for the job, but the remaining two might be in danger without him. If they are still alive, we must find them as soon as possible." Sunny nodded. "Fair point. Go talk to your people and find out what else they've learned from the boy. We'll leave as soon as that is done." While Nephis talked to the firekeepers, he lingered for a while, observing her. His mood was rotten. Damn it! I didn't want to reveal what is hidden in the hollows to her so soon. Chapter 1666. Wandering Temple. After getting all the information the frightened sleeper could share, Sunny and Nephis let him rest. Without wasting any time, Nephis headed for the exit from the temple. However, Sunny led her into its depths instead. Soon, they reached a set of stairs and descended underground. The nameless temple was larger than it seemed from outside, because it had a vast basement level. In fact, it was almost a perfect copy of the grandiose upper level, with its own great hall, auxiliary rooms, and inner sanctum. There were a few differences, of course. For one, there was no altar in the underground temple. There was no path to the courtyard either. Instead, a towering gate was cut into the marble wall, covered by intricate engravings. When Sunny and Nephis reached the underground hall, it was bathed in impenetrable darkness. Even the radiant light of the flames burning on her palm could not dispel it. Sunny didn't want anyone to see what was hidden there, yet. And so, he shrouded everything in the deepest of shadows. And for a good reason. As Sunny had found out after conquering the Nameless Temple, all citadels had something special about them. Some special qualities were minor, while some could do truly stunning things. Sunny called them components. He was not sure if these components were innate to the ancient strongholds or something added to each by the spell, like the gateways were. Perhaps it simply built upon what was already there, strengthening existing traits and making them easily accessible by humans. However, what Sunny did know was that only a saint that bound the citadel to their soul could command it, making use of the components. The spell made the process easier for them, most likely. As for Sunny, he had to sort everything out himself. Luckily, it had not been too hard. As far as he could tell, the Nameless Temple possessed two components, both of them rather powerful as far as citadels went. Not on the level of the great citadels or the Ivory Tower, of course, but far more prominent compared to lesser ones, like the Sanctuary of Noctis. The first component of the Nameless Temple was rather straightforward. It was the Invisible Guardian. The creature, unseen and imperceptible, had been killing anyone and anything that tried to enter the temple. Before Sunny showed up, that was, walking across ancient bones. He suspected that it allowed him to pass because of his attribute, the flame of divinity. Just like it had allowed him to enter the temple in his first nightmare because his soul carried the mark of divinity. Indeed, his citadel was the very temple he had once used to sacrifice himself to the gods. Back then, Sunny had assumed that it was a temple of Shadow God, but now he thought differently. After all, the timing did not make sense. At the time when the slave caravan perished while trying to cross the mountains, the imperial soldiers were actively destroying shrines and monasteries of the Shadow God. And yet the Styglin edifice of the Grand Temple looked like it had been laying in ruins for countless years back then, already. And then there were the words the spell had spoken when he coughed up blood on the black altar. It did not say that he had offered himself as a sacrifice to Shadow God. Instead, it said that he had offered himself as a sacrifice to all the gods. Shadow was just the only one who had listened. So now, Sunny suspected that the Nameless Temple was much more ancient than almost anything else he had seen in the dream realm. If he was correct, it had been built at the dawn of time, during the early days of the Age of Gods, and was meant to worship the entire pantheon, including the seventh god, who had not yet been erased from existence and forgotten. Perhaps that was why this temple, and all the other temples built for the Pantheon of Seven, had been abandoned and lost. They had been forgotten, just like Dream God had been forgotten. As such, the Nameless Temple could as well have been the temple of the Forgotten God. Perhaps it had always been, having been built by some heretics who worshipped the lost deity, despite the will of the remaining gods. Whatever the case, the Nameless Temple had already been empty for thousands of years during Sunny's first nightmare, which took place at the very end of the Golden Age, just before the fleeting age of demons came to doom the world to destruction. In his first nightmare, it stood on the peak of a black mountain, desolate and forsaken. The only creature who ever visited it was the Mountain King, who seemed to have possessed a spark of divinity in its soul as well. And yet, now, the Nameless Temple was somehow here in Godgrave. The reason for this discrepancy was the second component of the Nameless Temple. Out there, in the darkness of the underground hall, a vast mystical circle was carved into the wall opposite the towering gate. It was not comprised of runes or elements of any other type of sorcery Sunny could recognize. The only thing he could think of that resembled the enchantment of the Nameless Temple were the knives Sun God had created alongside the Chain Lords. Perhaps it was divine sorcery, which followed no rules and bent the world to its will simply by virtue of existing. In that case, he wasn't sure that sorcery was the right word to describe it. A miracle fit such a feat much more. In any case, that mystical circle was the heart of the enchantment that allowed his citadel to wander freely across realms. As long as the master of the citadel flooded the ancient temple with an ocean of essence, it could vanish from one location and appear miraculously somewhere else. That was how Sunny had put his citadel in the very heart of Godgrave. He suspected that it had been wandering the realms long before being made into a citadel by the nightmare spell as well. The wandering temple had not been built on the peak of that dark mountain, but instead appeared there one day, already in ruin. Sunny did not want anyone to know that his citadel could travel yet. He would only be able to share this secret with Nephis, once she trusted him enough to keep that information from the King of Swords. And so, they walked through the darkness until they reached the great gate. Nephis did not say anything, allowing Sunny to pull the heavy gate open. Behind it was a smooth surface of white bone. At first glance, it seemed that the gate did not lead anywhere except a dead end. However, there was actually a narrow crack in the ancient bone, just wide enough for a person to pass. The fissure was just as dark as the interior of the underground hall, and the wind blowing through it brought with it a sweet smell of rotting leaves. Nephis frowned. "That fracture leads all the way to the hollows." Sunny nodded. "Indeed." She hesitated for a moment. "Won't your citadel be invaded from below then?" He walked toward the dark fissure and turned slightly to fit through. "It won't. You'll see." Not satisfied with his answer but unwilling to ask further, Nephis sighed and followed him into the damp darkness. Chapter 1667. Disarmed following the Lord of Shadows, Nephis was descending into the depths of Godgrave. The fissure was narrow and twisting, permeated with the sweet smell of rotten leaves. At times, she had to sidestep to push forward, the polished metal of her breastplate scraping against the white bone. Her taciturn guide was calm and indomitable, seemingly unconcerned about entering the hollows. She was calm, as well. The part of her that would have been wary had been swallowed by the pain. A ball of white flames was dancing on the palm of her gauntlet, illuminating the path ahead. She was used to that pain. Bathed in the white radiance but drowning in darkness, the Lord of Shadows seemed especially mysterious now that they were alone. Clad in the fearsome onyx armor, with his face hidden behind the visor of a black helmet, he looked more like a powerful nightmare creature than a human being. Cassie had not been able to glean any information about the master of the Dark Temple, if not for the fact that the three powerful creatures serving him were transcendent and not corrupted. Nephis would have entertained the thought that he was an abomination. There were other reasons why she did not as well. None of them spoke for a long time. Eventually, though, the earthy smell grew stronger, and the Lord of Shadows halted. A warm wind blew past them in the direction of the citadel. He remained motionless for a few moments, then turned to face her. The visor of his helmet was full of impenetrable darkness, and his even voice was aloof. "I have a request, Lady Nephis." She met his dark gaze and raised an eyebrow. The darkness in the visor stirred slightly. "Dismiss your weapon before we proceed." Nephis was surprised. She tilted her head slightly, then asked in a calm tone, "You want me to enter the hollows without a sword?" The onyx helmet moved slowly from side to side. "You can have a sword, just not this sword." She hesitated for a few moments. That strange request was loaded with meaning. The sword Nephis used, Kinslayer, was a transcendent memory of the 7th tier. Much more importantly, it was a very special weapon. Not only was its durability equal to that of a supreme memory, but it had also been altered by the King of Swords himself, which made it connected to him, just like everyone who wielded the blades forged by Anvil were connected to him and to each other, albeit in a different manner. So, what the Lord of Shadows wanted was to be left truly alone with her, without the possibility of her adopted father sensing what they were doing. Suddenly, Nephis felt a bit embarrassed. That didn't sound quite right, did it? Her heart sped up a little. Was it because of his mocking threats to kill her in the hollows, luring her into the darkness and asking her to disarm? She stared at the Shadow Saint for several seconds, then unhurriedly dismissed both her sword and its sheath. Left unarmed, she continued to stare at him with a calm expression. His hand rose and brushed against the darkness, slowly pulling a weapon out of it, just like he had done before their duel. This time, however, it was not an odachi. Instead, it was an elegant longsword, both its hilt and blade perfectly black. Nephis received the longsword from the Lord of Shadows and weighed it briefly in her hand, then struck the flat of its blade lightly, watching it vibrate to determine the center of percussion. She was surprised once again. The sword was perfectly balanced and indistinguishable from one forged from real steel, sitting comfortably in her grip, as if made to suit her personal preferences to the smallest detail. What a convenient ability. It had to be an aspect ability. She studied the shadow sword for a few moments, then lowered it and summoned the Nameless Sun, a memory she had received for killing the Crimson Terror of the Forgotten Shore. The Nameless Sun was a weapon-type memory, but of a unique kind. Instead of manifesting as a weapon, it imbued other weapons, enhancing them. The sword handed to her by the Lord of Shadows was not a memory, and therefore could not be augmented by the Crown of Dawn. The Nameless Sun, however, could. Nephis nodded. "We can continue." Her guide turned away indifferently and continued walking into the depths of the narrow passage. She followed, contemplating. What are his motives? The Lord of Shadows had let his disdain for the great clans be known. Now he requested that she dismiss her sword, hinting that he wanted to keep something secret from the king. Something moved in her heart, surprising her. A sweet but distant longing. Can he be an ally? It would be so nice to have someone to rely on. In the past 4 years, no, for as long as Nephis could really remember, after her grandmother's passing, she had been on her own, carrying a crushing burden without anyone there to lend her a hand. There were people who supported her, sure, the firekeepers, Ethel and Cal, and a few others, but they were not as powerful as she was, and so could not really lessen her burden. The only exception was Cassie. Without her quiet strength and friendship, Nephis might have collapsed a long time ago. But Cassie, too, was her subordinate, and therefore, her responsibility. Yes, that burden was something Nephis had chosen to carry herself. And yes, it was her own unreasonable ambition that was the cause of everything. Most of it, at least. And yet sometimes she couldn't help but feel suffocated by the depth and intensity of her own desire, surrounded by enemies and laying awake at night, unable to sleep. Nephis was a human, too. She felt weak sometimes, too, even if she tried her hardest not to show it, as well as many other things she felt. So, if there was really someone out there who was as immensely strong as the Lord of Shadows seemed to be, and shared her hatred toward the sovereigns, someone she could rely on to stand side by side with her in the face of danger. Ah, it was a thought as sweet as it was dangerous. She wasn't even entirely sure that the Lord of Shadows was a human, let alone that he could be trusted. And yet for some reason, unexplainably, she found herself really wanting to. Why do I feel this way? It's not like me. If they could really become allies. Forget about it. Following the aloof saint into the darkness, Nephis frowned slightly. In this world, she could only really rely on herself. Everyone else would either betray her, abandon her, or stay by her side and perish as a result. From her childhood and to this day, that had always been the truth. And that was all right. She did not need anyone, because she alone was enough. Her will was enough. Her strength was enough. And her scorching longing was enough. It was plenty. It's strange. It would have been wonderful if she really had an ally, a partner even. But she didn't, and had never. And yet, strangely enough, the Lord of Shadows gave her a sense of unexplainable familiarity. Because of it, trusting him and in him was oddly easy. Nephis was wary of that ease. Maybe that is one of his aspect abilities, too. Chapter 1668, Hollow Bones. Sonny pushed his body through the last stretch of the narrow fissure and suddenly found himself in a vast open space. He took a step to the side, clinging to the porous surface of the ancient bone, and allowed Nephis to follow him onto a treacherous ledge. She couldn't see because everything was still shrouded in impenetrable darkness. But below them, a whole hidden world was stretching as far as the eye could see, full of vibrant life. They were currently inside the breastbone of the dead deity, which was comparable in size to a modest continent. Just like the rest of the bones, it was hollow, encompassing a realm of its own. The bone marrow that had once filled the vast expanse of the sternum's interior was long gone, and in its place, a dreadful jungle had grown. The humid air was filled with an indescribable mixture of strong scents. Below them, an impenetrable canopy of countless trees was swaying like a vermilion sea, most of them alien and monstrous, with vibrant red leaves. Primordial ferns towered like blooming towers, with vines and wild bushes rising between the craggy trunks like walls. Blood-red moss covered everything like a soft carpet. Sonny could not really see colors in the darkness, but he knew enough to guess. Outside the fragment of the shadow realm, the jungle shone with its own pale light, so he had seen its true appearance. Here and there, colossal pillars of abominable flora rose to the dome of the sternum, attached to the cracks on its surface. Those were the tendrils the jungle had extended to reach the sky. It used them to drink diffused sunlight when the clouds hid the sun, regrowing them every time they were incinerated. And of course, there were all kinds of vile things dwelling under the canopy of the subterranean jungle. Hordes of powerful abominations lived here, corrupted, great, and even cursed. Some of them were enormous and grotesque, some so small that it was hard to notice them with a naked eye. All had been baptized by the dire need to be born and grow on the surface, and only those lucky and vicious enough to reach maturity could descend into the hollows and hope to survive here, away from the merciless gaze of the incinerating heavens. The dark jungle was utterly deadly, and most deaths one could find here were utterly horrid. That was the place where Sonny had brought Nephis after being apart from her for 4 long years. Not exactly romantic. He sighed secretly, then turned his head to look at her. Nephis seemed unperturbed by the darkness, the scent of the jungle, and the indescribable choir of rustling noises that washed over them. There was a calm expression on her beautiful face. Her slender body was relaxed, and the point of the sword he had given her was aimed at the ground. The white flame dancing on her palm reflected in the depths of the calm gray eyes. For a moment, Sonny thought that there was a shadow of some sharp emotion in those eyes, but then it was gone, replaced by her usual reserved composure. "How far are we from the ground?" He hesitated for a moment. "It's better to summon a memory. There is a bit of a fall." She nodded, and then her alabaster skin ignited with a soft radiance for a short moment. Sonny had expected Nephis to summon the familiar translucent cloak, but instead, a pair of beautiful white wings wove themselves from the light behind her. Nephis gripped the hilt of her sword and then took a step into the emptiness, gliding down with bewitching grace. As she descended toward the jungle, the ball of flame burning in her hand was like a lonesome falling star. He sighed, and then followed her down. As Sonny fell, his figure rippled and turned into a black crow, its feathers indistinguishable from the surrounding darkness. Nephis descended into the jungle like a spirit of light, illuminating the twisting trunks of ancient trees and the red moss growing on them. Her wings fluttered once, sending a powerful gust of wind into the depths of the forest, and then disappeared with a soft rustle. Sonny landed behind her, assumed her human form, and stared at her for a couple moments. His thoughts were in disarray. Beautiful. Too damn beautiful. He couldn't even imagine how that poor sleeper must have felt, being rescued from the depths of despair, embraced, and healed by someone so breathtaking. a beautiful spirit of heavenly grace who had somehow found him in the depths of hell. Well, it certainly beat being rescued by a sinister demon of darkness like Sunny. Lucky bastard. Making a mental note to keep Dreamer Ray away from the women in his life. Gods knew Sunny had been burned for saving a sleeper before. Sunny walked forward and gestured for Nephis to follow. She did, keeping silent for a while. Eventually, though, Nephis asked, "Should we be so careless?" Sunny had not made any attempts to proceed with caution, walking forward with wide strides. It was a far cry from how someone should have been acting in a death zone, and especially one as vicious and vile as the great hollows inside the bones of the dead god. It was understandable that Nephis was confused by his attitude, strolling through the deadly jungle as if he owned the place. But he did, in a sense. Sunny shook his head. "We are safe, for now." As soon as his voice was swallowed by the noises of the jungle, though, they heard a different sound. A deep, hoarse, heavy hiss of something giant breathing. Nephis raised her sword, ready to strike, but there was no need to. A moment later, the trees in front of them parted, revealing a small clearing. On it, a hideous creature was laying on the carpet of moss and rotten leaves. Its body was like a hill of scorched flesh, with terrifying muscles bulging under a rotting black hide. It was vaguely humanoid in shape, but the huge head of the nightmare creature resembled that of a jackal, the slightly parted jaws vast enough to swallow a whole building. The towering fangs glistened with a golden sheen, and behind them, a black tongue was hidden, covered in sores and scars. A great monster. Strangely enough, the abomination was not moving. Its giant eyes were closed, while its breathing was deep and sedate. There was no sign that it had sensed them. Nephis stared at the monstrous being for a while, then glanced at Sunny. He was treated to a rare sight. There was a hint of doubt on her fair face. "It's asleep?" He glanced at the nightmare creature, then nodded. "Of course, it's asleep." Not paying the great monster any attention, Sunny walked past it with cold indifference. "I'm the one who put it to sleep, after all." Chapter 1. 1669. Questions in the Light. Sunny walked deeper into the jungle, allowing his shadow sense to permeate the rustling darkness. Originally, this place was like a nearly impenetrable barrier, with thick vines and dense undergrowth barring one's path. Not only was the flora plentiful and terribly dense, but it was also predatory and lethally dangerous, even for a saint. But now, the abominable plants were still and docile. There were paths cut through the jungle as well, even if no one except for Sunny himself would have noticed them. As such, he managed to maintain considerable speed, getting further away from the nameless temple with each minute. They had to hurry to maximize the chances of finding the two sleepers alive. As the two of them traversed the jungle, they encountered more sleeping nightmare creatures. There were hundreds of them, if not thousands, many of the great rank. Walking among the slumbering horde of abominations must have been a tense experience for Nephis, considering that the power sleeping under the nameless temple was truly dreadful. Perhaps even a sovereign would have been given pause after witnessing it. Sunny was calm, though. All of these nightmare creatures were in the thrall of the dream curse, lost in nightmare's lesser dream domain. Their souls were locked in a maze of nightmares, unable to escape, for the most part. Exceptions happened, albeit rarely. The dream curse was silent and insidious. It had slowly infected every abomination in a wide area around the nameless temple, and because of how subtle the spreading plague was, very few of them had noticed anything amiss before it was too late. Lulled to sleep, they became trapped in nightmares. Those who had been able to resist the dream curse were disposed of by Sunny, a great demon being the last of the abominations he hunted down. The rest were now at Nightmare's mercy. If they died in his domain, their souls would feed the shadow, pushing the tenebrous stallion closer to supremacy. But if they continued to live, their dreams would strengthen his legion of horrors, Of course, there was a possibility that an especially ferocious abomination could destroy all of his nightmares, like Sunny had done in the Kingdom of Hope. But the chances of something like that happening were low. Not only were nightmare creatures less resolute than Sunny had been, but the current nightmare was also much more powerful than he had been all that time ago. The weaker of his horrors were being destroyed, but the stronger ones slowly took their place. As for the Dark Destrier himself, he was currently busy with a very important and sensitive task. After a while, Nefis suddenly spoke. "Would you mind sharing how you put all these abominations to sleep?" Sunny smiled behind the visor of his helmet, suddenly remembering their first meeting on the forgotten shore. He kept silent for a few moments, then answered neutrally, "I would not if you shared something as well." Nefis simply nodded. "That seems fair." Sunny contemplated the answer, then spoke simply. "There is another transcendent terror serving me. His powers have to do with dreams and nightmares. It took a long time to lull the inhabitants of this corner of the jungle to slumber, but it couldn't be helped. My citadel would have never been safe if there was a constant source of danger underneath it. Now I only have to worry about the enemies coming from outside my territory." Nefis let out a sigh. "I must admit, I am a bit envious. My luck with echoes has never been great." It seemed that way, but actually, if she stopped giving all the echoes she had earned to her companions and followers, the situation would have been different. Of course, Sunny possessed a unique advantage. Unlike echoes, his shadows could grow and evolve to higher ranks. Otherwise, his retinue would not have been anywhere near as powerful as it was now. He lingered for a few moments, then said, his voice even, "My turn to ask then." Sunny considered his words carefully. "I've heard that you are an enlightened master of combat, Lady Nefis, a warrior who understands battle better than anyone else. So as a master, if you had no other choice, how would you fight a supreme?" Nefis smiled faintly. "I'll assume that it is a hypothetical question." She lingered for a while, then answered casually. "There are numerous ways to fight against a superior enemy, of course. Deception, manipulation, misdirection, all the usual tricks apply. Leveraging your advantages while making sure that the adversary is at a disadvantage. But honestly, I wouldn't trust in complicated schemes and ingenious strategies when facing a supreme." Nefis fell silent for a moment and said, her voice devoid of any particular emotion, "At the end of the day, the best way to fight a sovereign is to be a sovereign." Sunny chuckled. Interesting. It wasn't exactly what he had expected to hear. Nefis was currently in the middle of a grandiose and risky scheme after all, infiltrating a great clan to take down its ruler. And yet, she was disparaging such an approach, saying that the best way to kill a supreme was to first become a supreme. Was she having doubts about her plan, or preparing to execute a different one altogether? No, that was impossible. She would never be allowed to challenge the fourth nightmare, let alone return from it and live. The jungle swallowed his quiet laughter, and in the ensuing silence, Nefis asked, "What about you, Lord Shadow? How would you fight a supreme?" He thought for a bit, then shrugged nonchalantly. "Me? Simple, really. I would probably wait until the two of them clashed, watch one die and the other become weakened, and then stab the one who survived in the back." Nefis tilted her head slightly. When she spoke, her voice sounded a little amused. "Are you very confident in your backstabbing skill, Lord Shadow?" Sunny smiled behind the onyx visor. "Pretty confident, I guess. None of those I stabbed in the back ever complained." "Well, because they were dead." The corner of her lips curled upward. The two of them remained silent for a while. Eventually, Sunny said, "I have another question." He guided them to a barely noticeable path. The white radiance of Nef's flames was stark as it chased the darkness away. The darkness retreated, but not far. revealing the vibrant vermilion moss and the red vines growing on the twisted trunks of ancient trees. As soon as the two of them passed, the darkness returned, swallowing everything anew. Sunny sighed. "Do you know the legend of Odysseus?" Nephis seemed surprised by his question. "Sure. Why?" He spoke without turning his head, his cold voice remaining emotionless and even. "Odysseus has been gone from his home for 20 years. Everyone thought him dead, and many suitors arrived to propose marriage to his widow. She refused them for a while, but they insisted that she must make a choice. One of them was meant for the throne of Ithaca." Sunny paused for a moment, then continued. "Eventually, Odysseus came back and infiltrated the gathering of the suitors disguised as a beggar, bringing himself into the very home where his enemies dwelled. None of them recognized him, assuming that he was weak and posed no threat. They were wrong." The jungle rustled around them as his voice turned a little sinister. "Odysseus then ruthlessly massacred the suitors, not sparing a single one. Not only that, but he even viciously killed the maids who had been deemed disloyal. A river of blood was spilled on that day, and scores of people lost their lives, their bodies sliced and mutilated. So my question is—" He stopped and turned, facing Nephis and her pure white flames. "Isn't Odysseus too cruel?" She looked at him for a while, her beautiful gray eyes filled with dancing flames. Eventually, Nephis said in her usual calm tone, "You've never hated anyone, have you, Lord Shadow? It seems to me that you are a very kind man." He laughed. "That is a first. I've been called many things before, but kind. I don't think I've ever heard this one." He turned away and continued walking deeper into the jungle. "You are wrong, by the way. I know hatred, too. I'm a very hateful person, in fact." Granted, his hatred was probably not as scorching as hers. Chapter 1. 1670. Welcome to the jungle. The fragment of the Shadow Realm was vast, its darkness drowning not only the surface of the dead god's sternum, but also swallowing a considerable stretch of the abominable jungle thriving in its hollow depths. The dream curse had lulled the nightmare creatures populating the area to sleep, so it was relatively safe. Sunny and Nephis moved with sufficient speed, reaching the edges of the fragment in a matter of hours. They could have been much faster, of course, but he used that time to teach her about the dangers of what lay beyond. The jungle is hidden from the gaze of the sky, but it is much more dangerous than the surface. The nightmare creatures of Godgrave are all born on the surface, yet only those who are strong enough to survive there descend into the hollows. Here, they can exist indefinitely. In theory. In practice, they are all cannibals. The competition for water and nourishment is fierce, so the inhabitants of the jungle constantly fight and devour each other. Nightmare creatures were known to battle among themselves. It was only in the presence of humans that they united to destroy the uncorrupted first. It was much worse in the hollows, though, where every abomination was of a type that had to satisfy its hunger often. Life and death came swiftly, and only the most vicious ones lasted for a while. His tone remained indifferent. "Only the strongest and most fierce abominations get to descend into the jungle, and only the most ferocious of them get to survive here. It's a boiling pot of horror, where appalling monsters endlessly fight against each other, and only the most dreadful of them gets to live. As a result, the average power of a nightmare creature from the hollows is truly daunting, and has been constantly growing for centuries." Nephis sighed behind him. "Doesn't it remind you of something?" Sunny shrugged. "It's a bit like a demented, accelerated version of evolution, I guess." She looked at a sleeping abomination nearby, a contemplative expression on her face. "I was thinking that they are just like us." He remained silent for a moment. "I'm not sure I follow." Nephis looked away from the nightmare creature and used her sword to slice apart a thick vine that barred her path. Her voice sounded a bit wistful. "The spell sends human youths into the first nightmare, and only those who are strong enough get to return. Then, it tosses them into the dream realm, where they need to constantly fight for survival. To grow stronger, they need to consume nightmare creatures. Or each other. So we humans aren't that different from the abominations of Godgrave. Sunny smiled darkly. The parallel was indeed there. It was just that the pace of human advancement was magnitudes faster than that of the nightmare creatures here in the Hollows. What had taken the abominations thousands of years could very well be accomplished by humanity in less than a century. The spell was cruel, but effective. He shrugged. In any case, this jungle is teeming with great nightmare creatures. There are cursed ones here as well. I'll do my best to help us avoid them today. There are some corrupted abominations, too. These ones are too weak to contend against the stronger creatures, so they have developed many vile survival strategies. His face twisted behind the onyx visor. Many are tiny and aim to burrow into your flesh. Most are venomous. Some lure their prey into a helpless state with mind attacks or illusions. Pretty much all of them are great masters of disguise, blending in with the jungle. Try to rely on your hearing more than you do on your sight, and if we encounter a swarm of vermin, don't hesitate to burn them all to ash. Sunny's own most glaring weakness was that he did not possess means of dealing potent damage over a large area. So, he was vulnerable to vast swarms of tiny parasites. In that sense, having Nephis with him was a boon. Her ability to control incinerating flames covered for his weakness. They had always made a good pair in battle. He smiled quietly. Everything I mentioned can be applied to the plants here as well. This abominable jungle is just as predatory as the nightmare creatures populating it. So be wary of things that seem like they can't move too. Nephis remained silent for a while, then said, her tone slightly amused. I see that you've chosen a lovely place to live, Lord Shadow. A bit deadly, though. He chuckled. Don't you live in Bastion, Lady Nephis? That place is far more deadly, I think. She didn't answer, perhaps expressing agreement. Slowly, the impenetrable darkness around them receded. They were approaching the boundary of the fragment. Not long after that, the true appearance of the subterranean jungle finally revealed itself. Sunny and Nephis stopped, looking at the wild expanse of vibrant forest in front of them. The hollows were mostly dark, but there were towering pillars of light falling from above here and there. Those were the cracks in the dome of the ancient sternum. Currently, each was connected to the jungle by colossal tendrils of vines, moss, and vermilion growth, each functioning like a twisted sky bridge. When it rained on the surface, great waterfalls fell from the cracks, washing over the jungle and causing devastating flash floods. When the veil of clouds was torn, the vertical bridges ignited in a grandiose conflagration and turned to ash, which rained on the jungle and fertilized its soil. The cracks in the bone weren't the only source of light in the hollows either. The jungle itself glowed with dim crimson light, many iridescent plants growing in the damp darkness. They were feeding on diffused sunlight through the vines extended to the surface and then slowly released it, emanating light and heat. The sight of it all was alien, eerie, and frightening, but also darkly breathtaking. Letting out a quiet sigh, Nephis dismissed her flames and studied the jungle for a few moments. Then she closed her eyes and listened to it. Eventually, she said, I don't think we'll make it in time if we proceed on foot. Should we fly? Sunny glanced at her and hesitated for a moment. I'm not that great at aerial combat. At the moment. Flying will be much faster, yes, but also much more dangerous. Nephis thought it over, then nodded calmly. Then, let's fly. Chapter 1671. Fear the Sun. According to what the sleeper had told them, his two friends were not very far from Sunny's territory. However, they were well beyond the reach of his shadow sense. It had taken the youth 2 days of wandering to stumble upon the fragment of the Shadow Realm, where he was picked up by Saint. The only reason he had survived such a journey across Godgrave was because Nephis and her people had burned away most of the nightmare creatures on the surface, clearing a path to the vicinity of the Nightmare Temple. Sunny could traverse the distance a sleeper could walk in 2 days in a couple steps, but using Shadow Step in such a manner was bound to consume a vast amount of essence, especially if he had to bring Nephis with him. Transporting her and 2 more humans all the way back was out of the question, unless he wanted to find himself severely weakened in the middle of a death zone, not to mention sabotaging his other 2 avatars. In short, he would rather move in a less wasteful manner. Flying suited him fine. As Nephis was summoning her beautiful wings, Sunny extended his shadow sense outward. He was cautious about exploring the abominable jungle. There were many nightmare creatures here who could feel his gaze and were not shy about gazing back. Soon his expression darkened. "We will proceed slowly." The white wings appeared in a gust of wind. Illuminated by a soft radiance, Nephis raised her hands to tie her silver hair up. Stopping what she was doing, she raised an eyebrow and glanced at him, slightly confused. "Haven't we decided to fly in order to save time?" Sunny stared at her for a couple of moments, then slowly looked away. "Yes, but if something truly powerful notices us, we'll be stalled, maybe even forced to escape. So we will traverse a dozen kilometers or so at a time. I'll scout for danger when we stop." He pointed to one of the vine bridges stretching toward the dome of the hollows. "Head there first." Nephis remained motionless for a few moments, then nodded and bent her knees slightly. Then she jumped powerfully, raising a gust of hurricane wind with one flap of her wings. Sunny dissolved into the shadows and followed her as a black crow. The 2 of them soared above the dense canopy of red leaves and flew swiftly to the distant pillar of vines. As they did, countless gazes followed their flight. Not good. A vast swarm of appalling creatures suddenly rose from the jungle, moving to intercept them like a buzzing cloud. Each abomination resembled a mosquito, if mosquitoes were the size of dogs and had glistening bellies full of rotten blood. Sunny let out a resentful caw. "Am I going to have to summon Serpent?" Before he made a decision, however, Nephis's black sword suddenly ignited with blinding white radiance. She swung it in the direction of the approaching swarm, causing a single, radiant spark to glide above the jungle, seemingly carried by the wind. A moment later, the white spark suddenly blazed, and a hurricane of flame was born from it, enveloping the swarm. Burning abomination fell down like a rain of white fire, disappearing into the damp vermilion canopy. Those that had not been immolated slowed down. Trembling, Nephis was shining with a pure white radiance. Flying above the jungle, she was like a small sun. And if there was one thing that the nightmare creatures of Godgrave feared universally, it was the sun. A moment later, those abominations that had avoided the initial conflagration were swallowed by the flame as well. Just like that, the swarm was eradicated. Sunny observed the scene incredulously. Damn, how convenient. Sunny had a lot of ways to deal with abominable giants and ferocious beasts, but these misbegotten pests had caused him so much grief in the past year. Now, he didn't even have to move a talon when they appeared. Hugging Changing Star's thigh was so great. Those firekeepers were living the life. A minute or 2 later, they reached the vine bridge. Neph's sword lashed out once again, this time without being augmented by her flames. Nevertheless, the decapitated body of a hideous primate monster plummeted down, crashing into the jungle with a thunderous noise a dozen seconds later. Nephis landed on a thick stalk of a red vine, using the vambrace of her armor to clear the wall of the living pillar of poisonous thorns. Then, she thrust her gauntlet into the moss to find a handheld. Half standing and half banging above the abyssal drop, she observed the jungle, her eyes calm and focused. Sunny, in his crow form, landed on her shoulder. Nephis glanced at him briefly, but did not say anything. He extended his shadow sense forward once more, sensing several truly powerful adversaries hiding under the thick canopy not too far away from their position. One was already ascending the sky bridge, hidden from sight by the mess of red leaves. The best way to proceed would be... He jumped off Neff's shoulder and glided forward, taking a smooth turn to the right after a couple of seconds. She followed. Just like that, they hopped between pillars of vegetation, not spending more than a few minutes in the air each time. There were other abominations that attacked them in the process, swarms of weaker ones, and truly harrowing creatures as well. The strongest of them was a great monster shaped like a crimson python, who had been pretending to be a part of the Vine Bridge. The creature's disguise was so thorough that Sunny did not notice it at all. Nephis, however, did. Not only that, but he also knew its exact rank, class, and attributes, making the battle much easier. Cassie must have been helping her from all the way in Bastion. In the end, Sunny used shadow manifestation to immobilize the gargantuan python, while she severed its head with several merciless strikes of her sword. The battle was short, but fierce. It was so intense, in fact, that the commotion attracted the attention of other, much more dangerous beings. Luckily, Sunny and Nephis escaped before other abominations reached the corpse of the great python and clashed for the right to devour its massive body, making the jungle quake. Despite the fact that the two of them had not met in 4 years, and that she did not even remember him, their cooperation was as seamless and comfortable as it had been before. They moved like two parts of a single whole, without having to say or signal anything to each other, raining death upon their enemies. Sunny had missed that feeling. All in all, had never had such an easy time traveling across the hollows. Before too long, they reached the approximate area that the sleeper had described. The pillar of vines he had used to climb to the surface, at least, was the correct one. Now, they had to find the dead tree under which the other two youths were hiding. If they were still alive, of course. Curse it! Sunny's mood turned somber when he saw what lay beyond the towering pillar. Out there, below them, swallowed by the jungle almost entirely, was a vast ruin. Chapter 1, 1672. All that remains. Sunny assumed his human form, standing on a twisting stalk of a giant vine side by side with Nephis. Sunlight was streaming from above, illuminating her slender figure. His, however, was hidden in the deep shadows, almost imperceptible. If someone gazed upon them right now, it would have seemed as though she was observing the overgrown ruin alone. The ruin was vast and sprawling, but most of it was swallowed by the jungle. Only a few crumbling stone edifices rose above the canopy, covered in red moss. It was hard to recognize them as man-made structures, but the awakened were experts on all things having to do with ruins. The dream realm was littered with them, after all. Nephis tilted her head a little. Ruins? I didn't know that humans once lived here, in Godgrave. Sunny remained silent for a few moments. Godgrave was densely populated once, in fact. There was a fairly advanced civilization thriving here. The surface was just as deadly, and I can't say anything about the sea of ash below. But there are many ruined cities in the hollows, some of them as large as the lesser population centers in the waking world. She glanced in his direction, seeing only the darkness. I didn't know that you have such a keen interest in ancient civilizations, Lord Shadow. He smiled. Those who forget the past are doomed to repeat it in the future. His words vaguely hinted at a double meaning, but he didn't say anything else. In any case, Nephis was right. Sunny did indeed have a keen interest in ancient civilizations. He always had, even back in the Dark City. Solving the mysteries of the past appealed to some hidden part of his heart. The thrill and charm of exploring forgotten ruins was the closest thing Sunny had to a hobby. Maybe in a perfect world, it would have been one of his life's passions. However, his interest in the ruins of Godgrave was special. The dead civilizations of the dream realm had always been one and the same for him. The people were different, the histories were different, but they all belonged in the pages of the same book. After meeting Windflower in the tomb of Ariel, though, Sunny learned that there were two entirely different kinds of ruins in the dream realm. One kind belonged to the people who had lived in the mortal realms and were destroyed by the war between the gods and the demons, as well as its immediate outcome. The other kind belonged to those who had lived in the 5 divine realms and fell under the tide of corruption later. The difference between the two was very important. The latter civilizations had been infected by the nightmare spell before their eventual fall. Just like the people of the waking world, the 6th divine realm were. The ruins in Godgrave belonged to the second kind, because Godgrave had once been a divine realm. If Sunny was correct, then this harrowing place was what remained of the sun god's world after it had been swallowed by the dream realm. The immolating white void hidden behind the veil of clouds, the sea of ash below. It had to be the broken realm of the Lord of Light. If so, then the people of this realm must have survived the conclusion of the Doom War. The gods were dead. The nightmares of the forgotten god were slowly devouring the scattered lands. The dream realm was being born. But here, a thriving civilization survived and persisted, building populous cities in the bones of the colossal skeleton. He could only imagine how strange and vibrant this civilization had been, with vast cities rising in the glowing jungle, great waterfalls pouring from above to create swift rivers that would disappear without a trace a few days later. The vast sternum must have been the heartland of that civilization, with satellite kingdoms rising inside the ribs and most remote cities being built in the arm and leg bones of the dead deity. But then, the nightmare spell had descended. And just like the people of the Twilight Sea, the inhabitants of Godgrave failed to meet its dire challenge, being swallowed by the flood of nightmare gates. Now, they were gone. Even the memory of them was gone. The world they had called home was now part of the dream realm. All that remained were these overgrown ruins. Both Sunny and Nephis looked at them with the same emotion, even if they both hid it. Would their world be swallowed like this one too? Would their people disappear like these people had one day soon? Sunny sighed and sent his shadow sense into the ruin. After a while his expression turned grim. Sensing that the shadows around her grew darker, Nephis shifted and asked, her tone a little somber. "Are they dead?" He shook his head slowly. "I have a piece of good news and a piece of bad news, Lady Nephis." He paused for a moment, then added with cold indifference, "The good news is that the 2 sleepers are still there, in the ruins." She looked at him with a frown. "What is the bad news, then?" Sunny took a step out of the shadows, bright sunlight reflecting from the surface of his onyx armor. The crack of his visor, though, still brimmed with impenetrable darkness. "They aren't the only ones there. How the hell did that boy survive?" Out there, hidden in the canopy of the jungle below them, numerous shadows were moving slowly, each belonging to a powerful nightmare creature. He had never seen or sensed abominations like these before, but simply from the depths of their shadows, he knew that they were powerful. And there was a lot of them. These sleepers must have found the deadliest nest of nightmare creatures in the area to use as a hiding spot. Their luck, well, I don't even know if it's amazing or utterly terrible. They won't survive for much longer, but having survived for that long is already a miracle. She nodded calmly. "So we light then." Sunny stared at her for a few moments. "Or we grab them and run." Nephis shook her head. "I don't think that will be possible." He frowned, not knowing what she meant. A few moments later, though, he understood. The bright light falling on them from high above suddenly grew many times brighter, becoming almost blinding. The clouds, and a split second later, the great pillar of vines they were standing on shuddered, the upper part of it turning to ash. As the tendrils that the subterranean jungle had extended toward the surface all moved and started to fall, torrents of flames spreading swiftly toward their roots. Nephis jumped off the stalk and dashed forward toward the ruins, and away from sunlight. "Don't dally!" Cursing silently, Sunny jumped after her, this time neglecting to turn into a small crow. Instead, he turned himself as light as he could and glided on the wind, descending in a somewhat controlled fall. He sighed heavily and then grinned, his eyes glinting with excitement. I guess that means that we are going to fight. Chapter 1, 1673. Entering the ruins. The Lord of Shadows broke through the canopy and disappeared in the jungle, landing noiselessly in the ruins. Nephis folded her wings and fell toward the sea of red leaves to follow him. A moment later she landed in a small clearing. The vermilion moss softened her landing, but she could feel the solidness of stone under her feet. There were crumbling structures all around her, most swallowed entirely by the vines and creeper plants. Some of the plants glowed beautifully, dispelling the deep darkness. The ruin of the ancient city was suffused with light, shadows, and ethereal twilight. The glowing plants emanated heat as well, so the humid air under the impenetrable canopy of rust-red leaves was suffocating and sweltering. Nephis inhaled deeply, her alabaster skin glistening with moisture. It's hot. The ground shook as the great pillars of vines crashed into the jungle, wreathed in flame, and sent clouds of burning debris flying in all directions. Ash fell down like snow. A few fiery meteors landed in the ruin as well, starting small fires here and there. Nephis dismissed her wings and closed her eyes for a moment, listening to the jungle. Far away, there was a cacophony of indescribable sounds. The nightmare creatures populating this vibrant hell were on the move, incited to frenzy by the destruction of the sky bridges. But here in the ruins, everything was relatively quiet. The jungle rustled and whispered with 1,000 voices, but its tone was no different from how it had been before, which was bad. It meant that nightmare creatures did not dare come here and challenge the masters of this place. She opened her eyes and glanced at the Lord of Shadows, who seemed to possess an attribute or an ability that allowed him to sense many things from afar. It was impossible to tell his expression, of course, because the mysterious man never revealed his face. His figure, however, was just as cold and aloof as ever. He didn't seem concerned, and strangely enough, that calmed Nephis as well. How close are we to the sleepers? His tone was indifferent, competing with her own as far as inexpressiveness went. A few kilometers. She stared at him silently for a few moments. Do I sound this way too, by chance? Emotionless, aloof, and deadpan, king of haughty, she coughed. It was not that she did not have feelings. It was just that she had spent most of her formative years sheltered in solitude. So when other children learned how to use their voices and faces to express nuanced emotions in the company of their relatives and peers, she had not. Who was she supposed to express her feelings to if no one was around? Communication was an acquired skill as well. Nephis knew how to do all these things now. Of course she had to, as a public figure. But her default state was still the same, reverting to how she had been in her childhood. She frowned. Well, anyway, what about the nightmare creatures? The Lord of Shadows raised a hand, and a graceful odachi suddenly appeared in it, its serpentine still as dark as a moonless night. There were no swirling sparks that usually appeared when memories were summoned, and almost no time passed before the black blade manifested itself into reality. Already moving in our direction, Nephis nodded. No time to waste then. Using the longsword he had given her, she sliced a path through the vines and moved forward. The Lord of Shadows followed behind her, his steps not making any sound whatsoever. It was as if he was not there at all. As they made their way deeper into the ruins, the jungle tried to kill them. There were plants that tried to entangle them and pull them into pits of viscous digestive fluid. Vile critters fell from above, aiming to slither under their armor. Glowing flowers swayed beautifully, sending clouds of flesh-eating pollen into the humid air. Nephis had long summoned her helmet. When thick vines moved to imprison her, she cut them. When revolting millipedes and grotesque ticks fell on her from the branches above, she sliced them apart. When clouds of pollen, spores, and poison tried to envelop them, She uttered the name of the wind, destroying them. What a terrible place. The Lord of Shadow simply walked behind her, not doing anything. He seemed perfectly content to use her as a pathfinder, only giving directions when Nephis was getting off course. "Aren't you going to summon your echoes?" He answered succinctly. "No. Do I need to?" Nephis gritted her teeth. Those powerful creatures under his command were protecting the citadel. Was he worried that her firekeepers would come under harm without them, or that his citadel would be harmed by the firekeepers without anyone keeping an eye out? In any case, the Shadow Saints seemed to believe that just the two of them would be enough to escape these ruins alive. Nephis felt a little pleased by his vote of confidence, but also a little incensed, for some reason. Morgan has a lot of echoes, too. Morgan had become much stronger after transcending. The defeat in Antarctica seemed to have tempered her character, too, and it was not as if Anvil coddled her. The opposite, in fact. And yet, there was a huge difference in how Clan Valor treated its true daughter and its adopted daughter. Granted, Nephis suspected that the harsh treatment she received from the King of Swords was actually a sign of affection. He had not given her any powerful echoes, though. It was fine for Morgan to have better equipment than her. But the Lord of Shadows, too? Just when she was considering making a remark against her better judgment, a soft voice resounded in her mind. "Neph." She was already raising her sword. "A great beast is approaching, some kind of a construct or maybe an undead. Very strong. Be careful." A moment later, she sensed it. Not the creature itself, but the pressure of its passing. The very mundane change in air pressure caused by something moving with incredible speed. The mound of red moss in front of her exploded, revealing the dark interior of an ancient ruin. From it, surrounded by flying pieces of moss and shards of ancient stone, an eerie creature appeared, wielding a strange weapon. The creature was twice as tall as Nephis, but shriveled and hunched, like a mummy. It was vaguely human in appearance, with a body made of cracked stone. Red moss grew on it like a tattered robe, and below it, Nephis felt a sense of distaste. There was desiccated flesh under the stone carapace, as if a human had once been imprisoned inside the golem. The stone face of the creature was featureless, except for the eyes. Inside the two round holes cut on its surface, two gaping wounds where human eyes should have been nestled with darkness, and from them, two beautiful blossoms grew on black stalks. The mace the golem held seemed to be cut from diamond. He looked like a monk who had gained enlightenment and became one with the world, with the abominable world of spreading corruption, filled with nothing but ancient evil and chilling malice. It only took a split second for Nephis to see all these details. Then, the creature was upon them. Chapter 1, 1674. In tandem, a great beast. Killing a great beast could pose no trouble at all, or all the trouble in the world. Beings of that rank were more than mere creatures. Each of them possessed a mythical power, reality itself coming undone under the pressure of their existence. When Nephis had been a master, a single great abomination was like a cataclysm. Now, Nephis was a cataclysm herself. Igniting the flames of her soul, she shone with pure radiance and met the eerie golem with the full strength of a transcendent titan. Pain washed over her, bringing the world into focus. Everything was stark and clear in the world of pain, ready to surrender to her will, except for the Lord of Shadows. The black blade of her sword met the diamond mace of the nightmare creature, deflecting it and dissipating its force. An impact that would have produced a devastating shockwave was suffocated, its destructive potential disappearing without a trace. The golem was fast, faster than Nephis, but she knew its movement well. They were lacking insight and intent, almost entirely without refinement. Because of that, the creature wasted precious moments, while she wasted none. A split second later, the tip of her blade burrowed into the red moss, aiming to destroy one of the golem's shoulder joints. The sword the Lord of Shadows had given her was supposed to be equal to a transcendent weapon, and a potent one, at that. Cutting the flesh of a great abomination would have been hard, but not impossible. Still, Nephis did not hope to break the golem's stone carapace, and aimed at a weak point instead. She already knew that the creature would not be able to avoid her strike. That was Neph's power. She could not predict the future, like Cassie could, and did not possess an aspect ability that would allow her to read the enemy's mind. However, she knew the laws of combat, knew them intimately, instinctually, and comprehensively. From the philosophy of combat to how the atoms interacted with each other to form a steel blade, she knew it all. So she did not have to see the future. Knowing the laws of combat, she could simply tell what movements her enemy could perform, was most likely to perform, and would perform in any given situation. That was the easiest part of being a master at combat. The hard part was actually dictating the situation to make the enemy move how she wanted them to move. Of course, to achieve that, she had to know the enemy as well. The shoulder joint of the Errol golem had turned out to be far more durable than she had anticipated. Her blade bypassed the stone carapace, but the desiccated flesh beneath was just as tough. Her sword bit into it and failed to cut deep, leaving only an insignificant scratch. Nephis frowned, knowing that she was now open to the creature's retaliation. The diamond mace rose, flying at her head with terrible speed, and was pushed aside by the Odachi of the Lord of Shadows. Not only had he protected Nephis, but he also created an opening for her to deliver another strike. This time she aimed for the golem's eyes. Fighting side by side with the Shadow Saint was comfortable. Nephis had known that he was a swordsman of exalted skill. That much was apparent from their duel. However, what had stunned her the most was how excellent he was at supporting a partner in a battle, and being supported by a partner in turn. Too excellent, maybe. She would have expected that such a solitary and reclusive person would have trouble cooperating with others. But actually, the opposite was true. It was as though her shadow had really come alive, fighting by her side with effortless ease. The Lord of Shadow seemed to anticipate her every move, and was always exactly where she needed him to be, playing his role both flawlessly and with utmost effectiveness. Even stranger still, Nephis herself was oddly attuned to his style of combat. She didn't have to put any effort into acting in unison with him, as if it was something natural. The warriors of valor were highly disciplined and promoted unity, often training and going into battle together. And yet she felt more at ease in the company of this total stranger. Perhaps that was a unique skill of a transcendent with a high affinity to shadows. Shadows never existed on their own after all. It was their nature to be cast by someone. Her sword plunged into the golem's eye, sinking deeply. That did not kill the great beast, but it did seem to slow it down a little. Just to be sure, Nephis cut the flower growing from his other eye socket as well, wondering if the creature was actually a predatory plant. But it was not. The flowers, it seemed, were mere decorations. Break the armor. Cassie's voice let her know where the creature's weakness lay. Living beings were relatively easy to kill, because they shared the same weaknesses: heart, brain, vascular system. But constructs and the undead were tricky, since destroying them was always a guessing game, especially if they were powerful enough so that obliterating them completely was out of the question. Aim for the breastplate. Nephis and the Lord of Shadows abandoned their attempts to damage the tough flesh of the abomination, concentrating instead on the cracked armor of the stone golem. She even sacrificed some of her physical augmentation to enhance the black sword instead. Luckily, the manifested blade easily accepted the soul flame, igniting with a strange kind of dark radiance. The battle lasted for a dozen seconds, and by the end of it, an entire swath of the jungle was completely overturned. Nephis and her aloof guide rained a barrage of blows on the breastplate of the great beast, easily avoiding its utterly devastating but simplistic and predictable attacks. Each of them might have had a tough time of fighting the creature alone, but together, They overpowered it without too much strain. Soon the ancient stone cracked even more and then exploded in a rain of shards. The golem staggered and toppled to the ground. The spell whispered into her ear, its voice mocking and insidious. "You have slain a great beast, Asura of condemnation. Your soul shines brighter." Nephis breathed heavily and dismissed her helmet, loose strands of hair sticking to her fair face. She studied the collapsed golem warily, knowing that this was just the beginning of a dreadful battle. The Lord of Shadows had said that there were a lot of these abominations in the ruins after all. Her guide, meanwhile, walked closer to the stone creature, stared at it for a bit, and then gave it a kick. "Then," he said, a hint of somber emotion in his usually cold voice, "it's an MWP." Nephis was surprised. She lingered for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. "What?" He pointed to the dead golem with the tip of his odachi. "This creature, it's an MWP, mobile war platform. Well, I guess it's more of a powered armor suit. Mundane soldiers used them in Antarctica." The Lord of Shadows remained silent for a while, then sighed. The mummified corpse inside was an awakened warrior, and this golem is the power suit he wore. Of course, it was powered by sorcery, not technology. His voice slowly returned to the usual indifferent nonchalance. "They were defenders of this city, I guess." Chapter 1675. Uncovered. The jungle, which had been like a rustling ocean, was suddenly absolutely quiet. The dead silence that enveloped them was so utter and unnatural that, for a moment, Nephis felt a chill travel across her back despite the sweltering heat. The horrors of the forgotten ruin were drawing closer. She frowned slightly, and then dismissed most of her armor. A whirlwind of sparks wreathed her slender figure for a few fleeting moments, and then dissipated without a trace, leaving only a thin white tunic behind. Free of the suffocating weight of her armor, Nephis inhaled deeply and noticed that the Lord of Shadows was staring at her intently. At least, she thought he was. The darkness nestling in the crack of his visor was just as cold and nebulous as always. "What are you doing?" His voice was emotionless, but she thought she recognized a hint of emotion in it. Confusion, maybe? Yes, he was probably confused. She shrugged, enjoying the feeling of her skin breathing, unobstructed by the weight of metal. "My armor won't withstand a hit from a great beast. I'd rather have all the speed and agility I can get, considering the circumstances. That way I stand the chance of not being hit at all." That was true. Her armor was a supreme memory of the second tier, but after the battle with this, Asura, she had judged that it would not protect her from a blow delivered by one of the ancient golems. She could heal her body if it was damaged, but not her armor, and once the armor was wrecked and bent out of shape, it would constrict her movements even further. Now that the presence of the true masters of the ruined city had scared off all the pests populating the jungle, it was better to be fast and nimble. The other reason Nephis had dismissed her armor was necessity. She was pretty sure that she would be forced to use her transformation ability in the upcoming battle, so she didn't want to burn the supreme memory. That armor of hers was pretty decent. It would be a shame if it melted into a puddle of molten steel, like so many previous ones. Cassie had also told her once that it suited her well. Not that it mattered, of course. What am I even thinking about? Nephis looked away, hiding her embarrassment at the inappropriate thought, and summoned two charms, the Dire Warning and the Testament of Malice. Dire San. One possessed an enchantment that scared off creatures of a lesser rank than her. The other added an element of insidious decay to her attacks, not too powerful, but cumulative. Finally, she activated the enchantment of her tunic, the remaining underlayer of the dismissed supreme armor, and sensed the air grow cool and soft around her, caressing her slightly damp skin like fine silk. That invisible barrier would not do much against sharp weapons, but it could lessen the impact of blunt ones, like the diamond mace the mindless Ashura had wielded. Each memory was enhanced by the Crown of Dawn, making the enchantments much more potent. There were many more tools in her soul arsenal, but using them was a matter of resource allocation. Relying on memories too much would drain her essence, which could be better spent on her aspect and sorcery. She couldn't summon the altar of denial to lessen the essence consumption either, since that memory could only be used in a static position. Nephis had earned a truly astonishing number of memories in the past 4 years, but most of them had not been worth her essence. Some had gone to the firekeepers, and some were sold off to fund them. Even with the nominal support of clan valor, maintaining a citadel and a private army of masters was not cheap. The more clandestine affairs, which were handled by Cassie, also demanded a lot of funding, and the great clan could not be allowed to learn about them. As a result, Nephis kept only a few tried and tested memories, most of them useful in different kinds of situations. She summoned as few as she could in any given battle, relying on her skill and strength instead, as much as she could. The Lord of Shadows also did not seem like someone who relied on memories a lot, although she wasn't sure if his reasons were the same as hers. In fact, Nephis had not seen him summon a single memory, apart from his serpentine odachi and his onyx armor, if those were even memories. At this point, she wasn't sure. His abilities were truly versatile. That manifested sword she had given her was holding up pretty well. With an ability like that and sublime swordsmanship, who needed memories? She wondered what other tricks he had in store. Just at that moment, the shadows stirred and drowned the mysterious saint like a dark tide. She remembered the scene of a black giant rising above the bone plain and was ready to take a step back, but the scale of it seemed much smaller. Indeed, a few moments later, a different kind of creature rose from the darkness. It was entirely black and demonic in appearance, with 4 mighty arms and a long tail, towering above her at least 3 meters of height, just as tall as the ancient golem had been. Its muscular body radiated a sense of chilling, ferocious physical strength and bestial potency. The stone-like armor of the Lord of Shadows shifted, covering the 4-armed demon like an onyx carapace, and at the same time, his great odachi rippled like liquid, growing even longer to match the demon's towering height. What a fearsome sword! Nephis stared at the dark demon in front of her, wondering for a moment. Was that, perhaps, the true appearance of the Lord of Shadows, while the human form he wore was no more than a disguise? The human, the dark colossus, the swift crow, and this shadow devil, was that the result of his transformation ability? If so, it was much more versatile than Nephis had assumed, and any saint she knew possessed. Then again, shadows were formless and shapeless by nature, so maybe such versatility made sense. The form of a shadow demon was very much like the enchanted armor suits the defenders of the ancient city had once worn, in a sense. Was his body encased in a shell of shadows like theirs had been in sorcerous stone? If so, it was an ingenious application of one's aspect, but it couldn't be just that. The Lord of Shadows could cover his human body in the shell of the 4-armed devil and the shadow colossus. But what about the crow? It was much smaller than a human. So the fundamental principle of his transformation had to be different. As she was contemplating the nuances of his aspect, the Lord of Shadows spoke, his voice still cold and indifferent. "We must hurry." His voice was still the same, which was a little funny. A voice like that suited a young man of noble bearing very well, but coming from the chest of such a huge and ferocious creature, it sounded a little comical. Absurdly enough, Nephis found herself wanting to laugh. Of course she did not, maintaining her usual calm expression. However, 2 sparks ignited in her eyes. "Yes, right. Let us hurry." Turning away to hide her face, she gripped the hilt of her black sword and dashed into the jungle. Chapter 1. 1676. Inalienable. The carnivorous plants and the abominable vermin populating the jungle had hidden away out of fear, terrified by the approach of the masters of the ancient ruin. So, Nephis ran fast, covering a great distance with each second. The wind was cool, soothing her slender body. The Lord of Shadows had taken the lead, his strides like that of a beast. His powerful limbs tore the ground, and from time to time he used the trunks of the towering trees to leap forward, sending splinters flying back. Soon enough, Nephis sensed the approach of a new enemy. The same kind of golem broke through the wall of vines, and the ground quaked from the crushing impact of its footsteps. The creature looked just like the one they had slain a minute earlier. Tall, overgrown with scarlet moss, its ancient stone carapace covered by a net of cracks. This one was armed with a diamond scepter instead of a mace. A split second later, the scepter was already flying at the shadow demon's head. Its speed was so dire that a fatal blow seemed inevitable. The jungle itself swayed, following the trajectory of the diamond weapon. Nephis raised her sword to block. A fraction of a second later, the Lord of Shadows simply disappeared from the path of the scepter. There was a thunderous boom, and a devastating shockwave spread in a wide cone from the point where the Asura's weapon had been supposed to hit. A vast swath of the jungle, hundreds of meters across, was instantly devastated. Sadly enough, Nephis was right in the middle of the cone of destruction. The sword she had raised cut through it, sharp and indomitable, allowing her to continue moving forward without slowing down too much. She jumped, stepped on the diamond scepter, ran across its length, and delivered a dire downward slash, all in a matter of a single moment. The tough stone carapace of the great beast did not split open, but that was not her goal. What Nephis aimed for was to infect it with the decay of the testament of malice. Before the creature could catch her, she had already jumped back, twisting gracefully mid-air. The Lord of Shadows appeared from the darkness behind the creature, his enormous odachi falling down like the blade of a giant guillotine. In that demonic form, encased in fearsome onyx armor, he was no less imposing than the abominable Asura. The might of his strike was so terrible that the knees of the great beast buckled, its feet sinking deep into the moss. The ground itself split open. Stone shards shot into the air like shrapnel. There is another one. Towering above the kneeling nightmare creature, he used two of his hands to grab its head viciously, locking it in a chokehold. His other two hands turned the black odachi downward and drove its tip into the crack infected by the decay of the touch of malice. Nephis spun and swung her sword. Up until this point, she had only used her dormant ability. At that moment, though, she summoned a spark of soul flame and, enduring the agony, uttered the names of fire and wind. That single spark exploded into a raging inferno, incinerating everything in its path. The jungle in front of her turned to ash, revealing the dreadful form of the second Asura. The abomination's charge had been broken by the shockwave of the directed explosion, and the flames stuck to its carapace, burning hot enough to melt transcendent steel. The stone armor of the Asura held, but was softened by the terrible heat. The desiccated flesh buried within it, though, caught aflame. Wreathed in fire, the towering nightmare creature rose like an infernal fiend. There is no time. Nephis used the momentary delay to lunge at the abomination being held down by the Lord of Shadows. Knowing how to destroy one, they could dispose of it with relative speed. But a great beast was a great beast. It was already a miracle that it could be wrestled to the ground by a saint. Her sword blazed with brilliant radiance, absorbing the full augmentation of her titanic soul. There was an explosion of blinding light, and the abomination's stone carapace crumbled. The joint attack of light and shadow had overcome its decaying resilience, and the perfect unity of their murderous wills had overcome its will to live. The kneeling Asura slowly fell, the diamond scepter slipping from its grip. The second nightmare creature was almost upon them. With cold darkness nestling in the crack of his visor, the Lord of Shadows growled deeply and strained his mighty body. Nephis ducked as the massive corpse of the slain Asura was tossed into the air, its dire mass crashing into the burning abomination like a siege ram. After that, they made short work of the staggered creature. She killed the first, while the Lord of Shadows killed the second. 3 great beasts in just as many minutes. Even for Nephis, that was a remarkable result, but it was still not fast enough. Without even stopping to retrieve the supreme soul shards, the 2 of them rushed away. More of these terrible creatures were coming, and the survival of the 2 sleepers was hanging by a thread. As they ran, the Lord of Shadows spoke suddenly. "This place, we might very well die here." His voice was even and clear, as if he didn't care either way. Nephis answered succinctly, long accustomed to feeling the cold breath of death. "That is true." He lingered for a moment. "Is it really worth it, to die for a couple sleepers?" She jumped over a fallen tree, landed nimbly, and lunged forward with stunning speed. "It is." To her, it was a strange question. But then again, people often misunderstood her. She had answered honestly, but the question itself was wrong and misguided. Because she wasn't risking her life for these sleepers. The sleepers were merely a circumstance, but what she was ready to die for were her principles. She believed that saving these teenagers was the right thing to do. And so she wanted to do it. And it was also the right thing to do because she wanted to do it. Before, a long time ago. Nephis had been truly powerless. She watched fearfully as everything their family possessed was taken away. Their heirlooms, their wealth, their home. Even people who surrounded her were either killed or chased away one after another, disappearing without a trace. Their absence had left a scar. Perhaps because of that, she didn't value material possessions, and many other things that people usually held dear. The things she valued the most were inside of her, and therefore could never be taken away. Her beliefs, her principles, her will. As long as she held fast to that, nothing could scare her, and nothing could make her feel truly powerless. However, while these things could not be taken away, they could be lost. She could betray herself, and thus discard them. It was the easiest thing in the world to lose oneself. Then she would truly have nothing. The thought of that was too appalling, much more terrible than death. And so Nephis would rather die. It didn't matter if she risked her life for 2 sleepers or to fulfill her greatest desire. To her, both were one and the same, both were expressions of herself, and therefore equally important. The Lord of Shadows laughed. Why? Hadn't she already told him that it was because she wanted to? It was simple as that, and as deeply complicated as that as well. She had long given up on trying to explain herself to people, but somehow, Nephis felt that maybe the Lord of Shadows would be able to understand. Running as fast as she could, Nephis smiled faintly. Because otherwise, I wouldn't be me. Chapter 1, 1677. Spark of Longing. A towering golem made from crumbling stone, its cracked body overgrown with red moss, raised a hand. There was a corpse, entombed within it. The soldier of an annihilated civilization had perished. Thousands of years ago, but their sorcerous armor still lived, infected by an abhorrent corruption. The creature, an Asura of condemnation, was holding a diamond cleaver in its hand. When the cleaver rose, the world seemed to tremble in fear. When the cleaver fell, reality itself seemed to split apart. A giant tree, its adamantine bark hard enough to resist the end of days, was cut down in one slash and toppled slowly. The wind raised by its fall fanned the flames that had been spreading through the jungle, and bitter smoke permeated the air. The tree had been dead for countless years, and its heart had long rotted away. There was a cave-like hollow between its roots, which was now revealed. 2 terrified sleepers had been hiding in that hollow, and were now hugging each other, as they looked at the sinister abominations in horror. The diamond cleaver rose again, spelling their doom. Before it could fall down to reap their lives, however, an equally menacing fiend appeared from the darkness, crashing into the great golem with a ferocious growl. It had sharp claws, twisting horns, and a long tail, its bestial body encased in a fearsome onyx carapace. The darkness itself moved, shrouding it like a mantle. And a moment later, the eyes of the two sleepers widened. A beautiful young woman wearing a fluttering white tunic fell from above, surrounded by pure light. Her skin was fair and flawless, like polished alabaster, and her silver hair shone brilliantly in the dim twilight of the jungle. Her figure was slender and graceful, and her beauty was breathtaking. She held an incandescent sword in her hands. Landing on the shoulder of the ghastly golem, she delivered a terrible blow and severed its damaged neck. The headless abomination continued to resist furiously even after being decapitated, but the strange pair, the fearsome demon of darkness and the beautiful spirit of light, cooperated seamlessly, swiftly bringing it down. The diamond cleaver shattered and fell apart. The stone carapace crumbled. The mummified corpse that had been entombed within it turned to ash. The creature was dead before the falling tree collapsed to the ground, making the ancient ruin quake. Nephis jumped off its corpse and inhaled slowly. The Lord of Shadows had been wounded in that last clash, but his towering body was already repairing itself. She was unscathed, for now. Most importantly, they made it to the two sleepers in time. Turning around, she walked to the remains of the giant tree and looked into the hollow space between its roots, where two ashen-faced teenagers were staring up at her with wide eyes. Both were girls, their faces smeared with ash and dirt. One of them seemed to maintain a shred of composure, holding the other tightly. The other girl didn't look too good, and seemed to be slowly falling unconscious. The first sleeper opened her mouth and said, stuttering, You're changing, Star?" Nephis smiled in an effort to calm the girl. That calming smile was not natural to her, but she had practiced her communication skills diligently. After all, she was both a leader and a public figure now. Knowing how to make the right impression was one of the skills she had to master, and had mastered despite not having an innate talent for it. "Yes, I am Saint Nephis of the Immortal Flame Clan. This is Saint Shadow, of no clan. We are here to bring you two to safety." The young girl lingered for a few moments, looking at her with a complicated expression. That expression was not what Nephis had expected. Is she wary of me? Eventually, the girl nodded and said in a tone that was meant to be steady but betrayed a slight tremor, "I am Tamar of the Sorrow Clan." Ah. Nephis lingered for a moment. Sorrow was a vassal clan of Song. So, this girl was technically her enemy. It was indeed a bit awkward. The Lord of Shadows stared at her, as if curious to see what she would do. His demonic shell had almost entirely repaired itself already. Nephis jumped down into the shallow pit, put her sword down, and looked at the second teenager. Then, she turned back to young Tamar. "What is wrong with your friend?" The girl glanced at her black sword, then gripped the other sleeper tighter. "Some kind of infection." She scraped her hand on a vine. Then her eyes trembled slightly. "Wait, did Ray find you, my lady? Is he alive?" Nephis nodded and kneeled near the unconscious sleeper, looking at her with concern. "He is safe and sound. You don't have to worry." The three must have bonded during their harrowing time in Godgrave. Before that, they had probably spent a lot of time together at the academy. It wasn't strange for them to care about each other. In fact, Nephis was the strange one, having formed no bonds at the academy. There had been a reason for that, of course. She did not know which of the fellow sleepers had been sent to kill her at the time. Cassie had had her circumstances, too. Still, these girls reminded her of the two of them. Granted, there had been no third member to their small cohort on the forgotten shore. There had been no. A moment later, Nephis shook her head lightly, having lost her train of thought. Concerned for the unconscious girl, she gently placed her hand on her gaunt body and frowned. The girl's skin was as hot as a furnace and her pulse was weak. She wasn't just infected. She was dying. Nephis lingered for a moment and then glanced at Tamar. She forced herself to smile again. "You are safe now. The worst part is almost over. Fear not. For we are here. And we will get you and your friend out, no matter what." The young girl stared at Nephis for a few moments, then took a trembling breath and nodded. Then she suddenly slumped, as if finally allowing her exhausted body to collapse. Her eyes glistened with moisture, but she gritted her teeth and held the tears back. "Thank you. Thank you, Lady Changing Star." Nephis nodded and turned away, secretly gritting her teeth. Then, she activated her dormant ability and endured the blinding pain, sending a wave of healing flame into the second sleeper's body. The infection was persistent and had spread to the girl's heart. Nevertheless, it was burned away by the purity of soul flame, leaving no trace behind. It just took a little longer than Nephis had expected. She healed most of the damage dealt to the body of the unfortunate sleeper as well. The shadows around her stirred, betraying her companion's restlessness. The Lord of Shadows spoke from above. "They're drawing close." At the sound of her voice, Tamar flinched and looked at Nephis, trying to hide her fear. This is Godgrave, isn't it? Can we really escape?" Nephis dismissed her flames and took a deep breath. "Of course. I promised, didn't I?" The young girl stared at her for a few moments, then nodded gravely. "I'll trust in you, Lady Changing Star. I strive to survive, no matter what." Her voice sounded resolute. Neff's smile faltered for a moment. "Good. Strive well." While saying that, she could already feel it, a spark of longing igniting in the soul of young Tamar, and then turning into a gentle flame, connecting the two of them together and making her a tentative part of Neff's nascent, unrealized, almost non-existent domain. Chapter 1. 1678. Path to Supremacy. Nephis had not been dismissive when she answered the question posed by the Lord of Shadows. How could one kill a supreme? After years of striving bitterly to maneuver herself into a position where resisting the sovereigns was not a foolish, futile, and frivolous delusion, she had come to understand that the only plausible way to defeat them was to attain supremacy herself. Years ago, she had come back to the waking world after an eternity of being lost in the dream realm, defeated and broken. Back then, she had made a decision to join the great clan Valor, knowing that there would be no better way for her to come to know her enemy. When Nephis killed a nightmare creature, she dissected the carcass to examine its anatomy and learn how to slay such abominations better. But she couldn't dissect a great clan, so joining one was the best way to study the enemy from within. She had also harbored other aspirations, to earn the trust of the King of Swords, and therefore place herself in a position where striking him down would be tenable. Nephis was a master of combat, after all, of which deckelt and misdirection were integral parts. Life wasn't that different from combat. Her life was not, at least. But, although she had attained some success in her ambition to infiltrate the great clan and become trusted by its king, the more Nephis learned about the enemy, the more hopeless her burning desire to vanquish the sovereign seemed. Even if she knew everything there was to know about Valor, and even if the King of Sword lowered his guard one day, she wasn't confident at all that she would be able to defeat him, despite all her power as a transcendent titan. So, Nephis had to become a supreme titan instead. The problem was that she was not allowed to even try. Times had changed, and there were many more awakened masters and saints walking the world today. The sovereigns had relaxed their iron grip on achieving greater power. A little. But they still demanded fealty from the absolute majority of transcendents, and would certainly never let someone rise to the throne of supremacy and become their equal. Anvil and Key Song could not even tolerate the existence of each other. How could they allow someone else to become their rival? Not to mention someone like Nephis, who had a perfectly justified reason to hate them and plot their downfall. They would never let her challenge the fourth nightmare, even if she found a suitable seed, entered it without permission, and survived. She would be slaughtered immediately after returning to reality. The might of a sovereign lay in the power of their domain after all, and hers would not be established yet right after achieving supremacy. A newly crowned supreme was only inconsequentially more powerful than a transcendent, considering the perilous threat of the older domains. For these reasons, there was only one path for Nephis to take. She had to attain supremacy without the help of the nightmare spell, by following in the footsteps of the awakened from ancient times. Not only that, but she had to do it in secret. Needless to say, that path was just as problematic. Nephis had learned a little about how the ancient awakened walked the path of ascension from Ananke. However, the old priestess had not known anything about the leap between transcendence and supremacy. After all, there had been no supremes in Weave. In fact, the only sovereign of the river civilization had been the Serpent King, a stranger from a realm consumed by the nightmare spell. It meant that Nephis could not learn the natural way to supremacy from somebody else. She had to invent it herself, discovering the long-lost truth without anyone's help. The task seemed unreasonable even for her, but having no other choice, she had been striving to accomplish it for the last 4 years. She had not been able to come anywhere near becoming a sovereign, but she was mostly sure that she had discovered the key to supremacy, or rather, the correct lock to it. Just like the awakened of ancient times learned to control their essence before forming their soul cores instead of the other way around, Nephis believed that she had to realize a domain first to become supreme. The nightmare spell gave humans a chance to challenge the fourth nightmare, attain supremacy, and therefore the ability to manifest a domain. However, without the nightmare spell, Nephis had to claim that authority herself. It was her ability to be the ruler of a domain that would make her a sovereign, and not the other way around. However, she had no clues about how to manifest a domain either. In the beginning, that was. Now, 4 years later, Nephis was at least on the right track. At least she thought she was. The secret to going further on the path of ascension was, reasonably, hidden in the changes that the soul of a living being underwent during transcendence. The soul of a saint broke the limits of the mundane and expanded, coming into contact with the world and becoming intertwined with a part of it. The soul of a sovereign, then, had to not only become fused with the world, but also claim authority over its part. That was the essence of supremacy, to be a ruler. But every saint was unique. The nature of the connection they shared with the world was unique as well. Therefore, each transcendent had a unique path to supremacy, for Nephis herself. That path was easy to understand, but impossibly hard to tread. After becoming a saint, her soul had become capable of being nourished by the ambient essence of the world, the spirit essence. Of course, it was only so for the spirit essence born from a particular source. Most people assumed that her source element was flame. Some assumed that it was light. But all of them were wrong. In truth, Neph's source element, the foundation of her future domain, was longing. In hindsight, she should have known it much sooner. It had always been there, in the description of her aspect. Aspect, light bringer. Aspect rank, divine. Aspect description, you are a creature of light that was banished and doomed to exist in the darkness. You bring radiance and warmth to wherever you go, but with it comes indescribable longing. The spirit essence Nephis could absorb was born from the souls of those living beings she inspired to yearn for something. It didn't matter what they longed for, And unlike the loyalty demanded by the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms, she didn't need to be the subject of their yearning. Any kind of aspiration born from knowing her, or knowing about her, became the source of spirit essence for her. Her longing ability also seemed to have evolved after her transcendence, fusing with her presence. Over time, Nephis had noticed that when people were in her presence, their souls grew more susceptible to inspiration, and the flames of their desires burned brighter. That was the foundation of her future domain, which she had already built without even knowing it. Chapter 1, 1679. Beacon of Hope. Beacon of Hope. There were two ways to build a domain. One was provided by the spell, and depended on the citadels. By becoming the master of a citadel, or having a person who had accepted your authority become one. A supreme could empower and expand their domain over vast territories. A citadel was much more than just a stronghold containing a gateway. It was a daunting construct of impossible sorcery that forcefully subjugated the part of the world surrounding it and brought it under the rule of a supreme. That was why both the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms, who controlled most of the human territories in the Dream Realm, were so immensely powerful. The second way was innate to each transcendent, and unique to their aspect. Nephis suspected that most domains were territorial in nature, which was the reason why the spell had based its method on territory, but not all of them were. Take the King of Swords, for example. He used the path provided by the citadels to expand his domain, but that did not mean that he limited himself to it. The true vessels of his authority were not lands, but people. Every warrior wielding a sword forged by him was a part of his domain, and thus empowered it. Kisong collected the dead. There was the mysterious Asterion as well, who didn't seem to rule any citadel. As for Nephis herself, the only way for her to build a domain was to inspire people, igniting the flames of yearning in their souls. At least that was her belief. It had taken countless hours of contemplation and meditation for her to learn how to truly sense the underlying source element of her aspect. She had noticed the subtle shift in her presence first. Or maybe that subtle quality had always been there, too weak to be discerned. The souls of people shone brighter in Neph's presence, their innermost hopes and aspirations igniting with a stronger flame. Her presence was like kindling for their passions, turning desire into yearning. And if that yearning was inspired directly by her, or even the idea of her, then a subtle connection was established between them and Nephis, making the inspired a part of her source element. She had not learned to sense these connections swiftly, though. In fact, it had taken a small breakthrough in mastering her aspect legacy for Nephis to grasp the deeper meaning of longing. Her aspect legacy was a tree of knowledge that bore 7 fruits. She had reaped the benefits of one of them and comprehended the knowledge of fire in twilight. Since then, Nephis had made strides in comprehending a few others. Facing the first seeker in Verge, she had advanced considerably toward the knowledge of corruption. And in the last 4 years, she had not only fully mastered the knowledge of destruction, but also started on the path of comprehending knowledge of passion. It was that last branch of her aspect legacy that had helped her fathom the underlying nature of her aspect better, as well as what she was concentrating on mastering now. Nephis had learned how to sense the subtle connections formed between her and those she inspired. She had also earned the ability to vaguely feel the passions and desires of those around her, which were like sparks and flames burning in their souls. Of course, not everyone was easy to read. The Lord of Shadows, for example, was like a closed book, especially when he wore that mask of his. In any case, after Nephis had gained that understanding, she found out with a bit of surprise that there were already countless people in the world who were connected to her. As it turned out, her fame was the reason. From the day she had led the Dreamer army to siege the Crimson Spire and failed to come back with them, the mighty propaganda machine of the government churned, exaggerating her inconceivable achievements and making her into a tragic hero. A truly brilliant figure, indomitable changing star, the last daughter of the immortal Flame clan. They had even built on the legendary fame of her father and grandfather, turning her into a symbol of human valiance and perseverance. For as long as immortal flame burned, humanity would not be extinguished. These words were spoken often now by the people born into the era of the nightmare spell. There were even movies made about her, horrendous as they were. Her sensational return as the only sleeper in history to conquer the second nightmare had only deepened the reverence and veneration people felt toward her, followed by her adoption into valor, which added the great clan's storied prestige to her own. So by the time Nephis became a saint, there were already numerous people for whom she was an inspiration. And after she became a saint, their numbers only continued to grow. She could feel it clearly. Some were inspired to strive for martial strength. Some were inspired to cultivate the nobility of their characters. Some were inspired to live their lives with earnest confidence, and so on. There were even many people inspired with a straightforward carnal desire because of her looks. It was a bit awkward for her to sense the kind of yearning they had for her when she was out and about, and pretend not to notice. In any case, the foundation of her future domain was already vast and potent, but it wasn't vast enough, and it wasn't potent enough. And so, in the past 4 years, Nephis had endeavored tirelessly to make it even more solid, to touch the souls of even more people. She had learned how to carry herself, how to present a perfect facade to the masses. She poured her intellect into grasping the knowledge of passion. More importantly, she put her sword where her mouth was. In that sense, the way Clan Valor treated her was ironically of great help. They always sent her to the most deadly battlefields, dispatched her into the epicenters of the most dreadful calamities, as if wishing for her to die. Wherever there was a crisis, Changing Star and her firekeepers would arrive, dissipating a flood of nightmare creatures with their swords. Nephis played along with the will of Clan Valor, using these opportunities to show the world her incorruptible will and brilliant radiance, which made her fame even more widespread and exalted. Cassie, meanwhile, worked behind the scenes to guide the narrative and fan the flames. Nephis herself, the Ivory Tower, the Chain Breaker, the Firekeepers. Everything was now a recognizable symbol of selflessness, strength, and nobility. They were beacons of hope in a dark and tumultuous world, bringing people solace and inspiration. The number of those touched by her light grew every day, forming countless connections to her soul. Not all of these connections were equal. Some were tentative and feeble. Some were radiant and deep. The deepest connections by far were those of the Firekeepers, her most loyal followers. It was to a degree that she could even reach them with her aspect abilities from a distance. That was one part of what Nephis was doing, the easier part. The harder part, by far, was coming up with a way to actually turn this spiderweb of connections, the nascent form of her future domain, into an actual one. Nephis still had no idea how to take this step. She had spent some time studying the changes that had happened to her soul sea after she bound the Ivory Tower and let the Firekeepers place their anchors there, hoping to find a clue from the mysterious mechanisms of the nightmare spell. But that had turned out to be a dead end, so for now, Nephis was left with no choice but to search. And wait. She had hoped that she would find a hint before the war started, but now that both of the great clans were on the move, that didn't seem possible anymore. Which was why it was so important for her to establish a foothold in Godgrave and ready herself for what was going to happen here. Anvil and Key Song had to fall before the war was over, because if one of them truly defeated the other, their authority would spread to all of humanity. Once that happened, even becoming a supreme would not be enough to slay them. Chapter 1 1680 Spirit of Light. The unconscious sleeper slowly opened her eyes, staring at Nephis with a dazed look. She smiled reassuringly and rose, picking up her sword again. There was not much time left. The enemies were approaching. Towering above the three of them, Nephis and the two teenage girls, the Lord of Shadows said coldly, "It's sweet that you promised to save them. But how are you going to do it? Once we start fighting with those abominations, a single shockwave will be enough to finish these two off." Nephis climbed out of the pit and helped the girl she had healed up. Tamar followed. Good question. There was no time to run away because the Ashuras were faster than them. Flying away wasn't an option either, because they would be perfect targets in the air. One toss of a diamond weapon, and there would be no escape. Even if Nephis could evade, she had to carry at least one of the sleepers, and neither of the girls would survive the crushing pressure of such maneuvers. She considered countless strategies in a single second and looked up at the Lord of Shadows. "You take them and retreat. I'll hold the enemy off, and then join you." He remained silent for a moment, and then said flatly, "I refuse." Nephis blinked. She had not expected that answer. "Why?" The shadow demon bent down, bringing his onyx helmet level to her face. The darkness nestling inside it was deep and impenetrable. "You might be fine dying for these sleepers, changing star. But I am not fine with you dying." One of his onyx claws pointed at her. "You still owe me a favor, remember? Wouldn't I be cheated if you died before repaying me?" Nephis tilted her head. At that moment, she thought that she felt a hint of desire from the Lord of Shadows. Some people's longing was like a spark. Some people's longing was like flame. His, though, to her it felt like a towering pyre that dwarfed everything around. As it turned out, the Lord of Shadows was a man of dire passion behind that cold exterior. She couldn't make out the details of what exactly he yearned for, but his unwillingness to see her dead, before she made good on her promise, at least seemed rather sincere. It looked like the favor he intended to ask from her was not simple. A moment later, his soul was shrouded in darkness once again, and she couldn't feel anything. Nephis sighed. "What do you propose, then?" The Lord of Shadows lingered for a moment. Then he scratched his horned head, the onyx claws scraping piercingly against the surface of his helmet. Finally, he sighed. "I'll take them to the nameless temple and return. You stay alive while I'm gone." Wasn't that basically what she had suggested? Nephis raised an eyebrow. "How long will it take you to make it back to the Citadel and return, Lord Shadow?" He raised one of his 4 hands and bent a few fingers, then answered evenly. "About 6 seconds." She stared at him silently. Then she stared some more. "Huh? You could make a trip from the Citadel to here in 3 seconds this whole time. Why did we fight our way here through the jungle then?" Usually Nephis had to make an effort to put emotions into her naturally deadpan voice, but now she was actually struggling to maintain composure and make it sound calm. It was an extremely rare occurrence. The Lord of Shadows shrugged indifferently. "It would have consumed too much of my essence. Carrying these sleepers is fine. But you are too heavy of a burden." Nephis stared at him silently for a moment, then glanced down involuntarily. Her body was lithe and slender, like it had always been. "Definitely." The Lord of Shadows remained silent for a moment, too, then added suddenly, his cold tone suspiciously close to sounding a tiny bit rushed. "Because you are a transcendent. Your soul is too vast and powerful. That was what I meant." He took a step forward and placed 2 of his 4 hands on the shoulders of the speechless sleepers. "Anyway, time is of the essence. So, I'd better go." A moment later, the 3 of them dissolved into shadows, leaving Nephis alone in the small clearing. A spatial movement ability. She remained motionless for a second, then looked at herself again. A quiet mumble could be heard. Did I gain muscle? Sure, she was not as delicate and pretty as Cassie, and not as elegant and graceful as Seishan. But Nephis was pretty confident in her figure. Granted, it wasn't as generous as Effie's. What am I even thinking about? Just at that moment, the jungle around her exploded, and 7 ghastly golems lunged at her from all sides, the world groaning in agony from the violent force of their passing. Nephis was still looking down. Before they could reach her, though, her body exploded with a brilliant radiance, and their towering figures were consumed by blinding light. Nephis had transformed into a spirit of light. In that state, her graceful body seemed to be woven out of immaculate white radiance. That radiance contained an unfathomable ocean of furious flame instead of flesh and bone, and was a beautiful vessel for her fiery, titanic soul. She was like a brilliant star that had taken the form of a human. The moisture permeating the humid air instantly evaporated. The rotten leaves blanketing the ground turned to ash. The remains of the dead tree blackened and caught fire, being consumed at startling speed. But the speed with which the mystical wood was being consumed by the white flame was nothing when compared to the speed with which Nephis moved. Unconstrained by the limitations of mundane flesh, her power exploded. The whole clearing was flooded with blinding light, and the towering figures of the Asuras dissolved in that light. They weren't destroyed, but the red moss covering their cracked armor was immediately incinerated. The mummified flesh within the stone carapaces blackened and smoldered. The 7-diamond weapon fell in unison, but Nephis effortlessly danced out of the way. Almost at the same time, she was suddenly in front of one of the abominations, her radiant fist brushing lightly against its stone breastplate. The massive creature was thrown back. The armor on its chest cracked and melted, and the thick armor plate on its back exploded, shards of stone turning into molten rain as they fell to the ground. The world was stark and clear, awash in annihilating pain. 3 more seconds. Nephis wondered how many of these nightmare creatures she would be able to kill before the Lord of Shadows returned. Chapter 1, 1681. Battle Partners. In the form of the radiant spirit, Nephis was much more powerful than her human incarnation. Her speed and might increased vastly, and her fire powers grew much more potent, especially when the beautiful vessel of light was augmented 7 times over by her aspect. Not only that, but mundane attacks could not hurt her at all. Most weapons would simply turn to ash before reaching her, and those that did break through the immolating heat would find no flesh to harm behind it. Only fire. So, what hurt her the most was her flaw, the pristine soul. And in that form, the danger it posed was much more dire than the suffering she experienced when using her lesser abilities. The incandescent white void of her soul was so pure and searing that it threatened to consume her, burning away her very self. Perhaps forever. At least that was what Nephis feared. She rarely used the power of her aspect in combat, relying on nothing but her martial prowess if there was a choice, and she used her transformation ability even less frequently. Of course, she was not invulnerable even in that brilliant form. There were many beings and weapons there that could harm this fiery vessel of hers, but the damage they dealt would be instantly healed at the cost of her essence. The form of the spirit of light was a manifestation of her incandescent soul, and so one would have to extinguish her soul completely to destroy it, which was not impossible, especially when facing enemies of higher ranks. The ancient stone wraiths she was fighting were among such enemies. You have slain a great beast, Asura of condemnation. Your soul shines brighter. You have slain a great beast, Asura of condemnation. Your soul shines brighter. You have slain a great beast. Nephis managed to bring down 3 of the 7 nightmare creatures in quick succession, but after that, the situation worsened. The abominable golems witnessed her power and grasped it, their movements changing as a result. They were of the great rank, after all. For creatures like these, the distinction between flesh and flame was of no importance. The strange diamond weapons they wielded carried their killing will, and before that will, all would be annihilated. The laws of the world themselves bent to accommodate it. If she was struck by one of the Asuras, her soul would not collapse from a single blow, but the damage would be considerable. Even for a great beast, destroying a transcendent titan would not be easy. But there were a lot of these creatures here, so she had to be careful. Nephis gave up on offense and evaded the thunderous attacks of the menacing golems, biding her time until the Lord of Shadows returned. She had not waited for long. On the 7th second after his departure, the shadow demon shot out of the darkness on the border of the burning clearing, his great odachi plummeting onto one of the asuras a split second later, like the edge of nightfall. Now, there were 2 of them facing 4 great beasts. Nephis and the Lord of Shadows glanced at each other briefly. Her radiant, graceful silhouette contrasted starkly against his towering, tenebrous figure. Then, they exploded with motion. I wonder, Nephis was concerned for a split second. Her partial transformation was less destructive than the full one, but it still generated terrible heat. The stone armor of the ancient golems withstood it easily, but what about the Lord of Shadows? Very few people were strong enough to fight side by side with her when she went all out. However, she didn't have to worry. The onyx carapace of the shadow demon glistened darkly, reflecting the furious white radiance of her flame, but held. That fearsome armor, it seemed, was of a better quality than her own, or at least possessed a very high resistance to elemental attacks. In any case, he did not seem to have any trouble plunging into the middle of the burning clearing, seemingly unperturbed by the blinding light, scorching heat, and lack of oxygen. His movements were just as swift, ferocious, and sharp as they had been before. That's a relief, then. Her spirits were uplifted. Nephis and the Lord of Shadows clashed with the 4 asuras, the surrounding jungle swiftly turning into a wasteland of splinters and ash. The black sword she had wielded had been long obliterated by flames, so Nephis used her stunning speed and agility to fight the abominations with bare hands. She was swift and much smaller than the towering golems, her technique fluid and flawless. The diamond weapons flashed past, never managing to touch her radiant vessel. However, Nephis herself wasn't able to attack as brazenly as before either. Using her sublime grasp of the essence of combat, she delivered a constant stream of shallow attacks to her enemies. The stone armor on their wrists, ankles, and joints was gradually melting, slowing the abominations down. The Lord of Shadows, meanwhile, was a much easier target. Not only was his dark body broad and towering, but he was also slower than her, his terrifying odachi demanding a lot more space to be wielded effectively. And yet, somehow, none of the attacks of the asuras managed to land on his onyx armor. His technique was just as sublime as hers, but it was also strange. Sometimes his movements did not seem too swift, compared to her at least, but at other times, it was as if he was so fast as to leave afterimages behind him. No, not even that. It was as if the Lord of Shadows was sometimes in 2 places at the same time. It took Nephis a few moments to understand what was happening. Transcendent battle art. His spatial movement ability was intricately woven into his battle style. The Lord of Shadows masterfully used short-distance teleportation to maneuver around the battlefield, blinking from place to place with such speed that it seemed as if he was in several places simultaneously. The graceful movements of his sword flowed uninterrupted between the jumps, so a slash that started in one spot could land dozens of meters away. An enemy attack could be blocked despite him being nowhere near its path. In a sense, the whole battlefield was within the reach of his serpentine odachi. There was also another detail. He's jumping between shadows. After noticing that detail, Nephis also realized with a bit of surprise that the Lord of Shadows was anticipating and making use of her own movements. Currently, she was the brightest source of light on the battlefield, so the direction of the shadows cast by the massive bodies of the asuras was dictated by her position. The Lord of Shadows was paying attention to her movements to anticipate the movement of the shadows, and was therefore able to escape the danger freely, unfailingly appearing behind the abominations to deliver a terrible strike and dissolve into the darkness before they could retaliate. It was an utterly beautiful display of flawless technique, firm intent, and devious ingenuity. Diabolical. Nephis was impressed. Dodging the crushing blow of a diamond staff, she floated into the air to avoid being thrown off balance by the quaking earth and shot forward. Her incandescent palm touched the elbow of the ancient golem, and its elbow joint finally cracked, falling apart in a rain of molten stone. Now that the enemy was unable to wield the heavy staff effectively, she had a window of opportunity. Landing lightly on the burning ground, Nephis spun and delivered a devastating roundhouse kick to the towering abomination. Her long, slender leg connected to its abdomen, and the Ashura was thrown back, its entire torso exploding and catching fire. By the time the burning golem fell to the ground, it was already dead. But just as it died, more Ashuras appeared from the depths of the ruin, lunging at Nephis and her battle partner with silent malice. Chapter 1. 1682. Hasty Retreat. Nephis and the Lord of Shadow had slain the initial 4 great beasts. But by then, there were already more of the fearsome Ashuras that had risen from the ruins and reached them, surrounding the two like a fatal tide of ancient stone and sinister, evil will. She was coming closer and closer to the cusp of fatigue. The Lord of Shadows, meanwhile, seemed to be holding back on using his teleportation ability. He must have told the truth when saying that carrying the 2 sleepers all the way to the Citadel and coming back would put a strain on his reserves of essence. It had to be conserved now. Luckily, their goal was not to obliterate all the ancient wraiths. Their goal was simply to escape. Granted, there was some bad luck involved, too. The easiest route of retreat would have been to escape to the surface through the nearest crack in the dome of the colossal breastbone. But the veil of clouds was torn right now, and the surface was bathed in the light of the annihilating sun. That path was not an option. Nevertheless, Nephis wasn't too concerned. She was still holding back the most destructive of her powers. She had no doubt that the Lord of Shadows had a few tricks up his sleeve as well. And yet, what was that cold, heavy weight pressing down on her heart? "Move back." His voice was just as cold as ever. She didn't hesitate and pushed the grounds with her foot, leaving a scorched mark on it and flying more than 100 meters back almost in an instant. In the next second, a small lantern of black stone appeared in one of the Shadow Demon's 4 hands. His onyx armor shifted and retreated under his obsidian skin, revealing his powerful physique. Left alone, the Lord of Shadow lingered for a moment, seemingly unable to evade the attacks of the abominable golems in time. Everything that followed happened in a split second. Their diamond weapons landed on his muscular body, mangling it gruesomely. A tide of darkness suddenly flowed out of the stone lantern and came alive, enveloping the advancing Ashuras with 1,000 black chains. Even though the great beast tore the chains apart with ease, they were still stalled for several precious moments. In those moments, the broken, savaged body of the Lord of Shadows swayed slowly and dissolved into nothingness. Neph's radiant eyes flashed. But then, a familiar human figure stepped out of the shadows by her side, the onyx helmet closing to hide his face, completely unharmed. She let out a silent sigh of relief. "I suggest we hurry and get away, Lady Nephis." Utter indifference. Well, to be fair, her face was also motionless and impassive. Not that he could see her features in the torrent of brilliant light. "It's good that he's alive." Was it good, though? If the Lord of Shadows perished, his citadel would be hers to take. Bringing such a precious gift to the King of Swords would further her goals greatly. And yet, Nephis was happy that he was unharmed. Using the momentary delay of the sinister Ashuras, the 2 of them made a hasty retreat. They ran through the ancient ruins, getting closer to the border. The golems gave chase and were gaining on them slowly, not as slowly as Nephis would have hoped, but enough so to give them a chance to escape into the jungle. There were still a few of the ancient golems stalking the ruin, though. One of them barred their path, prompting Nephis and the Lord of Shadows to perform a flawless pincer attack without exchanging a single word. His black Odachi fell. Her radiant hand flew, the ghastly nightmare creature crumbled to the ground. "You have slain a great beast, Esther of condemnation." The rest of the abominations were right behind them, but the edge of the ruins was already close. Nephis could already see the remains of an ancient wall, overgrown with red moss and twisting vines. But the cold feeling grasping her fiery heart only grew stronger. She frowned. A saint's intuition was more than an unreliable gut feeling. Transcendent beings were greatly attuned to the world and could sense subtle changes in it. The flow of spirit essence, the movements of the underlying laws, the changes in the fabric of reality. Something was very wrong. What is that? Both Nephis and the Lord of Shadows halted, realizing almost at the same time that the edge of the ancient ruins was somehow getting further away. No matter how fast they ran, the distance between them and the overgrown wall did not diminish. They glanced at each other somberly. In the next moment, the entire world quaked violently, and something massive moved behind them. Turning around, Nephis saw the ground at the heart of the ancient city moving, rising above the jungle like a mountain. Countless trees toppled and fell down, the sea of vines and bushes drowning in the rolling soil. Light nouvelle world. Comb. The ancient structures were revealed from underneath the carpet of red moss, only to crumble moments later. It was as though something colossal had been sleeping under the ancient jungle and was now rising from below, its slumber disturbed by the incinerating heat of the white flames and the clamor of fierce battle. She suddenly felt horror. Horror was not something Nephis felt often, and definitely not on her own accord. The only reason for that feeling was that her mind was being affected by an external force. Neph's flames dimmed a little when a dire realization surfaced in her mind. Her lips parted, and she whispered a single word: condemnation. The great beasts they had been battling were called the Asuras of condemnation. She had thought that they were simply a swarm of nightmare creatures populating the ancient ruin, their name hinting at some forgotten mystery of the past. But now, Nephis realized that it had a much more literal meaning. As the mountain of raised soil started to split open, revealing the appearance of the being that had been buried underneath, she thought that her horror had been quite an appropriate reaction. The Asuras of condemnation were not a natural swarm of great beasts bound to a single location. Instead, they were here together for another, much more sinister reason. They were the minions of a much more powerful being. Their names simply pointed at whom they belonged to. Their master had to be of a higher rank after all. The Cursed Tyrant. Condemnation. Chapter 1. 1683. Dark Deity. A Cursed Tyrant. Nephis felt an unfamiliar emotion that she couldn't quite describe. Awe, perhaps. Or maybe hatred. The pure flames of her soul roared, surging restlessly in the presence of the harrowing adversary. Cursed nightmare creatures were the epitome of terror. Each of them was equal to what a sacred being would have been, not that there were any of those around. Nevertheless, sacred beings held a special meaning for humanity. That was because of what the steps of the path of ascension meant, at least as far as humans theorized. If the path of ascension was the road to divinity, then each step brought those treading it closer to godhood. Transcendence was the step of breaking away from the limits of the mundane. Supremacy was the act of asserting one's power over the world, thus establishing the foundation of their future apotheosis. But it was the next step, which no awakened of their world had taken before, that signified truly attaining the qualities of the divine. A sacred being was already a deity, albeit a lesser one. The same could be said about a cursed being. The cursed tyrant condemnation could very well be called a deity, a profane deity of abyssal corruption. And so, in a sense, today was the first time Nephis would face a god in battle. But not the last. Time seemed to slow down as condemnation rose from beneath the ruins. The gargantuan shape of the ancient fiend was still hidden behind the layers of collapsing soil and crumbling buildings, but it was already like a towering mountain. The quaking earth, the scale of it all, seemed more like a natural process than the movements of a living being, or rather, unnatural. Witnessing the sleeping giant wake from its slumber, Nephis could finally guess how this ancient city had been destroyed, and why it had fallen despite the dire might of its defenders. The warriors that wielded the dreadful power of the sorceress exosuits and the sublime diamond weapons, the Asheras, had perished when the cursed tyrant descended upon their city like a cataclysm. Even their impossible strength had not been enough to save this land, which was now a forgotten ruin, one of many similar ruins swallowed by the jungle. Such was the caliber of enemies the civilization of Godgrave had faced before extinction. It certainly made one wonder if the same fate awaited the civilization of the waking world, the last human civilization. America had already been lost to the advent of a Category 5 gate, Antarctica, to the chain of nightmares. Humans were migrating to the dream realm now. But what would happen if a cursed tyrant was attracted by the smell of human souls and attacked Bastion? Or Ravenheart? How long would the great clans last if the true horrors of the dream realm abandoned the death zones to roam its vast expanse freely? Safety was an illusion. The waking world was dying, but the dream realm was a death trap as well. Of that, Nephis was certain, which was why the sovereigns had to be eliminated. Not because they had killed her father. Not because they had sent assassins after her and turned her childhood into a cruel nightmare. Not because they had brought the immortal Flame clan to ruin. Although Nephis would lie if she said that none of that mattered. It was not even because of the countless lives lost because of their schemes in Antarctica. The reason was that the sovereigns were not up to the task. They were incompetent, strangling humanity's power in pursuit of misguided reasons. Keysong, Anvil, Asterion, none of the three was wise enough, determined enough, and desperate enough. Their achievements were great, and they might have thought that their cynical tyranny was for the greater good, but they were not someone who could defeat the nightmare spell. That said, to have a chance to defeat them and bring about change, Nephis had to survive the meeting with this corrupted tyrant first. She gritted her teeth. There is no escape. A cursed tyrant was like a deity, and a deity could exert great power upon the world. The ruins of this ancient city were condemnation's territory, and so its will here was like a law here. If it didn't want to let the two saints leave, they wouldn't be able to leave. Nephis and the Lord of Shadows had already witnessed how space itself was preventing them from escaping into the jungle. What other option was there? If they couldn't escape, they had to fight. But defeating a corrupted tyrant in battle was not something either of them was capable of. Even surviving a single attack by the profane being was questionable. The gap was too great. Nephis glanced at the Lord of Shadows and asked, her clear voice resounding in the roar of the quaking earth, "That spatial ability of yours, can you escape?" He shook his head. "Not this time. Not this time." It sounded as if this was not his first time encountering a cursed nightmare creature. Just what kind of life had he led? Nephis took a deep breath, or rather, he mimicked the familiar motions of taking a deep breath. The radiant spirit did not have lungs after all, and neither needed nor was capable of breathing. It was simply a vessel containing a vast ocean of flame. She had been prepared to unleash her full transformation if things went south. However, the current situation was way worse than even her worst prediction. Even if she did allow the spirit form to dissolve, releasing the ocean of flame contained within its brilliant figure, she wouldn't be able to contend against the cursed tyrant. No other choice then. Well, it couldn't be helped. She had managed to come closer than usual to fully saturating her soul cores this time around already. The important part was to make the sacrifice count. Watching a vague figure reveal itself from beneath the mountain of flowing soil, Nephis glanced at the approaching Asuras and said evenly, "Hold back these creatures, then. I'll create an opportunity for the two of us to escape." Surrounded by radiant light, Nephis concentrated for a moment and reached into her incandescent soul. Chapter 1. 1684. Pure Agony. They could not escape, but they also could not fight the cursed tyrant. In that situation, the only way out Nephis saw was to create a momentary lapse in the tyrant's concentration. It was the abomination's profane will that was preventing them from reaching the jungle. If that will was weakened, even for a few moments, a path to freedom would be theirs to take. Nephis had no hope of killing the evil deity, and no confidence to face it in a prolonged battle. However, she was pretty sure that she could at least hurt it. She knew pain better than most. She knew how hard it was to keep calm and steady when your body and soul were being blackened by flame. How it felt to burn alive. Anyone's will would be shaken by that agony. But her adversary this time was a cursed tyrant. Not any flame would be able to hurt it, and her usual attacks were woefully insufficient. So, she had to give it her all. Which required time. The Lord of Shadows had to buy her that time. As the pursuing Asuras closed in on them, he glanced at her briefly. Then, he sighed and let go of his black odachi. The tenebrous sword fell to the ground, but rippled like liquid in the air. She thought that she saw a glimmer of serpentine scales. A moment later, the odachi turned into a torrent of shadows and then coalesced into a human form. That of a woman, both her clothes and skin perfectly black, her hair like a waterfall of silken darkness. She was standing with her back to Nephis, so her face was hidden from view, and yet, it felt like the mysterious woman was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. More than that, her presence was that of a transcendent. A moment ago, there were 2 saints facing the great beasts. Now, there were 3. Pulling another sword out of the darkness, the Lord of Shadows lunged at the ghastly Asuras without wasting any time. The black woman followed, moving with dire speed and indescribable grace. They clashed with the abominations a split second later. Sadly, Nephis could not observe their battle. She was reaching into her soul. The blinding light emanated by her radiant figure grew even more intense, its heat more unbearable. The vines and moss covering the ruins around her turned to ash, revealing ancient stone structures. The weathered stone started to melt. It's going to hurt. Her goal was to cause the cursed being pain, but to achieve it, she had to withstand her own share of agony. As something too harrowing to witness and too appalling to see slowly revealed itself from beneath the collapsing soil, Nephis steeled her will and ignited her soul. It was different from summoning soul flame or activating her abilities. What she was doing was a derivative skill of her aspect, something she had always been capable of, but only truly learned how to do in Twilight. Instead of merely burning soul essence, she was burning her very soul. But unlike the crude way she had done so in Twilight, Nephis was doing it in a much more refined and controlled manner now. With each moment, her soul cores grew weaker, and her counter of soul fragments plummeted with dire speed. Each soul fragment she sacrificed turned into a torrent of immolating flame. That incandescent inferno grew and grew, the terrifying power contained within it reaching a truly chilling scale. Nephis could detonate a soul core to produce a tremendous explosion, but an explosion was a wild thing. It spread in all directions, annihilating everything in its path. Such a calamity could obliterate a vast number of enemies, both weak and strong. To deal a wound to someone as strong as a cursed tyrant, however, such a dispersed tool of destruction was salted poorly. She needed something much more concentrated, targeted, and controlled. Consumed by a harrowing agony, Nephis endured the feeling of her soul being burned to ash, and slowly raised a radiant hand. In front of her, the Lord of Shadows and the mysterious saint he had summoned were drowning in the tide of great beasts. She concentrated deeply and whispered several names, shaping them into a verse. Channeling that verse put a terrible strain on her mind, her burning soul, and even her brilliant vessel. The name of the fire to control the flames. The name of the wind to fan them. These two were easier. The other two. Nephis trembled as she uttered a terrible word. It was the name of destruction. The name of destruction to greatly enhance the destructive force of her soul flame. And finally, the last one. Perhaps the most important one. She smiled darkly. Condemnation. The true name of the cursed deity, the hint to which had been so generously provided to her by the spell. To bind the devastating flame to the ancient fiend, and bind the fiend to the flame. Names were a powerful thing. And so, Nephis called flame and destruction upon the tyrant, using her own soul as fuel. In the next moment, a perfectly white ray of concentrated flame shot off her palm, connecting it to the terrible shape of the rising giant many kilometers away. Its arrival was instantaneous. Its passing burned the world itself, leaving a scar on it. Even though it consisted of flame, it seemed like a ray of pure white light. That light bit into the flesh of condemnation, slicing it apart like a sharp blade. Terrible burns were left in its wake, and just as Nephis was drowning in terrible agony, the cursed tyrant convulsed, its mind pierced by unbearable pain. An indescribable, deafening, harrowing sound shook the world. It was a sound that would drive a mundane person, no, even an awakened, a master, a weaker saint, mad from simply hearing it. Condemnation was screaming. Run! Nephis swayed, her radiance dimming. Her transformation was dismissed, and she once again turned into a human. The white tunic she had been wearing was singed and burned, barely holding in place. Right, I should summon the rest of my armor. But she was momentarily dazed, paying the price for burning away a part of her soul. Nephis had told the Lord of Shadows to run, but found herself unable to follow her own advice. Before she could do anything, though, two strong arms grabbed her. Raising her unceremoniously, he dashed away without saying a word. The onyx surface of his armor was smooth and cool to the touch. Am I being carried? She was stunned. When had something like that ever happened to her? Grab a hold of yourself, princess. Despite the situation, his voice sounded as cold and arrogant as always. Maybe even a little colder than usual. She closed her eyes for a moment, then summoned the rest of her armor. By the time it weaved itself from sparks of light, the Lord of Shadows let go of her, and they ran toward the edge of the ruins together. The echoes of the cursed tyrant's pained Hawaii were still traveling across the hollows when they escaped into the jungle, leaving the forgotten city behind. Just like that, their one-on-one expedition into the hollows was over. A few hours later, Nephis was sitting on the steps of the nameless temple. The world was mercilessly stark, black and white, with no place left for feeling or compromise. As it always happened after she overused her aspect, her emotions were dampened and weak, almost gone. Her heart was cold. Or maybe it was so impossibly scorching that it felt cold. She was tired, but couldn't feel the tiredness. One could not remember pain, but remembering having suffered pain was all too easy. Raising a hand, she allowed a soft radiance to ignite under her skin and stared at it silently. It still hurts. Good. That was good. Nephis knew that she had not truly lost herself as long as she could still feel the pain. And fear it. Snay signed. It was time to return. The firekeepers had already gathered in front of her, ready to depart. The three sleepers were also there, looking around with awe and amazement. Even Tamar, the Stegacy girl, was subdued by the solemn atmosphere of the dark temple. The master of the temple, meanwhile, had not come to see them off. Only his echo was watching. The Lord of Shadows. Such a mysterious man. Nephis tilted her head a little, remembering how he behaved in the Forgotten Ruin. Not during the battle, but before it. Surprisingly enough, the Cold Warrior seemed to have a lot of interest in history, almost like an explorer. That was a side of him she had not seen before, which was understandable considering that they didn't know each other too well. However, at that moment her indifferent eyes glinted slightly. She thought back to their first meeting when he challenged her to a duel. The style he used once belonged to her family. Naturally, Nephis had asked the Lord of Shadows who taught that style to him. And what had he answered? Her lips parted. Nobody. Chapter 1, 1685. Booming business. Boss, are you okay? Alco's voice sounded a bit confused as she glanced at Sunny with a dubious expression. The petite girl was floating near the ceiling, taking inventory of their liquor shelf. He, meanwhile, was busy cooking and cursing under his breath. There were a lot of customers today, but Sunny could not even manifest an avatar to keep up with the flood of orders. That third guy, selfish bastard. He gritted his teeth. Where did all my essence go? The gloomy shadow, left to its devices for once, was staring at him mockingly. Sunny glared at it back. What? I know we're the same person. It's a figure of speech, okay? The phrase, "you have no one to blame but himself," had never been so poignant. The last few days had not been easy on Sunny, and it was all because of his third avatar. First, there was the problem with Weaver's mask. He had intended for the Lord of Shadow to wear it at all times, but in practice it made having any kind of sensible conversation impossible. Well, not impossible maybe, but definitely way too frustrating. So Sunny had been busy crafting a special memory for the third avatar, ever since returning from the mirror maze beneath Bastion. He could not really reproduce the mantle of lies. Weaver's mask was a divine memory after all, so making a copy of even a single enchantment was utterly beyond his ability. He could create a knockoff Weaver's mask, though, by using an alteration of the Nebulous Mantle's enchantments. He had even added a bit of the autumn leaf, one of the memories he had lost, into the mix. As a result, the Lord of Shadows could still remain a mystery. His voice, height, hair color, and mystical traits were either hidden or distorted. Of course, he was not immune to all forms of divination unless the real Weaver's mask was summoned. But since Cassie already knew the truth and had agreed to hide it, there was no need for such a level of secrecy, for now at least, until the forces of the great clans arrived at Godgrave. In any case, creating this memory, which Sunny lazily named "Definitely Not Me," had kept him awake for a few nights. It was imperative that he created it, though. Awakened with affinity to shadows were already very rare, and if the humble shopkeeper in Bastion was discovered, to not only share this rare trait with the mysterious Lord of Shadows, but also have similar height and build as the mysterious saint, his peaceful life would be over. Pulling a few all-nighters was a bit of a chore, but he could manage it. But then, he had to go and waste an ocean of essence in Godgrave as well. Traversing the hollows and fighting great beasts was already bad enough. But then Sunny decided to transport the two sleepers back all by himself. The ruins of the Forgotten City were situated in the vicinity of the Nameless Temple, but only relative to the overall size of the region. In truth, there was close to 200 kilometers between them. It was well within his power to make 3 or 4 consecutive jumps while carrying 2 dormant humans, and then come back the same way. The essence cost of such travel was very high, though, draining his reserves to a dangerous degree. So now, Sunny felt rather helpless. He couldn't even allow himself to manifest an additional avatar, let alone do something more strenuous. Whatever essence he had left had to be preserved in case there was an emergency. It was a good thing that Nephis had left Godgrave with the Firekeepers. Gods knew he wouldn't want her to see him in such a pathetic state. So Sunny had no choice but to suffer and curse silently. Ready, send it to the 7th table. Aiko used her telekinesis to send a beautifully plated dish into the dining hall, and he finally had a minute to rest. Sonny sighed, took a sip of water from the endless spring, and frowned slightly. "Sonny." Cassie's voice suddenly resounded in his head, creeping him out. He was still not used to that, but at the same time, it strangely felt too familiar. "Yes, Saint Cassia." A moment later, her soft voice resounded again. "About the memory commission. I'll send someone to your shop today to explain the details." He raised an eyebrow. She was already whispering into his ear, figuratively speaking. Was there really a need to send someone? Couldn't she just explain what she wanted straight away? Maybe Cassie was conserving essence too. He shrugged. "All right. Is there anything else?" "Sorry, I'm a bit busy. Lots of customers today." She remained silent for a moment. "There is nothing else. Well, actually, I do have something to say." Sonny's expression darkened. What was going on? Had she received a vision and wanted to hint at something? That couldn't be right. Hadn't Castle told him that the future could not be seen clearly anymore? He looked down. "I'm all ears." Strangely enough, she lingered for a while this time. Eventually, though, her voice rustled in his mind once more. "It's nothing important, really. Just a little piece of advice. In the future, you might want to avoid using words like heavy and burden when speaking to women. You know, just thought I would share." His eye twitched. Cassie's tone was polite and serious, but he couldn't help but feel that she was suppressing laughter. Sonny cleared his throat. "Oh, that's funny. Almost as funny as the fact that I've lived peacefully on my own. But just a couple of days after the woman in question showed up on my doorstep, there was suddenly a cursed tyrant trying to gobble me up. A person with less decorum than me could call that a bit burdensome, don't you think?" There was no answer. He waited for a while, then took a deep breath. Damnation. Sonny was slowly starting to realize what the most terrible thing about Cassie's ability was not that she could spy on almost anyone undetected. It was that she was the one in control of who had the last word. Muttering under his breath, he returned to cooking. The day passed in a blur. Sonny was so busy that he had not sat down once until the evening, which, in theory, was a good thing. Why would he complain about how popular his restaurant was becoming? Cassie's commission was bound to be very profitable for the brilliant emporium as well. It was just that working hard while also working hard in two other places were two entirely different things. As the sun rolled behind the horizon and the crescent moon appeared in the velvet sky, the dining hall of the brilliant emporium became deserted. Aiko had left, leaving Sonny to close down on his own. He was carrying a tray of dirty dishes to the kitchen when someone approached the door. Must be the person Cassie sent. He turned to the door, waiting for the person to enter. When the silver bell rang, though, Sonny suddenly tripped and fell on his face. The dishes rolled on the floor. What is she doing here? Laying on the floor, he cautiously looked up. Long legs, slender waist, a light summer dress, alabaster skin. The silky hair was black, but it was hardly enough to disguise her. Sonny's eyes widened. The person Cassie promised to send is Nephis. Indeed, there was no mistake. Nephis, who had just left the nameless temple yesterday, was now somehow here in the brilliant emporium. Looking down at him in confusion, she hesitated for a moment and then asked in a polite tone, "Master Sunless, I've been told that you can create powerful memories." Chapter 1, 1686, Acts of Humanity. For Nephis, the world was still stark and sharp, devoid of subtlety. Her emotions were still subdued and mostly missing. It had not been long since the battle with condemnation, if their desperate escape could even be called a battle. And so she had not recovered from the annihilating pain of burning her soul to ash yet. She had been in Godgrave just yesterday. Back then, they had waited on the steps of the nameless temple for a long time for its master to come and take them back to the waking world. Nephis could have carried her warriors across the threshold of realms herself, but the tentative agreement with the Lord of Shadows was preventing her from placing a tether in the vicinity of his citadel. In the end, the mysterious saint walked out of the darkness and silently brought the firekeepers, the three sleepers, and herself away from the dream realm, one at a time. She suspected that he could carry more than one person across realms. Nephis herself could carry 7 other saints, or more than 100 mundane people. But Shadow kept his secrets close to his chest, as always. She had been idly curious where his tether in the waking world would be. Saints usually had an established base there, most within the well-guarded walls of their clan's compound. Nephis herself, as well as the firekeepers, operated from the former manor of the Immortal Flame clan. It was a bit of a contentious topic, actually, because the Elders of Valor wanted them to reside within the Great Clan's stronghold in NQSC, officially for safety reasons, but truthfully to control them better. But the relationship between the firekeepers and the rest of Valor forces was generally a bit awkward, not the least because of the 6th month the survivors of the Forgotten Shore had spent hiding in the Dream Realm to avoid the fallout of Cassie's conflict with the Great Clan. It had only been resolved after Nephis returned and agreed to become Anvil's adopted daughter. In any case, there were no independent saints, really. Everyone either had a legacy clan supporting them or worked for the government. So, Nephis was understandably curious about where the Lord of Shadows tethered himself in the waking world. Was it a secret compound in NQSC, an unassuming residential building, a stronghold of a minor legacy clan in one of the other quadrants, the remains of an abandoned government facility, perhaps? She had idly imagined all kinds of places, thinking that they might hint to his real background. Curiously enough, though, the tether of the Lord of Shadows was carelessly placed in the middle of an empty street in the outskirts of NQSC. The outskirts were much more desolate now than they had been before, with many people having left for the Dream Realm. There were many abandoned areas like this one, where there was hardly any foot traffic. While unconventional, the placement of the tether seemed to be dictated by nothing except for pure convenience, which had not told her anything at all. Nephis had been the last one to be brought over. The Lord of Shadows did not waste any time on saying goodbyes, nodding at her curtly before dissolving into the darkness. Just like that, her expedition to Godgrave was over. There were a lot of things she had to do after that. Nephis said her goodbyes to the 3 sleepers and sent them off to the academy. Since they had never managed to anchor themselves in the Dream Realm, they would have to request the help of a saint, pass through one of the Dream Gates, or wait for the next winter solstice to complete their awakening. She would have offered her help, but considering Tamar's allegiance to the Song Domain, having her anchor in Bastion was not an option. The firekeepers either returned to the Immortal Flame Manor or went straight back to the Ivory Tower. They needed some rest. As for Nephis herself, she made her way to the compound of Clan Valor. Then it was a whirlwind of briefings and reports, as well as a lot of waiting. Luckily, Castle was there to help her manage the most tedious parts. It was not until the morning of the next day that Nephis had a chance to rest and recover. She ate a late breakfast, took a long shower, and put on some mundane clothes, going through the motions. It was a bit annoying. Everything not having to do with furthering her goal was, in her current state. Eventually, she ended up making an appointment with her therapist. Nephis had been assigned a psychological counselor after returning from her second nightmare, and was seeing one periodically to this day. Of course, it was a bit of a farcical affair. She believed that there was some benefit to receiving counseling. Gods knew her mental state was far from untroubled. It had been especially bad after the second nightmare, and would turn cold and emotionless every time she overused her aspect. Nephis was concerned about losing the sight of her humanity, which was the reason she had agreed to therapy. However, it wasn't hard to guess that her assigned therapist was making regular reports about everything she said during their sessions. At first, the reports had gone to the government. After Nephis joined Clan Valor, her initial counselor was suddenly unavailable and referred her to a colleague. The new counselor was unmistakably making detailed reports to the elders of the Great Clan, so it was a charade. Nephis pretended not to know and continued to visit the therapist to nurture the feeling of false control Clan Valor had regarding her. That said, even a charade could be useful sometimes. There were many useful things she had learned from the counselors while they were learning falsehood from her. For example, the act of wearing mundane clothes. Nephis would have been comfortable never dismissing her armor memories, but it was these small acts of human behavior that tethered her to humanity. She was also often encouraged to participate in mundane leisure activities and communicate with ordinary people more. There were other small things she had learned to do as well. Nephis found these tasks a bit tedious but beneficial to the state of her soul. It was also good to her current endeavor of mastering the knowledge of passion. She tended to spend all her time in the company of a certain kind of people. Awakened warriors and elite ones at that. Their passions burned bright, but were usually colored with similar hues. Experiencing a wide range of human hopes and aspirations was bound to help her understand that elusive branch of her aspect legacy better. And so, Nephis listened to her counselor well, which was why she arrived at the quaint cafe in a remote part of Bastion, feeling very uncomfortable in a light summer dress. Chapter 1, 1687. Suddenly, and without warning. It was winter in NQSC, but here in Bastion the weather was warm and mild. Nephis did not receive a lot of opportunities to take a leisurely stroll around town, but she remembered enjoying the thriving atmosphere of the swiftly developing city during her last outing, which was about a year ago now. The city sprawling around the beautiful lake had changed tremendously since then. Of course, Nephis was familiar with all these changes. She gazed down upon the bustling streets of Bastion often from the tranquil height of her heavenly island, studying the lively flow of human activity from a distance. Every time the ivory tower returned here, the city seemed different. The humans, however, were the same. Sadly, Nephis did not enjoy diving into their liveliness today. She was still recovering from the battle with condemnation, after all. Her stroll was not entirely for leisure either. She had left the castle with a specific purpose in mind. Nephis had long been searching for a talented enchanter. She and the firekeepers received plenty of memories by slaying nightmare creatures, sure, but those memories were too dependent on the whims of the spell. Very few of them salted her needs perfectly, or were powerful enough to make a difference. That was where awakened enchanters could help. The problem was that craftsmen capable of forging memories, or even enchanted items, were extremely rare. Most of them belonged to the Valor family, and while Nephis could easily commission a memory from her own clan, that would defeat the purpose. It was precisely because her most powerful memories were either known to or directly created by the great clan Valor that she was searching for an independent enchanter in secret. Yesterday, Cassie informed her that their search had finally borne fruit. Not only that, but the person in question resided right here, in Bastion. And as a cherry on top, he even happened to possess an extremely rare affinity to shadows. The last part was of no importance for the commission, but given the sudden entrance of the Lord of Shadows on the stage, Nephis was curious to learn more about this unusual element and its nuances. Therefore, Cassie had decisively sent her to meet the enchanter personally. Nephis was not sure why she had to go herself, but since Cassie assured her that this person could be trusted to keep a secret, she arrived at the place late in the evening. Knowing her friend, the man would have passed an extensive background check, so there was no reason not to. That said, it wasn't easy for Nephis to walk freely on the streets of Bastion. Her fame was too great to remain unrecognized, so she used several cosmetic memories to slightly alter her appearance. Even then, she had only ventured out after it was already dark. Reaching the quiet lakeshore street, she glanced at the cozy brick cottage, and then at the sign hanging above the door. Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, Cafe and Memory Boutique. For a moment, Nephis tried to imagine what it would have felt like to live in a simple cottage like that and make a living by doing peaceful things, away from the bloodshed and stench of the battlefield. All of it seemed so alien, And yet that was exactly how this humble enchanter, and most people in the world, lived. This peaceful life was what she was trying not to lose sight of. Well, the peaceful part was true, but very few people lived in a cottage quite as unique as this one. Cassie had warned her that it was a strange kind of echo. Otherwise, there was a risk that Nephis would misunderstand things and accidentally burn it to the ground. Nephis took a deep breath, prepared herself mentally for the awkward feeling of meeting an unfamiliar person, and walked inside. A moment later, there was the sound of plates scattering on the floor. She froze, looking down in confusion. The enchanter was sprawled on the floor, staring at her with a stunned expression. He seemed to be a very clumsy person to have tripped on his own feet like that. No coordination whatsoever. A person like that would definitely not last long on the battlefield. Which was fine. Not everyone was born for combat. They stared at each other silently for a few moments. And then the young man jumped to his feet, dusting off his clothes in embarrassment. Having done so, he smiled at her as if nothing had happened. "Welcome to the brilliant Emporium." Nephis was momentarily stumped. When Cassie had told her about a talented master capable of forging powerful memories, she had imagined an older man, sharp and austere, like most smiths of valor were. What she had not expected was that the shopkeeper would be so young, delicate, and good-looking. Nephis was used to being in the company of extremely attractive people, of course. And yet, the proprietor of the brilliant Emporium stood out even among them, most saints included. He was not very tall, with a slender build and delicate features. His skin was smooth and white, like flawless marble, while his onyx eyes were like darkly glistening gems. His raven-black hair was carelessly gathered in a knot, and there was a subtle sense of calm confidence to him. One that seemed understated, but almost demanded attention. He was like an elegant porcelain doll dressed in fine black silk. This softer kind of beauty of his was so unlike the rugged handsomeness of the seasoned warriors Nephis usually encountered. More than that, the young man entirely lacked presence, the mystical kind, hinting that he wasn't very powerful a master. Which made sense. Not every awakened was a warrior, and after Antarctica, there were even plenty of masters who had ascended out of necessity, not choice. Someone with a utility aspect did not have to wield a sword, and many lived without experiencing much strife or violence, or even none whatsoever, no matter how distant and strange such a life seemed to Nephis. Cassie did not tell me. She suddenly realized that she had been silent for too long. Keeping her face expressionless, Nephis spoke. "Ah, yes, Master Sunless, I presume. Saint Cassia sent me." The enchanter looked at her strangely, hesitated for a moment, and then said politely, "Indeed, I am called Master Sunless. Please forgive me, Lady Nephis. Saint Cassia did not warn me." Nephis nodded. "Yes, she didn't warn me either." He blinked. "Sorry?" She cleared her throat and looked away in embarrassment. "No, nothing. I am here to talk about a memory." Chapter 1, 1688. Cherry on top. "I think I might kill Cassie." Sonny kept a smile on his face to hide how startled and rattled he was. It may have looked a bit sheepish, and he may have looked like a bit of a clown, but there was nothing he could do about that. It already took a titanic effort for Sonny not to glance at the dirty dishes scattered on the floor, or summon a swarm of shadows to quickly clean them away. "Keep calm." Nephis was here, in the brilliant Emporium, looking at him with a strange expression. Well, of course her expression was strange. He had just made a fool out of himself right in front of her, and that was technically their first meeting, no less, which started with him planting on his face. Sonny wanted to fall through the floor. Actually, that might be possible. It would not take a lot for the marvelous mimic to swallow him into the basement. Struggling to throw these thoughts out of his head, Sonny asked in as polite of tone as he could manage, given the circumstances. "Indeed, I am called Master Sunless. Please forgive me, Lady Nephis. Saint Cassia did not warn me. Not only was Nephis here, but she was also wearing a dress. A dress that should have been categorized as a crime. Her light dress was simple and white, with not much decoration. It covered her shoulders and had a modest neckline, the hem resting somewhat high above her knees. Nevertheless, the modesty of the dress only served to accentuate the graceful line of her slender body, and the stark contrast between her alabaster skin and black hair only made her gray eyes look more striking. Suddenly, Sunny was thankful that it was already dark outside. Otherwise, Neff's appearance might have caused the brilliant emporium to be besieged by a mob of admirers. And then he would have had to hold himself back from minting a fresh batch of soul coins. Suddenly he realized that Nephis had said something. He had no idea what. Sunny blinked. Sorry? She cleared her throat, then looked away, perhaps in displeasure at his lack of manners and mental faculties. No, nothing. I am here to talk about a memory. Sunny forced out another smile, then gestured to one of the tables. Please take a seat. I will be with you shortly. He pulled out a chair for her, then swiftly picked up the scattered plates and escaped into the kitchen. Before going in, though, Sunny hesitated for a moment. Would you like something to drink? We just received a fresh batch of coffee beans and tea. She shook her head. Water is fine. He nodded and entered the kitchen. A moment later, Sunny leaned against the wall and breathed heavily. What the hell? He had been anticipating meeting Nephis for a long, long time, so he was mentally prepared to face her, but the one meant to face her was the Lord of Shadows, not him, the humble and unassuming shopkeeper. There was no reason whatsoever for someone as exalted as Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan to visit the brilliant emporium, so Sunny had never once imagined that she would. Calm down. Sunny took a deep breath, then quietly checked to see if the nebulous mantle was working. Everything was fine. His presence was hidden, and his facade of a harmless artisan was sufficiently maintained. In fact, this year of living peacefully in Bastion had smoothed out his edges, so this incarnation of his looked somewhat gentle. There was no way someone would associate the innocuous owner of the brilliant emporium with the antisocial, menacing Lord of Shadows. Good. Still, what the hell was Cassie thinking about? Saint Cassia. What the hell? As he poured water from the endless spring into a glass, she answered pleasantly. What do you mean? The glass almost exploded in Sunny's hand. Why is Changing Star here? He could just imagine the blind seer laughing somewhere across the lake in the castle. Why wouldn't she be there? The memory I wanted to commission is for her. She is the best person to explain what she needs. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, not knowing how to answer. What have you told her about me? Cassie's voice resounded in his head, calm and steady. That you can forge powerful memories, can be trusted to keep a secret, and have an affinity to shadows. The last part was a bit problematic, but after thinking about it for a moment, Sunny had to admit that it was for the best that Nephis had been warned in advance. She would have noticed the nature of his aspect sooner or later. Anyway, it was better to inform her first to prevent her from getting the wrong idea, or rather, the right idea. In any case, carrying the glass of water back, Sunny somehow found himself also carrying a small plate with a piece of cherry cake on it as well. He had made the cake this morning to prevent the batch of Beast Farm cherries from going bad, but as to how it ended up on a plate in his hand right now, Sunny's recollection was foggy. He was suddenly full of suspicion. You didn't erase my memories, did you? For the first time in a while, Cassie's voice sounded confused. Huh? He gritted his teeth. Of course she didn't. She wouldn't have been able to in such a short amount of time, not to mention without looking him into the eyes. Never mind. It was already too late to turn back. Returning to the dining hall, he placed the glass of water and the piece of cake in front of Nephis. She stared at the cake silently, then looked up and glanced at him. Her serious eyes were way too tantalizing. Crap. This whole situation was wrong. Why wasn't she wearing her armor? Had she destroyed her armor again? Is that why she was wearing a dress today? Was the memory she wanted to commission an armor? Then he had to finish the commission as fast as possible. On the other hand, really, it wouldn't hurt to take his time with it. Would it? He wouldn't want to make anything less than flawless if it was for Nephis. Keeping his expression neutral, Sunny sat down across from her and said with a polite smile, "You probably haven't heard that our cafe is famous for its desserts." Of course she hadn't, because it wasn't. But then again, Nephis had made him dessert once, so it was only fair for him to return the favor, right? Chapter 1, 1689. Satisfactory answer. Nephis was surprised to see a piece of cake in front of her. The cake was placed on a beautiful porcelain plate and even had a fresh cherry on top. It was not like she had never seen one before, but desserts weren't exactly a mainstay of her diet. Right, it's a cafe as well. She picked up a small silver spoon and tasted the cake, simply to not seem impolite. I wonder if he is really capable of forging a memory that would not lose to those created by valor. Huh. Wait, why is it so tasty? Placing the spoon down, she looked at the handsome shopkeeper and remained silent for a moment. Eventually, Nephis said, "It seems that you have already recognized me, Master Sunless. I'll be straight then. I need a memory forged, and a potent one at that. Saint Cassia informed me that you are a talented enchanter who is only unknown because you prefer to keep your talents hidden. I can understand why, and it even makes things easier. But are you really good enough to satisfy the needs of someone as powerful as me?" The young enchanter looked at her, a strange expression appearing on his charming face for a moment. Was he, perhaps, stumped by her question and felt insecure about his talent? Creating a memory for one of the most renowned saints in the world was not an easy task after all. Master Sunless coughed and briefly looked away. Seeing that subtly bashful expression of his made Nephis understand why this cafe was so famous. Needless to say, it was probably not because of desserts. Cassie. What the hell? Cassie's pleasant voice resounded in her head a moment later. What? Nephis kept her expression neutral. Why is this enchanter you found so? Cassie answered innocently. So what? Nephis sighed. Never mind. It was a silly question anyway. She had just been startled a little. Master Sunless, meanwhile, seemed to find his confidence again and answered with a faint smile. I can promise that you'll be satisfied, Lady Nephis. His eye suddenly twitched for some reason. The poor man must have been nervous. Nephis knew that meeting her had that effect on many people. The enchanter continued in the same pleasant tone. Let me rephrase that. What I mean to say is that the memories I create are top-notch. That said, can I ask you a question? Nephis wanted to answer that he could, but suddenly found herself unable to. That was because, at some point in time, another bite of the delicious cake found its way into her mouth. She didn't even notice how. It was very strange. Is my blood sugar low? Yeah, that must be it. Pulling the spoon out of her mouth slowly, she nodded with a deadpan expression. Master Sunless hesitated for a moment. You are a princess of the great clan Valor. Surely the renowned forge masters of your clan have no shortage of powerful memories they've created. Why come to me? Nephis shrugged, not seeing a reason to hide the truth. It is precisely because you are not a forge master of clan Valor. The young man seemed to have a keen mind. He understood what she meant instantly, and leaned back with a hint of amusement gleaming in the depths of his onyx eyes. I see. Master Sunless remained silent for a few moments, thinking about something. Finally, he asked, What kind of memory do you wish to commission? Nephis answered in an even tone. A sword. She needed a sword. The one she wielded, Kinslayer, was a beautiful weapon. It was an immensely powerful weapon as well, and one that suited her well. Nephis had slain numerous nightmare creatures with its sharp edge, and had won countless battles while wielding it. But Anvil of Valor had branded the Kinslayer, and so it did not really belong to her anymore. She wasn't foolish enough to try cutting the King of Swords down with one of his own blades. This time, the charming enchanter remained silent for a while, studying her face with a strange intensity. Nephis could feel his desires faintly. They were subdued, as if something was obscuring them, but she discerned a volatile mixture of hopes smoldering beautifully somewhere deep in his soul. It reminded her of the King of Swords, a little, maybe because both of them were spellsmiths. It vaguely reminded her of someone else as well. In any case, Master Sunless seemed to be sincere enough and held no malice toward her. On the contrary, he appeared to have been inspired by her, a little bit too much. Inwardly, Nephis was surprised. Is he smitten by me? She couldn't be sure, but something like that would not be an unfamiliar situation. Being a saint meant having a strong effect on people, and it was especially true for her. That said, at least Master Sunless had enough decorum and composure to hide his feelings. They didn't seem to be of the distasteful kind either, although there was such an element as well. Of course there was. He's a healthy man after all. Accustomed to such things, Nephis did not hold it against him. In fact, she might have felt a tiny bit pleased with that reaction. It seems my soul is recovering faster this time. Feeling anything was already a good sign. Eventually, Master Sunless spoke. If that is the case, then there are 3 ways for me to make a sword for you, Lady Nephis. She tilted her head slightly. Oh? He nodded. The first way is the most straightforward. I can take an already existing memory and alter it to fit your needs. That method is the easiest, but also the most limited. Nephis raised an eyebrow. Cassie had not told her that Master Sunless was proficient enough to alter memories granted to awakened by the spell, not just create his own. Even among the enchanters of valor, that was a rare skill. In fact, he didn't know anyone except for Anvil himself who was capable of that feat, and the young enchanter called it the easiest. The charming young man, meanwhile, continued. The second way is to create a memory from scratch. That would take longer, and would require me to add both suitably potent materials and soul shards of a high rank. Of course, the result would be much more lethal. Your current weapon, the Kinslayer, I am confident that I can forge something just as deadly, given enough time. Nephis was impressed. Her sword was a transcendent memory of the 7th tier, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. Strangely enough, it was as powerful as many supreme weapons were. But of course, Master Sunless would not know that. While the name of her sword and its rank were well known, very few people had detailed information about it. It was more or less a military secret. Still, it was quite remarkable for an Ascended to be confident in creating a top-tier transcendent weapon. It seemed that he was supremely competent in his craft. Being one herself, Nephis liked competent people. What is the third way? He smiled softly. The third way is the longest, and the hardest as well. It would require a lot of effort, from both of us actually, not just from me. We will also have to spend a lot of time together. But if I succeed, the resulting memory will be truly powerful. Nephis took a sip of cold water, suddenly feeling invigorated. She lingered for a moment, then asked evenly, "How powerful exactly?" Master Sunless looked at her seriously, his smile dimming. After a short pause, he said with a hint of sober ambition in his pleasantly melodious voice, "Powerful enough to kill a god, I'd say." Chapter 1, 1690. A Blade to Slay the Gods. Understandably, Nephis seemed doubtful of Sunny's outrageous claim. She looked at him silently for a few moments, then raised an eyebrow. "But you are merely an Ascended. Forgive me for being blunt. How can an Ascended create something that powerful?" Sunny could see how she would question his ability to keep such a promise. However, he meant what he had said, because he had been thinking of a way to achieve something like that for a long, long time. He lingered for a moment, then sighed. "It's easier than you think. Not that any random Ascended would be able to, of course. But my way of creating memories is rather unique, so I can do more than most. It would be easier for me to show you. Would you mind following me? Nephis did not move, looking at him intently. I don't mind following, Master Sunless, but not yet. He frowned a little. Not yet? She nodded slowly, her face still and motionless. Her voice sounded even. Yes, Nephis paused for a moment, then added stoically, haven't finished my cake yet. Sonny thought that he had heard her wrong. What? He blinked, but Nephis ignored his confused stare, picked up her spoon elegantly, and turned her attention to the piece of cherry cake. She ate it unhurriedly, maintaining a composed expression. He couldn't tell if she enjoyed the taste or was simply reluctant to waste food. A couple of minutes later, Nephis put her spoon down, wiped her lips with a napkin, and nodded courteously. Thank you. How much do I owe you? Sonny slowly shook his head. No, it's on the house. What was going on in that head of hers? They had been talking about killing gods and then paused. For cake? Not that Sonny was complaining. In fact, he would have enjoyed watching her eat an entire cake instead of just a small piece if she wanted to. 10 cakes even, although that would be a bit costly. Shall we go then? He stood up and guided her to the basement of the marvelous mimic. Unlike the day he had led Telly of White Feather to retrieve the belated apology, though, Sonny headed for the back of the boutique. Nephis followed him, looking around with a hint of curiosity. He explained helpfully. This is the memory boutique part of the brilliant emporium. As you might know, I don't advertise my ability to craft memories, so most of the customers think of me as a merchant with a wide network of connections. They peruse our inventory here or commission us to search for a memory that fits a set of custom parameters. Nephis nodded. The interior is very tasteful. It suits you well. Huh? Sonny was not sure what she meant, but smiled in appreciation. Thank you. Most customers only ever see the boutique, but it's actually just the front side of the business. My workshop is beyond that door over there, and beyond this door is where I keep valuable materials. As Sonny was opening the door, Nephis asked in her usual even tone, Can I ask why you are so reluctant to reveal your talent, Master Sunless? He lingered for a moment. You certainly can. There are many reasons, but mainly, I just don't like the great clans. Please don't take offense, Lady Nephis. She smiled faintly. I won't. Sonny led her into the material storage, which was a vast hall drowning in darkness, with only a few lanterns illuminating its expanse. The lanterns were there for Aiko, who sometimes assisted him in crafting. Nephis paused at the entrance. The material storage was very different from the refined shopfront. The atmosphere here was cold and ominous, sinister even. That was because it was full of monstrous remains, most of them belonging to truly harrowing nightmare creatures. There were grotesque bones, hollowed-out carapaces of vile abominations, and odd artifacts of all kinds. The remains of the winter beast were here. Shards of frozen shadows were here too, among other trophies Sonny had collected in the past 4 years. He walked to the middle of the vast underground storage and turned to Nephis, pointing around. A powerful memory has to be crafted from potent materials, otherwise it won't survive the burden of its own enchantments. The remains of nightmare creatures are the most easily accessible source of such materials, albeit not the only source. Nephis looked around with subdued interest. Have you chanced upon the remains of an unholy abomination, then? Is that what gives you the confidence to claim that you can forge a god-slaying sword? Sonny smiled and shook his head. No. Actually, what I wanted to show you is not the materials, but rather the storage itself. Have you noticed how large it is? Nephis nodded slowly, prompting Sonny to smile. Saint Cassia must have informed you that my shop is actually an ascended devil. In fact, the volume of its interior seems a bit too vast, doesn't it? She lingered for a bit, then shrugged. It is hard to say without knowing what creature you killed to receive this echo. But yes, I would have expected it to be much smaller. Dimensional storage. Memories of the ascended rank are usually much more modest. Sunny pointed at himself. But you see, this dimensional storage is a bit unique, because its volume does not depend on the creature's rank and class, but rather on the potency of the creature's master's soul, which in this case would be my soul. Nephis remained silent for a moment. It seems that you have an unusually potent soul, then. He chuckled, causing a small smile to appear on her lips. Thank you for the compliment. That is not the point, though. She frowned, then suddenly pierced him with an intense gaze. Do you mean to say? Sunny nodded. Indeed. It is not impossible for me to create a memory that is bound to its wielder's soul, and is thus as powerful as the wielder is. You strike me as someone who will continue to grow stronger, Lady Nephis. So, it is not impossible for your sword to become sharp enough to slay a god one day. Sunny was being a little dishonest, but only a little. In truth, his ambition was not to replicate the enchantments of the covetous coffer. What he was after, and had been trying to achieve for a while now, was to replicate the bound trait of the onyx mantle, which was responsible for that attribute of his being as potent as his soul was. The reason for that was the shift in his perception of power, and his views of memories after becoming transcendent. Sunny had long realized that truly powerful beings did not pursue greater power from the weapons they wielded and the tools they used, because they themselves were the power. The weapons and the tools were only meant to channel their own strength, not be a source of external might. And yet, it had always been the opposite for Sunny. He had made himself into a lethal warrior, yes, but most of his victories came from cleverly using the enchantments of his powerful memories, which he could utilize better than other awakened, due to his eyes having been altered by blood weave. Being banished from the spell, he had lost most of these memories. That had shown him, in a rather cruel manner, the difference between internal and external power. So even though Sunny could craft himself a diverse arsenal of potent memories, he had not done so. Because he was powerful enough to not need it, and did not wish to be led astray by excessive reliance on undeserved strength. He would rather achieve such strength himself. That way he would be following in the footsteps of those who were truly divine. So, the only memories Sunny wanted to craft for himself were those that would help him channel his own power better, or provide simple convenience. He also wanted these memories to be able to keep up with his progress. Therefore, he had to master the bound enchantment. The problem was that forging a memory that possessed such a trait was not easy, since it had to be intricately tied to one's very soul. But it would be different if Nephis and her soul flame, as well as the Crown of Dawn, were there to help him.